Chapter 1. Entering the game. The immense sun hung high in the yellowed sky, casting a shimmering haze over the sand that, under the scorching rays, released faint wisps of smoke, as if the entire training ground were evaporating. The heat waves distorted the air, rendering the distant scenery a blur. A group of cadets clad in matching camouflage uniforms were sprinting along the track, while instructors stood imposingly on either side of the sandy path, their commanding voices urging the trainees onward. Faster, run. Don't dawdle. Those who finish last will not be allowed to rest, came the instructor's booming voice beside Yue Han. Amidst the intermittent sounds echoing in her ears, Yue Han, on the verge of losing consciousness, managed to lift her eyelids slightly. Host, with your current performance, you will not pass the new recruit training camp. A voice from the system urged within her mind. It's so noisy. Cough, cough, Yue Han rasped, her throat ablaze with pain, prompting a series of coughs. Host, please ensure that you pass the assessment, or you will face annihilation. Ha! No need for you to annihilate me. I'm already so exhausted that I could ascend to the heavens right here and now. Just closing my eyes could lead to my demise. Dogged system. Host, please be mindful of your attitude. Everything you think can be heard here. Attitude issues detected. A level 1 penalty is now in effect. As the words fell, a surge of intense electricity seemed to erupt from a point within her body, akin to countless tiny needles simultaneously pricking her skin, inflicting an unbearable agony. The sensation penetrated from her skin to the depths of her fatigued muscles, causing them to contract violently. In the blink of an eye, the once twisted and contorted form of Yue Han, running on the sandy track, suddenly kicked off the ground and fell face first onto the sand. Yue Han lay there wordlessly, ignoring the mouthful of sand she had inadvertently swallowed while gasping for breath, dismissing the instructor's shouts as her thoughts drifted back 3 days prior. Yue Han, a freshman in the military academy's command department, found herself inexplicably transported into a game. This bizarre turn of events stemmed from her roommate's enthusiastic recommendation of a military-themed game while they were resting in their dormitory 3 days ago. Upon entering the Empire, she had anticipated a thrilling, blood-pumping adventure titled, I Conquered Everyone. However, she soon discovered that it was, in fact, an 18 game, with the female protagonist sharing her name. Recalling her roommate's fervent endorsement, Yue Han reluctantly decided to explore the game, only to be bombarded by shocking content that left her eyes spinning. The game was set in an alternate interstellar world. The original female lead was born on the most desolate, abandoned planet in the galaxy. Orphaned at a young age, she survived through thievery and keen observation in this resource-scarce environment. Everything changed when the original protagonist, at the age of 18, crossed paths with a powerful figure on her planet. This enraged man issued a bounty on her, vowing to eliminate her. With no options left, the female lead went into hiding, only to suddenly recall the Empire's recruitment brochure. At that moment, the annual starship was hovering at the Star River port, preparing to transport batches of students to the new recruit training camp. In a moment of desperation, the female lead stole a secret order from the port guards. Spotting 2 separate starships, one for male recruits and the other for females, she disguised herself to board the male ship, hoping to evade detection and avoid pursuers. Her judgment proved astute, as the pursuers boarded the female recruitment ship, leaving the port after a fruitless search. The female lead inadvertently followed the male starship to the boys' training camp. However, misfortune soon followed. The female lead's physique could not withstand the rigorous training, and upon her identity being discovered, she faced deportation back to her original planet. With no choice, she resorted to seducing students and instructors to gain preferential treatment and assistance. During her attempts to allure the male supporting characters, a series of mishaps ensued, including her identity being exposed during a shower, forcing her into a myriad of unwelcome exchanges. The game's plot left Yue Han utterly dazzled. The further she delved into the storyline, the more outrageous and excessive the developments became. Finally, after half an hour of cringing at the explicit scenes, Yue Han understood why her roommate often giggled sneakily under the covers at night, occasionally letting out shrill cries. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed in the dormitory, Wasn't it supposed to be about conquering everyone? So this is how you conquer. This is a terrible game, devoid of any substantial plot. Curse be this trashy game. Yue Han tossed her phone aside and shut her eyes, continuing her tirade on the bed. Hey, they say rough words often carry truth, but your language is exceedingly coarse. If you have so many complaints, why not try it yourself? A strange voice echoed in her otherwise empty dormitory. Before Yue Han could react, an excruciating pain surged through her head, as if an invisible hand twisted mercilessly within her brain, accompanied by an unrelenting sharp agony, threatening to shatter her skull. Ultimately, after enduring waves of intense pain, her body collapsed uncontrollably. When she regained consciousness, Yue Han found herself tragically immersed in the game, precisely at the moment the female lead entered the new recruit camp. Completely ignoring the incessant chatter of the entity claiming to be the system in her mind, she struggled through 3 arduous days in the camp. Until this very moment, with her body rigidly pressed against the sand, struck by the electric shock, she finally understood that she was not dreaming. She had truly entered the game. Tears of despair welled up. Retribution had arrived, who could provide her with a pair of iron underpants. How long do you intend to lie there? Unless you complete the run, no one is allowed to rest. Did you not know this? The instructor's icy voice resounded from behind her. One must certainly heed the author's warnings. Chapter 2. The bird forced in an instant. The instructor yanked the collar of her training uniform with great force. Yue Han desperately wished to pry the instructor's hand from her neck, which was constricting her breath. Yet, the residual effects of the electric shock still lingered, rendering her as pliable as a shrimp. She could hardly lift a hand, let alone move a finger. She could only be dragged along like a lifeless body. Yuan Jie observed the little figure in his grasp, effortlessly lifting her off the ground by her feet, yet she made no attempt to struggle, merely lowering her head in defeat. Her short hair obscured her eyes, revealing only the swirl of her hair, and he unconsciously loosened his grip. Each year, a new batch of students arrived, leaving Yuan Jie with neither the time nor the energy to memorize their names. However, this particular student stood out to him, Yue Han, the most abysmal among them, or rather, the worst he had encountered in all his years of training. He would never forget her shortcomings, while other students managed to complete weighted runs. She couldn't even handle the most basic of running drills. Her starting speed was laughably slow, hardly faster than his walking pace. Was this even called running? What a joke. If you're going to lie down, do it after training, not in front of me. Yuan Jie released his grip, expecting her to remain upright, only for her to collapse backward like a puddle of mud. He quickly pulled her back. But she fell against him at an odd angle, prompting him to support her shoulders. Ha! Instructor, don't bother with that little shrimp. She can't even manage a basic zero-gravity run. Exactly, in the last few laps. She practically crawls. The time it takes her to crawl 1 lap could let us complete several. Laughter erupted from a group of students who had lapped Yue Han many times over, teasing the instructor. Yue Han longed to retort, but their words rang true. She had been crawling through the course in a dark and twisted manner almost every day. The gravity here was far stronger than that of her own world. And with her physique, running felt akin to being weighed down. The air was excessively thin, permeated with the earthy scent of dirt and sand. The oxygen content in the air she inhaled barely sustained her basic functions. And when she exerted herself, it felt as if her lungs were on fire, leaving her head lightheaded from the lack of oxygen. Yue Han was utterly speechless, all because she had played a game. She had been living comfortably in her own world. Why had she been dragged into this torment? If she continued training like this, she feared she might perish before even acclimatizing to this place. Host, you can undertake tasks to gain life points and scores. Scores can be exchanged for skills.as. If she didn't know about tasks, she had inquired about them on her very first day of torment, only to be told by the system that she needed to seduce male characters incessantly and sell herself to earn life points and scores. The memory of the game's explicit plot rushed back to her. She had played it before, and the male characters were, to put it mildly, impressively endowed to have me undertake tasks. The male characters should first retract their manhood. The disparity between her current state and the formidable physiques depicted in the game was staggering. Forget about battling for 7 days and nights. She would likely perish from just a single encounter. Wouldn't that be a swift demise? Was this not a death sentence? If you do not complete the tasks with your current abilities, you will not pass the newcomer camp. If you fail to qualify after a month-long training camp, the system will eliminate you. If you truly wish for me to succeed in training, Then remove this paralysis from my body. As it stands, I could lie down until nightfall. Host, you were rather unambitious. Being unambitious is fine. Just having breath is already a triumph, Yue Han thought, rolling her eyes internally. Very well, considering the host's body is yet to adapt, I shall exempt you from the after effects of the electric shock. Coughing, the tingling pain in her body gradually receded, and her limbs slowly regained sensation, as if blood were flowing back into them. Yue Han promptly expelled the sand she had inadvertently bitten into. Yuan Jie watched her, initially motionless like a statue, suddenly snapped back to reality, her body trembling as she coughed out the sand from her mouth. What is wrong with you? Can you run? Yuan Jie frowned at I can, came her hoarse reply. Though he could not discern her expression, sweat streamed down her face, her hair greedily clinging to her skin, while only her eyes, like those of a small beast, shone with an intense light. Having served as an instructor for many years, Yuan Jie was adept at reading people, yet he could not quite grasp the meaning behind her gaze. What was it? Defiance, perseverance, or anger? Could Yue Han not be angry? No, it was more accurate to say she was furious. Having been pulled into this world due to a mere complaint about a game, everything she once took pride in had vanished. In this realm, she had lost everything. All that remained were the male character's endowments. She certainly did not wish to see such things, especially not in a vast expanse of bird forest. Chapter 3. Game plot triggered. Run if you can. Yuan Jie released her shoulders, watching as she steadied herself. Okay, Yue Han forced out a response and began dragging her weary body to continue running, uncertain of how long she had been running or how many laps she had completed. The instructor finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the morning's torment. Stop running, collect your nutritional supplements, and rest a moment. This afternoon, we have shooting training. Those who do not complete the running drills cannot participate in the shooting training. The afternoon will continue until the running is finished, Yuan Jie called out loudly. Finally, it was over. This instructor was simply inhumane. All right, enough banter. Hurry up and line up. The shooting training should be easier. Easier? Please. After shooting training. There's still combat training in the evening. We'll be dead tired. Yue Han stood at the end of the line, listening to the complaints of the students ahead. Clearly, running was merely the most basic of tasks. Considering her current state, she would be grateful if she could finish before evening. As Yue Han watched the students who had collected their nutritional supplements walk by, she asked the system in her mind. What is the technological situation here? Why does the newcomer training camp resemble a desert, lacking any semblance of prosperity? Where Yue Han found herself was less a newcomer training camp and more a desolate desert, with distant dunes undulating like waves stretching toward the horizon. By day, the scorching sun blazed down, while by night, the temperature plummeted. Technology and planets continuously developed outward from the central star, yet this place was a forsaken outpost, one of the earliest to be completed and subsequently deemed worthless. Yellow sand star, the entire planet was shrouded in yellow dust. TSK, use it and discard it, truly reflective of human nature. Why did you pull me into this game's world? Was it merely for my complaints? Yue Han dragged her heavy legs forward slowly, inquiring of the system. That I cannot answer that question. Just focus on passing the newcomer test for now. The system was automatically detecting something. And on the left side, it identified a key plot character, Zhao Kuo, triggering the game's storyline. Please, host, automatically accept the following plot. Yue Han was left in a daze. What plot? Accept what? Suddenly, the game's storyline flooded into her mind. Struggling to maintain her balance in the queue, even the simple act of taking a step forward felt monumental. Gritting her teeth, she silently cursed the man who had led her here. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a striking man walking past, her eyes lighting up. She had heard of him. Rumor had it he came from a wealthy family and frequently bribed the instructors, living quite comfortably in the newcomer training camp. If she could establish a connection with him, her life would surely become easier. As the man approached, Yue Han recognized her advantage and knew she had to act. With a swift motion, she loosened the collar of her uniform, tripping over her own feet and falling gently into his arms. The seemingly accidental gesture was, in fact, meticulously planned, her ample bosom pressing firmly against his chest. Zhao Kuo, caught off guard by the suddenness of the encounter, quickly regained his composure, instinctively catching Yue Han and looking down at her. His gaze was immediately drawn to her chest, which was pressed tightly against him, leaving no space between them. He unconsciously swallowed hard, his eyes shifting to her face, which bore a look of vulnerability that silently beckoned him. In an instant, Zhao Kuo grasped the unspoken signal she was sending, his blood rushing as he greedily fixed his gaze upon her. One hand wrapped around her waist, while the other hastily adjusted her collar to shield her from prying eyes. He had no desire for others to see or share her. He was desperate for a woman. And in the newcomer training camp, such a rarity was nearly impossible to find. Have this bold woman, disguised as a man and literally tumbling into his embrace, was an opportunity he could not ignore. "Can you help me? My legs have gone numb. I have no strength left," Yue Han whispered, her enticing voice drifting into his ear, accompanied by a warm breath against his earlobe. "At your service." Zhao Kuo raised an eyebrow and promptly responded. Yue Han received a satisfactory answer, gently resting her head against his chest, the corners of her mouth slowly curling up into a contented smile. The narrative of the game had concluded. "Host, please read the game plot carefully and proceed accordingly." The system's voice resounded, thoroughly awakening Yue Han from her immersion in the melodramatic storyline. "You can't be serious. Setting aside the lackluster plot and the numerous loopholes, are you implying that I am to act according to this glitch narrative? What follows next? Will he let me go after this plot is completed?" Yue Han was astounded, her mind racing with questions. "Proceed as described above. You must recite verbatim what the original female protagonist has stated. The subsequent plot entails him sneaking into your tent at the witching hour, brandishing a dagger at you, leading to an intimate encounter. The host must commence the task immediately. The target is about to leave." "What did you say? I must have misheard." Yue Han's heart was struck with disbelief. How could this task possibly be accomplished? The heavens were conspiring against her. "Host, please proceed with the game plot without delay. Failure to act when the countdown ends will result in penalties. System countdown. 10987. Damn it. Just electrocute me already. A soldier may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. You wretched system. Just end me." As the countdown reached 543, the relentless voice of the system echoed in her mind, and Yue Han realized that being electrocuted might indeed be a preferable fate. Her heart sank, and her face paled, as she disregarded the system's countdown. Yet her palms had already formed a thin film of moisture from anxiety. Whether she undertook the task or not made little difference. It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later. It would be more dignified to be electrocuted, and with a stroke of luck, she might return to her own world. 321. The system continued to urge, "Wretched system, stop your incessant howling at me." As the countdown concluded. Given the host's passive approach to the original plot, the system took over. Yue Han anticipated the electric shock that never came. Instead, a tingling sensation enveloped her body once more, with a forceful push. She fell directly toward her target. Chapter 4. Mistaken Identity? Compared to the original protagonist's captivating voice, Yue Han's cry was earth-shattering, sharp, and grating, capturing the attention of all the new recruits present. She had no intention of following such a narrative. Yue Han collapsed like a lifeless doll into the arms of the man, feeling the strength of his rock-solid muscles through the training uniform. In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, she felt like a soulless shell. Tightly curled up. My life is forfeit. Is it too late to bite my tongue and end it all? Host, what is happening? Mistaken identity. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yue Han's spirit returned in an instant. What did it mean, mistaken identity? Did this mean she wouldn't have to sell herself after all? Carefully, Yue Han opened one eye, slightly raising her head to look. The scorching sun hung directly above the man. And through the blinding light, she could only see a dark shadow refracted by the sunlight. Squinting against the glare, she gradually began to discern his features. He possessed a pair of light gray eyes that sparkled with an unusual brilliance under the sunlight. Unlike the gently curved eyelashes, his were long and slender, and his silver hair fell sharply yet smoothly beside his ears. His exceptionally fair skin bore no signs of unhealthiness, and a handsome man, with his finely chiseled features, now regarded her with a slight furrow of his brow, a commanding presence. His eyes were as cold as a frozen lake, sending chills down Yue Han's spine. When do you plan to get up? His voice, as sharp as ice, jolted Yue Han awake. In a flurry, she attempted to withdraw her legs and escape, but forgot that her body was still paralyzed by the system. Struggling to lift her torso only resulted in her collapsing heavily back against his chest. Dazed by the impact against his muscular form. What the heck? Shouldn't muscles be soft when relaxed? What on earth has this guy been eating to grow muscles harder than stone? Hurry and release the paralysis so I can get up. Yue Han urged the system in her mind. Good. The system responded, she thought, feeling the paralysis swiftly dissipate. This time, she pushed against his chest to move backward, only to feel his muscles quiver beneath her touch. Sweat. Yue Han quickly attempted to rise, but just as she made some progress, the electric shock returned with a vengeance. She crashed back into his chest, her hands still resting on his torso. Ouch, my nose. What is wrong with you, system? The sharp pain in her nose from colliding with him was excruciating. Regrettably, host, the task subject has deviated. The plot has automatically adjusted to the person before you. You must continue to develop the storyline. Boom! The heavens seemed to collapse once more upon Yue Han. There was no escape. Wait, I am not completely trapped. Hee, I still have a way out. Hee. Are you all right? Host, the system, sensing Yue Han's frantic thoughts, began to doubt her sanity. It's nothing. I'm just a bit stiff. I might be dying soon. Yi Xiang had just finished procuring nutrient solutions and was heading back with a training companion when he caught a glimpse of a short man tumbling toward him. Out of courtesy, he instinctively reached out to support him, only for the man to collapse directly into his arms. Looking down, he noticed the man's sweat-soaked hair mixed with the yellow sand from the training ground. He couldn't help but tilt his head back slightly, awaiting the stranger's departure. Yet, to his surprise, the man seemed unwilling to leave, nestling against his chest like a quail, unable to suppress his frown any longer. He urged, "Get up." The diminutive figure before him lifted his head, thick hair obscuring his eyes, while yellow sand blurred his face, leaving Yi Xiang unable to discern any expression. Observing that the man showed no inclination to rise, Yi Xiang's countenance darkened further. Just as he was about to forcefully remove him, the man's hands began to slide across his chest, retreating slightly before collapsing back down. Host, wait. First, recite your lines and continue the plot. The system interjected urgently. Oh, right. The lines, Yue Han thought for a moment and timidly murmured. Could you help me? My legs have gone numb, and I have no strength left. Her voice was barely audible. Yet Yi Xiang, with his keen hearing, caught every word. His gray eyes turned icy, the light-colored irises brewing a ruthless intent, as he spoke with a chilling tone that sent shivers down Yue Han's spine. What did you say? In her mind, Yue Han found herself torn. Having already collapsed onto him, she resolved to embrace her fate, clearing her throat to declare, Could you help me? My legs have gone numb, and I have no strength left. Compared to the original protagonist's frail, helpless voice, Yue Han's declaration resonated with determination. What she had anticipated would be difficult to voice turned out to be liberating, as she faced the unavoidable outcome with a sense of resignation. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Who was this little fellow? And how had he ended up in Yi Xiang's embrace, risking it all? Who knew he would dare to ask the son of the chief for assistance? Was that not courting death? Yi Xiang's obsessive cleanliness was notoriously severe, and this filthy little creature, covered in grime, dared to cling to him. The surrounding recruits began to gather, whispering amongst themselves about Yue Han. Listening to the hushed murmurs around her, Chief, obsessive cleanliness? How delightful. I've evaded one trouble only to be presented with a far greater one. Splendid. She thought sarcastically. At your service. Yi Xiang leaned in closer to Yue Han's ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear. The warmth of his breath grazed her neck, yet she could unmistakably detect the cruelty laced within his voice. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in Yue Han's mind, and she felt as though her demise was imminent. Chapter 5. Completing the task system. If you wish for me to survive this task, you better release me quickly, Yue Han pleaded anxiously, sensing the impending doom. Yi Xiang pushed away the man who had been clinging to him for an eternity. Grasping his wrist with one hand, he ensured the man remained upright, preventing him from collapsing. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed 2 large yellow handprints on his shirt. Yue Han followed his gaze, realizing she had forgotten that she had fallen onto the sandy ground, her hands now dusted with fine yellow sand. I'm finished, system, hurry, she began, but was interrupted as Yi Xiang lunged forward, his movements swift and fierce, closing the distance to Yue Han in an instant. With one hand gripping her shoulder, he leaned back slightly, exerting force from his waist, sending Yue Han soaring through the air in an arc, landing heavily at the front of the line, distributing nutrient solutions with a dull thud. His movements were clean and efficient, executed in one fluid motion. Yi Xiang approached and seized her shoulder. Yue Han realized he intended to perform a throw. Recalling the techniques taught by her instructors in her world, she braced herself to counter the throw. However, she soon discovered that the system had not lifted the paralysis. Well done, you can switch hosts now, she thought, bemused as she was tossed high into the air by Yi Xiong, resigning herself to her fate. With this incompetent system, perhaps departing early would allow her to return to her own world. Host. It's been released. The system has also recognized the gravity of the situation. Here, the strength of humans poses a devastating threat to Yue Han. At the last moment, Yue Han regained control over her body. Suspended in midair, she swiftly adjusted the alignment of her lumbar spine, utilizing her own flexibility and skill to dissipate a significant portion of the impact before crashing heavily to the ground. A deafening buzzing filled her ears, and excruciating pain radiated from her limbs, causing her to gasp sharply, devoid of even the strength to cry out, forcing down the metallic taste rising in her throat. Had she not managed to mitigate the force in time, she would surely have been left as a lifeless corpse. Yi Xiong regarded Yue Han with suspicion. Was it merely his illusion, or did she seem to shift her posture in midair? Dispersing the force, a glance at Yue Han, who lay motionless on the ground, confirmed that perhaps he was overthinking it. Enough. If you wish to spar, proceed to the combat arena and refrain from disrupting order here. A drill instructor approached to maintain discipline, accustomed to such altercations. Pointing at Yi Xiong, he commanded, "Hurry along. Don't linger here and irritate my eyes." Yi Xiong nodded slightly to the instructor and departed without looking back. "And you, youngster, sleep is indeed beneficial, but don't sleep on the cold ground. Return to your tent." The instructor cast a sympathetic glance before tossing a bottle of nutrient solution to Yue Han and walking away. After being thrown by Yi Xiong, it seemed Yue Han would miss today's training. It was unfortunate. Why provoke Yi Xiong of all people? He probably wouldn't be able to rise again. The instructor, hearing the chattering behind him, impatiently shouted, "And you lot, do you want some nutrient solution? If you keep squawking, you'll be running another 10 laps on the training field." Gradually, the onlookers dispersed, lining up to receive their respective nutrient solutions before finding a place to rest. Leaving Yue Han alone on the ground, Yue Han felt as if Yi Xiong had stabbed her in the armpit. It was a blend of pain and absurdity that left her speechless. "System, have I completed my task?" Yue Han inquired with a bitter smile, as the nutrient solution rolled far away from her, leaving her utterly powerless. The pain was overwhelming. The sun beat down upon her, yet she could only feel coldness. Despite having alleviated much of the force, she was still too fragile. After days of intense training, her body had yet to recover and could no longer bear the burden. "Don't worry, let me check." The system's voice reassured her. "Don't rush. I might be on the verge of leaving this world." "Host, you have passed. Reward: restoration of life points, increase in life points cap, and 5 points earned." "How do I use it? Where do I claim the rewards?" Yue Han felt drowsy, the sensation of dying enveloping her. "Host, concentrate your attention between your brows. There is a panel where you can view your personal information, rewards, and points, following the system's guidance." Yue Han indeed discovered the panel the system spoke of. Noticing that the life bar representing her vitality was blinking red, with a meager 10 life points continuously dwindling. Without hesitation, she located and used the life restoration reward. A surge of vitality flooded into Yue Han's body, as if wrapped in the gentle warmth of sunlight. Warm currents flowing from her heart to her limbs, banishing the pain in their wake, leaving only restored muscles and cells. Yue Han sighed in relief. After 3 days of hardship, this fleeting moment felt like true revival. She continued to explore the panel and found that her life points had returned to 100. She then proceeded to use the reward for increasing her life points cap. Observing as her life bar transformed from 100 to 150, realizing she had inadvertently used the rewards in the wrong order. First increasing the cap, then restoring life points. She could have reached her peak state of 150 vitality. No matter, she thought, continuing to browse the points shop, discovering options like self-healing, immense strength, life burning, and disguise, but found nothing available for her points. Most skills were locked and inaccessible. The only available skill, self-healing, required 10 points. Intrigued by its description, Yue Han felt a surge of desire. This was the skill she needed most at that moment. "System, can I voluntarily accept tasks?" Yue Han finally glimpsed hope and eagerly asked the system. "Of course, there are several tasks available for acceptance." "What are they?" Yue Han sat up, energized. "They include interacting with the original plot's instructor Han Lance, who has a penchant for SM, and the new trainee Sha Dingshan, who coerces the female protagonist." The system's speech quickened, tinged with excitement. that I am more interested in tasks that don't require undue effort, though. Continue interacting with Yi Xiang. Since you misidentified your target, the system has automatically corrected the plot. Transferring Zhao Kuo's interaction tasks to Yi Xiang, that I'm choosing this one. Yue Han declared without a hint of hesitation. I'd rather be beaten to death than succumb to that. Did you just click your tongue at me? How could that be, host? You must have misheard, but I distinctly heard it. How could that be? How would I know? Yue Han was disinclined to waste further words with the system and opted to inquire about how to complete the task. You can spend 5 points to inquire about the unlocked character strategies. Given that this is your first task completion, I will generously disclose his whereabouts for free. The location is the restroom, and the time is 12 o'clock tonight. Chapter 6. Completing the run, Yue Han sought a secluded spot away from prying eyes and lay down to rest, having not truly slept in the 3 days since her arrival. On her first day, following the system's instructions, she returned to the resting tent, only to be shocked by the sight. The system had mentioned a large communal sleeping area, but she was still unprepared for the reality. Inside the tent meant for 10 people, cramped beds were lined up, occupied by men sprawled in disarray, leaving no space to step. Clothes, socks, and shoes were strewn about, exuding odors of sweat and feet. A man at the entrance rolled over, revealing a pair of training boots crushed beneath him. Yue Han was left speechless. Covering her nose, she navigated through the obstacles to reach an unoccupied bed. Finally, sitting down before lying back at AS, she pulled the blanket from the bed. She was immediately assaulted by a wave of stench that brought tears to her eyes. Oh my heavens! Yue Han opted to forego the blanket, curling up on her side to conserve body heat, only to find a man across from her sleeping with his mouth agape, breath wafting directly toward her. With no other choice, she turned over, only to find the man in a more orderly position, completely covered by his blanket without any unsavory habits. Yue Han felt a measure of relief and was about to close her eyes when the man suddenly flipped over, exposing his bare backside. My eyes! Yue Han bolted upright and settled onto a chair by the door. Exhausted, she spent the next 3 nights sitting on that small chair, finding herself having to interact with Yi Xiang for the sake of earning points. I can endure this. She woke once more to the sound of the instructor's assembly whistle. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she made her way to the assembly point. The instructor had been waiting there, urging the new recruits to gather quickly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Those who waste time will face extra training. Once the lines were orderly, the instructor began counting heads, proceeding only when no one was missing. Among the instructors, Yue Han spotted the one who had lifted her during the previous training. He approached directly. You, and you. You're all unfit and cannot participate in this afternoon's shooting and combat training. You will continue running this afternoon. His finger pointed at Yue Han and a few others in succession. You 4 step forward. The rest will follow Instructor Chi to the indoor shooting range. As the main group dispersed, only Yuan Jie and a few new recruits remained. Don't even think about slacking off. The terminals on your wrists are linked to mine. I will coordinate with Instructor Chi for indoor training. I'll check your progress at 5 this evening. Understand? Yuan Jie shook his terminal to emphasize the point. Enough standing around. Continue running. The terminals also track your individual running records. Check to ensure you've met the required distance before you rest. Those who finish should wait for me on the training field to be dismissed. Yuan Jie watched as the recruits ran off, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yue Han's data. This young girl, among the recruits all measuring 185 centimeters, stood at a mere 170, clearly underdeveloped and perpetually listless. Over the past few days, he noticed that she only completed her running training around 8 or 9 in the evening. He couldn't help but pay her more attention. With such performance, she might not pass the new recruit camp and would be sent back to the Barren Star. Yuan Jie shook his head in resignation as he made his way to the shooting training room. With her increased life points cap, Yue Han felt more equipped to face the harsh environment of Huangsha Star than before. The oppressive sensation and the negative state of oxygen intake have significantly improved. Running has become considerably easier than before. System, can my current vitality reach the baseline vitality of a future person? Yue Han inquired inwardly. Vitality is contingent upon individual physical constitution and limits. You have yet to even reach the average baseline. The system replied, "Oh, what is the average value?" Currently, the average value for this newcomer training camp is approximately 700. This is merely the newcomer camp, and it bears little difference from ordinary individuals. The system remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Survival of the fittest. Those who endure are remarkably formidable, and you are the only one who has traversed here with such a low score. Are you mocking me? Yue Han asked, her expression perplexed. The system promptly chose to remain silent. Noticing the system's lack of response, Yue Han began to examine the terminal in her hands, akin to an intelligent wristwatch from Earth, albeit with a transparent cover designed to protect it from damage in harsh environments. Lifting the cover, a full suite of intelligent projections emerged. However, most functions were beyond her access, leaving her only able to view training data, which clearly recorded 3 days of running statistics. Flipping to today's data, it noted that she had already completed half the distance in the morning, and the projection vividly depicted the entire training ground, with a small red dot representing her movement along the track. Setting the terminal aside and clearing her mind of distractions, Yue Han resolutely began to combat the sandy course with all her might. After concluding the shooting lesson, Yuan Jie took a moment to visit the combat training room, marveling at the progress of the newcomers, suddenly recalling a few recruits he had left on the sandy field. He rose and made his way there. From a distance, Yuan Jie spotted only one individual still running. While the remaining recruits lounged beside the tent set up for the coach's rest, it was painfully obvious who the lone runner was. Yuan Jie shook his head in resignation and approached the finished recruit. As he walked, he activated his terminal to check on the others' data. The first student, Sun Sakeo, had only just completed training at 4:30 p.m. Too slow, Yuan Jie assessed internally. Coach, now that we've finished running, can we leave? Came a voice from nearby, prompting Yuan Jie to glance up, only to return his gaze to the terminal. Wait a moment. Yuan Jie suddenly lifted his head sharply. Yue Han felt his piercing gaze upon her, scratching her face in confusion. Had she said something wrong? They had indeed been waiting for him for a while. Oh, let me see. Yuan Jie quickly searched for Yue Han's data on his terminal, anxious to delve into the running statistics. This student completed training 63 minutes ago. Yuan Jie was left in shock. Speechless, what was going on with this girl? He lifted his gaze to her, noticing the dust on her face had been washed away by sweat, revealing patches of fair skin. Her dark, ink-like eyes looked at him in confusion. Yes, of course, you can, Yuan Jie said with a hearty smile, gently patting Yue Han. After 3 days, she had finally passed the first test. Students from the Empire continued to arrive in droves, as only the most exceptional were selected to enroll, while those who did not meet the standards were sent back. Prior to the start of classes, all were required to participate in a newcomer training camp for selection. The newcomer tests were structured around morning running drills, afternoon shooting training, and evening combat training, serving as the foundational stepping stones for Imperial soldiers that on the first day of camp, most newly adult youths could only manage to reach the shooting training, with only a select few able to participate in combat training. Now, on the third day, nearly all had managed to keep pace with the training regimen. Yet, these few recruits before him continued to weigh on his mind. And today, the one he was most concerned about had surprisingly shown remarkable improvement, catching him off guard. While she remained worlds apart from a standard recruit, her progress was nonetheless gratifying. Rest well, strive to complete the morning run in one go in a couple of days. Yuan Jie waved at Yue Han. Now, be off with you. Chapter 7. A helping hand. Upon receiving the instructor's response, Yue Han headed towards the tent. Although she had persevered to complete the run, she felt utterly exhausted, her body feeling exceedingly heavy. Unlike the standard rubber tracks on Earth, the sandy path here was long and arduous. Each step sank into the sand, as if it were a living bog, pulling her deeper with every stride. Extracting her legs from the sand required thrice the effort compared to running on solid ground. The gravity here also weighed heavily upon her, compounded by the thin air that hindered her performance. Her stamina quickly waned as she staggered onward. Glancing at the terminal, she noted the time was 5:40 p.m., leaving ample time before the main group's combat training concluded at 9 p.m. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to take a much-needed nap. Tents lined up in succession, and Yue Han found her own by following the numbers at the entrance that as expected. It was empty. She located a clean blanket and made her way to a secluded corner. Undisturbed, without removing any of her gear, she collapsed onto the bed, setting an alarm for 11:30 p.m. on her terminal. She prepared for the evening's points grind with Yi Xiang, aware of the impending challenge ahead. She needed to rest quickly. Moments later, her breathing became steady, and she fell into a deep slumber. The alarm rang incessantly on her wrist, pulling Yue Han from her dreams as it detected her awakening and automatically ceased. Rubbing her eyes, she checked the time. It was the longest she had slept since her arrival, far surpassing the brief naps she had taken at noon. Remarkably, she hadn't been disturbed by the returning students. She hadn't even heard a sound. Observing her vitality in her mind, it had risen to an impressive 130, even exceeding her afternoon state. She appeared to be adapting to this wretched game world. Rising from her bed, she tossed aside the blanket and carefully navigated around a new recruit's flailing limbs, making her way out of the tent. Looking up at the sky, she noted the darkness that obscured even a single star. Since her arrival, she hadn't bathed once, partly due to the fear of being discovered as a girl, which might force her into the original plot, and partly because she had been utterly drained, leaving her with no energy to consider cleanliness. Now, she couldn't even locate a public bathroom, relying solely on her terminal for navigation. The bathhouse was quite distant, and after 10 minutes, her terminal still indicated she hadn't covered half the distance. Seeing there were still 20 minutes left, Yue Han quickened her pace, finally arriving at the bathhouse just before the last minute. System, entering 1T trigger the original plot, like last time. Will it? Yue Han asked apprehensively. No. The quest focus has shifted from Zhao Kuo to Yi Xiang. The character has transformed, and his personality differs as well. He is not interested in your body and is unaware of your gender. He will be more focused on avoiding you. Your task is to allure him and strive for physical contact to acquire points. How do I earn points? The duration of physical contact. The longer the contact, the more points earned. How should I allure him? He won't just throw me down. Will he? That is for you to contemplate. Host. If you do not wish to pursue the strategy, I can offer you the Han Lansai SM mission instead. No, just him. Yue Han inhaled deeply, pushing open the bathhouse door as the clock struck midnight. Inside, a thick veil of steam enveloped the bathhouse, resembling a white mist. Water droplets hung in the air, continually sliding down the walls and ceiling, producing a gentle patter. As Yue Han stepped further in, the warm moisture clung to her exposed skin, creating a damp sensation. Adjusting to the white fog, she finally discerned the interior of the bathhouse. There were no partitions or curtains, and the space was entirely visible. Sleek walls lined with showers arranged in order in the distance. A tall figure stood while Yi Xiang was caught in the act of removing his shirt, arms gripping the hem as it slipped down to his shoulders. In the dim light of the bathhouse, his abdominal muscles were subtly highlighted, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art, each muscle firm and powerful. Rising and falling with his breath, his military green training pants clung to his long, muscular legs. His skin bore a healthy hue, enveloped in sinewy muscle, with every proportion of his body precisely aligned, leaving no room for critique. If one were to use a single word to describe him, it would be sensational. Yi Xiang, evidently hearing the commotion at the entrance, paused his actions and turned his gaze towards her. Unlike the common height of the camp, this person appeared disproportionately small. That sweat-drenched hair clung in strands to his face, and the dust from earlier had dried, leaving patchy remnants on his skin. His training outfit was tattered and clung tightly to his frame. It was him, the boy who had lingered around earlier. Yi Xiang frowned, surprised that he still had the energy to rise. Yue Han, undeterred by his scrutinizing gaze, slowly approached. What a coincidence. You're here to bathe too, she remarked dryly as she stood beside him at the shower. Coincidence? Yi Xiang cast a sardonic glance at him. He was a man who did not believe in coincidences, especially in relation to the person before him. Moon Han felt a bead of sweat form in the palm of her hand. It turned out he had come to bathe. Why, then, had he not removed his clothing? With a low, magnetic voice, he inquired about Moon Han. And he promptly tore off his shirt, hanging it on the hook on the wall. Moon Han's mind raced in panic. She certainly could not remove her clothes, for doing so would expose her intentions. How could she possibly make physical contact with Yi Xiang? I am here to help you with your bath, she fabricated, immediately regretting her odd excuse. She glanced up at Yi Xiang, who had knitted his brows tightly together, his face dark as if it could drip ink, and his pale gray pupils fixed intently upon her. Feeling guilty, Moon Han hastily added, just your back. I can help with your back, with muscles as large as yours. You must be unable to reach your own back, right? Let me assist you. No. The more she spoke, the stranger her words became. Yi Xiang's expression grew even more somber, resembling a thundercloud overhead. This man was indeed relentless. He had been sprawled across his chest all afternoon and had now chased after him in the evening, insisting on giving him a bath. It appeared that the lessons of the day had not been sufficient. Yi Xiong flexed his wrist. He should ensure she learned a lasting lesson. Chapter 8. Caress. As soon as Moon Han noticed Yi Xiong's movement, she waved her hands in protest, hurriedly explaining, "Please, don't be agitated. I have come to apologize, and I mean no harm." But Yi Xiong regarded the person before him with a patronizing smile. Eager to discern her ulterior motives, he raised an eyebrow, indicating for her to continue. "I am here to apologize," she reiterated. "I did not intend for what happened earlier. I was simply too exhausted and collapsed onto you that I barely had the strength and inadvertently dirtied your clothes. As you can see, I am quite frail, with a poor constitution that prevents me from completing even the most basic running drills. After intense exercise, I could not hold on any longer, and that incident occurred." Stealing a glance at Yi Xiong's expression, she noted an improvement. His demeanor had softened somewhat. "Once I returned to the tent, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, that I wanted to apologize to you face to face and also wished to clean your uniform." "How absurd. I was sleeping so soundly. Had it not been for the terminal's notification regarding points, I would not have wanted to see you at this hour. Will you forgive me?" The sincerity in her words did not seem feigned. Yi Xiong was caught off guard by the genuineness of Moon Han's demeanor, and seeing her earnestness, he exhaled a cautious sigh of relief. "That I do not require you to clean my clothes. All you need to do is ensure you are clean yourself," he replied, glancing at her disdainfully and instinctively stepping back, creating distance between them. "Oh!" Moon Han exclaimed, feeling dejected as she reached for the shower switch on the wall. Unexpectedly, the shower head above her remained motionless, while a cascade of water flowed from Yi Xiong's side. Could it be? Moon Han turned to look, and he hurriedly stepped out from beneath the shower. The hot water drenched his otherwise smooth silver hair, droplets glistening like adornments at the tips. The water greedily licked at his skin, causing the pale skin on his shoulders to flush slightly from the heat, while the water coursing over his abdomen left an enticing sheen. His half-closed eyes lowered gently, droplets clinging to his lashes. Moon Han instinctively took a step back, realizing she had once again made a mistake. The warm water had already crept down his slightly defined abdominal muscles, soaking into his pants. Moon Han stood frozen in place. Had she truly messed up again? "Are you all right? This is my first time here. There are shower buttons on both sides, and I didn't know which was mine. I must have pressed the wrong one," she said awkwardly, forcing a smile as she rushed over to wipe the droplets from him. His muscles radiated vigor, and his heated skin flushed her cheeks with warmth. Task reward 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. The system's notification echoed in her mind, and only then did Moon Han realize she had unconsciously touched him, completing a physical contact task. Yi Xiong looked down, an unusual expression crossing his face as he observed her delicate, pale hands wandering across his skin. Impatiently, he pushed her hands away. "Enough!" Yi Xiong raised his hand to push back the damp hair that clung to his forehead. Turning to face Moon Han, "You need not concern yourself with me. How could it be enough? For the sake of points, it could never be." Ignoring her reddened wrists, Moon Han extended her audacious hand once more. "No, let me check for burns. Otherwise, I shall feel too guilty." Moon Han's hand again made contact, distinctly different from the calloused, rough hands of other students. Hers was soft and small, seemingly fragile as it traced along the lines of his muscles. Yi Xiong's body jolted involuntarily, forcing himself to remain still. Those hands seemed to possess a magical quality, applying slight pressure as they caressed him, igniting a fire within him that sent tremors through his skin. A flicker of dark light flashed in Yi Xiong's eyes, and his breathing quickened. A muffled, ambiguous sound escaped his lips, betraying his restraint. Yi Xiong instinctively bit his lower lip, his rosy, supple lips glistening with moisture. Moon Han noticed and looked up at him. His previously smooth hair was now tousled atop his head, lending a wildness to his otherwise pristine features. His pale gray eyes glistened with moisture as they gazed at her. His ears and neck flushed with a tender hue, and the tightly bitten lower lip added an alluring quality in stark contrast to his usual frigid demeanor. This extreme shift was breathtaking. Moon Han's expression tightened. Wait, what was happening? What was wrong with this man? She had merely touched him a few times, so why did he look so peculiar? A quick glance revealed her points had accumulated to 20. Panic surged within her as she withdrew her hand. I think I've wiped enough. There are no burns, right? Moon Han laughed nervously, stepping back a few paces. Yet Yi Xiong remained frozen in place. Prompting Moon Han to speak up, "Classmate, are you all right?" He seemed to awaken suddenly, casting a guilty glance at Moon Han before quickly turning away. In a flash, he twisted the shower to its coldest setting, dousing himself with water. Moon Han sensed the palpable awkwardness between them and immediately seized a bar of soap to alleviate the tension. Here's some soap. It will help you get cleaner, she offered, extending it towards him. Yue Han reached out to take it, but the soap, slick from her wet hands, slipped away. Let me help. I'll pick up the soap, she volunteered, bending down to retrieve it for him. However, a loud crash erupted behind her as Yue Han stumbled, knocking over some toiletries. Ignoring Moon Han entirely, he hurriedly grabbed his clothes, soaked and disheveled, and fled the scene. As he stood up, the realization of what he had said to Moon Han hit him, and his head felt as if it would explode. What was she doing? Was she inviting him to pick up the soap with her rear in the air? This could not be cleared up. The misunderstanding had escalated. Moon Han clutched her head, shouting without restraint. Host, I underestimated you. You are simply a natural. I truly admire you. The system's task notification chimed in her mind, laced with barely concealed glee. Be quiet. Once Moon Han had vented her frustrations, she did not dwell on it further but swiftly opened the system panel. With 20 points available, she immediately spent 10 to exchange for a self-healing skill, allocating the remaining points to her health limit. Health. 211, 250, 212, 250. Moon Han watched with uncontainable joy as her health gradually restored itself. With the self-healing ability, she felt confident about passing the running test the following morning. Glancing at her training uniform, which looked as if it had been through a mudslide, she tugged at the collar and sniffed it. Ugh. Moon Han felt the urge to bathe, glancing at the terminal. It was 12:30, and no one should come by again. She approached the bathroom door, propping the shoe cabinet against it to secure her privacy. Chapter 9. Bathing. The young woman stood naked beneath the shower. Her head bowed as she meticulously washed the sand from her hair. Yellow, dirty water streamed down from Moon Han's short locks, pooling on the floor in ripples before being swiftly washed away. The warm liquid enveloped her, and once her hair was clean, she swept it back, beginning to wash her body with care. Looking down at her chest, she nearly forgot she was a woman. After her bath, Moon Han approached the full-length mirror, lifting a hand to wipe away the white mist that covered its surface, revealing her reflection. It was still her face, not that of a game heroine. Being transported into this body was her greatest fortune. Even with her hair in disarray, the girl in the mirror radiated brilliance, standing within the bathroom's steam like a blossoming lotus, exuding an enchanting glow. Her skin resembled the finest white jade, delicate and smooth. Each inch of her body emanating a healthy sheen. Water droplets glided over her skin, adding to her allure. Her features were akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece, every contour perfectly defined. A pair of dark, clear eyes sparkled like water, long lashes fluttering slightly, a high, elegant nose, and soft, full lips created an appearance that seemed both harmless and fragile, yet the lines of her brows and nose lent an air of spirited vigor. Coupled with her short hair, it rendered her gender indiscernible, an exquisite enigma. System, I am, after all, a woman. What should I do if my period starts? There are menstrual suppression pills in the point shop. Taking one will suffice. Why did you bring me here? Moon Han reiterated her burning question. The system remained silent. Can I return? The silence lingered for a protracted moment. Observing the system's unresponsiveness, Yue Han had already discerned the answer. She could not return. She rummaged through the supply box, extracting a roll of elastic bandage, which she wound around her chest in layers, taking out her training uniform from the washing and drying machine. She donned it neatly and reset the shoe cabinet before making her way to the tent. She had to survive in this world. Upon returning to her designated sleeping quarters, Yue Han lay down in her attire, suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare. Her eyes flew open, her chest heaving violently. Sweat soaked her undershirt as she surveyed her surroundings. Faint sunlight streamed through the tent's entrance, and her mind was a chaotic whirl, the dream's images fragmented. Raising her hand, she glanced at her terminal. It was nearly 7 a.m. Within the tent, a few new recruits had already vacated their beds. She checked her health status, 284 out of a maximum of 300, almost fully restored. Yue Han rose and stepped outside. With a training run scheduled for 8 a.m., she still had time to collect some nutritional supplements and warm up. She tousled her slightly disheveled hair, letting it fall gracefully over her eyes. In the queue for nutritional supplements, she spotted Yue Han. Had he risen this early too? Dark circles adorned his eyes. Had he not slept well last night? After collecting his supplement, he headed towards the training ground, oblivious to Yue Han in the adjacent line. Receiving her nutritional supplement, Yue Han found a secluded spot and began to drink. Ugh, it was remarkably unpalatable. Having consumed human food for 18 years, She doubted she would ever grow accustomed to its taste even after another 18 years. Nevertheless, for the sake of nutrition, she tilted her head back and gulped it down quickly. The training ground gradually filled with new recruits, each engaged in their own activities, stretching, chatting. Yue Han sought a shaded area and began her full-body stretches. Suddenly, the assembly bell rang, followed by the instructor's booming voice. "Hurry up and gather. No dawdling. Everyone run to assemble." Yue Han sprang to her feet, sprinting towards the formation, taking her usual position. Those with better stamina engaged in weighted runs, while others maintained a standard pace. The primary objective was to complete the run. With weights gradually increasing as they progressed, don't push yourselves too hard. Once you've finished, we'll head to the shooting training room. Yuan Jie reminded the line, spotting Yue Han among the recruits. "Look at this kid. He finally managed to wash up, though his hair is still too long, obstructing his eyes, making him appear lethargic." Yuan Jie mused, shaking his head. In orderly rows, depart at intervals of 100 meters. You can only rest once you've completed the run. Onward. Yue Han waited for her turn in the back row, stealing a glance at her health status, which had fully replenished as her turn approached. She dismissed all distractions and took her first step of the day. She maintained a steady pace on the sandy track, her health steadily rising, closely mimicking her previous running state on Earth. The oppressive weight of gravity felt almost non-existent, and her breathing became unobstructed. Confident in her capabilities, Yue Han believed in her willpower. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong, burdened with a 50-kilogram weight, was running at a steady pace alongside his friend Li Qi, who noted that something was amiss with him. "Xiong, what's wrong? You seem distracted." "Nothing. You definitely have something on your mind. Share it with me. I can help you out," Li Qi teased, nudging him playfully. Yi Xiong glanced at Li Qi, silently scoffing. "You really can't help." Ignoring his friend's banter, he focused on the track ahead. Suddenly, a petite figure sprinted past him, prompting him to turn his head. It was her, with fluffy short hair cascading over her eyes, revealing a delicate nose and a fair neck peeking out from her uniform. A hint of skin glimmered, so strikingly pale that Yi Xiong couldn't help but stare, noticing her breathing rhythm had settled into a steady pattern, her stride matching his, and her running form impeccable, each step efficiently propelling her forward without wasting energy. Though petite, her proportions were surprisingly appealing. Her long, straight legs were elegantly framed by the waistband of her uniform, creating a smooth and graceful line from her waist to her ankles. "Who is she?" Yi Xiong inquired. Li Qi turned to see Yi Xiong fixated on a new recruit and redirected his gaze. "That's that scruffy kid who always finishes last. Just the other day, during combat training, I saw him running on the sandy track, looking like a zombie. I almost wanted to execute him on the spot," he joked. "Wait, why does she seem to have decent running technique? How can she still finish last?" Li Qi was taken aback. Given her current state, she could easily complete the run without any weight. Ignoring Li Qi's musings, Yi Xiong remained transfixed on Yue Han. "What is her name? Let me think. It seems to be Yue Han." Li Qi slapped his forehead. "How could I forget? You, meaning moon, meaning cold. Yue Han?" Yi Xiong softly repeated her name, savoring it. Chapter 10. Commencing shooting training. Yue Han gazed at the data on her terminal. Having finally completed her last step, she had anticipated finishing just in time, but it turned out to be quicker than expected. Isn't that the one who always trails behind? How did he finish ahead? Who knows? It's surprising that this kid managed to complete it first. After running for so many days, it would indeed be unusual if she couldn't complete it. Standing still, Yue Han rested her hands on her knees, regulating her breath. Ignoring the chatter around her, she opened her status bar to find her health limit had increased from 300 to 304. System, does the health limit increase on its own? Yes, host. In addition to exchanging points, your health limit will also grow as you progress. Satisfied with the response, a smile crept onto Yue Han's lips, as long as she remained diligent. There was hope to catch up with everyone. Since she had felt an undeniable gaze fixed upon her during the run, she turned around. Yi Xiong was watching her from the side, casually resting his weight on one shoulder. Revealing half of his profile, his nose was straight, and his jawline was well-defined. When he noticed Yue Han looking back, he slowly averted his gaze. Could he be holding a grudge against me? Yue Han thought, promptly deciding to head towards the nutritional supplement distribution area, creating distance between them and saving time in the queue. After finishing her nutritional supplement, Yue Han found a secluded spot to indulge in a refreshing nap. She was eager for the afternoon shooting class, a subject she excelled in her own world. She wondered what firearms would be like in this one. The instructor's whistle roused her from slumber as she joined the line. You, and you. Those at the back are unqualified and cannot participate in this afternoon's shooting class. Yuan Jie reviewed the list of students on his terminal, surprisingly not spotting Yue Han's name among the disqualified. That a quick search confirmed that she was indeed on the completion list. Raising his gaze, he saw her standing obediently in line. This is quite extraordinary. Has this kid finally figured it out? Those who passed, follow me to the indoor shooting range, Instructor Chi announced, leading the group towards the shooting facility. Yue Han followed closely until she turned back, noticing the training ground fading from view. Here we are, Instructor Chi indicated ahead. Following his gaze, Yue Han beheld an expansive desert training ground. Suddenly, Chi pressed a few buttons on his wrist terminal, and a concealed entrance emerged from the ground. It was a metal door, camouflaged to blend seamlessly with the sand dunes, only accessible through specific recognition codes or biometric features. After scanning his iris for verification, a heavy door creaked open, revealing a staircase descending into the depths. The shooting training facility was underground. Yue Han could not help but inquire of the system. This shooting range cleverly utilizes the desert's natural topography and geological structure. Meticulously designed and constructed deep underground, shielded from the scorching heat and wind of the surface. As they delved deeper, the underground passage illuminated progressively, with an artificial lighting system skillfully mimicking sunlight, ensuring adequate brightness without being blinding. Inside the shooting range, the space was vast, divided into multiple zones, each equipped with state-of-the-art shooting equipment and target facilities. Although unfamiliar with the firearms displayed on the racks, Yue Han surmised, based on her knowledge of Earth's weaponry, that the assortment ranged from handguns to sniper rifles, encompassing both traditional and futuristic energy weapons. This training facility is quite impressive, Yue Han mused inwardly, her eagerness to dive into training mounting. The sound of gunfire echoed from the left side of the shooting range, contrasting sharply with the eerie silence of the soundproof room on the right, where only the sound of breathing could be heard. Yue Han was led into the soundproof room and seated at a teaching chair. Observing other students nearby wearing holographic glasses, "What is this for?" Yue Han inquired, pointing at the students in confusion. "They are studying to answer questions. Each type of firearm requires watching instructional videos and learning the basic knowledge of each weapon. Only after passing the quiz will you be allowed to train," Yuan Jie explained, handing her a pair of holographic glasses. "Put these on, select the firearm you wish to learn, and once you pass, the shooting range will grant you access to train with that specific weapon." "All right, thank you, instructor." Yue Han took the glasses and placed them upon her eyes. Within the holographic spectacles, various firearms were meticulously arranged, each accompanied by corresponding images on the left. As Yue Han surveyed the assortment, she recognized the majority of them as familiar types from her own world: handguns, submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles. These were the categories she could distinguish, alongside several she had never encountered before, such as high-velocity laser guns, electromagnetic cannons, and composite explosive bows. Isn't this the Beretta 13.5F handgun? Yue Han mused, intrigued by the differences this firearm might possess in the future world, and clicked to explore further. Instantly, the scene transformed into a one-on-one instructional projection. "Hello, I am Chief Shooting Instructor Chi Hung." Chi Hung picked up a silver handgun from a shelf displaying various models. The Beretta AC utilizes carbon fiber to reduce weight while simultaneously enhancing strength and durability, employing high-performance propulsion ammunition and a high-capacity magazine. Yue Han's eyes sparkled. This gun boasted a larger magazine, reduced weight, extended range, and significantly increased power. Chi Hung approached the shooting point and fired 2 rounds at the target system. "Instructor Chi Hung is assessing the shooting performance," announced the machine. "First shot, 10 points. Second shot, 10 points." An accompanying electronic screen unfolded beside Chi Hung, and he tapped a few commands on the terminal. The screen displayed the weapon in his hand, rotating in a full 360-degree showcase. When gripping the handgun, the right hand forms a shape, with the thumb aligned against the neck of the gun, ensuring a snug fit without gaps. The index finger rests outside the guard unless firing, while the middle, ring, and little fingers wrap around the grip. Chi Hung elucidated the proper grip technique. Yue Han instantly memorized the information. The grip was nearly identical to that in her original world. "This is promising." Yue Han promptly exited and switched to the submachine Gun.HK MP5-3, featuring a more efficient automatic loading system and advanced cooling technology to enhance firing rate and reduce malfunction rates. It utilizes high-speed armor-piercing rounds or multifunctional projectiles, equipped with an advanced aiming system and tactical accessories. Yue Han was elated. Firearm knowledge came effortlessly to her, and the basic shooting stance was virtually unchanged from her world. She meticulously reviewed each weapon's introduction in triple speed. Before promptly selecting the quiz option, ding, congratulations, student Yue Han, you have completed the handgun quiz with a score of 100. Ding, congratulations, student Yue Han. You have completed the submachine gun quiz with a score of 100. Ding, congratulations, student Yue Han. You have completed the rifle quiz with a score of 98. Ding, ding, ding. Yue Han completed all the quizzes in one breath, achieving near-perfect scores. Upon glancing at her firearm permissions, the previously obscured sections illuminated. Yue Han removed the glasses and rose to exit through the door. Chapter 11. Astonishing everyone as she pushed open the door to the soundproof room. The cacophony of gunfire and shouts filled her ears. Yue Han paid no mind, her eyes scanning for an unoccupied shooting point, which she approached briskly. Hey, how did you finish so quickly? Did you complete the quiz? Yuan Jie inquired as he spotted Yue Han emerging, walking towards her. That I didn't finish the quiz. I couldn't unlock the firearms. Yuan Jie reminded her from behind. Yet, Yue Han seemed oblivious, bypassing him and heading straight for the shooting point. That pesky kid. Yuan Jie opened the terminal to check her quiz results, and he was taken aback. Her shooting panel displayed nearly perfect scores, but her shooting performance was a tidy row of zeros. Yue Han stood beside a rack displaying various firearms, motionless for a moment. The various guns shimmered with a metallic sheen. And as she gently caressed one, a cool sensation traveled through her fingers, yet her heart burned with excitement. So beautiful. Yue Han lifted the handgun in a deliberate manner, her gaze filled with fervor, as if, in that moment, she forged a unique bond with the firearm. You exist within me, and I exist within you. Inseparable. The lines of the handgun were smooth and elegant, its silver body gleaming under the light, enhancing her own cold demeanor. Good child. Yue Han sighed. She raised the handgun, aiming at the distant target, shutting out all distractions. Her focus narrowed solely on the shooting target. 100 points, 10 shots, category, handgun, countdown. 321. Almost in sync with the electronic countdown. She decisively pulled the trigger. With sharp cracks of gunfire, the bullets struck the target with precision, leaving distinct bullet holes. Yue Han persisted, finishing all 10 shots in rapid succession. The incessant gunfire drew everyone's attention. Ding! Position 3, 1 shot. 10 points, 2 shots. 10 points, 3 shots. 10 points, 10 shots. 10 points. Congratulations, student Yue Han. You achieved full marks in the handgun test. The central electronic screen announced each full score, echoing throughout the hall. What? Is that the legendary figure I've never heard of? Where? Let me pay my respects. Yue Han, such a familiar name. Isn't that the one who lagged behind in running? Quick, look, amazing. 10 bullets, 1 bullet hole. She's picked up the submachine gun again. Yue Han paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. In truth, she had entered a state of flow, perceiving only the gun, the target, and nothing else. She set down the handgun and sequentially took hold of the submachine gun. Her palm firmly gripped the submachine gun's handle. She needed to exploit its high firing rate for rapid aiming and continuous shooting. 60 rounds. Mode, continuous fire, category, submachine gun, countdown. 321.1 bypassed the single-shot option, opting for continuous fire. Once again, a perfect score. Wei Xiang removed his noise-canceling tactical headset. Hearing the bursts of applause erupting from a corner of the shooting range, students crowded around, forming rings of admirers. Hey, come look. The kid who always lagged behind in running is incredible, Li Qi called out from the throng. Wei Xiang initially lacked interest, intending to wave him off and continue training, but upon hearing the mention of the running laggard, he found himself drawn over. Over here, Li Qi maneuvered through the crowd, guiding him to the front row. After showcasing her shooting prowess with a perfect score, Yue Han ignored the raucous cheers behind her. Reloading her ammunition, clad in a fitted training suit with a broad leather belt cinched at her waist, she exuded a striking presence. In her grasp was a refined silver sniper rifle, its body glinting with a chilling radiance. Harmonizing with her own icy demeanor, To stabilize against recoil, Yue Han opted for a kneeling position. With unwavering concentration, she aimed at the target, resembling a predator locking onto its prey. Her finger lightly rested on the trigger. Her gaze fixed through the scope, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the floating dust in the air halted at that moment. Yue Han adjusted her breath and squeezed the trigger at the 0 point. Her movements clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. With a crisp shot, The bullet struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. Exhaling softly, Yue Han lowered the sniper rifle and smiled with satisfaction. Ding! Position 3, 1 shot, 10 points. 2 shots, 10 points. 5 shots, 10 points. Congratulations, student Yue Han. You achieved full marks in the sniper rifle test. Wow, incredible. Teach me, how could this kid achieve full marks with all weapons? Li Qi couldn't help but exclaim. Xiang, what do you think? I feel like he's even better than you. I truly cannot compare, Xiang candidly admitted after witnessing Yue Han's shooting skills, which could only be described as dazzling, while they might be equal in terms of passing marks. Her accuracy was leagues ahead. His gaze lingered on Yue Han's face, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in her expression, his eyes fixated on her subtly flushed lips, captivated by the curve of her smile. Once Yue Han set down her weapon, her hearing returned, and she was startled to find a throng of students excitedly cheering for her. Feeling a bit smug, she realized she had become the center of attention. Awkwardly scratching her head, good kid, running is as arduous as constipation, and yet here you are, pulling off such an impressive feat. Yuan Jie applauded from the front row, brimming with excitement. Well, Yue Han was at a loss for words. What a peculiar description. Qi Heng quickly approached, nudging Yuan Jie aside. You know nothing. Geniuses often excel in specific areas. Qi Heng regarded the diminutive youth before him with immense satisfaction, thoroughly impressed. After this training camp, don't even think about going to that wretched capital. Come join us in the Dark Division. He boldly extended an invitation. Get lost. What are you talking about? The Dark Division is a shady place, where one lurks like a creepy bug, hiding away from everyone. Yuan Jie interjected, eager to dismantle the notion. Qi Heng was instantly infuriated. You old fool, get out. With such talent, why squander it in the Dark Division? Chasing after your wild antics, rude barbarian. Yuan Jie retorted, nearly fuming. What prospects does your Dark Division hold? Amidst the fervent enthusiasm of her instructors, Yue Han found herself in a flurry, hastily responding. Thank you for your kind offer, instructors, but I believe I will first decide after completing the new recruit training camp. The system has currently only mentioned passing the newcomer assessment, without any indication of subsequent tasks. She can only proceed step by step. In Chapter 12, Su Duoduo and Yue Han, who could be described as relatively unknown, make a grand entrance into the shooting range, greeted with fervent support from everyone. Now seated in the combat training room, Yue Han can still hear hushed whispers behind her. Hello, my name is Su Duoduo. You were amazing just now, even better than the instructor. A gentle, slightly plump boy with brown hair nudges Yue Han's arm. Turning to face her, he has light freckles scattered across his nose and cheeks, and a small pair of canine teeth peeking out as his brown eyes gaze at her in admiration. Hello, I'm Yue Han, she replies politely. I know. You're now a household name. Su Duoduo exclaims earnestly. You were so cool earlier. I'm still so excited. Idol, I'm your fan. Su Duoduo inadvertently jumbles his words in his excitement. No, you are my idol, and I am your fan. Yue Han chuckles awkwardly at Su Duoduo's starry-eyed admiration. Master, may I add you to my terminal? Please give me a chance. Su Duoduo raises his wrist. Looking at her with hopeful eyes, Yue Han suddenly feels shy about refusing him, and they exchange IDs. Oh my gosh, those students will be so envious of me, Su Duoduo exclaims. Quiet, comes the authoritative voice of a crew cut instructor. His hair cut extremely short, with a stern expression in his eyes as he strides towards Su Duoduo. The instructor's boots thud as they stop before him. You enjoy talking, do you? Su Duoduo trembles at the sound of his voice. Speak on stage, say it on the combat platform. The instructor yanks the timid Su Duoduo, dragging him toward the platform. Introduce yourself to the newcomers. My name is Yu Zhenfeng. I in my class. No whispering, no looking around, and no disobeying orders. Remember these 3 prohibitions. Anyone who crosses the line will be punished. When your name is called, shout report. Stand tall when you rise, and do not slouch when seated. As Yu Zhenfeng pulls Su Duoduo, he kicks a student who is hunched over, prompting the student to straighten up immediately. Combat training requires seriousness. Negligence is tantamount to handing your life to the enemy. My strictness stems from my desire to prevent any of you from meeting a grim fate on the battlefield. Yu Zhenfeng leads Su Duoduo onto the combat platform, pushing him aside and continuing to survey the area, ignoring Su Duoduo's trembling form. Boss, help me. Su Duoduo calls out to his newly recognized older brother. Yue Han, seeing Su Duoduo's gestures, shrugs her shoulders, feeling helpless. Good luck, she thinks, stifling a laugh. Below, Li Qi is amused by Su Duoduo's comical demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckled, Li Qi. You too. Come up. Yu Jinfeng's gaze lands on Li Qi, who immediately regrets covering his mouth. Li Qi. Can't you hear me? Li Qi quickly stands at attention. Report. Come on up. Yu Jinfeng urges. Li Qi looks at Yixiong for help, only to find him fixated on the platform, offering him no attention whatsoever. Hey. Throwing flirtations at a blind man. What a brother. Li Qi realizes he cannot escape, reluctantly making his way to the platform with a mournful expression. Yu Jinfeng positions himself on either side of Su Duoduo and Li Qi and taps a few buttons on the terminal, causing a circular platform 10 meters in size to rise in the center, cushioned with a soft protective mat underneath. All right, stop standing around like fools. Remove your combat jackets and put on the combat vests underneath. After he speaks, Yu Jinfeng leads by example, shedding his jacket and tossing it aside. Standing on the circular platform, his 2-meter stature resembles a towering iron edifice, clad in a black combat vest that tightly envelopes his muscles, which are defined and powerful, each sinew akin to tempered steel. Li Qi follows suit, removing his jacket, his muscular build smooth yet appearing insignificant compared to Yu Jinfeng. Observing both of them, Su Duoduo hesitates before reluctantly pulling off his jacket, revealing a rounded belly. Isn't this a public execution? He thinks, on the verge of tears. You two will be my sparring partners. Next, I will demonstrate some moves and explain the key points, so pay close attention and listen carefully. Yu Jinfeng approaches Su Duoduo, handing him a combat knife. Weapon training, everyone pay attention to the details. That Su Duoduo. Attack me. Yu Jinfeng steps back 2 paces, gesturing with his hand. All right. The air is thick with tension as Su Duoduo's hand holding the knife trembles slightly, revealing his anxiety. After a moment's standoff, Su Duoduo launches the first strike, the blade flashing toward Yu Jinfeng's face, cold and menacing. Yu Jinfeng swiftly sidesteps, transforming his palm into a fist, delivering a direct punch to Su Duoduo's abdomen. Su Duoduo recoils in pain, but Yu Jinfeng seizes the opportunity, closing in swiftly. Su Duoduo hurriedly raises the knife defensively between them. Without hesitation, Yu Jinfeng exploits his opening, grabbing Su Duoduo's wrist and twisting it forcefully, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Su Duoduo, momentarily disregarding his wrist, fixates on the fallen knife, his mind solely focused on retrieving it. He reaches out hastily to snatch it up. Yu Jinfeng, quick as lightning, steps forward, kicking the knife away. He then grips Su Duoduo's neck from behind, crashing his knee into his ribs before delivering a vicious sidekick that sends him sprawling. I surrender. I surrender. Su Duoduo kneels on the ground, clasping his hands over his chest, wailing in agony. No more. Cough, cough. I surrender, instructor. Just then, Yu Jinfeng's foot, like a gust of wind, halts just before Su Duoduo's face. Su Duoduo, startled by the rush of air, collapses, his eyes wide in fear. Unable to contain himself, he bursts into tears. What a disgrace. Why are you crying? Yu Jinfeng gazes down at him with disdain. Enough, stand up and cry elsewhere. He nudges Su Duoduo with his foot, urging him to rise. Li Qi, witnessing Su Duoduo's tears, breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, if he gets hit, then I won't be spared either. Have you all understood my movements? In real combat against an armed enemy, first look for an opportunity to disarm them. Seize their openings and counterattack promptly. Yu Jinfeng explains to the students below. Li Qi, it's your turn. Come up. Li Qi glances at Su Duoduo, fear gripping him as he approaches the instructor, hoping for a gentler approach. Close combat training. Pay attention to the details. Yu Jinfeng throws a punch from the side, and Li Qi instinctively raises his arms to block, ignoring the intense pain coursing through his limbs. Taking a few steps back to regain his balance. Yu Jinfeng, offering no respite, raises his knee and thrusts it toward Li Qi's groin. Cold sweat instantly trickles down Li Qi's face as he hurriedly brings his hands together in defense, wincing at the sharp pain in his palms, unable to suppress a pained gasp. In Chapter 13, the confession unfolds. Yu Jinfeng raises his leg again, targeting Li Qi's thigh, but unexpectedly alters his trajectory midair. What was intended for the thigh shifts to his side, and Li Qi, in a panic, raises his leg to block the attack, barely managing to deflect it. Despite the unrelenting ferocity of Yu Jinfeng's earlier strikes, Li Qi manages to respond quickly after the first hit, blocking subsequent blows. Good lad, you've got some skill, but alas, your skill lacks finesse. A hint of satisfaction flickers across Yu Jinfeng's face, quickly overshadowed by a more ruthless expression. He has barely exerted himself, and yet he has already overwhelmed Li Qi. It is time to conclude this. Like a leopard, Yu Jinfeng lunges at Li Qi with a barrage of attacks, his movements more rapid and powerful than before, leaving Li Qi only the instinct to evade. Each of Yu Jinfeng's strikes targets vital points, rendering Li Qi powerless to defend himself. Clenching his teeth, Li Qi stifles the urge to cry out in surrender. Observing Li Qi's expression, Yu Jinfeng pouts as if bored, swiftly ending the confrontation by pinning Li Qi to the ground, where he struggles to catch his breath. Is it too late to cry now? I feel like crying too. Yu Jinfeng slowly rises, glancing down at the despondent Li Qi still sprawled on the ground. He pats Li Qi's shoulder. All right, get up. I may seem displeased, but deep down, I am quite pleased. At least you persevered until the last moment. Li Qi, frustrated, raises his head to meet the gazes of the students below, standing up with indignation. You two, step down. Did you all comprehend what you witnessed? Yu Jinfeng gestured for the two to descend, while explaining techniques to the new recruits below. The two of them winced in pain, supporting each other as they made their way down. A straight punch is delivered in a linear fashion, utilizing power from the shoulder, transferring strength through the arm to the fist. When striking the target, the arm must be fully extended, and the wrist must be aligned properly. As Yu Jinfeng demonstrated the movements on stage, Yue Han observed Su Duo, who was limping back, her gaze filled with sympathy. Upon seeing Yue Han's eyes shining with concern, Su Duo was about to open her mouth to lament her plight, only to be halted by a silencing gesture from Yue Han. Yue Han cast a sidelong glance at Yu Jinfeng, and Su Duo immediately understood her intent, quietly sitting beside her. Yue Han was utterly captivated. The overwhelming strength, the flawless movements, the exquisite combat skills. There was not a hint of hesitation in seizing the moment. Her own fighting techniques were still far from Li Qi's level, let alone Yu Jinfeng's. Remember the movements I just demonstrated? Let's disperse and warm up, then freely form training groups. Upon hearing the instructor's dismissal, everyone rose to their feet, stretching out their bodies. Yue Han also stood to loosen her joints, gradually warming up her body. Are you all right? You look like you've taken quite a beating. My ribs still hurt. Can you check if there's any bruising? Su Duo lifted her shirt for Yue Han to see. There, beneath her armpit, was a large area of bruising. The instructor really does hit hard. She remarked that it's bruised, but it's nothing serious. Just some contusion. Apply an ice pack on it tonight. Sigh. Instructor, you really is ruthless. I don't want to be hit again, Su Duo mumbled as she lowered her shirt. Yue Han regarded her with an inscrutable expression, and Su Duo, noticing Yue Han's gaze, felt a warning bell ring in her mind. You still have to train with me. How could you avoid getting hit? Su Duo couldn't help but laugh, clutching her head. She wanted to ask if sadness could be covered by health insurance. Exiting the combat room, they found the sky had completely darkened. The significant temperature drop of the night made Yue Han instinctively tighten her collar. Having just finished training, the wind blew the sweat on her back, bringing a slight chill. She followed Su Duo, chatting and laughing as they walked toward their tents, parting ways in front of their respective shelters. Upon returning to the tent, she found that several people had already arrived. Isn't that the one who got a perfect score in the shooting range? A blonde person remarked to those around him. It really is him. I didn't notice before. That filthy kid who never bathed is now all cleaned up. Someone nudged the blonde, casting a glance at Yue Han. Yue Han ignored their whispers and directly returned to her bunk. After wrestling with Su Duo for half the day, she was already fatigued and needed to rest early. Planning to wash up in the bathroom when it was empty later that night. Opening the system panel, she saw her basic life value had increased by 5 points, setting an alarm on her terminal. Yue Han peacefully drifted off to sleep. That night, Yue Han quietly exited her tent, making her way to the bathroom, only to unexpectedly bump into someone at the door, Yi Xiang, who had evidently just arrived as well. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, Yue Han awkwardly exclaimed. What a coincidence indeed. How am I supposed to take a shower now? Yi Xiang had not anticipated her following him tonight, and his expression was chillingly ominous. His gaze dark as it bore into her. Coincidence? His voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried an ominous undertone that made Yue Han sense an impending storm. Let's cut to the chase. There's no use in prolonging this. Give up. Yi Xiang's cold stare fixed on Yue Han as he spoke. What? Yue Han was taken aback by Yi Xiang's words, feeling disoriented. What do you mean by no use? Give up on what? What is wrong with him? She thought. I don't know how you found out when I shower, but I have no peculiar preferences. I don't like men. Yi Xiang bluntly refused her. Huh? Yue Han felt as if struck by lightning. What had he misunderstood? But then she recalled her own actions, feeling it was no wonder he might be confused in a training camp filled with men. There were always a few who couldn't resist the temptation of desire. Did I give you the wrong impression last time? But I must clarify now. Keep your feelings to yourself, Yue Han warned. His words cutting through the air. You're right. Yue Han quickly interrupted him, continuing. But I believe that postnatal care for sows requires feeding them concrete mix number 31. Yue Han could no longer tolerate his ramblings and began to spout nonsense. Yue Han had initially thought she had agreed with him, but upon hearing her follow-up, his eyes narrowed dangerously, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. This little brat mocking him. Yue Han had intended to continue. But the murderous glare from Yue Han silenced her words. Indeed, she had deliberately initiated physical contact with him yesterday, and she couldn't rule out the possibility of provoking him for points in the future. Yue Han pondered for a moment and decided to fabricate a casual excuse. I like you too much. I can't control myself. If I don't see you, I can't eat or sleep, which is why I secretly came to see you. Yue Xiang's anger seemed to evaporate in an instant. He had not anticipated that a man would confess to him after all these years, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He had expected her to brush it off or retort sharply. But her answer was unexpectedly honest and straightforward, which left him feeling nauseated and disgusted. Chapter 14. Clinging to power, Yue Xiang silently scrutinized her, his eyes filled with both curiosity and disdain. Do not continue to provoke me. You are not on my level. Leave my sight before I lose my temper. Yue Xiang's brows were tightly knit as he issued his final ultimatum. Understood. Yue Han realized Yue Xiang might have taken her seriously. Listening to his warning, she knew that provoking him further would not yield favorable results. Yet, seeing the expression on Yue Xiang's face brought her an unbidden sense of satisfaction. It made sense. The last incident with the soap must have startled him. He likely hadn't expected anyone to be so shameless, lying in his arms, groping him, inviting him to pick up soap, and following him to the bathroom to confess. All of it had been rather bold. You go ahead and wash. I'll practice the combat techniques the instructor taught me, Yue Han said, turning to leave. Given her current points, she did not wish to engage with Yue Xiang directly. She had been contemplating how to find an excuse to avoid him. But his direct warning had saved her the trouble. Yue Xiang watched Yue Han's retreating figure, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation, cold, distant, and imbued with an inherent aloofness that made others hesitant to approach him. Yue Xiang disliked bathing with others for a simple reason. The new recruits tended to chatter incessantly, their stench unbearable after a day of training. Even Li Qi would often come over to strike up a conversation. He needed silence, a time for solitude. The most crucial reason, however, was that upon arriving at the new recruits' camp, he had no suppressants. He feared that contact with others would lead him to lose control. Yue Xiang continued to stare until Yue Han's figure vanished from sight before finally opening the door and stepping inside. Yue Han practiced her combat movements for a while before glancing at her terminal. Half an hour had passed, and he should be done washing up, so she meandered back. Leaning outside, she heard no sounds of running water inside, cautiously opening the door just a crack to peek inside. Indeed, he had left, leaving behind only a faint mist of water vapor. Upon entering, Yue Han quickly tipped over the shoe cabinet to block the door, wedging it under the handle. She stripped off her clothes and tossed them into the washing machine. Quickly finishing her shower, standing before the mirror, she began drying her hair. Her hair had grown long enough to cover her eyes entirely, which she found inconvenient, yet to avoid drawing attention, she chose not to trim it, allowing it to grow wild. After drying her hair sufficiently, Yue Han donned her freshly dried training attire, returned the shoe cabinet to its place, and headed back to her dormitory, eager for some much-needed rest. On the following day, Yue Han and Su Duo ran side by side on the sandy track. Boss, when will you choose to run with a weight? Su Duo puffed beside her, carrying a 50-kilogram training backpack. Maybe tomorrow. I'll wait for a couple of days to get accustomed before adding weight, Yue Han replied thoughtfully. The Empire stipulated that to achieve a perfect score of 10 points, one must carry double their body weight. While a score of 6 points indicates a passing grade of carrying their own weight. Carrying weight is my strong suit, Su Duo boasted. It's only the 4th day. If you train well, you can definitely score full marks. Su Duo didn't forget to encourage Yue Han. Su Duo seemed to manage running with the 50-kilogram backpack relatively easily, while Yue Han could only manage the full distance without any weight. I just eat a lot and have to carry a bunch of nutritional liquids and compressed biscuits wherever I go, Su Duo said shyly with a smile. Yue Han contemplated the situation. If there were a wooden barrel made of 3 semicircular boards, then running and combat were like 2 short boards for her. How are shooting and combat scored? What score is needed to pass the assessment? Yue Han asked Su Duo. Shooting involves a total of 10 types of firearms. Scoring 1 point for each firearm is perfect. For combat, it's one-on-one, with a total of 13 points, 3 points for the victory plus a base score. And the remaining 10 points are evaluated by the instructor. To pass the new recruit training camp, the total score across all 3 subjects must be equal to or exceed 20 points. Shooting was Yue Han's strong suit. She was confident she could score a perfect 10 in that. For running, she could only strive for a passing score of 6 points. Whether she could carry double her body weight for a month remained uncertain. Given that uncertainty, she had to prepare for the worst. As for the remaining 4 points, it would come down to combat. How is combat scored? I am uncertain about this as well. It entirely depends on the instructor's grading, which is likely based on technique, strikes, and combat performance. I have heard from other students that there was someone who won a fight and only received an additional 2 points, with a base score of merely 5 points. Conversely, a student who lost was awarded a remarkably high score of 7 points. Su Duo paused mysteriously and remarked that it was said he would rather die than concede, enduring severe injuries to the point of spitting blood without admitting defeat. Holding out until the final second, only to be whisked away for emergency treatment afterward, lying on the medical bed for an entire week. Yue Han raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "A week? That doesn't seem too serious." She recalled her own experience of being bedridden for a month after combat training in her world, left with nothing to do but memorize firearm knowledge. "Boss, which planet are you from? Full body fractures, ruptured organs, and you can recover in just 3 days in a medical pod? Is medical technology really that advanced now?" Realizing she had misspoken, Yue Han quickly changed the subject. "What about you? My goal is to achieve a perfect score of 10 in running, and I estimate I can scrape together 2 points in combat. The rest will depend entirely on firearms. I am counting on you, boss, to guide me and teach me. I am relying on your support," Su Duo exclaimed. "You little rascal, I wondered why you clung to me after shooting training. Turns out you had ulterior motives." Yue Han observed Su Duo's eager smile and uncovered the truth. The two completed their running just in time before the countdown, finished their nutritional drinks, and after a brief rest, entered the shooting training room. Upon entering, Yue Han was swept away by admiration and curiosity. "Wow, boss, you are quite popular. How well did you do on your firearm theory test?" Ignoring the surrounding chatter, she inquired of Su Duo. "Haha," Su Duo sheepishly averted his gaze, unable to meet Yue Han's astonished eyes. "Are you kidding me? Forget it. I can't teach you anything." Yue Han turned to leave. Hey, don't go. You're my only hope, boss." Su Duo hastily followed her, expressing his determination. "You don't believe in me, but do you not believe in yourself?" "I don't. Please, if you don't teach me, I won't pass the test, and my parents will kill me when I get home." "I'll do anything to repay you. Boss, please teach me. It's just a theory test. I'll memorize everything tonight. Boss, don't ignore me." Su Duo chattered incessantly in Yue Han's ear. "Do you have any money?" Yue Han suddenly asked. Yes. My dad makes nutritional supplements. How much do you need, boss?" Su Duo's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. His family had plenty to spare. Chapter 15 Yue Han versus Yixiang. Yue Han was unaware of the inflation within the game's economy and the actual value of money, so she continued the inquiry. "What do you think? A qualified firearm is worth 100,000 star coins. Does that work?" Su Duo offered her a price above market value, believing she was worth it given her skills. "All right," Yue Han agreed without hesitation. She had no intention of extorting him, but merely wished to keep some funds for herself. In this new recruit camp, there were no opportunities to spend or earn money. Regardless of whether you were the son of a wealthy tycoon or the heir of a conglomerate, everyone entered with empty pockets. The outside world was entirely unfamiliar to her, so Yue Han chose to secure some cash just in case. "However, I can only give you the money outside the camp. My funds are on my own terminal. And inside the camp, we all have to use the terminals issued by the instructors. Don't worry." Yue Han was aware that even if she were given the money during training, it would be futile. Yue Han and Su Duo walked to an unoccupied shooting spot, where she handed him a handgun. "I'll teach you about the handgun first. You must memorize at least one firearm knowledge topic before tonight." "Okay, rest assured, boss," Su Duo quickly promised, fearing Yue Han might change her mind. "Relax, stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, and balance your weight between your toes and heels to maintain stability." Su Duo adjusted his stance for one-handed shooting as she instructed, while Yue Han carefully observed and offered occasional adjustments. "Very good. Now, raise your arm, your shoulder, and eyes should align with the target in a straight line. Remember to breathe steadily, and then pull the trigger during your exhale. The gunfire rang out, and the bullet whizzed past, accurately hitting the target point. 8 points. I actually scored 8 points, Su Duo exclaimed in delight, turning to Yue Han. Boss, you need to adjust my stance. I can't believe I hit 8 points. I used to struggle just to hit the target. Yue Han smiled approvingly. You're not too dim, but when you pulled the trigger, your weight shifted slightly. She pointed out his shortcomings and guided him to correct them. What's this? You didn't seek my guidance. Yue Han crossed his arms and watched Yue Han and Su Duo, commenting, Enough, you're so busy. You have a bunch of students to attend to. How can you compare to this one-on-one training? Yuan Jie pointed out. This cadet's shooting skills are catching up to mine. Yue Han had to concede. You can't compare to him. Look at his age. He has an immeasurable future ahead of him and will surely surpass you eventually. Yuan Jie immediately chimed in. What do you mean? Are you implying I'm old? After the shooting training, Yue Han and Su Duo took a brief break before joining the larger group for combat training. Today will be a one-on-one simulated combat. I will randomly assign teams, and you will take turns battling on stage. Falling off the stage or surrendering will be considered a loss. Yu Jinfeng announced the training content from the platform. My goodness, my legs haven't fully recovered yet. With my abilities, I could just surrender to avoid being beaten. That I hope I don't get paired with someone formidable. The students below grumbled among themselves. Silence! What nonsense are you all spouting? Yu Jinfeng shouted. Look at your terminals. The system has randomly assigned your opponents and numbers. Proceed to the stage in order. Yue Han raised her terminal and glanced at her number, which was 12. Upon checking her opponent, her vision blurred. Yi Xiang? Just yesterday, she had confessed to him, and now they were pitted against each other. Yi Xiang was probably seething with unresolved anger, and she was foolishly presenting herself as a target. Goodness, boss, how could you draw the short straw? Of all people, you got him. Su Duo glanced at his terminal and cast a sympathetic look her way. Whatever comes, I shall face it. I don't believe he can truly harm me in front of everyone. She thought, determined. Boss, if it gets too intense, just surrender. Yue Han remained silent. No matter what, she was unwilling to concede. What number are you? I'm number 5. As for my opponent, I don't know him either. I have no idea how strong he is. After speaking, Su Duo began scanning the area for his opponent. Yue Han, unable to resist, glanced at Yi Xiang to gauge his reaction, only to find their gazes locking. Yi Xiang frowned, fire flickering in his eyes. He is truly enraged. He is still holding a grudge against me, Yue Han thought, pinching her forehead as she withdrew her gaze. Su Duo was the first to take the stage. But his opponent was significantly stronger. After a few moves, Su Duo surrendered and jumped off the stage. Yue Han watched as Yu Jinfeng called out numbers one by one, feeling like a doomed soul awaiting the Grim Reaper's summons. Ultimately, her number arrived. Number 12, step up to the stage for combat. Yue Han stood up and walked to the platform. Facing Yi Xiang, he removed his outer garment, tossing it aside, revealing only a thin training tank top. The distance between them was merely a few meters. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them as they awaited the instructor's signal to begin. Previously, Yue Han had pursued Yi Xiang and thrown herself into his arms. Surely he would resort to underhanded tactics now. Although Yue Han was quite proficient in shooting, combat was an entirely different matter. In less than a round, Yi Xiang could bring the fight to a swift conclusion. Whispers of speculation rose from the audience below. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Yu Jinfeng's voice marked the commencement of their duel. Yue Han seized the initiative, lunging forward with a swift step, her right fist striking like lightning towards Yi Xiang's face. He remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to evade her punch, then suddenly bending and thrusting his knee sharply into her ribs. Yue Han swiftly retracted her fist, smoothly transitioning to defend against Yi Xiang's fierce assault. Disregarding the pain radiating from her hand, while simultaneously sweeping her left leg towards his waist, Yi Xiang was taken aback that she managed to dodge his attack. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he quickly regained his composure, blocking with his arm, then closing the distance to deliver a powerful elbow strike aimed at her chest. Yue Han agilely stepped back, evading the elbow strike, and immediately countered with a spinning kick aimed at Yi Xiang's head. The kick was executed at a tricky angle with unyielding force, but Yi Xiang leaned back to avoid her flying kick. Wow, what is going on with Yue Han? She has withstood so many of his attacks and can still counter. Yue Han herself felt a surge of doubt. She could clearly sense that her opponent was not using his full strength, more like testing her capabilities. Why? Well, she wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet moving like the wind, while Yue Han's chest heaved rapidly, her bones crackling with excitement. Wei Yixiong also sensed the exhilaration from his opponent, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. As he had initially assumed, she was merely a frivolous fighter. One need not exert full effort. A mere lackadaisical approach would suffice for this individual to lose the match. Unexpectedly, she grew increasingly fierce and relentless. Exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Chapter 16. 18 touches. Yixiong seized the ankle of her opponent's kicking foot, only to find that Yue Han, leveraging the momentum, leapt into the air, twisting her body, and delivered a kick with her other leg towards Yixiong. The move defied logic. Even while he grasped one of her feet, she managed to propel her other foot towards him, suspended in midair. This unexpected maneuver stunned Yixiong, and in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he found her foot perilously close to his face. There was no evading it. He could only shift to avoid critical injury, absorbing the blow and executing a roll to the ground. What on earth is happening? That kick was astounding, leaving no room for retreat and catching Yixiong entirely off guard. Incredible. Boss, take him down. The shock of this kick affected not only Yixiong, but everyone watching from the sidelines. Yet, those with a solid grasp of martial arts understood the gravity of the situation that he couldn't endure for long. Yixiong had not fought with full force, and after that kick, he would likely unleash his true strength. Li Qi cautioned those around him. He had come to understand Yixiong's capabilities. If he were to go all out, Yue Han would surely falter. However, he was perplexed as to why Yixiong was holding back. It was about to conclude. Yue Han displayed commendable technique. Her movements were sharp, and her strategic thinking was astute, managing to surprise her opponent. Yet, the most critical element she lacked was power. Yu Jinfeng shook his head in disappointment and continued. Strength. Wei Yixiong sprang to his feet, the kick merely grazing his jaw. Despite the injury, he felt no anger and was nearly overcome with laughter. A spark of vigor ignited within him, and he had to concede that Yue Han possessed some skill. Piquing his interest, Yue Han realized that her single opportunity had slipped away. This form of assault could only succeed once, and a second attempt would yield no results. Wei Yixiong adjusted his stance and charged at Yue Han with untraceable speed. His afterimage flickering, before she could discern his technique, a searing pain shot through her leg, and her body lost balance, collapsing downward. Her field of vision plummeted, but she reacted swiftly, rolling to absorb the fall. Yet Yixiong was even faster, denying her any respite. His silver hair glinted as his leg, slicing through the air with a whoosh, struck her abdomen, causing her to slide backwards several meters. Yue Han lay on the ground, arching her back, nearly prostrate, her fist pressed against the earth, sweat streaming down her face as she gasped for breath. Damn it, I can't withstand this. It's too fast. I can barely see what's happening. Are you conceding? Yixiong inquired, glancing at her state, his tone surprisingly gentle. What was meant as a kind suggestion resonated in Yue Han's ears as a blatant provocation. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she defiantly pushed herself up from the ground, her fists bracing against the floor. Concede? What a joke. Upon seeing her rise, Yixiong resumed his onslaught, his movements swift and powerful, each strike landing squarely on Yue Han. She attempted to defend herself, but her strength was evidently no match for his. Under his relentless assault, she retreated repeatedly, appearing utterly disheveled, left to endure his blows unilaterally. It hurts. It hurts everywhere. It's as though my entire body is falling apart. Where is he getting all this power? How is he executing those whip-like kicks? Or should I defend? The students watching from the stands could feel Yixiong's terrifying prowess, their expressions turning grave. Some even stood up, anxiously sweating for Yue Han. Boss, if you can't take it, just surrender, many duos shouted, unable to contain his concern as he witnessed Yue Han shielding her head. There's no way out. Retreat is the only option. Yue Han clasped her hands tightly around her head, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do. She frantically searched her memory for various tactics and attacks, only to discover that none of her techniques were effective against Yixiong. To win, she would need to employ a trick. Yue Han recalled every detail about Yixiong, from the smallest expressions to find a path to victory. Eureka! As Yixiong observed his opponent, now utterly defenseless, she threw a punch, barely evaded by Yue Han. When she retracted her hand, he noticed her fingers grazing the inner side of his arm. Was it a mere illusion? Soon, Yixiong realized it was no illusion. Her fist aimed at his waist, she sidestepped, but her fingers brushed lightly against his lower back, leaving a peculiar sensation. When he employed a side kick, She deliberately brushed her knee against his leg, causing him to shudder involuntarily. When he attempted an elbow strike, she exhaled heated breath against his chest, sending tingles through him. Yi Xiong was nearly bewildered by her antics. Gradually, beads of sweat formed on his fair forehead, his pupils and the muscles around his eyes quivering violently. His breathing became heavy and labored. The prominent veins on his long, slender neck bulged, pulsating with intensity as perspiration trickled down. It's so hot. It feels like I'm on fire. Watching Yue Han grow bolder, Yi Xiong felt his ears flush crimson. The atmosphere in the room became decidedly strange. The spectators witnessed the two individuals who had been locked in a fierce battle just moments before now engaging in what appeared to be flirtation. What on earth are they doing? Yu Jinfeng couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Is this something we should be witnessing? It seems Yue Han is utterly infatuated with Yi Xiong, not even hesitating to tease him at such a moment. You don't understand. Boss is employing cunning strategy. This is tactical warfare, okay? Mini Duo quickly defended Yue Han's actions. Yue Han was acutely aware that she could never win against Yi Xiong through brute force, but she could certainly perturb and distract him. Each time he launched a fierce attack, aiming with all his might, he was compelled to alter his trajectory to avoid her physical contact. Not only did Yue Han escape injury, but she also accrued a significant amount of contact points, thoroughly exploring him in the process. As she drew near, she could almost hear the thunderous beating of his heart, her hands feeling the intense heat radiating from his body. Yi Xiong was taken aback by her shamelessness, as well as his own. Feeling an unexpected urge to continue indulging in this sensation, he dared not ponder further. No, I can't allow this to happen. Li Qi, observing Yi Xiong on stage, furrowed his brow. Having grown up alongside him, he alone understood the severity of Yi Xiong's skin hunger. He typically relied on suppressants to engage with others, and while he could report his condition to receive medication upon entering the camp, Yi Xiong chose to forego the medication to avoid drawing attention. Since entering the camp, he had maintained a facade of cleanliness to avoid contact, even insisting on showering alone. Li Qi remained close by, always ready to cover for him. Unable to shake his concern as he scrutinized Yi Xiong on stage, that moment, caught in an internal struggle, Yi Xiong recalled the events of that day in the shower, where she had been just as bold. A muffled groan escaped his throat, audible only to himself, the overwhelming sensation coursing through him, sending shivers down his spine. Yue Han had long since recognized his peculiar state, but she was too dazed by the allure of points, her mind consumed by their clamor. Droplets of sweat cascaded down her silver hair, dripping from her chin, her back already soaked through with perspiration. Yi Xiong could neither continue nor afford to relent. If he did, he would undoubtedly lose control, exposing his vulnerabilities before everyone. As Yue Han's hand approached once more, he resolved to seize it. Chapter 17. A foolish idea. Yue Han realized that her opponent's attacks had gradually shifted to grappling techniques. Even her attempts to sneak a touch were thwarted by his restraint. His once lethal strikes had transformed into attempts to capture her. Panic surged within Yue Han as she realized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Yi Xiong capitalized on the moment, employing his formidable strength to firmly grasp her arm while leaning his weight onto her, pinning her to the ground. Yue Han struggled, utilizing her flexibility to free one hand, but Yi Xiong swiftly mounted her waist, pinning one of her arms beneath his foot while securing her only remaining movable wrist with his hand. Yue Han found herself pinned against the edge of the ring. Capturing you is no easy feat, Yi Xiong remarked, his voice thick with emotion and uncertainty. Yue Han, panting heavily in defiance, gazed at their positions. He perched atop her waist, his long legs spread, one foot firmly pressing down on her right forearm. And with one hand, he restrained her upper body, rendering her entirely immobilized. Despite her desperate struggles, Yi Xiong remained unyielding, forcing her to stifle a groan and shut her eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment of her struggle, when a glimpse of her eye momentarily broke free from her hair, Yi Xiong was momentarily captivated by her beauty. As he watched the dark strands of hair cascade over her eyes, he lost control of his hand, lifting his leg from her forearm and using one hand to pin her wrists behind her head, freeing the other to brush aside the hair obscuring her features. Even with her eyes tightly shut, her beauty could not be concealed. Her porcelain-like skin gleamed with smoothness, her brows exuding both strength and elegance, the curve of her brow adding a touch of liveliness. Her straight, delicate nose and slightly quivering eyelashes evoked a sense of allure. "Open your eyes," he commanded, his voice hoarse and intimidating. Feigning ignorance, Yue Han ignored him. Unperturbed by her silence, Yi Xiong slid his slender fingers into her hair. Feeling the dampness of her sweat-soaked strands glide through his fingers, as he reached the tips, he suddenly exerted force, compelling her to tilt her head back and open her eyes. Her gaze, filled with defiance and anger, locked onto his without flinching. Yue Han was momentarily jolted by her piercing gaze. Though she was clearly the one being suppressed, she exhibited no trace of fear, weakness, or cowardice. Instead, she stood with the wild, proud demeanor of an untamed wolf. Yue Han, unwilling to remain passive, was taken aback when he dared to tug at her hair. Infuriated, he observed Yi Xiang staring blankly at her, and suddenly, a devious idea crossed his mind. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiang noticed the provocative glint in Yue Han's eyes fade away, only to be replaced by a new expression directed at him. Her demeanor transformed into one of alluring charm. Exuding an intoxicating temptation that ensnared him. Yue Xiang felt a sharp ringing in his ears, as if a piercing shriek had erupted within his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. What was he doing? His hands trembled, nearly losing their grip on her, and his pupils dilated. Have you accepted my confession? Yi Xiang couldn't hear her voice, fixating instead on her luscious, crimson lips, suddenly overwhelmed by an intense thirst. Craving her like a parched traveler seeks an oasis. Sensing Yi Xiang's distraction, Yue Han took a deep breath, summoned all her strength, and with a powerful push from her legs, she lifted him. As he lost his balance, he instinctively released her hand. With her newfound freedom, Yue Han swiftly darted away from beneath him. Seizing the opportunity as he stood up, using one leg as a pivot, she executed a high-difficulty spinning kick that sent Yi Xiang tumbling off the edge of the arena. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground below. Wow! Boss, you're amazing, many duo exclaimed, jumping to their feet in excitement. What happened to Yi Xiang? Did he underestimate her and get slapped in the face? What a turnaround! Incredible! Yue Han paid no mind to the cheers from below as she approached the edge of the arena, playing with fire. Huh? What do you say, Yi classmate? She looked down at him from her elevated position. Her earlier allure replaced by a cold, disdainful demeanor. Yue Xiang sat below the arena, fully aware that she had outsmarted him yet again, feeling like a mere clown in her presence. He lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to discern his own expression, but Yue Han could see his tightly clenched fist trembling slightly. Are you all right, Xiang? Li Qi rushed up from the audience, eager to assist him. Help me ask the instructor for a leave. I'm not feeling well. Yue Xiang evaded Li Qi's supportive hand, unsteadily rising to his feet without acknowledging anyone, and directly exited the training arena. As Yue Han watched him leave the combat training room, she jumped down from the fighting platform. Boss, you're truly impressive. Many duo chimed in beside her. It was just luck. Otherwise, I could never have beaten him. Are you in pain? Boss, how are you feeling? Did Yue Xiang fall ill? Why did he seem so strange during the latter part of the fight? Many duo bombarded her with questions. It doesn't hurt as much now. Just rest. He must be exhausted. Yue Han casually fabricated a reason. All right, let's sit back down. There's still more fighting to watch. After facing off with Yi Xiang, she realized how vastly different their strengths were, and she needed to elevate her own abilities swiftly. After the combat training ended, Yue Han returned to her dormitory but found herself unable to sleep. She felt inadequate. Had she not won through sheer surprise, she would have surely lost. She wondered about Yi Xiang's bizarre state during their matches. Did he perhaps have a hidden ailment? Suddenly recalling that during their bout, her mind had been flooded with system notifications of increasing points, she opened her panel to discover she had gained 30 points. After careful consideration, she opted to spend 5 points on a medicine to alleviate her menstrual discomfort. Allocating the remainder to boost her health, she opened her terminal, reminding Mini Duo not to forget the weaponry knowledge, and took a moment to rest before heading to the bathroom. Upon entering, Yue Han glanced at the time. Typically, Yi Xiang would be bathing at this hour, yet he was conspicuously absent. It seemed he was deliberately avoiding her. For several consecutive days, she failed to encounter him in the bathroom during running training. He consistently sprinted ahead at full speed, creating the maximum distance between them. When collecting nutritional suppressants, he arrived just as the last of the crowd had finished in shooting practice. He always stood at the innermost shooting point. During combat training, they were no longer grouped together, and as time passed, Yue Han nearly forgot they had ever trained alongside one another. Days turned into weeks, and before long, half a month had slipped by. Yue Han gradually became capable of completing the full distance while carrying a 30-kilogram load. Under her guidance, Mini Duo finally memorized all the weaponry knowledge and achieved a perfect score on 4 firearms. Yue Han's foundational physical limit had also increased to 600 due to her relentless training. Chapter 18. The second story mission boss. There are just over 10 days until the exam. Are you confident? Many duo asked as they rested together after finishing their morning run. That I have confidence. But if I don't believe in myself, how can I continue to improve? Yue Han replied with determination in her gaze. We're already 2/3 through the process, and I've only achieved a perfect score on 4 firearms, Sai. Boss, you're a great teacher, but I must be too dull-witted, Many Duo lamented, drooping his head. Have you decided which academy to apply to? Many Duo shifted the topic. Are there many academies? Yue Han was under the impression there were only a few established ones within the empire. She was surprised to learn there were so many options. I haven't thought it through. Which ones are good? She inquired. There are 3 special academies. One is the Empire's only medical academy, which mainly trains doctors and specializes in medicine. This school is renowned for its expertise in using toxins during competitions, resulting in minimal casualties. Then there's the Kata Technology Academy, where the weapons, terminals, and various machinery we use are developed. Their competition weapons are the most advanced, and the new models are often leaked from their contests. Lastly, there's the United Academy, which comprises various hybrid and assimilated beings. This school is not well known and doesn't participate in the annual competitions. Yue Han began to comprehend. The Only Medical Academy focuses on medicine and toxins, while the Kata Technology Academy specializes in technological and mechanical innovation. Neither of these piqued her interest. That I should probably choose a standard academy, she mused, realizing the system's task only required her to pass the rookie camp. With no indication of what to do next. Which one, then? Southie Academy or Dianfeng Academy? There are so many options. Which one do you want to attend? Many Duo pressed. How would I know what academies are available? Yue Han retorted, IT must be Lan Academy. It's the top academy in the empire, the aspiration of every student. Who wouldn't want it as their first choice? Many Duo's excitement faded as he continued. But it's incredibly difficult. I've heard that after passing the rookie test, there's an additional assessment with a success rate of less than 1 in 10. Ding. System automatically accepts the mission. Complete the additional assessment to enter Lan Academy. Wait, didn't we just discuss this? Why did the system automatically accept the mission? Host, this mission is triggered after passing the rookie camp. It has activated early. Are you saying that if I pass the rookie training camp, there will be an automatic mission to enter Lan Academy afterward? Yes, because Lan Academy has an important male supporting character. Another male supporting character? The system fell into silence once more. What in the world is this? Am I to be forever bound by this system? Wherever I go, it restricts me, continuously triggering male supporting character missions. Rest assured, the male supporting characters from the Empire and Lan Academy are even more outstanding. The system reminded her, why should I care whether the male supporting characters are exceptional or not? What I care about is how you're dragging me around to chase after men. Yue Han realized the system could not comprehend her frustration and chose not to waste her breath any further. Why does everyone want to attend Lan Academy? Yue Han suddenly asked. Seriously, boss, you really don't know, or are just pretending. Everyone knows Lan Academy is the finest in the empire. With strict admission standards that only select the elite. IT has a comprehensive educational system, outstanding faculty, and chief instructors teaching classes. IT boasts advanced facilities, private dormitories, and a wealth of resources. Wait, private dormitories? Yue Han was captivated. It had been ages since she had the luxury of sleeping without clothes, fearing discovery and bundling herself tightly in her blankets, even sneaking around to bathe in the dead of night. Yes, 2 people share a room, but it has 2 separate spaces for privacy, while the bathroom, lounge, and study are communal. My dream is to attend Lan Academy. She suddenly found her goal, to have a private dormitory. What does the additional assessment entail? What kind of tests are involved? Yue Han eagerly inquired. Oh, boss, you overestimate me. I have no idea. I've heard that each year's tests are different and determined solely by the chief instructor, who has his own criteria. Chief instructor? Who is that? And what do they do? Yue Han pressed. His name is Wan Ai. He is the recruitment officer for Lan Academy, overseeing admissions across the entire star system at this time of year. However, his title of chief instructor is merely a position in the empire. His actual role is only known to those associated with the Star Dome, that he follows directives but does not announce them. Although his position may not be as prominent as that of the chief instructors, his authority is unmatched. After he assumed the position of chief instructor, the fixed assessments were replaced with different tests each year, depriving all students of the opportunity to prepare resulting in a precipitous decline in pass rates. Yue Han felt a throbbing headache. The System-S tasks became increasingly arduous. She could barely manage the newcomer S test. But this sudden additional assessment lacked any discernible pattern or requirements, leaving her fate to chance. Overthinking only exacerbated her headache, so Yue Han chose to let herself off the hook. Let us go. Enough said. Time to fetch the nutrient solution. Yue Han glanced at her terminal. It was time. You go ahead. Boss. I'll swap some items with the instructor, she said softly to Su Duo. Nodding, Yue Han approached the line and stood among the others, staring at the terminal in her hands. Why are you cutting in line? A disgruntled voice came from behind her. I'll stand wherever I please. Who do you think you are to tell me otherwise? The coarse, aggressive voice snagged Yue Han's attention as she turned to see a burly man, Shan, looming behind her. I was here first. You don't need to lecture me on queuing. I can stand wherever I like, he declared, grabbing the collar of the student he had cut in front of and throwing him out of the line. Shan, you're just relying on your father's reputation. I want to stoop to your level, the student retorted, dusting himself off as he walked away. Shan, why does that name sound so familiar? Yue Han pondered. Such minor skirmishes were commonplace, and everyone had grown accustomed to them. She frowned at Shan, only to unexpectedly spot Yixiang behind him. Hadn't he always avoided her? He never fetched nutrient solutions alongside her. Confused, Yue Han turned back. Ding, the system is automatically detecting. Key character in the plot detected. Shan. Automatic triggering of original game plot. Damn it, that's why this name sounded so familiar. The system had mentioned it before. Could it be that your tasks rely solely on queuing to trigger? Yue Han felt a wave of despair wash over her as the original game's plot rapidly played out in her mind. Chapter 19. Interrupted tasks. Yue Han, standing in line, gasped for breath. After a night spent with the instructor, she had been enjoying a much easier time due to the instructor's clandestine support. She recalled the instructor's request for her to seek him out again tonight. She instinctively pressed her legs together. Suddenly, a leg wedged in from behind. She let out a sound of protest, prompting the man behind her to reach around her waist, his hands grasping and kneading at her sides. I've had my eye on you for a while. I saw you enter the instructor's tent and witnessed what you did with him. Your voice is simply enchanting. He greedily licked at her ear. I've been dying to taste you. With that, he pressed himself closer. Stop. Don't move. Yue Han pushed back with both hands. Instead of relenting, Shan pressed further. You wouldn't want everyone in the training camp to discover you're a girl. Would you? Yue Han felt her strength ebb away. Leaning against the man behind her. Be good. Don't move. With that, Shan encircled her waist with one arm and covered her mouth with the other, pulling her away from the crowd. Plot reception complete. Please proceed with the plot actions. Host. Damn. Yue Han cursed silently. Her previous task had merely involved being pulled into an embrace, but this one was far more direct. I've never even interacted with the instructor in the plot. How could this task have such a flaw? She hurriedly asked aloud. Host, the plot will automatically repair any flaws. Shan is inherently bisexual and enjoys tormenting attractive boys and girls. Even without the instructor's interference, he would still pursue you due to his lecherous nature. Must I follow the plot? That's not necessary. As long as you can complete the plot and there are no deviations at the final node, it will suffice. Due to differing preconditions, the task's progression may vary. He should not realize you are a girl, which would lead to differences from the original game's plot. This task does not require active seduction. It unfolds passively. Yue Han stood still, feeling the subtle touches along her thigh and waist. Her gaze turned icy as she fought the urge to retch, standing her ground. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The plot's endpoint involved being taken away by him. If she proactively went with him now, bypassing the preceding plot, would she not directly complete this final plot point? And then could she subdue him outside the plot? Was that feasible? As Yue Han contemplated her strategy, a bold hand encircled her waist, another trailing down her side. I've had my sights on you for quite some time. He breathed heavily against her ear. Yue Han was about to speak up, ready to follow him, but then a scream erupted from behind, and the hands that had been lingering on her vanished. Get your hands off me, you bastard. Yixiang ignored the outcry, ruthlessly breaking four of Shan's fingers and kicking him out of the line. I don't appreciate line cutters. Move to the back. His cold voice carried a clear warning. Just you wait. Shan, realizing he couldn't contend with Yixiang, clutched his injured hand and shot him a venomous glare before turning to leave. Yue Han turned and collided with Yixiang's deep gray eyes, filled with emotions she could not decipher, dark and brooding, his anger simmering like a volcano ready to erupt. You truly are indiscriminate in your company," he remarked, his words sharp and biting as they escaped his alluring lips. Yue Han felt he was losing his mind. After the fight, he was in a strange state he couldn't comprehend. The events of that day replayed endlessly in his dreams, her movements, her words, the alluring expression she wore, constantly stimulating his senses. He felt the tension within him reaching a breaking point, struggling to control his cravings. He chose to avoid her, yet found himself unable to resist observing her. After running drills, he had initially intended to grab the nutrient solution one last time, only to see Sha Dingshan leering at her from afar. He recognized that man, the son of the planet's chief, notorious for his misdeeds, before entering the training camp. He had used his father's name to monopolize beautiful boys and girls. It was said that he had coerced several young boys into submission during training. Seeing Sha Dingshan's greedy gaze fixed on Yue Han, he instinctively positioned himself a place back to shield her. But to his dismay, that man had cut in line right in front of him. What he witnessed next was appalling. The disgusting Sha Dingshan pressed against her, touching her waist, and Yue Han appeared utterly unfazed, neither resisting nor rejecting his advances. A wave of unnameable bitterness surged within Yue Han, prompting him to step forward and drive the man away, unable to suppress his scornful words. Hearing his taunts, Yue Han couldn't help but flinch, realizing her image in his eyes had been irrevocably tarnished. Host's task objective has been interrupted by another task objective. Progress is paused. Retaining original advancement. No penalties will be imposed for interruptions caused by another task objective. Please complete the task within 10 days. As the announcement echoed in her mind, Yue Han let out a sigh of relief, meeting Yue Han's gaze. If you want to agree to be sought out, can I not seek others for distraction? Initially grateful for his interruption of the task, Yue Han's irritation flared at his sharp words, prompting her to retort. There was no helping it. She simply didn't respond well to hard tactics. The man across from her blushed crimson at her words. Did her affection hold such little value that rejection would simply lead her to the next target, even if it were Sha Dingshan? She would not turn him away. Why not accompany me for a distraction? I'll refrain from seeking him out. Yue Han's fingers traced circles on his chest. Are you joking? Absolutely not. Yue Han swatted her hand away and turned to leave. The two parted on bitter terms, and Yue Han endured several days devoid of interruptions. Her days filled solely with tedious training alongside Su Duo. As the assessment approached, the instructor lifted all training restrictions, allowing them to choose their training times and categories freely. Unlike Su Duo, who focused solely on shooting and spent every day at the shooting range, Yue Han directed her efforts toward weighted runs and combat training. The two hadn't seen each other for days, only communicating through their terminals. One day, Yue Han attempted to bear twice her body weight for a trial run, but unsurprisingly, she exceeded the time limit. Ultimately, she settled for a stable one-time load, completing it in 6 minutes. Afterward, she dove headlong into combat training, eyes wide open, training until exhaustion took her. During this time, she began to see Yue Han almost daily. Compared to his previous deliberate avoidance, he seemed to have found some semblance of peace, returning to his original demeanor. He passed by her several times during training. Although training was monotonous, Yue Han never wavered for a moment. She needed to work hard to bridge the gap in physical strength between herself and the others. Each time she checked the steadily rising base vitality from her training, Yue Han felt the burden lift slightly, instilling her with hope. Chapter 20, Who Hunts Whom? On the 5th day of the countdown, the coach urgently summoned everyone to the combat training room to announce two significant matters. The first was that the chief instructor had drawn the lot for Huasha Star this year and would personally attend the rookie assessment. The second announcement revealed that this chief instructor, with a sweeping gesture, deemed the assessment too simplistic and decided to merge the separate weighted running and shooting tests into one. The new rule mandated that after completing a weighted run, participants would immediately carry a weighted pack to complete the shooting assessment within a specified time. This alteration imposed unprecedented pressure on all trainees. Previously, the two tests were conducted separately, allowing for a recovery period in between. Now, with the tests combined, there was no opportunity for rest, and the shooting training was adversely affected. The instructors even relocated the shooting equipment to the sandy track to facilitate training under the new regulations. This news incited widespread discontent among the students, who lamented the change. During the day, the tents were eerily empty, as no one dared to rest. Boss, I barely managed to hit 8 shots in the target zone. Now, thanks to this chief instructor's changes, I can only manage 3. Many, who had consistently trained in the shooting room, found themselves on the sandy track for the first time in ages. gazing at the firearms at the end of the track. He lamented, after the weighted run, I could only score 3. Yue Han was no better off. Even her most confident shots felt uncertain. The physical toll from the weighted run was too great, and carrying the pack while shooting left her hands trembling. After completing the entire course, she could barely manage a score of 7 to D. Oh, you think this chief instructor, Shanding Mountain, is doing this on purpose, fearing that we might succeed. The rookie training camp's pass rate could reach 75. And with this change, I doubt it will even hit 50. Many expressed his grievances. How can Yi Xiang achieve full marks under these conditions? Many suddenly pointed towards Yi Xiang, who seemed unaffected by the new requirements. He effortlessly completed the task, and the disparity with his performance left Yue Han restless. I'm going to keep practicing. Do you want to join me? You go ahead. I can't. I need to rest a bit. Minnie replied hastily, waving his hands in distress. Yue Han nodded and continued training late into the night. As she observed the sparse number of remaining individuals on the sandy track, she glanced at her terminal and noted it was already past 10. She decided to return to the tent for a brief rest before heading to the shower. Boss, you haven't rested yet, have you? Just took a break. Heading back now. Yue Han and Minnie chatted through their terminals, oblivious to the figure approaching from behind. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the darkness, clamping tightly over her mouth while another hand locked around her waist. Startled, Yue Han immediately struggled, driving her elbow forcefully into the intruder's ribcage. A rough voice, stifled with pain, growled, "Damn it, be still, or I'll kill you." The menacing tone brushed against Yue Han's ear, and she quickly recognized the person behind her was Shanding Mountain, just as she was about to retaliate. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Host task objective has appeared. Task progress continues. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The timing was indeed fortuitous, sparing her the need to seek him out. Yue Han ceased her struggle. Standing quietly in Shanding Mountain's embrace, he noticed her compliance and smirked with satisfaction. If you behave, I won't harm you, understand? Yue Han nodded obediently, her eyes obscured by her hair, silently burning with restrained fury. Awaiting the moment to erupt, Shanding Mountain, gazing at her hair, felt a thrill of satisfaction at her compliance. Loosening his grip around her waist, "So obedient," he exclaimed at the tent for resting is ahead. Let's south find another place. Yue Han's voice slipped from his grasp. Shanding Mountain shared the same thought, dragging her towards the tent where the instructors rested during the day. Upon entering the tent, Shanding Mountain closed the curtain with his foot without releasing her, continuing to embrace her while greedily staring at her alabaster neck. Without granting Yue Han a moment to react, he bit down fiercely. Damn it, this lunatic, he can't possibly be rabid. The system had yet to complete its task, and she felt her patience waning. The sharp pain surged through her, causing Yue Han to shudder involuntarily, evidently pleasing him. To attract Yi Xiang. How could she be anything ordinary? Shanding Mountain released his grip, savoring the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Raising a hand to tilt Yue Han's chin, forcing her to look up at him, as her hair cascaded down her back, he finally beheld her face, and he gasped, "Damn, you little enchantress. No wonder Yi Xiang is so protective of you. How many times have you two been involved? His attempts to get close to you were thwarted by him. Heaven knows how much I've longed for this moment. Now, I've finally captured you." Yue Han's face stirred something deep within him, and he greedily swallowed. Why Yi Xiang is secretly protecting me, driving away Shanding Mountain? But doesn't he despise me? Yue Han pondered, realization dawning upon her. And no wonder she had encountered Yi Xiang so frequently in recent days. He had been watching over her. He has been by my side all along. Yue Han furrowed her brow, unable to suppress her curiosity. If it weren't for him, could I have endured this much? This time. No one can save you. Shanding Mountain grinned wickedly. Why do you think I need saving? Her voice was as frigid as ice shards falling. The system had already alerted her that the task was complete. No further pretense was necessary. What? Shanding Mountain clearly perceived the eerie expression on Yue Han's face, her calm demeanor sending a chill of fear through him, instinctively loosening his grip on her chin. When did you develop this? Is it merely your illusion of hunting me? As he withdrew his hand from her chin, Yue Han turned to face him. Or is it I who am hunting you? Her tone was audaciously provocative. She resembled a predator locking onto its prey, her gaze deep and filled with aggression, causing Shanding Mountain to break into a cold sweat. Don't try to play calm here, he chuckled dryly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. True or false, a test will reveal all. Yue Han raised an eyebrow, signaling him to proceed. Damn it, you look down on me, don't you? Shanding Mountain transformed his palm into a fist and aimed for her chin. "I'll knock you out, and then have my way with you." Yue Han swiftly sidestepped, seizing the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, driving her knee into his face with all her might. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, followed by a spray of blood. Shanding Mountain staggered back, clutching his broken nose as blood poured from his fingers. "I'll kill you," he snarled, his expression contorted like a demon. Chapter 21. Desire. Yue Han swiftly raised a foot, targeting the artery on his neck with incredible speed. Shanding Mountain hurriedly dodged, but still felt the rush of her leg graze his neck. The pressure on his artery caused him to black out momentarily. In the next instant, a fist struck his abdomen with thunderous force. Ugh, cough, cough. Agonizing pain radiated from his stomach as he bent over. Kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, his darkened eyes lifted just in time to see Yue Han's combat boots halting in front of him. She raised her foot and kicked at his shoulder, sending Shanding Mountain sprawling to the ground. He could hardly comprehend how she had executed her attack. Yue Han's voice rang from above. "Stay away from me. If their essay next time, it won't be so simple." Though she yearned to kill him, she knew that doing so would only lead to her being forcibly withdrawn from training and facing a military tribunal. He wasn't worth such consequences. But to prevent further harassment, Yue Han decided to leave a lasting impression. She drew the military knife hidden in her boot and plunged it half a centimeter into the ground beneath him. The blade barely grazing his vulnerable spot, slicing through his pants. Shanding Mountain, writhing in pain on the ground, froze at the sight of the glinting blade near his lower half. He understood this was her warning. As warm liquid uncontrollably spilled forth, he had actually wet himself. Yue Han disdainfully sheathed the knife. It was a gift from many for self-defense, and she cherished it, nearly sullying it. After concealing the knife back in her military boot, she captured his disheveled state on her terminal. "You wouldn't want the entire training camp to see you like this, would you?" Yue Han smirked wickedly. Shanding Mountain, witnessing the malicious grin on her face, realized that Yue Han was far more terrifying than Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong merely obstructed him silently. Yue Han was the true demon cloaked in a beautiful guise. "Answer me." Yue Han's boot pressed against his face, twisting repeatedly. "I don't want to. I don't want to. I was wrong. I won't dare again," Shanding Mountain pleaded, clutching her boot. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Yue Han spared him not a glance, lifting her foot and turning to leave. "What a hassle. I need to wash up quickly." Yue Han reached the bathroom, leaning against the door as she heard the sound of running water inside. Glancing at the time, she assumed it was Yi Xiong. She wished to avoid any direct encounter with him, planning to wait until he left before going in. She crouched down beside the bathroom, waiting. The location is rather concealed, unless one deliberately seeks it out. It is unlikely that anyone would notice. The words of Sha Dingshan echo in her mind. Why does Yi Xiong feel the need to protect her? Could it merely be that he disapproves of Sha Dingshan on a personal level? Otherwise, Yue Han cannot fathom any other reason. She has teased him countless times, and every interaction has ended in discord. It's perplexing. Never mind, if it's beyond comprehension, then it's best not to dwell on it, as it only serves to increase her vexation. After glancing at the completed task for Sha Dingshan, the system rewarded her with 10 points and a skill to locate the male supporting character. After a moment of hesitation, Yue Han opted to exchange the 10 points for an increase in her life limit. Waiting for Yi Xiong to finish his shower was exceedingly dull, so she took out her terminal and messaged Su Duo. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet, boss." Su Duo replied almost instantly. You know Sha Dingshan?" Yue Han typed on the terminal. "Him? Who doesn't he know him? His father is the chief of Huangsha Star, and he abuses that privilege daily. Few dare to provoke him." "What does chief mean?" Yue Han had wanted to ask this for quite some time. Was Su Duo's puzzled response. "No. Boss, which Baron Star are you from? How do you not know anything?" Su Duo sent a surprised emoji. "I'm asking you." Sighing, she explained, "Every planet has a chief, selected from the personal competitions of each Academy's leading stars. Sha Dingshan's father was an obscure leading star assigned here as chief. He also has 4 sons, and Sha Dingshan is the youngest and most troublesome one. Yi Xiong's father also one." Yue Han suddenly recalled hearing someone mention Yi Xiong when she was thrown by him earlier. Yi's chief is far more formidable than Sha's. Huangsha Star used to be a barren star. The conditions were harsh. It was established as one of the new training camps over a decade ago, which led to its development. Chairman Yu's planet is one of the 5 major stars. And the imperial capital we are headed to is also one of them. Oh, I see. After a long pause, Su Duo finally sent another message. "I'll stop talking now, boss. I'm too tired. Let us chat tomorrow." All right, good night. Yue Han set aside her terminal and reached up to touch her neck, wincing at the pain. She used the terminal to inspect it, revealing a purplish bruise with faint traces of blood seeping from its edges. Yue Han felt nauseous as she vigorously wiped it away. I can't believe it. This Shan must be a dog. How disgusting. Noticing the flecks of blood on her hand, Yue Han realized she had been too lenient with Shan. She ought to have kicked him where it hurts. Standing outside in the cold wind, Yue Han checked her terminal several times. Why hadn't Yi Xiang emerged yet? It had already been over half an hour. She still needed to wash her neck thoroughly. Unable to resist, she cautiously moved to the bathroom door, squatting outside and gently pulling the handle to create a small gap, pressing her ear against it. The sound of running water had not ceased. What on earth was Yi Xiang doing? Then, she heard a series of stifled, anguished gasps. His voice, cool and clear, became increasingly enticing as desire tainted it. Gradually, the sound shifted from slow to rapid. From agony to ecstasy, echoing in the bathroom's spacious environment, impossible to ignore. In an instant, Yue Han realized what Yi Xiang was engaged in. The pain pierced through her mind like steel needles. And God knows how desperately she wished to pretend she had come here. The notion that Yi Xiang would be doing such things in the bathroom was utterly beyond her expectations. Listening to the sounds from within, Yue Han felt her toes digging into the ground. As though constructing a grand castle, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might build a Barbie dream castle. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned and ran. The howling wind whipped against her face as she sprinted back to the tent. Tumbling inside the bedding, a cold sweat broke out on Yue Han's forehead. Relieved that Yi Xiang hadn't discovered her. Had he, she was certain he would have torn her apart and buried her beneath the yellow sands. She slapped her forehead, reminding herself to stop thinking about it and to sleep. Rest, Yue Han. You have training tomorrow. Repeatedly hypnotizing herself, she eventually fell into a hazy slumber. Chapter 22. Who has been here? Inside the bathroom, the man stood completely exposed, his physique both beautiful and alluring, with broad, well-defined chest muscles. Glimmering droplets of water cascaded down the contours of his muscles, tracing the path to his enticing abdomen. Leaving only faint traces behind, he tilted his head back, straining his neck, his cheeks still flushed with remnants of passion. Exhausted, Yi Xiang leaned against the wall, letting the cold water wash over him until the heat dissipated before dressing and approaching the door. Has someone been here? Yi Xiang, his expression darkened, stared at the door. He had a sharp memory. He had closed the door tightly upon entering, yet now there was a small crack, through which the wind was continuously flowing into the bathroom. Who could it be? On the fourth day of counting down, Yue Han nearly forgot about the previous day's events until she spotted Yi Xiang on the training grounds. A vivid image flashed in her mind. Oh no, must avoid him. Immediately, she pulled Su Duo to fetch nutritional fluid. Boss, what happened to your neck? Su Duo scrutinized the faint red marks peeking out from beneath her collar. Fortunately, after checking with her terminal that morning, she noticed the wound had scabbed over, covered by the collar of her training uniform. Only a small portion of the mark was visible, making it inconspicuous. I scratched it yesterday, Yue Han replied nonchalantly as she adjusted her collar. Boss, you're too ruthless to scratch yourself like this. Su Duo pulled out a small bottle from her bag and handed it to her. Boss, take this. For wounds like yours, apply it, and it'll heal in less than a day without leaving a scar. Yue Han accepted the bottle, glancing at the label that read produced by Only Medical College. Where did you get this? Didn't you say last time that we can't bring anything in? Yue Han couldn't help but ask. Shoo, I traded with the instructor. Just pay him in star coins when you go out. Many students do this. It's just a matter of closing one eye and opening the other. How many star coins? Yue Han pocketed the medicine. The knife was 500,000 star coins. The medicine is 200,000 star coins, which is several times more expensive than outside. That's outrageous. Yue Han felt a pang in her heart. By the way, I thought of a trick for the exam yesterday. What trick? Su Duo perked up immediately. The running and shooting assessments are timed separately. Don't aim to finish the running assessment in the shortest time. You can easily take your time at the end. Slow jog as you approach the finish line to recover your stamina. Make sure to keep that last time in check, or else the shooting assessment will start timing as soon as you finish running. And you'll be fatigued for shooting. Exactly, boss. The faster you finish, the less advantage you have. The instructor never mentioned that scores are based on timing. Scoring is based on completion. Su Duo quickly agreed. Let us practice this method today. How long does it take you to complete the timed run with double the load? Now, I can finish about 40 minutes before the timer runs out. I am about the same with a single load. Maintain a normal pace while training. and then slow jog for the last segment to regulate your breathing and recover your state. Yue Han paused momentarily before continuing. That's not enough. Starting today, tie weighted strips to your arms and ankles, and you must wear them while shooting. Oh my god. Su Duo exclaimed in agony. After finishing their nutritional fluids, they began testing. And the results were promising. Their shooting state was evidently better than before. Although not optimal, they managed to maintain around 80 efficiency. Su Duo joyfully lifted Yue Han, exclaiming, "Boss, I adore you. Wait, why is your waist so slim? Put me down, Su Duo. Yue Han groaned, facepalming. From a distance, Yi Xiang observed their antics, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, a strange, sour, and bitter sensation that he couldn't quite comprehend. Xiang, these subjects are too easy for us. Shall we practice in the combat room? Li Qi had long grown weary of the sun beating down on him, tired of the relentless heat in recent days. No, you go ahead, Yi Xiang replied. Unwilling to let Yue Han out of his sight, Sha Dingshan had been lingering near her these days, and he couldn't bear to ignore it. Then I want to go either, Li Qi said, losing interest as he aimlessly gazed at the training ground. Isn't that Sha Dingshan? Why is he injured? Li Qi frowned and nudged Yu Xiang's elbow. Look, Yi Xiang followed his gaze, spotting Sha Dingshan with a high elastic recovery bandage on his nose and a bruise forming beneath his eye. Upon meeting Yi Xiang's gaze, Sha Dingshan awkwardly averted his eyes, devoid of his usual arrogance. Sha Dingshan is always bullying others. Who did he provoke to end up like this? Li Qi chuckled. Anyone who sees his fist would surely feel the urge to strike. Yi Xiang replied coldly. Li Qi stared at him in surprise, never expecting him to utter such mocking words, taking advantage of the lunch break to fetch nutritional fluids. Yue Han found a secluded spot to apply the ointment on her wound. The gentle coolness soothed the discomfort. After resting, they resumed their training, but Yue Han made an exception and returned to the tent for an early nap. Yue Han was awakened by her terminal, stretching and rubbing her eyes. She needed a shower. Accustomed to daily bathing, she felt uncomfortable after missing it yesterday. Eager for the evening to arrive, she tiptoed out of the tent and into the bathroom. Perfect, it was completely empty. Immediately, she entered and knocked the cabinet down, blocking the doorway. She stripped off her clothes and stepped beneath the shower, where warm water cascaded down, washing away the fatigue of the day. Glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she noted her short hair, now barely surpassing her eyes, and decided to cut it even shorter during the new recruit training camp. It was too obstructive. During this period, her physical condition had improved, granting her a modicum of self-defense capability, rendering the need for her hair to conceal her unnecessary. She swept her hair back, observing the scar on her neck, which had nearly healed, leaving behind only a faint red mark. Just as Manuel had said, it proved to be remarkably effective. By tomorrow, it would likely vanish entirely. At a sudden sound from the doorway, a hand pressing down and colliding with the shoe cabinet, made Yue Han's heart race. Her body tensing as she instinctively focused her gaze on the entrance. Coldly, she inquired, "Who is it?" The person outside, upon hearing her voice, halted but did not respond, leaving only a prolonged silence in return. An unsettling feeling washed over Yue Han as she hastily grasped a high elastic bandage to wrap around her chest, her eyes remaining fixated on the door. "It's me." A chilling voice penetrated the air. The distinctiveness of the voice made Yue Han realize it was Yi Xiang. Evidently, he had also recognized her by sound. Just a moment. I accidentally knocked over the shoe cabinet while entering, Yue Han lied while slipping into her pants. All right, thought Yi Xiang did not rush her, simply standing quietly at the door. Chapter 23. The kiss mark. Yue Han felt a sense of gratitude towards Yi Xiang for his timely arrival. Had it been another student, they would have likely barged in forcefully, for the shoe cabinet was merely a barrier against gentlemen, not against rogues. Hastily finishing dressing, Yue Han, barefoot, approached the shoe cabinet and opened the door. Yi Xiang, with his excellent hearing, had already discerned the sounds of Yue Han dressing from outside, and now, she approached him, her bare feet echoing softly against the polished floor. The audacious sounds invaded his mind, overwhelming his consciousness. She paused just behind the door. Yi Xiang instinctively tightened his grip, the veins on his hand becoming prominent, and with a crack, the door swung open. Upon looking down, the first thing Yi Xiang noticed was her slender feet and delicately rounded toes. Slightly curled, dark hues swiftly gathered in his gaze, the intensity of his stare radiating a palpable heat that made Yue Han's feet feel warm, her toes instinctively curling as she interrupted his gaze. I was just getting dressed. I took a bit longer. Yi Xiong was jolted from his thoughts by her words, his gaze snapping up to meet Yue Han's. The training uniform hung loosely on her, revealing a significant expanse of her fair skin at the neck and collarbone, droplets of water glistening upon her long, thick eyelashes. The hair that had previously obscured her face was now slicked back, leaving only a few strands cascading down her forehead, dripping with water. The droplets trickled from her hair, cascading down her neck and disappearing into the depths of her uniform, leaving behind only faint watermarks. The captivating allure of her appearance rendered him unable to look away, the misty white vapor adding an extra layer of enchantment, more alluring than the first light of dawn. Yi Xiong struggled to contain his breath, his body rigid as if turned to stone. I'm done washing. Yue Han spoke, yet received no response. The strikingly handsome and tall man fixed his light gray eyes upon her, as if locking onto her presence. His gaze traveled down from her eyes, tracing her lips, neck, and finally landing on her exposed collarbone. Yue Han felt discomfort under his gaze, furrowing her brow as she hurriedly slipped on her shoes, preparing to leave, only to find him standing immovably in the doorway. While it could be said he was blocking the door, it was primarily due to his towering stature. Standing at 190 cm, his muscular frame nearly filled the entrance. Move aside, Yue Han said, attempting to squeeze past him, but his large hand firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Stumbling slightly, she looked up, irritation evident on her face. What's the meaning of this? Yi Xiong remained silent, his pupils narrowing into a terrifying glare that focused on the red kiss mark on her neck. Who did this? His voice was hoarse, laced with a chilling undertone. Shading Mountain? Manuo? Or perhaps someone new you've taken a liking to? A wave of unspoken bitterness surged within Yi Xiong, the calm facade he maintained beginning to fracture. His gaze remained locked on the faint red mark, anger boiling within him like a seething poison, scorching his rationality. What? Yue Han was utterly bewildered by his words, pulling her hand back in frustration, only to discover he had a firm grip on her, preventing her escape. Who kissed you? Yi Xiong pressed, struggling to contain his fury, his voice trembling as he spoke. She was completely at a loss, her expression indicating her confusion. What kiss? Realizing his gaze was fixated on her neck, a spark of understanding flickered in her mind. It's none of your business, right? She refrained from elaborating, instead arching an eyebrow as she continued. You rejected me, yet there are many who still admire me. What right do you have to question me? Indeed, what right did he have to question her? It was as if he had been struck at his most vulnerable point, his long lashes fluttering as they cast shadows over his pupils. Let go. Yue Han tugged at her wrist, signaling for him to release her. Yi Xiong's grip fluctuated between loosening and tightening, but ultimately, he relinquished her hand. Observing his naturally aloof expression, Yue Han sensed that his demeanor had shifted. Appearing even more discontented than usual, rubbing her wrist, she sidled past him. This time he did not impede her exit. After walking some distance, Yue Han could not resist glancing back. He remained steadfast in the doorway, unmoving. Returning her gaze forward, she made her way back to the tent. In the final 3 days of intensive training, Yue Han, alongside Manuo, practiced with greater dedication. Life continued as normal, aside from the peculiar fact that every time she visited the bathroom, Yi Xiong was there. On the first day, she spotted him standing at the bathroom door from a distance, ignoring his gaze and turning to leave. On the second day, after hearing silence from the bathroom, she chose to enter, only to find him silently watching her from atop the shoe cabinet. On the third day, he was perched on the shoe cabinet once more, but this time he had shed his training uniform, a towel loosely wrapped around his waist. Yue Han began to grow puzzled by his intentions. It had been 3 days since she last bathed, and with the assessment looming tomorrow, she finally spoke up. Are you waiting for me? Yi Xiong's pale gray eyes bore into her, rising to approach her, exposing large swathes of his skin, the towel casually tied around his hips. As he walked, his toned leg muscles were revealed. Yue Han could not help but feel her eyebrows twitch at the sight of his loosely secured towel. Was he not concerned it would fall? Yi Xiong paused half a step in front of her, her gaze aligning with his chiseled chest, observing the gentle rise and fall as he breathed. Today, he seemed rather peculiar. As he slowly raised his hand towards her, Yue Han instinctively tightened her fists, ready to retaliate at any inappropriate move. However, Yi Xiong's hand merely brushed past her shoulder, closing the door that had been ajar upon her entrance. Yes, I am waiting for you, he replied, his voice carrying a gravelly undertone. After shutting the door, he did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he placed it against the door, encircling Yue Han within his grasp. Yue Han, noting how his slight shift brought his chest closer, felt her breath mingle with his, prompting her to quickly sidestep out of his reach. "What are you waiting for?" she questioned, bewildered by his unusual behavior. Yue Xiong's gaze followed her as she stepped out of his range, before he withdrew his hand and walked barefoot to stand beneath the shower. "Didn't you say you would help me scrub my back?" Yue Han doubted her ears. Who was speaking? It was hard to believe he, with his reserved personality and seldom fluctuating emotions, would casually utter such words. "Your showerhead seems to be talking," she replied skeptically. Chapter 24. The assessment begins. Does scrubbing my back still count? Yi Xiong struggled to articulate, his blood rushing to his ears. That it does. Of course. Yue Han initially considered rolling her eyes and walking away, but suddenly recalled the system's rewards. Who would refuse free points? Thus, she approached him as well. "Let us wet ourselves first." Upon concluding her remarks, Yue Han activated the shower, and the cascading water immediately enveloped him. She had no time to indulge him in a leisurely bath or back scrub. Her initial intention was merely to wash up, yet his persistent presence rendered her helpless, now that he requested a back scrub. Yue Han merely wished to expedite the process to exchange for some points. Scanning the surroundings, she found no back scrub cloth, so she hastily grabbed a towel, folded it, and switched off the shower before vigorously scrubbing him. The soft towel harshly glided over his skin, from his collarbone to his chest, with Yue Han's force verging on brutal, leaving red marks in the wake of the towel's passage. Ye Xiong, feeling the need to conceal his expression, quickly turned away, attempting to appear nonchalant. He resembled a fish stranded on the shore, gasping for air, his elongated eyelashes drooping weakly and trembling slightly, while the usual coolness of his gray eyes became clouded by the mist. A faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, Ye Xiong realized that his skin's yearning seemed more acute than ever. Despite the intensity of Yue Han's scrubbing, he felt a tingling warmth in the areas she had touched. The thin barrier of the towel failing to diminish the sensation of her fingertips' warmth, rendering everything hazy and ethereal. His chest heaved uncontrollably, and despite his efforts to suppress it, his body felt increasingly weak. Muscles quivering as if he were treading on cotton, a peculiar sense of weightlessness enveloping him. Yue Han, driven by the prospect of points, inadvertently brushed her hand over his scapula, her thoughts drifting to how best to utilize the points accumulating in her mind. After finishing his back, she hesitated, glancing at his well-defined waist and long legs, concluding that scrubbing lower was unnecessary. Ding! Congratulations! The host has accumulated 100 points from Ye Xiong, reaching the maximum limit for individual points. If further points are to be gained, please change the target. The points can indeed reach a cap. Yue Han immediately summoned the system. Yes, indeed. An individual can only acquire a maximum of 100 points upon reaching this limit. No further rewards will be granted unless the target is changed, as our objective is not just one person, but the vastness of the stars and the sea. Upon hearing this, Yue Han lost interest. With the points no longer attainable, what was the purpose of continuing to scrub his back? Very well, I shall take my leave to rest, she declared, discarding the towel and striding towards the exit. The sensation, once present, faded as her hand withdrew, leaving him with a clarity that contrasted sharply with the previous fog. Instinctively, he longed to turn and chase after her, but a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to awkwardly avert his gaze, his demeanor revealing a hint of embarrassment as he listened to her footsteps grow fainter. Ye Xiong, feeling dejected, lowered his head as the moisture in his eyes dissipated. Was he dissatisfied with his own body? Did he fall short compared to Sha Dingshan and Su Duo? A bittersweet pang surged within him, and he repeatedly reassured himself that his peculiar sensations stemmed solely from his skin's yearning, which would subside with the use of inhibitors outside the camp. As the sound of Yue Han's footsteps vanished completely, Ye Xiong reopened the shower. Outside the bathroom, the sound of the flowing water mingled with soft gasps. On her way back, Yue Han calculated her points. The assessment was tomorrow, and exchanging everything for life force seemed most prudent. However, since she could no longer acquire points from Ye Xiong, she decided to keep 20 points for emergencies, dedicating the remainder to increasing her life force, which finally reached 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations! The host's life force has reached 1,000 points, automatically unlocking mall skills. Yue Han, feeling utterly fatigued, opted not to check the skills, but hastened her pace back to the tent to rest. The newcomers' camp was approaching the final assessment, with the first day's evaluations focusing on weighted running and shooting, while the second day would involve combat. The instructors had already set up a viewing area on the battlefield, capable of accommodating all students and instructors. Yue Han arrived early at the venue, observing the instructors neatly placing blue cubes on the ground, followed by a few taps on the terminal, causing the cubes to rapidly transform into chairs. Unable to resist, Yue Han sat down, admiring the folding chair beneath her. It was equipped with a comfortable backrest and a personal electronic screen, constructed from an unknown ultra-thin material. Viewed from the side, the chair was merely 1 centimeter thick. Yet it could easily fold and adapt to support weight. They were about to set up the stance. Su Duo, sitting nearby, pointed at a few instructors holding retractable rods. What is a stance? Yue Han couldn't help but inquire. Look at how the instructors are placing the stance points at the corners of the viewing area. Once activated, the points will rapidly elevate, creating a barrier that isolates the inside from the outside. Su Duo patiently explained, accustomed to Yue Han's endless questions. Oh, how impressive! Yue Han exclaimed as she watched the instructors finalize their preparations and tapped the terminal, causing the 4 points to illuminate with a soft blue electric current. Intertwining and enveloping the viewing area, once completely encased, Yue Han noticed the electric current vanished, and the harsh sunlight and howling sandstorm of the desert disappeared from view. Is the absence of the wind and sand due to this stance? Yue Han curiously asked Su Duo. Exactly, leader. Once the stance is activated, the inside and outside become 2 separate spaces. You can think of it as being inside a house, where the interior is insulated from everything outside, including the wind and sunlight. Wow, that's amazing. What are the instructors doing now? Yue Han inquired, observing them constructing a high platform in front of the viewing area. It's likely for the chief instructor. The view is excellent from up there. And I heard he is arriving soon. Yue Han glanced at her terminal, noting that it was nearly 8 o'clock, with the competition set to begin at that hour, and the viewing area was gradually filling up. Suddenly, a powerful gust of air swirled above, stirring up a massive sandstorm that obscured the sun, leaving Yue Han within the viewing area only able to see the swirling yellow sand and hear the thunderous roar above. What a spectacle! Are they bringing in a starship? Who knows? I thought a starship would dock in the Star Sea and that the instructors would fetch it with a hover vehicle. He even installed it. Oh, stop with the nonsense. Yue Han listened to the students' discussions as the starship hovered to the ground, with the instructors quickly surrounding it. Moments later, the hatch of the starship lifted, and several officers emerged. Dressed uniformly in sleek black military attire, their uniforms differed from Yue Han's in that they were fitted and tailored rather than loose and functional, resembling elegant and formal wear. The officers stood in a disciplined line on either side of the hatch, awaiting the last individual to descend from the starship. Why is he taking so long? Who knows? Everyone is waiting for him. Sure, he's coming down. Yue Han was the first to glimpse a pair of pure black military boots, followed by long, powerful legs with smooth lines. A belt cinched at the waist connected to a thigh holster, tightly securing his muscular thigh, while a fully black handgun rested within the holster, with eerie red patterns sprawling across its surface. Refracting a faint glow. As he continued to step out, a tall, imposing man came into view, his taut waist and broad shoulders accentuating his unique attire, which appeared specially designed, more luxurious and comfortable than the others. With a slightly open collar revealing a hint of his bronzed, muscular chest, his hair, darker than black, bore a hint of dark blue luminescence, casually tied back, while his sharp jawline and slightly smiling, pale red lips exuded an air of relaxed arrogance. His elongated, lazy eyes gleaming with mischief. Apologies, I overslept a bit. His voice resonated, low and magnetic. Although he offered an apology, the tone and demeanor lacked any sincerity. No worries, no worries. The chief instructor has arrived just in time. Chi Hung responded with decorum. He raised a hand, unconsciously ruffling his tousled hair, yawning. It was all due to last night's game. I couldn't help but play a bit longer. Yes, Yuan Jie chimed in, laughing along. Let us take a seat and discuss. Chi Hung politely gestured for him to follow. All right, let me see what this bunch of newcomers is capable of, he replied, striding alongside Chi Hung to the front of the viewing platform. Who is this chief instructor, arriving late, and with such an attitude? Yue Han pondered. Is he referring to us as newcomers? How rude. He claims to apologize, but do you see any trace of sincerity in his demeanor? Yue Han furrowed her brow, realizing that this chief instructor was entirely unlike her expectations. She had anticipated a stern and imposing figure, yet found him unexpectedly dismissive, a stark contrast to Ye Xiang's icy demeanor. Is he really one AI? Why does his uniform differ? Yue Han turned to Su Duo. Yes, he is one AI, that I heard that previously everyone wore the same attire. But he refused, claiming it was too tight and restrictive. Due to his special position, the Empire had no choice but to have a custom outfit made for him. Su Duo replied, somewhat helplessly. By the way, Duo, how do you know everything? Yue Han could almost answer every question posed by him. He was practically her encyclopedia. Boss, no matter how you put it, my family can still be counted among the affluent merchants. This is all common knowledge, all right? Previously, when I accompanied my parents to the Empire to promote nutritional enhancers and flavoring agents, I heard about this person's capriciousness and unpredictability, how no one could rein him in. Yue Han shifted her gaze back to one AI, who was lounging in the chair, his long legs crossed and resting on the command desk. Engrossed in a video game. Truly, he was living life on his own terms. All the students had gathered, and preparations were underway for the assessment. The assessment rules are as follows, according to terminal numbers. One group of 100 will depart every half hour. Yu Jinfeng announced while standing beside one AI. It was supposed to be the chief instructor who declared the rules, yet it was Yu Jinfeng who relayed them. Casting a glance at the time, Yu Jinfeng instructed Yuan Jie and Qi Heng to release the swarm of drones. The fist-sized drones took to the battlefield, transmitting footage to the electronic screens beside each student's chair, ensuring visibility of the entire arena. Yuan Jie, seated beside one AI, activated the massive electronic display before him and nodded at Yu Jinfeng. The first group is now on stage, awaiting the instructor's command. The second group, prepare yourselves. Wait a moment. One AI lazily raised his head, glancing at the arena before continuing. This is too easy. Is there any challenge here? What do you mean? Qi Heng inquired, seeking clarification. One AI smirked, tossing his game controller onto the command desk and clapping his hands near his ears. What are your orders? A handsome, serious officer approached, bowing respectfully, his posture rigid and perfectly formal. Deputy, don't you think the weighted run is too simple? Add some obstacles, like high walls and rope nets. One AI's eyes narrowed mischievously, his lips curling slightly. Instantly, the recruits appeared crestfallen. Isn't this a bit too harsh for them? Yuan Jie couldn't help but voice his concern. Worry crept into Yuan Jie's heart for these children. The assessments had already been merged, and now obstacles were added, likely leading to an even lower acceptance rate this year. How could this be? One AI raised an eyebrow at Yuan Jie, feigning surprise, then continued, let Wan Heng handle it. The man beside him, previously statue-like, finally moved and nodded in acknowledgement. All right. With that, he leapt from the command seat, heading towards the battlefield alongside the accompanying officers. Oh, and the time spent setting up the obstacles counts towards the exam duration, right? I wouldn't want to work overtime and miss my evening gaming session, one AI lamented, batting his eyelashes and flashing a radiant smile. Scoundrel, ruthless, cold-blooded. Yuan Jie thought of these descriptors, feeling they were tailor-made for him. Even the usually stern Yu Jinfeng couldn't help but frown and speak up. Instructor 1. Your changes are likely to drastically diminish the acceptance rate. Not a problem. It's just this one training camp that will suffer. Aren't there plenty of other training camps? They can handle the acceptance rates. One AI shrugged nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned about the students behind him. Yu Jinfeng exchanged a glance with Qi Heng, silently asking what to do. Qi Heng looked at one AI, who had resumed his gaming, and sighed. Jinfeng, calculate the time and readjust it. Qi Heng ultimately relented. There was no other choice. One AI was a difficult person to deal with. If provoked, no one would fare well, and as chief instructor, he could easily cancel the newcomers' training camp. Not only were the instructors on stage anxious, but the students below were in an uproar. Is he a beast? What kind of absurd chief instructor plays games at our expense? One student stood up, pointing an accusing finger at one AI. As if he had heard, one AI turned around, casting a bewildered glance before using his terminal to mute the sounds from outside the command platform. Chapter 26. Completing the first assessment. Damn it. Can I go up and kill him? He actually muted us. What do we do, boss? The time has been shortened and now we have obstacles. Will our methods even work? Su Duo anxiously paced. I'm not sure. We'll just have to stick to our methods and be flexible. Take it step by step. Yue Han was also at a loss for words regarding this chief instructor, who had changed the assessment 3 times with just 3 sentences. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiang and Li Qi, who seemed relatively calm. They were usually top-tier performers, and such changes likely wouldn't affect them. Noticing her gaze, Yixiang turned and met her eyes. The deep, rich darkness in his gaze gradually spreading through the pale gray of his pupils. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Yue Han quickly averted her gaze. Why is he becoming increasingly odd? After the obstacles were set and the timing adjusted, they were eager to begin without further delaying the students. Yuan Jie immediately inquired of Wan Ai, "Shall we start?" "All right, teacher Yuan. Let us commence." Wan Ai finally mustered enough energy to sit up straight and put down his game controller. The first group is now on stage, awaiting the start command. Yu Jinfeng quickly organized the first group to depart. Yue Han raised an eyebrow at Yixiang, thinking how unfortunate it was that he was in the first group. The later groups had the advantage of observing the earlier ones, learning from their experiences and avoiding mistakes. Being in the first group was hardly advantageous, as the students already positioned on the battlefield awaited the signal. Yu Jinfeng activated the timer and shouted, "Begin!" In an instant, the students were momentarily distracted, only to blink and discover Yixiang had already leaped forward, his blurred figure resembling a nimble leopard, moving with almost negligible weight. Running with a speed that disregarded all obstacles, the students watched in awe. They knew Yixiang was formidable, but witnessing it firsthand left them utterly amazed. When the human body showcased its absolute power, it exuded a harmonious and natural beauty that left everyone spellbound. Wan Ai's deep blue eyes shimmered, brightening as he focused on Yixiang's individual perspective. "Who is he?" "Yixiang," Qi Heng promptly introduced. "He consistently scores full marks across the board, far ahead of his peers though." "It's him, the son of Yi Jiangqing," Wan Ai mused, captivated by the figure displayed on the electronic screen. In no time, Yixiang reached the high wall, launching himself effortlessly, one hand bracing against the surface, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air as he easily cleared the wall, treating it as a mere triviality. Before the rope net, he used both hands and feet, swiftly climbing up. His fingers gripped the net tightly as his feet ascended quickly, his body moving with agility until he reached the top, where he leaped off and continued charging forward. He swiftly outpaced the other recruits who had started alongside him, leaving only his silhouette behind. Before long, Yixiang had lapped his teammates several times. So impressive, Su Duo watched with envy, admiration spilling forth. The second group prepared to take the stage. After half an hour, Yu Jinfeng called for the next batch of newcomers. Yue Han noticed Li Qi was also in this group. And unlike Yixiang's astonishing speed, Li Qi, while not as fast, was still remarkably agile and had quickly distanced himself from his peers. As groups continued to take their turn, it would soon be her time. Yue Han couldn't help but stand up to stretch, glancing at the arena where the earlier groups were nearing the completion of their assessments, and felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her palms beginning to sweat. "What? Look, the firearms are unassembled." The astonished exclamations nearby caught Yue Han's attention, prompting her to look at the electronic screen. On the screen, a student, drenched in sweat, stood helplessly before the disassembled firearm parts on the shooting platform. "Aren't the firearms supposed to be pre-assembled? Why are they unassembled? Assembling them ourselves will only shorten the shooting assessment time, right?" One student beside Yue Han could not contain himself. "It must be that one AI's doing again." Another student chimed in. As if he had sensed their thoughts, one AI turned to look at the speaking student, his casual glance sweeping over Yue Han and her companions before reverting his gaze. Though seemingly indifferent, his glance assessed the muscle tone beneath their attire, instantly judging their capabilities as ordinary. Especially the short, lanky one with hair obscuring his eyes. His muscles were weak and flabby, with inadequate explosiveness, endurance, and recovery. He was inferior to an average person. Unaware that one AI had already condemned her to failure, Yue Han continued conversing with Su Duo. "Thank goodness, boss. If not for you, I would have been scrutinized for my firearms knowledge." "I still remember it vividly." Su Duo expressed his gratitude, relief flooding him. Before Yue Han could respond, an instructor interrupted. "Group 10, prepare for the next stage." "Boss, it's your turn. Good luck. You can do it." Many hurried to encourage her. Yue Han nodded, stretched her shoulders, and walked toward the training ground. Selecting a backpack weighing twice her own, per the instructor's instructions, she stood in place, awaiting the signal to commence. Initially feeling somewhat anxious, Yue Han, now standing on the field, was unable to contain her excitement, her tongue licking her lips in anticipation, ready to spring into action. As the instructor's voice rang out, "Group 10, ready, set, go." Everyone shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Yue Han refrained from exerting herself fully, knowing that weighted running was her weakness. Merely following the accelerating pace would disrupt her rhythm. Instead, she maintained a steady speed, consistent with her training, observing the new recruits ahead in the distance. She remained calm, keeping her pace stable. Upon reaching the high wall, Yue Han, unlike other recruits who had the advantage of height, took a few steps back. With a quick sprint, she launched herself against the wall, gripping its edge firmly to pull herself over. Continuing onward, she arrived at the rope net. As she climbed, the net began to sway precariously, the weight behind her threatening to pull her backward. Instantly, she pressed herself against the net to stabilize her center of gravity, gingerly reaching for the ropes beneath her feet. After a shaky ascent, she finally reached the top and slid down the other side. As she completed several laps, those who had initially led her began to slow down, their bodies glistening with sweat, while Yue Han only broke a light sweat. Steadily, she maintained her pace, conserving energy and gradually overtaking most of her fellow group members. As the finish line approached, she glanced at the terminal, realizing she was nearly done, and began to adjust her breathing in preparation for the final stretch. Group 10, Yue Han, completed with double the weight, scoring 6 points. Please proceed to the shooting range within 3 minutes to begin the assessment. Chapter 27. Interesting contraptions. Yue Han slowed down as the countdown ended, having finished the weighted run without significant fatigue. Hearing the instructor's announcement, she dashed toward the shooting point. Damn it, why are the firearms disassembled? How are we supposed to shoot? Exclaimed a student who had arrived before her, staring at the scattered parts on the shooting platform in frustration, having forgotten the theoretical aspects of the shooting exam. He lamented the lack of instruction regarding assembly. Another recruit struggled to piece together the components with both hands. Ignoring their commotion, Yue Han swiftly chose an empty shooting station and focused entirely on assembling the firearm. The cool components twisted in her hands as she worked. Her absolute familiarity with each part ensured that every movement was precise, making the pieces seem almost alive under her command. Her assembly speed was astonishing, so rapid that the details and steps were barely discernible. Only the silvery blur of parts could be seen. Upon completing the first firearm, Yue Han chose not to pause for shooting, but to continue assembling the next. The rationale was clear. Assembling all the firearms first would optimize her shooting feel and performance. Barrel, trigger, stock, magazine, attachments. Yue Han mentally recalled the sequence, her lips whispering the steps that in no time, she had assembled all the firearms. Placing them neatly on the rack, observing from the command platform, one AI became intrigued. She was the fastest assembler. Initially skeptical about her slender frame managing the weighted run, he was pleasantly surprised by her pace and technique. Questioning his first impressions, beside him, Chi Hung proudly proclaimed, "Keep watching. Assembly isn't her only strength. This child's shooting skills are second to none in the battalion. He who claims to be first would be brave indeed." "Oh, really?" One AI chuckled lightly. "Then I must pay close attention." His tone carried a hint of playful mockery that on the electronic screen, Yue Han picked up the handgun, barely taking aim before she confidently swiped her finger along the target, firing without hesitation and scoring a perfect 10.1. AI, watching intently, had to concede that her shooting prowess was indeed exceptional, as every shot found its mark with unfailing accuracy, contrasting sharply with the frantic attempts of other recruits. The firearms appeared to be an extension of her body, wielded with effortless grace, as if it were second nature. One AI, who had previously only skimmed her muscular form, now scrutinized her closely, beyond the astonishment at her shooting skill. His keen gaze traced the contours of her neck, chest, and exposed wrist bones, leading him to a curious revelation. After she completed her shooting assessment, one AI's low voice broke the silence, tinged with a faint amusement. "You have quite the collection of interesting contraptions here." Group 10, Yue Han, completed the 10 firearm tests, scoring full marks with 10 points. Please vacate the area swiftly and await the next candidate's assessment. Yue Han reluctantly set down the firearms, caressing them one last time before shedding her weighted backpack at the designated spot. Group 10, Wang Yuyin, completed 7 firearm tests, scoring full marks on 5, with a total of 5 points. Please exit the area swiftly and await the next candidate's assessment. Yue Han noticed the recruit who had been beside her during the exam that it seemed he had managed to assemble only 7 firearms, scoring full marks on just 5. His spirit visibly deflated as he hung his head in disappointment. Yue Han remembered him. He usually performed well in shooting and often sought her advice for improvement. Given his typical performance, he should have scored at least 8 points but fell short due to assembly. Leaving her feeling a twinge of regret for him. As she was heading back, she spotted Su Duo sprinting past her with a backpack weighing twice his own. His assessment was next. Upon reaching the observation platform, she saw he was already halfway through his shooting assessment. Su Duo opted for the same strategy as Yue Han, assembling all the firearms first. While not as swift as her, he was proficient enough, successfully scoring full marks on 8 firearms using the techniques she had taught him. Yue Han calculated their current scores. Her 6 points from the weighted run plus 10 from shooting totaled 16 points. Su Duo had received 10 points for the weighted run and 8 for shooting, bringing his total to 18 points. The remainder hinged on the combat assessment, where Su Duo would likely face less pressure than her. Sitting in her chair, Yue Han contemplated deeply when she suddenly felt someone gazing at her. One AI was openly observing her, his eyes roaming over her form. When she met his gaze, a slight smile crept onto his lips, as if he had discovered something amusing. Yue Han felt as though she were under the scrutiny of something sinister, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Spotting Su Duo concluding his assessment, she quickly averted one AI's gaze and hurried to meet him. Seated at the command platform, one AI withdrew his gaze, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he leaned back in his chair, fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest, each finger long and elegantly pale. Yuan Jie was drawn to his tapping, unable to resist its rhythm, that he appeared rather pleased. This man was unpredictable. She dared not presume to understand him, but Su Duo, seeing Yue Han approach, waved enthusiastically. "Boss, you're my savior. Thanks to your constant quizzing on firearm knowledge, I aced the shooting assessment. Well done, you've scored 18 points. The combat segment should be a breeze for you, right?" Yue Han replied as they walked back together. "Don't worry, boss. Those 2 points won't trip me up," Su Duo boasted, then turned his concern towards Yue Han. "Boss, you still need 4 points. Are you confident about the combat? Rest assured, I'll claw those 4 points back, even if it means I have to fight my way through," Yue Han declared resolutely. Knowing she needed those points to avoid elimination, the two engaged in light conversation as they returned to the observation area. Continuing to watch the remaining assessments, as the day drew to a close, Yue Han noted that several students who should have passed were now facing elimination due to one AI's unexpected demands. A few returned, dejected and downcast. "Many will be leaving tonight," Su Duo murmured to Yue Han. "Are you referring to those scoring below 7 points? She inquired. "Exactly, boss. Anyone under 7 points, even with a perfect score of 13 in combat tomorrow, will still fall short of 20 points and be eliminated without a doubt." Yue Han had heard that those scoring below 7 would be dismissed that very night, leaving only those with sufficient points to continue with tomorrow's assessments. Chapter 28. What is the Morning Star? At the starport, numerous starships were docked, with some departing today and others scheduled for tomorrow, as the third batch of successful candidates followed the chief instructor out. Where are they being sent? Yue Han couldn't help but ask. "Back to their respective home planets, awaiting next year's exam that I expect the announcement will come right after today as tests conclude," Yuan Jie replied. Observing the growing number of students facing disqualification, his gaze shifting toward one AI, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Chief Instructor, if you have something to say, please do," one AI remarked, feigning disinterest as he stared at the electronic screen. Having already sensed Yuan Jie's unspoken thoughts, finally, Yuan Jie sighed and inquired, "Chief Instructor, it's a shame to see so many students who were capable of passing now being sent home. Why would that be unfortunate? Allowing them to pass without merit would be a loss for the Empire," one AI replied, his tone laced with a hint of irony. "Chief Instructor, why do you say that?" Yuan Jie could not help but inquire. The annual newcomer assessment remained unchanged, and it was likely that many students had calculated the scores they needed to achieve. One might wonder, if a student neglects combat training and instead exploits loopholes to secure perfect or high scores in the first 2 assessments, does he still need to face a formidable opponent in the combat examination? Can he not afford to go easy on his adversary? Might his opponent not also triumph effortlessly? What, then, is the significance of the combat assessment? One AI, who had not even glanced at Yuan Jie, uttered this question nonchalantly. After some contemplation, Yuan Jie found himself at a loss for words. This phenomenon had long been apparent. Students in the combat training room were perpetually the fewest. Should such students, who treat the combat assessment so casually, pass and enter the Imperial Academy, Their foundational combat skills would surely be lacking. It would be unjust to the diligent students who train rigorously in all three disciplines to allow such individuals to succeed merely due to my intervention. These students inherently possess weak adaptability. Their regular performance is mediocre at best, and it is simply a matter of time before they are eliminated. Currently, many of the remaining students found their scores to be lower than anticipated. To pass the assessment, they must rely on tomorrow's combat to earn points. It is feared that the combat assessment will be fraught with bloodshed and turmoil. One AI narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation shining through. Yue Han gazed at him in shock, realizing that it was likely his desire for a violent combat scenario that motivated him. All right, the final group has completed the test. It's time for me to rest, one AI declared, shaking the game console in his hand as he rose without any pleasantries and headed toward his starbound ship. This lad truly lacked any sense of decorum. He chose to depart at the very last second. Suddenly, Yue Han found himself enviously admiring his spirited demeanor. Jinfeng, please check the list of students who did not achieve sufficient scores, organize it, and notify them. After giving his instructions to Jinfeng, Yue Han turned his attention to Qihong. Let the students disperse and rest well. Understood, I'll inform them. Qihong nodded and descended from the command platform. Now, come forward to collect your nutritional supplements, and then return to your tents for proper rest. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we will gather in the combat training room. Students who did not score enough remain in place and await instructor US roll call to accompany him aboard the starship. Qihong nodded to the terminal, unlocking the platform. The intense sunlight and sandstorm, now without the platform as cover, rushed in. Let us go, boss. After we collect the nutritional supplements, we should rest well. Su Duo promptly stood to fetch his supplements. Are those who didn't T-pass leaving right away? Don't they even need to pack their belongings? Yue Han knew they would depart tonight, but did not expect it to be so soon, feeling somewhat astonished by the instructor's decisiveness. What belongings need to be packed? When we arrived, we were only allowed to bring our training uniforms. The bedding and terminal were all provided. Su Duo shrugged. Yue Han nodded, and, upon collecting his nutritional supplement, parted ways with Su Duo to return to their respective tents. Originally a tent for 10, only 7 remained. You know, while I was running, I kept telling myself, come on, legs, run faster. A slender student with yellow hair could not help but vent his frustrations. I'm quite the opposite. When assembling firearms, I kept telling myself, come on, hands, work faster, replied a muscular student. I could have scored high, but thanks to this chief instructor, I still lack a full 6 points to pass the assessment. I sincerely hope I'm assigned a weak opponent tomorrow. Otherwise, I definitely won T-pass. Lying on his bed, listening to his roommate's complaints, Yue Han couldn't help but ponder, with one AI's involvement. The elimination rate for the newcomer assessment had risen significantly, and the entrance exam for Yue Han Academy was also orchestrated by him, likely making it a challenging endeavor. Why does one AI possess such influence? His words carry weight. He is immensely powerful, holds a position in the Star Dome, and comes from a family of commanders with a legacy of military achievements. Their family is renowned, and everyone must give him some measure of respect. Yue Han, intrigued by their discussion of one AI, slightly tilted his head to listen. Now that the galaxy is stable, what relevance does he still hold? He seems to focus solely on tormenting US. This is all ancient history. It has been hundreds of years, yet he still clings to past accomplishments. If their family is so formidable, why haven't we seen any of their members in the Academy competitions or the Morning Star tournament in recent years? Yue Han inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. What are the Academy competitions and the Morning Star tournament? He asked, intrigued. At this, the room fell silent. First, it was because Yue Han rarely engaged in casual conversation. Upon reaching the dormitory, he typically went straight to sleep. Second, they did not expect Yue Han to be so uninformed. The group exchanged glances, and finally, the yellow-haired student spoke up. All right, don't be so surprised. He asked from the wasteland, so he might not know any better. Indeed. Several of them crowded onto the vacant bed opposite Yue Han to explain. The Academy competition is held annually, featuring friendly matches among students from various academies to determine rankings. You know Yue Han Academy, right? It's so prestigious that they almost always clinch the top spot in the Academy competition. And what is the Morning Star tournament? Yue Han asked, still puzzled. During the Academy competition, outstanding students from each academy are selected to participate in the Morning Star tournament. Those who win can become Morning Stars, receiving bonuses, endorsements, and even the opportunity to be selected as chief candidates. They explained. Yue Han couldn't help but rub his forehead, thinking it was something more significant, but it turned out to be akin to celebrity status. He continued to listen to their chatter for a while before rolling over and lying flat, his eyelids growing heavy. Disperse, disperse, it's time to sleep. The yellow-haired student glanced at the terminal and realized that a considerable amount of time had passed unnoticed as the sounds around him quieted. Yue Han drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 29. Like mourning the dead. Meanwhile, aboard the starbound ship, one AI sat at a rectangular conference table, his uniform replaced with a deep blue V-neck shirt that revealed a generous expanse of his bronzed chest. His long hair cascaded loosely behind him. The ashtray on the table still held a smoldering cigarette, its smoke curling upward. Unlike his carefree demeanor during the day, he now exuded an aura that was both cold and dangerous. A subtle warning to keep one's distance, despite the smile on his face, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, imparting a hint of latent military tension, while the dark blue of his irises reflected a sharp, icy glint. As he gazed at the terminal in his hand, an uncontrollable air of hostility emanated from him, a testament to the ferocity forged through warfare, tempered in blood and fire. One Hang. The insects on Red Scar Star have been in a state of revolt. One AI extinguished his cigarette and turned with a smile towards One Hang. I'll assist you in dealing with it. One Hang nodded respectfully, fully aware that One AI was on the brink of fury. In contrast to his daytime persona, this was closer to his true self. I've been feigning illness, yet the Star Dome insists on making me handle matters. All I desire is to be a chief instructor. One AI mused, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a cigarette. The insects exiled to Red Scar Star have been in rebellion for several years. I'll need to trouble you for a while longer. Ultimately, One AI set the lighter aside and discarded the cigarette into the ashtray. It won't be a hassle. It's my responsibility, One Hang replied firmly, unwavering in his commitment. By the way, did you come here for something specific? One AI, feeling agitated, closed his eyes and massaged his throbbing temples with one hand. Instructor Yuan asked me to bring you the students' information so you can arrange the matchups for tomorrow's combat assessment. One Hang stepped forward, presenting an electronic screen. Match arrangements. One AI lifted his gaze, momentarily adopting his lazy demeanor from earlier. Let me think, what was the name of that intriguing young lady? Yue Han. Right? One AI couldn't help but chuckle. Deceiving others might work, but not him. With a well-defined Adam's apple, her physique diverged from that of a typical male, and although he was unsure how she managed to infiltrate their ranks, her presence undeniably piqued One AI's interest in this assessment. Instead of exposing her, he found himself eager to see the extent of her capabilities. One AI took the electronic screen. He scrutinized her profile closely. Her usual combat scores were average, which typically warranted an opponent of similar caliber. However, he meticulously perused all the student profiles and deliberately selected an excessively robust adversary for her. What will you do now? Might you surprise me with something new? One AI could not suppress her curiosity about the outcome of the next day. Yue Han arrived at the venue early on the second day, only to be surprised that today's combat assessment was not the practical exercises of previous years, but rather a holographic simulation. The usual fighting arena had been transformed into a flat surface, now filled with holographic simulation chairs, arranged in pairs, each accompanied by corresponding electronic screens. The viewing area was still filled with the folding chairs from yesterday, and a scoring platform had been set up for the instructors at the front. Yue Han found her designated seat and settled in. A glance at the holographic simulation chair suddenly made Yue Han comprehend the intent behind this arrangement, that it was quite advantageous. The simulations were incredibly realistic and brutal. Even if one were to emerge half dead, they would still be considered a hero upon exiting the simulation chair. Previously, after the practical assessments, many had reportedly spent days on medical beds. With the simulation chairs, everyone could now completely disregard their lives and exert themselves to the fullest. It seemed today would be a fierce contest. The students and instructors had nearly all arrived when One AI finally made his entrance. Still appearing as if he had just awakened, he casually took a seat at the center of the scoring platform. The first group of combat assessments was about to commence, with a maximum score of 13 points. A half-hour duration for each group, and the winning side receiving an additional 3 points. While the remaining scores would be determined by the instructors, the losing side would only receive scores from the instructors. With no base points awarded. If no victor emerged within the half hour, the result would be declared a draw, with both sides receiving only the instructor's scores. The students called to the stage were Huang Kongjia, Zhao De, Yue Han, and Han Cheng. When Yue Han heard her name, she felt a wave of despair. How could she be in the first group? She had hoped to observe others compete, but reluctantly made her way to her holographic chair, only to feel disheartened upon seeing her opponent. The individual appeared to be over 2 meters tall, with muscles on his legs straining against his trousers, and the muscles visible on his arms were several times thicker than her legs. His massive pectorals could easily crush her head. With chiseled features and sharp brows, he looked down upon Yue Han, who was equally astonished to find such a diminutive opponent. Look at the height difference in the first group, particularly the 10th pairing. Isn't that Han Cheng? His strength is terrifying, and his muscles are larger than Instructor Yu's. The onlookers lamented Yue Han's plight. With her slender arms and legs, she seemed doomed, despite her stellar performance in the shooting assessments. Raising an eyebrow at Han Cheng, Yue Han thought, is this a joke? With such a disparity in strength, how am I supposed to fight? I fear even my punch would feel like a mere pat on the back to him, and my palm would merely stir the air. Each pair of students lay back on their simulation chairs, donned their helmets, and prepared to enter the holographic simulation. You have 3 minutes to select your weapons, followed by 3 minutes of combat, Yu Jinfeng announced loudly. Yue Han glanced at the simulation chair, which resembled a reclining chair, inhaled deeply, reclined, and donned the holographic helmet. Before her lay an endless expanse of darkness. And as she listened to the sounds of the helmet calibrating, a scene suddenly illuminated her vision. The setting was akin to the usual training arena, featuring a massive white platform at the center, surrounded by various racks laden with melee weapons. Yue Han and Han Cheng stood opposite each other on the ground, exchanging glances before selecting their respective weapons. The racks displayed an array of weapons, including swords, spears, axes, and more. Rather than immediately choosing a weapon, Yue Han first observed what her opponent would select. Han Cheng, noticing her gaze, boldly chose a tiger claw and raised it towards her. This individual is indeed straightforward. In a typical competition, selecting a weapon should ideally consider the opponent's choice. Each weapon has its advantages and disadvantages, and selecting the right one can significantly enhance one's chances of victory. Most participants would likely hold back their final choice, but he had chosen immediately, even showcasing it to her. Yue Han found it difficult to discern whether Han Cheng was genuinely forthright or simply underestimated her. Given his physique, choosing a tiger claw would surely maximize its potential. As a close combat weapon, the tiger claw, while compact and portable, was not invincible. Li Chi, seated beside Yi Xiang, commented as they both observed the display dedicated to Yue Han and Han Cheng. The effective range of the tiger claw is relatively short. As long as she selects a long-handled weapon, she can maintain a safe distance while attacking the user of the tiger claw. Li Chi continued. If she were wise, she would choose a long-handled weapon. He eagerly watched the screen. Yi Xiang, lost in thought, noted that Han Cheng's height gave him a considerable reach advantage over Yue Han. Even if she chose a long-handled weapon, it might not provide sufficient distance. Watching Yue Han as she continued to select her weapon, Yi Xiang furrowed his brow. Han Cheng was indeed a formidable opponent, and her chances of victory appeared bleak. Yue Han's gaze swept across the array of weapons. Her attention settled on the knives. There were various types, including large knives, waist knives, and ring-handled knives. Ultimately, she chose the ordinary military knife, the weapon she felt most comfortable with in both her real and game worlds. She understood that selecting another weapon might offer a greater advantage, yet she could not resist choosing the one she wielded best. The knife could be employed for thrusting, slashing, blocking, cutting, and chopping, as long as Yue Han demonstrated sufficient agility. The knife could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Oh, she chose a knife? One AI remarked, surprised by her choice. What a pity. This child has chosen the wrong weapon. Yu Jinfeng lamented, shaking his head. Weapons are not inherently right or wrong. What appears the simplest is often the most difficult to master, and not everyone can wield a knife effectively. One AI did not share Yu Jinfeng's view. Yue Han scrutinized the military knife in her hand, admiring its sharp blade and sturdy handle. The sleek lines elicited a sigh from her, as she could almost envision the thick blood dripping from the blade. 3 minutes remained for weapon selection. The cold electronic voice echoed within the holographic simulation space. Both participants, please take the stage. The match will commence after the countdown ends. As the countdown began, Yue Han ascended the stage, gripping the knife in a reverse hold, pressing it against her forearm in a defensive posture, a clear indication of her intent. Han Cheng's immense strength and size rendered a direct confrontation impossible. She could only focus on defense and wait for an opportunity. However, Yue Han realized that this was overly simplistic. She could not withstand Han Cheng's power. Yu Jinfen quickly discerned Yue Han's intentions and shook his head disapprovingly. Isn't it true that this child excels in shooting? Shi Hung added, shaking his head. This mismatch in levels is perplexing. I truly do not understand why Commander want to arrange the groups this way. Yuan Jie inquired of one AI, regretting having submitted the student list the previous night. He had assumed one AI would allocate the teams based on the students' overall abilities. Now, however, he felt that Yue Han had been denied a fair opportunity, despite having spent a month observing her growth and diligence. He was reluctant to witness her face such a daunting challenge. Instructor Yuan, have you not yet begun the match, and you already express such pessimism? One AI leaned back in his chair, teasingly stating, I assure you, my judgment is sound. You two should focus on the competition. With that, Yuan Jie reluctantly shifted his gaze back to the stage. 3, 2, 1. Combat assessment begins. The electronic announcement signaled the start of the battle. As the countdown reached its end, Han Cheng charged at Yue Han, his fist adorned with the tiger claw slicing through the air towards her face with astonishing speed. Yue Han reacted swiftly, raising her hand to block the incoming strike with her reversed knife. Crack! The sound of shattering bone filled the air, and Yue Han's eyes widened in shock. That it took a second for the searing pain in her forearm to register. Her bone had broken. Ah! The anguished cry escaped her lips, so harrowing that even she could scarcely bear to hear it. Gritting her teeth, she managed to steady herself, cradling her injured arm and swiftly retreating from his striking range. Beads of sweat cascaded down her face. She had never anticipated his strength to be so overwhelming. Despite her initial attempt to block with the military knife, his force had penetrated her defense, fracturing her forearm. Had it not been for the knife absorbing some of the impact, her arm would likely have been in tatters. The wave of dread washed over Yue Han. The disparity in their strength was like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Relying solely on defense was futile against his devastating blows. That it's over. It's over. Look at her condition. Her arm is likely broken. With only one arm left for defense, she might as well forfeit the use of both. Li Qi exclaimed, expressing concern for Yue Han. She must completely abandon her defensive stance. That Yi Xiang's pale gray eyes were firmly locked onto Yue Han. Give up on defense. Wouldn't that mean immediate defeat? Li Qi turned to him, clearly perplexed by his words, and found himself at a loss. Observing Yi Xiang, who remained engrossed in the match without responding, he shifted his gaze back to the stage. Up there, Yue Han switched her military knife to the other hand, contemplating her strategies, but unexpectedly, Han Cheng did not grant her any opportunity and launched an immediate assault, a punch aimed squarely at her abdomen. As the fist rushed toward her, Yue Han instinctively raised her only good hand to defend, but suddenly recalled the earlier strike. No, if this hand were to be incapacitated, her fate would be sealed. Victory would slip from her grasp. Suppressing her instinct to guard, she forcefully twisted her hand back, then leaned backward. Although she managed to evade his attack, the fabric of her clothing was still ripped open by his claw-like fingers, leaving a long gash on her abdomen. Han Cheng, witnessing Yue Han on the ground, bent down to intensify his assault. Yue Han could only drag her arm backward on the platform, narrowly avoiding his strikes. A massive dent was left in the ground from his punches, prompting her to curse under her breath. Chapter 31. In close proximity, isn't Yue Han looking utterly disheveled, rolling around as she's being struck? The audience below couldn't help but murmur. Who could blame her? It's terrifying to face Han Cheng. There's no one in this training camp with greater strength. You know nothing. The boss will definitely win. Su Duo angrily kicked the chair of the person in front of him. Keep your eyes peeled. The boss won't lose, he threatened ominously. As Yue Han watched Han Cheng approach relentlessly, she swiftly performed a backflip to regain her footing. Staying on the defensive would not secure her victory. Her only uninjured hand had to be used offensively. How could she evade his attacks and close the distance at the same time? Glancing at her broken arm, a strange light flickered in her eyes as she bit down hard on her molars. She conceived a daring plan and prepared to take the risk as Han Cheng threw a punch toward her temple. Yue Han once more raised her fractured hand to absorb the blow. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted, causing her temple to throb painfully. Without hesitation, she used the momentum from his punch striking her arm to swing her other hand, directing the military knife towards his throat. This bold maneuver stunned not only the audience, but also caught Han Cheng off guard. He could only hastily retreat, transforming his punch into a shove in hopes of pushing her away. The military knife barely grazed his neck, leaving a neat line of blood. Han Cheng, in a panic, touched his neck and, upon discovering the superficial wound, relaxed slightly. However, at that moment, Yue Han felt her vision blur from the pain. Gasping for breath as she looked at her already fractured arm, Han Cheng's punch had landed squarely on it, rendering her arm a bloody mess. With the ulna protruding grotesquely, Yue Han averted her gaze. That hand was utterly ruined, unable to rise again. Her strategy of using the broken arm as bait to launch an attack with her other hand had failed. Alas, such a pity. This child has always been full of ideas during combat training, daring to strike and experiment. But Han Cheng's overwhelming strength proved too much. She was still pushed back by the force of his punch, causing her knife to veer off course at Yu Jinfeng's side. The disparity in power was evident. Yue Han had performed admirably, and if her opponent had not been Han Cheng, that strike would have surely been lethal. Qi Hung concurred. Commander Wan, what exactly is the purpose of your groupings? I truly cannot fathom. Yuan Jie finally restrained himself from questioning, gazing at Yue Han's bloodied arm. Wan Ai, evidently taken aback by Yue Han's earlier actions, withdrew his admiring gaze upon hearing Yuan Jie's inquiry. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. One embodies absolute strength, the other, absolute agility. Isn't it rather intriguing to witness such a clash? It's a shame she hasn't recognized her advantages, only fixating on brute force. His low voice resonated, still focused on the electronic screen. Your move was impressive, but I'm afraid I cannot relent. Han Cheng, rather than being incensed by Yue Han's fierce strike, found himself genuinely admiring her. Of course, facing me with full force is the utmost form of respect. Yue Han realized that the person before her was not merely putting on an act. He was genuinely upright. Come, Han Cheng shouted. Continuing his onslaught, Yue Han executed a back handspring to evade his attack, retreating a few steps. Before she could regain her balance, another series of strikes followed. She could only scurry away like a mouse, agilely avoiding while contemplating her next move. Han Cheng's attacks intertwined seamlessly. Once suppressed, it was nearly impossible to catch a breath. Yue Han was acutely aware of this. She could only evade his relentless punches, gradually wearing down his stamina. Compared to her evasive maneuvers, Han Cheng's attacks demanded far greater energy. To the spectators below, it appeared as though Yue Han was merely frantically dodging. This kid can't keep dodging forever. Qin Shi, what do you think, Xiang? Li Qi grumbled, arms crossed. She has made a wise choice. Yi Xiang maintained a serious expression, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the screen. Wise? Time is running out, and she is utterly defenseless. Li Qi countered dissentingly. With inferior strength and a broken arm, any reckless attack would only exacerbate her predicament. She must bide her time. On stage, Yue Han continued evading, observing Han Cheng's movements while waiting for the right moment. After several rounds, she noted that he consistently shifted his weight to his left foot when throwing punches. This forward lean lasted but a moment. Had she not been forced to remain calm and vigilant, she might have missed it entirely. This method of exerting force seemed more comfortable for him, perhaps a long-standing habit. Yue Han sensed this could be an opening worth exploiting. As Han Cheng's fist surged toward her, Yue Han chose not to retreat further but instead charged forward. The moment the punch nearly grazed her face, she executed a sliding maneuver beneath Han Cheng's legs, the military knife viciously aimed at his left ankle. Han Cheng, seeing her rush toward him, barely had time to react before she vanished from sight, only to feel a chilling sensation on his ankle. The speed was astonishing. The knife's touch was swifter than the pain. Ugh, Han Cheng gasped, caught off guard by the strike to his ankle, and he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Yue Han seized the opportunity, lunging forward, the military knife poised to plunge into his throat. Just as Han Cheng prepared to rise, Yue Han collided with him, and as he beheld the blade poised perilously close to his life, he instinctively grasped for the knife, the pain radiating through his hand as blood dripped from his fingertips onto his neck, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. Yue Han concentrated all her strength into pressing the knife downwards, her upper body weight adding to the force. Unlike moments before when the knife tip hung precariously, it now pressed firmly against his throat, drawing blood, yet it could descend no further. Both of them remained locked in a tense stalemate, Han Cheng's trembling hands desperately clinging to the blade. Beautiful, keep pressing. Qi Hong exclaimed, exhilarated. difficult. Yu Jinfeng understood Han Cheng's strength. Yue Han's one-handed effort could only maintain the knife in its position. The two were at a standstill, one unable to push down, the other unable to rise. Yuan Jie observed their every move. Shu, do not disturb my viewing of the match. One AI's deep, focused gaze remained on Yue Han, a hint of curiosity and admiration in his eyes. Boss, go for it. Kick him where it hurts. Su Duo could not help but shout, only to remember that the audience couldn't hear him, disgruntledly sitting back down. Chapter 32. Seizing victory. Blood flowed increasingly from Han Cheng's hands. The excruciating pain radiated from his palms to his very core, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his face. His eyes turning red this moment. Yue Han was also in a dire state. The visceral pain and blood loss felt all too real, her already injured arm having lost considerable blood, making her vision waver. Realizing her insufficient strength, Yue Han understood that the knife could not penetrate further. She needed a different approach. With resolve, she quickly crouched and, using all her might, drove her knee into his ribcage. This strike was calculated and fierce, targeting the deep recesses of his left ribs, right above the spleen. Cough. Han Sheng painfully spat out blood. Seeing his reaction confirmed that her strike had been effective. His rib had fractured, piercing his spleen, causing significant internal bleeding that if this stalemate continued, he would soon succumb to shock. In a panic, Han Sheng strained to lift the knife from his hand. He could not afford to prolong the fight any longer. Yet, in a swift and thunderous manner, the figure of Yue Han descended upon Han Sheng with an overwhelming force. Han Sheng, momentarily stunned, felt stars dancing before his eyes, his grip on the weapon loosening instinctively. By the time he regained his senses and tightened his hold on the knife, it was already too late. Seizing that fleeting moment, Yue Han plunged the blade deeply into his neck, a torrent of blood erupting forth and splattering across Yue Han's face. Rather than relinquishing his grip immediately, Yue Han pressed the knife down with fierce determination. Only releasing it once he sensed the struggles of his opponent beneath him gradually cease. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the arena floor, gasping for breath. Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and in the next moment, thunderous applause erupted from the students below, their cheers echoing incessantly, with some even leaping onto their chairs to whistle in exhilaration. Impressive, boss. Words cannot encapsulate my admiration. Impressive is the only term that suffices, many duo exclaimed, leaping in jubilation. Wow, that was incredible. That was Han Sheng we just saw. We cannot underestimate Yue Han. He is truly remarkable. This spectacle has ignited a fervor within me that I dare say this bout deserves to be recognized among the finest of contests. I truly underestimated him. A Xiang remarked. He is astonishing. Li Qi stood in a daze, his expression blank, utterly astonished by Yue Han's prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Xiang's furrowed brow relaxed, reminiscent of melting snow upon a mountain, as a knowing smile spread across his face. Congratulations to student Yue Han for achieving victory in the combat assessment. Foundational score 3, a mechanical voice announced from the virtual realm. The virtual space began to deactivate, instructing, please remove your helmet once your vision fades to black. Yue Han lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for air, his vision obscured, whether from blood loss or exiting the simulation, he could not tell. Phew, I thought I was done for. Han Sheng sprang up, hastily removing his helmet and exclaiming in panic. Hearing Han Sheng's voice, Yue Han lifted his now sensate hand, tossing aside the helmet that had rested atop his head. Once his eyesight cleared, Yue Han greedily beheld his intact arm, emerging from the holographic simulation, and tears of joy welled in his eyes. My hand is still here. I won. I did it. Yue Han had anticipated fear and trepidation, yet as the fight commenced, all thoughts were cast aside. Only the singular pursuit of victory remained. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged that despite the virtual nature of the combat, the real Yue Han was drenched in perspiration. Emotions and sensations within the virtual realm still affected the body. After a moment's respite, he stood up. Please hold on. We will now discuss the scoring, Yuan Jie interjected. Yue Han gestured to the instructor, while Han Sheng nodded in agreement. You were remarkable, Han Sheng remarked, unable to contain his admiration. You are the most formidable, courageous, persistent, and cunning adversary I have ever encountered. Han Sheng scratched his head, his face flushed, continuing, I did not mean to undermine you. I am simply not articulate. Of course, I understand your sentiment that I also hold you in high regard. We both persevered until the very end, Yue Han responded, generously offering praise in return that I will learn from you. But next time, I will surely defeat you. Han Cheng's eyes ignited with fervor as he raised his fist. Ready whenever you are. I will accompany you to the ends of the earth, Yue Han replied, fist bumping him. Ha! I like you. You are a friend worth having. Han Cheng laughed heartily, just as Yue Han was about to speak. One AI interrupted. All right, you two can indulge in camaraderie later. We must announce the results now. One AI glanced at Yue Han before focusing on Han Cheng, slowly articulating, Han Cheng, while your strength is commendable, your cunning is lacking. Nevertheless, your overall performance is excellent. The instructors have decided to award you a score of 6. Han Cheng blinked in delight. This score, though a loss, was still commendable, and he knew half of it was due to Yue Han's performance. Their fierce and thrilling exchange had impressed the coaches, meriting high scores. And you, Yue Han, one AI continued, his elegant throat moving as he spoke. Your strength is lamentably scarce. However, your sharp wit allowed you to maximize the advantages of your severed hand. Calm and cautious, you maintained clarity even in adversity. Bold yet meticulous, you consistently produced remarkable strategies, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. One AI's handsome features lit up with a satisfied smile. I am thoroughly pleased with your overall performance and have decided to award you a score of 8. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Yue Han's mind exploded with disbelief at the score, the surrounding sounds fading into a blur. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself seated among the spectators. How had he descended? How had he returned? Yue Han could not recall, feeling lightheaded. With 16 points from his combat victory, combined with the instructor's 8 points, he had amassed a total of 27 points. Boss, you are phenomenal. Previously, the highest score from Huang Shaxing's instructor was only 7, yet you surpassed it by a point. Though it seems minor, that single point is a world apart. Many Duo exclaimed excitedly. Boss, you are on the verge of fame. Each year, only a handful achieve an 8-point score, and high-scoring combat assessment videos are shared across various academies for observation and learning. This year will undoubtedly feature you. Many Duo gazed at him with starry eyes, brimming with admiration. Boss, you truly are my idol. Your strength is unmatched. I wish to be your loyal follower. Many Duo chattered incessantly. Yue Han, momentarily roused from his stupor by the excitement, quickly covered his mouth. Enough. Are you a relentless flattery machine? He gestured for silence, and Many Duo, eyes sparkling, nodded vigorously in compliance. Boss, that was incredible. I am too exhilarated to contain myself. Many Duo continued. The moment Yue Han released his grip slightly. Chapter 33. Because of you. Many Duo promptly patted her hand, assuring her to behave before letting go. The next team began, and Yue Han directed a threatening glance at him. Many Duo hesitated before falling silent. Among the subsequent teams, none were familiar to Yue Han. Most participants were fiercely engaged in battle, as if fueled by adrenaline. This holographic simulation chamber is truly remarkable. Everyone has fully unleashed their potential, Yue Han mused. Boss, the holographic simulation is just one reason. The other is you. Many Duo replied to me. Yue Han questioned, perplexed. Your match at the outset set the perfect tone, inspiring everyone and elevating the atmosphere. Each participant is fully committed, Many Duo emphasized. Yue Han was taken aback, realizing his example had positively influenced the others. Boss, up next is Yi Xiang. Many Duo exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the stage. Yue Han immediately shifted his gaze to Yi Xiang's match, acknowledging his brilliance. Unlike Yue Han's calm and strategic approach, Yi Xiang faced a formidable opponent, and their exchanges resembled a dazzling display of skill, almost a performance. Ultimately, Yi Xiang narrowly triumphed, earning an 8-point score from the instructors and 7 for his opponent. That Yi Xiang and Wu Jiujiu are both impressive. They are good students, Yuan Jie remarked to one AI. Since Yue Han's match concluded, one AI had been disinterestedly observing the contests until this pair caught his attention. He had compared their profiles the previous night. Their strength, technique, and even weight were comparable. It was indeed a thrilling matchup, as no other pair in the camp exhibited such stellar abilities. Quite impressive. Next team. One AI nodded in approval, recognizing the exceptional capabilities of both participants, noting they would not pale in comparison to those within the academy. Boss, it's my turn. Grant me your good fortune. Many Duo exclaimed, bowing earnestly towards Yue Han, whose eyes twitched in response to the absurdity. With a frown, Yue Han playfully struck him on the back of the head. Ouch. Boss, Lend me some encouragement. I feel anxious. Mini Duo confessed, shedding his bravado. Initially prepared to settle for a mere 2 points, he observed the fervor of the competitors around him. Witnessing Yue Han's tenacity, he felt a surge of motivation that he realized he should not approach the match with a defeatist attitude and resolved to give his all. Yue Han's gaze deepened, perceiving Mini Duo's apprehension. After a moment's consideration, he spoke. Mini Duo, remember this. No matter what challenges arise, I will always stand behind you. Your father is your father, and your mother is your mother. Yue Han imparted with sincerity. Mini Duo pouted in disbelief. Boss, are you serious? Absolutely. Challenges do not announce themselves in advance. What I am about to tell you is crucial. Remember it all, no matter what I say. Do you understand? Boss, I never realized you could be so abstract. Mini Duo exclaimed as Yue Han opened his mouth to speak again, prompting him to flee onto the stage. Standing on the platform, Mini Duo turned to Yue Han, who was cheering him on. He cast a grateful glance at Yue Han, who did not burden him further with admonitions to win, nor did she resort to forced encouragement. Instead, she chose to alleviate his unease with humor, effectively minimizing his anxiety. After silently repeating, "Keep it up," 3 times, Manyu reclined in the holographic chair, initiating the competition. Yue Han observed Manyu's match from below the stage, a contest that could only be described as fleeting. Manyu devoted all his time to shooting practice. While his combat skills were utterly abysmal, despite his opponent possessing a similar level of strength, he found it exceedingly difficult to defend himself, rendered utterly powerless. Yue Han noted that Manyu's adversary must have performed poorly in combat assessments as well, lacking precision in both force and angle, and delivering blows that were far from lethal. Consequently, the match devolved into a one-sided assault on Manyu. Fortunately, Manyu was a sturdy little chub, impervious to injury even as he grimaced under the relentless barrage, all the while clutching his opponent's waist and attempting to push him off the stage. Realizing Manyu's intent, the opponent seized Manyu's belt in the instant before they both tumbled off the platform together. The atmosphere in the arena grew oddly tense. Was this truly a competition? How absurd. Even novice fighters would not stoop this low. The instructors at the scoring table wore expressions of displeasure. Suddenly, one AI could no longer contain his laughter. Thank you, Instructor Yuan. I can hardly believe I'm witnessing a brawl reminiscent of childhood games. He laughed so hard he nearly toppled from his chair. Ha! Instructor Yuan forced a dry smile, his face flushed with embarrassment. As Feng Yi was the first to fall from the stage, Manyu was declared the winner. How should the scores be assigned? Yu Jinfeng was baffled for the first time. After much deliberation among the instructors, Manyu ultimately received 3 points for victory and an additional point from the instructors. It was only much later that Manyu learned that this extra point was generously granted by one AI. Following the combat assessment, students who did not pass were promptly sent back by the instructors, while those who succeeded remained to fill out their preferred college applications. Those opting for colleges other than Jilin were granted a 7-day respite before reporting to the corresponding Imperial College. However, if they chose Jilin College, they would need to accompany one AI to an undisclosed location for additional testing the next day. Only upon passing this test could they enroll in Jilin College. Failure would result in automatic admission to their second choice. Boss, which college did you select? Manyu inquired, glancing at Yue Han's application. Jilin College, Yue Han replied, handing him her completed application. Boss, you forgot to fill in your second choice. Manyu pointed out the empty space, reminding Yuan that it wasn't he forgotten. I simply did not fill it in. I have no intention of attending anywhere but Jilin College, Yue Han declared, reclaiming her application. Hurry and complete yours so we can submit them together. Boss, are you really that ruthless, not leaving yourself an escape route? Manyu admired Yue Han once more for her unwavering determination and resolute pursuit of her aspirations, leaving no room for retreat. Noticing Manyu's admiring gaze, Yue Han realized he had misunderstood her intentions. Alas, the dogged system had betrayed her. She could not enroll in Jilin College, as her application had been erased by the system. What was the point of a second choice? Chapter 34. The Cafeteria. I've completed mine as well, Manyu said, presenting his application to Yue Han. She glanced at it casually. His first choice was Jilin College, and his second choice was the University of Science and Technology. Let us go. Submit the applications to the instructor, Yue Han suggested as they rose to approach Yuan Jie. Don't rush off just yet. We'll be heading to the cafeteria shortly to treat the remaining students. Yuan Jie said, taking their applications with a satisfied expression. What? Did I hear that correctly? Yue Han asked incredulously. You mean to say there's a cafeteria? I had no idea. What does a treat entail? Does this mean we won't have to drink nutritional supplements anymore? We actually have a cafeteria, Manu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is with those expressions? Of course, there isn't a cafeteria for the students. But this is the instructor's cafeteria. We've arranged this special treat for you all because we noticed you've been working hard. This kind of privilege is unprecedented, Yuan Jia explained. When you mention hard work, are you implying that Manu is afraid to continue? Manu shot a furtive glance at Wan Ai, signaling for the instructor to reconsider. Yue Han also couldn't help but glance over. This year's assessment had indeed been more grueling than in previous years, all thanks to Wan Ai. The thought that Wan Ai's sole contribution was to prompt the instructors to show kindness struck Yue Han as somewhat amusing. Over at the terminal, Wan Ai, who had been looking down, sensed someone gazing at him. He looked up to find Yue Han, raising an eyebrow and smiling at her. His narrow eyes crinkled with delight, the corners lifting slightly. His dark hair contrasting with his blue eyes that sparkled like a sly fox. Yue Han quickly averted her gaze, feeling as though he could see right through her, leaving her feeling exposed. Wan Ai chuckled, unable to resist her flustered demeanor. Why do you look like a frightened chick? Afraid I might eat you, Wan Ai teased, as Chi Hung brought in the list of students whose first choice was Jilin College. Inviting him to join for a meal, Wan Ai accepted the list, flipping through it with a light-hearted expression. I apologize, but I truly wish I could join you. However, as you know, I am personally overseeing the additional assessments for Jilin College, and there are still 2 details I need to test and verify. Although he was nostalgic for the taste of the food the instructors had prepared for the students, he genuinely lacked the time to dine with them. Nutritional supplements were far more suitable for him at the moment. Moreover, his presence would likely make the students feel too constrained rather than pleased. Oh dear, I completely forgot about your busy schedule. If you can't make it this time, there's always next time, Chi Hung said, slapping his forehead before curiously leaning in to ask, Wan Ai, can you give us a hint about the additional assessments? I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. However, Chi instructor, rest assured that the additional assessments will be conducted here, and your instructors will be able to observe, Wan Ai replied, standing up and heading towards the door. Chi Hung was left astonished, pondering the implications. What did he mean by conducting assessments here? There were no dedicated facilities or conditions for that, and shouldn't they have set up a testing site in advance? Why was he acting so secretively? Hadn't he previously mentioned the assessments would take place on another planet? Were the starships stationed at the spaceport merely a ruse? Chi Hung couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for the students. Unsure of Wan Ai's true intentions behind such a grand and mysterious setup. Let us go, Chi Hung, that we should take the students to the cafeteria, Yuan Jia called out from a distance. Chi Hung snapped back to reality, rushing over to join Yuan Jia as they led the students toward the cafeteria, discreetly sharing his findings along the way. That crafty one is up to no good, Yuan Jia muttered, unable to hold back his thoughts. Yue Han and Manu chatted and laughed as they followed the group into the cafeteria, which, while not particularly large, radiated a warm and welcoming atmosphere, perfectly accommodating the remaining students. Stop staring blankly. There are ingredients on that table. Let a few who can cook join the instructors in preparing the meal. If you can't cook, find a place to sit and wait for the food to be ready. Yuan Jia instructed. I can cook. I can cook, Manu exclaimed excitedly, racing over. Yue Han, who usually prepared her own meals, decided to assist, only to be taken aback upon realizing that most of the ingredients were unfamiliar to her. Gazing at the vibrant vegetables and eclectic array of ingredients, Yue Han broke into a cold sweat, unable to discern what was edible. In stark contrast to Yue Han's surprise, Manu swiftly removed his jacket, tossed it onto a chair, and rolled up his sleeves, ready to dive in. Isn't this Yuan Kai? It's best when stir-fried. This fishbone vegetable will be perfect for soup, and this rabbit meat should be stir-fried, Manu exclaimed, eagerly grabbing a variety of ingredients. Yue Han watched curiously as Manu transformed into a culinary maestro, deftly wielding a knife and chopping up the ingredients in no time. Once the ingredients were prepared, Manu sequentially tossed them into the pot, simultaneously simmering soup and stir-frying a large dish. The speed at which he worked left Yue Han utterly dazzled. She couldn't help but facepalm. His expertise in cooking was evident, explaining why he was a little chubby. Every ounce of meat on him was well-earned. Get back to work or go sit down. Don't just stand around getting in the way, Yuan Jia said. glancing up from chopping vegetables. Boss, you should find a spot to sit. Soon you'll see my culinary skills on display. Man Yu chimed in eagerly. Yue Han, having never encountered these ingredients before, decided she would simply eat whatever was prepared and obediently found a seat to wait. Yu Jinfeng entered, bringing several boxes of brightly colored drinks for everyone. You can't drink alcohol, so here are some energy drinks I bought. Take whichever flavor you prefer, he instructed. Yue Han picked up a deep blue beverage, shaking it under the lights. Is this even safe to drink? The color is quite odd. Isn't this the Empire's most popular energy drink? One student recognized. This one tastes amazing. I'll take one with a daime flavor. As she observed the surrounding students opening their drinks, Yue Han joined in, savoring the cool liquid that flowed into her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. To her astonishment, she realized she had underestimated this beverage. It was far more delicious than she had anticipated, boasting a refreshing sweetness and effervescence reminiscent of fruit that a glance at the ingredients list revealed it was nearly comparable to a small nutritional supplement. Unable to resist, Yue Han indulged in a few more sips, when suddenly the world before her darkened. A tall figure seated himself across from her, and when she looked up, she nearly spat out her drink in surprise. Yi Xiong was sitting opposite her, his pale gray eyes resembling frozen glaciers, exuding an air of unattainable aloofness. Chapter 35. A feast for the senses. Xiong drinks a beverage. Li Qi approached with 2 bottles of drinks, handing one to Yi Xiong before taking a seat beside him. Oh, it's you? Li Qi exclaimed, astonished to see Yue Han across the table. Yue Han was somewhat taken aback by their presence opposite her, glancing around. She noticed that nearly all the seats were occupied, so it was quite normal for them to sit here. Hello, I'm Li Qi. I witnessed your combat assessment. You truly are impressive. Li Qi initiated a casual conversation with Yue Han. You both were remarkable as well. The competition was thrilling, Yue Han replied, pouring the drink into a cup and sipping it delicately. What am I impressive for? It's Yi Xiong who is truly exceptional. Li Qi exclaimed excitedly, turning his gaze toward Yi Xiong. Indeed, he was the most captivating competitor I saw today, Yue Han added earnestly after reflecting for a moment why Yi Xiong's attention shifted to her, his expression one of surprise as he fixed his gaze upon her. His eyes burned with an intensity that made Yue Han feel embarrassed, causing her to lower her head and focus on her cup. What was happening with Yi Xiong? She suddenly recalled the eavesdropping incident at the bathroom door. Yue Han's face flushed crimson, blood rushing to her ears as she bowed her head even lower, leaving only a tuft of hair visible to the two. This action, however, was interpreted differently by Li Qi, who observed her blushing after complimenting Yi Xiong and avoiding eye contact. Li Qi regarded the shy Yue Han with a peculiar gaze, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Could it be true that the rumors of Yue Han harboring feelings for Yi Xiong were genuine? What a predicament. After all, they were both male. Nothing could come of it. Why don't you try this flavor? I'll pour some for you, he said, awkwardly shifting the topic as he opened a bottle of purple drink and filled their cups. Yue Han gazed at the purple liquid in her cup and took a sip. It was delightful. Compared to the blue drink she had just tasted, this one possessed a slightly less refreshing quality, but a more pronounced fruity flavor. Aligning perfectly with her taste, she couldn't help but lick her lips. The naturally pink hue of her lips glistened with a thin layer of moisture, catching the warm light of the cafeteria and radiating an enticing sheen. Yi Xiong, who had been observing Yue Han, found his gaze lingering on her lips, his pale gray eyes darkening slightly. Upon realizing that Yi Xiong's intense gaze was fixed on her, Yue Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, silently pleading for salvation. Suddenly, she felt a need to assist Su Duo. Boss, it's ready. Come and get the dishes, Su Duo called out, carrying a platter. Yue Han sprang to her feet, relief flooding through her as she hurried to collect the food. Dinner is served. Come and get your dishes. Each table gets 6 dishes and a soup. Don't complain about the portions. It's already a feat to have these dishes on this barren planet. Yuan Jia announced loudly beside Su Duo. The students expressed their satisfaction and rushed to collect their food, with Li Qi and Yi Xiong joining them. Boss, take this portion. I scooped extra, Su Duo whispered. Gesturing towards a dish, Yue Han glanced over, incredulous at the mountain of food piled high. Extra? More like you took several servings, she thought. You two take these 4 dishes, Su Duo instructed, directing Yi Xiong and Li Qi. The two exchanged a knowing glance, opting to remain silent as the 4 of them quietly returned to their seats with the dishes. Hey, you must try this. My culinary skills are comparable to a state banquet. If you miss out, You'll regret it, Su Duo boasted, thumping his chest in self-praise. Watching the once vibrant and oddly shaped ingredients transform into exquisite dishes under his skillful hands, Yue Han couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. She picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of meat that was unrecognizable in terms of its original form, placing it in her mouth. The explosion of flavors delighted her taste buds, making her eyes involuntarily close in bliss. "This is absolutely divine, Su Duo. You must be a chef," exclaimed a fellow student seated beside her. "Puffed, this is nothing. The ingredients were lacking, and I didn't showcase my full potential." Su Duo retorted, his nose nearly elevated to the ceiling. "Hey, say that again, and I'll have to tease you." Chi Hang chimed in from afar at the instructor's table. "I'm not boasting. If you place me in a primordial forest, I wouldn't starve. I'd grow plump from the food." Su Duo shot back at Chi Hang. Yue Han chose to ignore their banter, knowing that every moment spent talking was a moment less to eat. Her chopsticks danced furiously, sending food into her mouth at an alarming rate, her eyes glistening with moisture from sheer delight. God knows what torment she had endured over the past month, subsisting solely on pink nutritional liquid that was so vile it made her gag. Now, faced with a proper meal, she hardly had time to utter a word. Su Duo, noticing her ravenous consumption, panicked slightly. "Wait for me. Save some for me." He too picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the food enthusiastically. Their chopsticks clashed numerous times in their haste. Li Chi stared, dumbfounded, at the two gluttons before him, suddenly feeling embarrassed and contemplating a change of seats. That in contrast to Yue Han and Su Duo, Yi Xiang maintained a decorous demeanor, pausing after a few bites of each dish, watching Yue Han, who was engrossed in her meal, radiating happiness. Yi Xiang's lips curved into a faint smile that he decided to set down his own utensils, reasoning that he would leave the remaining food for her, as he had 2 bottles of nutritional liquid in his tent. Seeing her eat with such unrestrained enthusiasm, reminiscent of primal desire, Yi Xiang couldn't resist taking a sip from his water cup. Yue Han, lost in her meal, suddenly choked and scrambled for a cup of water to wash down her food. Yi Xiang's brow furrowed. She had taken his cup, while the three continued to eat. Only Yi Xiang noticed this moment. Observing the water stains on the rim of his cup, he remained silent, suddenly feeling an acute thirst, a desperate need for refreshment. Yi Xiang discreetly picked up his own cup and drained its contents, following the trail left by the moisture. After placing the cup down, he felt as if he had abruptly awakened from a trance. Questioning his own actions, he recognized that this behavior was exceedingly peculiar, revealing a strange inclination he couldn't quite understand. Yue Han and Su Duo, their chopsticks moving with such fervor that they nearly blurred into shadows, caused Li Qi to drop his own utensils. Inwardly cursing, "They're absolute beasts." In no time, the two had devoured every morsel, leaving only the oily residue at the bottom of the plate. "This drink is delightful," Yue Han remarked, patting her now round belly, leaning back in her chair in satisfaction. "Not drinking it. I'm tired of the ones produced at my home." Su Duo mimicked Yue Han's posture, reclining in his seat. Yue Han straightened up, astonished by Su Duo's words. "These are the classic flavors from before. We'll be introducing new flavors this year, and they'll be even more delicious," he explained, waving his hands. Yue Han suddenly recalled his earlier mention of his parents being involved in the production of nutritional liquid flavoring, and that they were wealthy. Initially, she had thought he was boasting, but now she realized this modest fellow was indeed remarkable. Chapter 36. Preparing to board the ship. Su Duo, you must be the true leader here. I think I should cling to your coattails instead, Yue Han mused, feeling that their roles needed to be reversed. What nonsense. Once a leader, always a leader. Su Duo quickly shook his head in refusal. Yue Han surveyed the individuals at the table and imagined the essay topics they would likely write about. Yi Xiang would write about my esteemed father. Li Qi would pen my noble father, and Su Duo would craft my wealthy father. As for her, she could only recount tales of her impoverished years. Su Duo, do you happen to need a son? Yue Han turned to him earnestly. Boss, socializing with others is challenging, but thankfully, you don't seem like a typical person, Su Duo replied with a nervous laugh, after a brief conversation with Su Duo and Li Qi. The other students had nearly finished their meals. The instructor did not allow them to continue their revelry. Instead, he urged them to rest, stop chatting. Everyone return and get some rest. Yuan Jia clapped his hands to gather their attention. No way, instructor. We've had a blast at the training camp. Let us play a little longer. A student whined playfully. Everything I do is for you. Hurry back and rest up for tomorrow. Yuan Jie insisted. Tomorrow we'll be boarding the starship with the chief instructor to travel to another planet for assessments that will take at least a day. There's no need to rush. Instructor Yuan, the students protested in dissatisfaction. Enough? Everyone needs to rest well tonight. When we board the starship with the chief instructor tomorrow, keep your eyes peeled, observe keenly, and stay sharp, Yuan Jie reminded them kindly. Although the reasons for the upcoming assessments were unclear, everything felt peculiar, and it was wise to exercise caution. Listen up, everyone. Return to your quarters now. Leave the utensils here. We'll clean up shortly. Qi Heng also stood up to urge them. With sighs of disappointment, the students slowly rose to leave. Yue Han and her companions followed suit, stepping outside into the now pitch-black night, the temperature having dropped significantly. Hey, chubby one, we're heading this way. Li Qi and Yi Xiang were situated in a tent, positioned precisely opposite to them. You are the chubby one. We are not acquainted, exclaimed Su Duo, raising her eyebrows in haste. Goodbye, Yue Han waved, watching as the two figures receded into the distance. Make sure to rest early and refrain from fiddling with the terminal. I can't shake the feeling that the instructor's words carry a hidden meaning. Reflecting on the instructor's expression, Yue Han felt compelled to share her thoughts with Su Duo. No way. Boss, you actually believe that? Su Duo exclaimed in astonishment. That I hope I am merely overthinking it, Yue Han mused, contemplating the possibility that her nerves were getting the better of her. After bidding farewell to Su Duo, Yue Han lay in bed, gazing up at the tent ceiling, suddenly recalling her earlier intention to get a haircut during the newcomer camp. Ultimately, she chose to take a brief nap, only to be awakened by the terminal calling her to the bathroom. After washing up and dampening her hair, she retrieved a knife hidden within her boots and meticulously groomed herself until her bright eyes shone through. With her hair trimmed, Yue Han felt a refreshing lightness and no longer had her vision obscured. She tousled her hair, deciding to let the back grow longer for future styling. Following the additional assessment, she would no longer need to conceal her gender, reflecting on the events of the past month. She was gradually adapting to her identity as a boy. System, once I pass the additional assessment and enter the academy, will there be no distinction between male and female camps? Can I revert to my female identity? Of course, came the reply. However, within Jilan Academy, strength reigns supreme, and no one cares whether you are male or female. Delighted by the response, Yue Han returned to the tent and drifted into a pleasant dream. The next morning, students gathered early and were escorted by the instructor to the Star Harbor, awaiting the chief instructor's instructions. Yue Han gazed at the vast starry sea and the magnificent starship docked at the harbor. Unable to suppress her admiration, its exterior was made of an unknown material, coated with a quantum layer that reflected starlight, resembling a flowing star. Boss, where are you? Boss, are you the boss? Su Duo frantically searched for Yue Han among the ranks. Suddenly spotting the dashing short figure in front of her, she exclaimed, Is that you, Su Duo? Yue Han smirked, raising an eyebrow. Wow, boss, you look like this? So slender and delicate, yet undeniably handsome. Su Duo's mouth gaped in astonishment as she continued her playful jabs. What kind of description is that? Yue Han quipped, playfully tapping the back of Su Duo's head. Ha, isn't it surprising? I didn't expect you to be even prettier than a girl. Su Duo chuckled, rubbing her head and unable to tear her gaze away. So handsome, so beautiful, Su Duo beamed at her. Yue Han felt her temples twitch under Su Duo's gaze, akin to observing a curious novelty. Silence. The chief instructor has arrived, Yuan Jie sternly reminded the students. The chattering students instantly fell silent, turning their attention to the grand entrance of Wan Ai.as. The doors of the starship Xinhua slowly opened. A commanding and mysterious aura wafted through the air. A tall figure emerged, the sound of blue-black boots striking the ship's deck echoed like a heartbeat. Dressed in an imposing black uniform tailored to fit his muscular physique, he exuded authority. His long blue-black hair was tied back, while a red emblem on his left chest displayed his past achievements and honors. The half-cloak cascaded from his right shoulder. Unlike his previous aloof demeanor, his piercing blue-black eyes scrutinized the surroundings with an intimidating presence, instilling a palpable pressure upon anyone who met his gaze. That he walked deliberately towards the center, where the other instructors bowed in respect. Yue Han couldn't help but glance at the ornate and solemn emblem on his chest, a shield, a sword, and a roaring lion at the forefront. Is that a family crest? The thought flashed through Yue Han's mind. Perhaps due to her intense focus, When AI's gaze momentarily intertwined with hers, he scanned her from head to toe before finally resting his gaze on her face. Clad in the standard training uniform, she appeared anything but ordinary, the collar fastened tightly, revealing a graceful neck, while her usually concealing hair fell casually over her forehead, though her face was undeniably feminine. Her sharp nose and spirited eyes lent her an air of boyish charm, leading one to assume she was a striking young lad. One AI, noticing her serious expression, playfully winked at her before promptly restoring his stern demeanor. The fleeting expression was so quick that Yue Han questioned her own perception, involuntarily flinching and averting her gaze. What was that all about? Board the ship. My Xinyue will depart shortly behind you. One AI commanded, his lips parting to issue orders. Hurry, hurry. Board in an orderly fashion, Shi Hung promptly ushered all the students onto the starship, glancing back at one AI only after the ship began its journey into the starry expanse. Chief Instructor Wan, shouldn't you reveal a bit more information? Yuan ventured first. Did you not say we would not be leaving this place? Why is the starship now setting sail? Chi Heng inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, one AI offered no explanation, merely gesturing for them to follow. What I reveal is less interesting than what you can observe for yourselves. Come with me. He invited the instructors aboard the Xinyue. The show is about to begin. Inside the starship, Yue Han leaned against the window, momentarily lost in the breathtaking vastness of the starry river. It was a sight so magnificent that had she not found herself here, she would have never experienced such beauty in her lifetime. This place is so well equipped. Boss, Su Duo exclaimed as she strolled over to Yue Han's side. But I've checked, and this starship has all the necessary zones, including rest areas and living quarters. That we are currently in the seating area. Su Duo eagerly shared her discoveries. That I'm so excited, she continued, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed her surroundings. Yue Han redirected her gaze, noticing that Yi Xiang and Li Qi were seated just behind her. You stay put. I'll go explore a bit. Yue Han ventured out from Su Duo's side. Wandering through the area, she spotted a map of a planet affixed to the starship's wall, its images appearing three-dimensional, compelling her to take a closer look. This planet might be the one for the additional assessment, she pondered, only to be startled by Yi Xiang's voice nearby. Is the assessment map displayed on the starship for public viewing? Would one AI be so benevolent? Yue Han mused, taking an extra moment to memorize the details. Is this the assessment map? I want to memorize it too. Several students, having overheard Yi Xiang, crowded around to study the map intently. You all take your time, Yue Han remarked, quickly turning to leave as a throng of students pressed in behind her. Observing Yue Han's departure, Yi Xiang's gaze dimmed slightly as he continued to study the planet map. With a remarkable memory, he could recall the map after just one glance, and upon closer inspection, he deduced that this planet was likely a city in ruins. Watching a swarm of students return to study the map, Yi Xiang's gaze followed Yue Han as he returned to his seat. Feeling bored, Yue Han returned to her seat, glancing at her bare wrist. The terminals had been collected prior to boarding, as they were issued by the newcomer training camp and were returned upon passing. Most students engaged in casual chatter. Yue Han opted to close her eyes and rest. Upon awakening, she felt the starship jolt slightly as it hovered in the starry river. What is happening? Why have we stopped? Yue Han inquired, opening her eyes to Su Duo. But I heard that an interstellar mercenary ship is malfunctioning and will be docking with us. They'll be traveling with us, Su Duo said, her eyes fixed on the ship's entrance. Yue Han looked over as well, observing a group of fully armed soldiers entering, many of whom appeared disheveled and bloodied. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Yue Han examined the weapons they carried, haphazardly slung across their bodies. Students in the living area, please return to the seating area and remain in place. The living area has been designated for the interstellar mercenaries' rest. An electronic voice echoed through the starship. Reluctantly, the students murmured complaints as they slowly exited the living area, obediently taking their seats. Once all were settled, the burly, fierce-looking mercenaries began to file through the aisle of the seating area. The mercenaries jostled one another, occasionally uttering coarse language and insults. What a cool gun. Is it a machine gun? One student couldn't resist reaching out to touch a mercenary's weapon, curiosity getting the better of him. The response was a sharp crack as a mercenary swiftly slapped the student across the face, the force sending blood gushing from his nose. The sudden turn of events startled all the students aboard the starship, and their collective gaze gravitated towards the unfolding scene. What do you think you are? How dare you touch my gun? The mercenary glared fiercely, his eyes wide with anger as he berated the disoriented student before him from a position of superiority. The bewildered student, clutching his face in disbelief, prepared to retaliate, only to be forcibly restrained by his peers. Noticing the student's defiance, the mercenary raised his hand once more, poised to strike again. "That I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, go take a break," other students nearby quickly interjected. Offering insincere smiles and profuse apologies to the mercenaries, appeased by the apologies, turned and departed. "Are mercenaries always like this?" Yue Han asked quietly, furrowing her brow at Su Duo. "That can't be right. I remember mercenaries are supposed to adhere to strict discipline, prohibited from using violence indiscriminately. However, judging by their disheveled appearance, it seems they must have failed a mission and are in a foul mood." This student just happened to cross their path. Su Duo shared her thoughts with Yue Han, that a sense of unease began to envelop Yue Han. Rather than relaxing, her brows knitted tighter. "Aren't mercenaries' uniforms typically custom-fitted? They should fit snugly, shouldn't they? Why do their clothes appear loose and ill-fitting?" Su Duo took a closer look and confirmed that indeed, their attire was baggy, with belts unfastened and collars undone. "What is going on here?" Su Duo couldn't help but wonder. "Maintain composure. They are not mercenaries," came a voice from the back, as Yi Xiang leaned closer to the two, speaking in a hushed tone just above a whisper. "We are unclear about their affiliations, so we must tread carefully. Those are not their uniforms. They have stripped the mercenaries of their attire." Yue Han voiced her suspicions. "They haven't hijacked the ship, so we should be fine. They are likely just passing through and may have left by now." "No one dares to touch the preparatory students of Heartthrob Academy," Li Qi chimed in, leaning in as well. Su Duo feigned calmness, watching the group of mercenaries walk toward the living quarters and close the door behind them, exhaling a sigh of relief. "What should we do? There isn't a single instructor aboard the starship, and the control room operates on autopilot. They are armed," Su Duo lamented. "Let us take it one step at a time. No one dares to harm the students of the Empire. Just keep your worries at bay." "This journey shouldn't be affected," Li Qi shrugged, reclining back in his chair. "What kind of situation is this?" Su Duo slumped in his seat, exclaiming in despair. Chapter 38. Ship hijacking. In a short while, the seating area returned to its previous clamor. Students indignantly discussing the mercenaries. Yue Han gazed at the living quarters entrance, her brows furrowed, her sharp gaze seemingly penetrating the door to observe the mercenaries within. Her intuition warned her that things were not as they seemed. She felt something was about to unfold. The group of mercenaries had not emerged from the living quarters since entering, only sending one individual out at noon and again in the evening with 2 carts of nutritional liquids. "All students are requested to proceed to the rest area. The starship will soon initiate planetary transition. To alleviate discomfort, please enter the sleep chambers," an automated voice echoed throughout the starship. "Why do we need to sleep?" Yue Han turned to Su Duo. "During a starship transition, there are significant gravitational forces at play, which may induce negative reactions in those with weaker constitutions. Thus, entering the sleep chambers is necessary to counteract the discomfort caused by the transition." "What about them? Don't they need to sleep?" Yue Han voiced her greatest concern. That it was obvious who they referred to. The sleep chambers were only prepared for students, and there was no provision for them. Given their capabilities, they would have already adapted to the transition. Li Qi interjected. "If all the students are asleep, how can we ensure our safety?" Su Duo asked, her voice trembling with fear. "Rest easy. Why are you two so timid? This is the starship of Heartthrob. No one would dare to act against us, and the Xingyue ship is providing escort." Yue Han suppressed her unease and nodded, following the other students into the rest area. The rest area was divided into several rooms, and the 4 of them entered one together. Yue Han glanced at the neatly arranged sleep chambers lining the walls of the starship, observing that many students had already laid down and sealed the transparent covers. "Stop staring, boss. Choose a spot. I want to be next to you," Su Duo urged Yue Han. Yue Han randomly selected a position, lying down and closing the cover. After surveying the surroundings, she noticed that once all the students were settled into their sleep chambers, the chambers began to dispense sleep gas. Within moments, everyone in the rest area had fallen into slumber. Inside the Xingyue ship, are they all asleep? One AI leaned back in the command chair, perusing through student profiles. Yuan Jie and others sat beside him, observing the live feeds from various electronic screens displaying real-time monitoring of the starship's interior. "Yes, all are asleep and awaiting instructions," An officer stepped forward. Ready for orders. Tell the starship to stop circling in place and return. Begin the additional assessment immediately. One AI instructed, placing the materials down. Yuan Jie glanced at One AI's impassive expression. His curiosity piqued. Unable to restrain himself, he cautiously inquired, "What exactly is this assessment, Instructor One?" Yuan Instructor. "Patience is a virtue," One AI replied tersely. His responses were impenetrable. After several exchanges, not a single morsel of information had slipped through. Yuan Jie, filled with curiosity and frustration, redirected his gaze back to the electronic screens. Inside the starship, Yue Han abruptly opened her eyes, jolted awake from a deep sleep by a heavy pat on her shoulder. Instantly shaking off her drowsiness, the rest area had dimmed automatically, with only the soft glow of machinery illuminating the interior of the sleep chambers. As she surveyed the indistinct shadow before her, her muscles tensed instinctively, ready to react, only to catch sight of the person's silver hair. "It's Yixiong. What is he doing here, interrupting my rest?" Yixiong gestured for silence, pointing to his ear, urging her to listen closely. Yue Han, puzzled, strained to hear, and soon detected the sounds of scuffling and shouting emanating from the nearby rest area, punctuated occasionally by gunfire. The soundproofing in the rest area was excellent, typically preventing any noise from penetrating. These sounds were faint enough to require careful listening. Yet, Yixiong had managed to hear them from inside the sleep chamber. Had he awakened early? Yue Han nodded, sitting up immediately to rouse Su Duo, while Yixiong turned to search for Li Qi. Observing Su Duo still peacefully asleep, Yue Han pushed open the chamber cover and promptly slapped his face. "Who is it? Don't disturb my sleep." Su Duo mumbled groggily before Yue Han quickly covered his mouth. Realizing it was Yue Han, Su Duo relaxed, though confusion clouded his expression. "Don't speak. Listen carefully. That group of mercenaries is likely attacking the front rest area," Yue Han whispered urgently. Su Duo raised an eyebrow and began to listen intently, his expression quickly turning to one of dismay. Upon seeing Su Duo's reaction, Yue Han understood he grasped the situation, and she released her hand to go wake the other students. "But be quiet about it," Yue Han instructed promptly. Su Duo nodded repeatedly, methodically rousing the other students. In a short time, everyone had awakened, silently huddling together in agreement not to speak loudly. "Are they hijacking the ship? Don't they fear the Empire's pursuit?" That can't be true. Who would be so unfortunate as to face such a situation? One student pulled back the curtain on the rest area wall to peek outside, only to return with disappointment, whispering, "The transition has failed. We are currently hovering over the surface of a primitive planet. Let me see." Yixiong quickly pulled back another curtain to look down. Estimating the height to be around 300 meters, he noted that hovering above the ocean presented a significant chance of survival if they were to jump ship. "Jump ship? What are you talking about? I don't understand," Su Duo exclaimed in terror. "This must be an additional assessment. They wouldn't genuinely harm us." Li Qi quickly expressed his thoughts. Many students nodded in agreement, supporting his assertion. "What if it's not just an assessment? They have guns. If we don't devise a plan, we are surely doomed." Yue Han cautioned as the sounds of gunfire and shouting drew closer. A shadow of dread loomed over all the students. The rest area was devoid of any weapons, every pair of eyes anxiously fixated on the entrance. Yue Han refused to remain passive any longer and attempted to open the door to the rear rest area, only to find it securely locked. They've initiated lockdown mode. "Each rest area has been sealed," Yixiong explained. Yue Han suddenly felt a headache coming on. What an unfortunate turn of events. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze landed on the hatch that every rest area possessed. "Can this door be opened? Is it locked too?" Yue Han inquired aloud. "Yes, it's sealed. The only way for this rest area as starship wall to open is if it is breached, which would automatically depressurize the door," Yixiong calmly assessed. Yue Han couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Only by breaching the starship wall could the door open, and by then, it was likely that they would all be dead. Chapter 39. Not an assessment. The two quickly relayed their discoveries and thoughts to the group. "In a way, that's impossible. It must be an assessment. They wouldn't dare harm us." One student quickly waved his hands dismissively. "Are you suggesting we breach the starship wall?" Without elaborating on the critical nature of the situation, even if everyone were inclined to cause destruction, what means do they have here, given that there are only stasis pods? A student with crimson hair retorted. Yue Han shared his plan with the group, asserting that, at the moment, There were no weapons capable of breaching the starship. They could only await the arrival of the mercenaries. Striving to guide them to penetrate the vessel in extreme circumstances, they might have to face the peril of seizing firearms. Your method is tantamount to leading everyone to their demise. The instructors will soon be apprised of everything happening here. The optimal strategy now is to surrender and await the instructor's support. The student with red hair continued to counter. I concur with Li Xiang's proposal. Are you not suggesting we lead everyone to their deaths? Many students rallied in support of Li Xiang that if this were not a test, they are all ruthless individuals who have already commandeered ships and taken numerous lives. What good is your so-called surrender? If you do not resist at all, are you truly convinced you can survive? Yue Han retorted. Observing Li Xiang's silence, Yue Han spoke again. Whether we live or die depends entirely on the choices we make. Many duo hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to support Yue Han. Boss, I actually lean towards this being a test as well, but I still choose to trust you. Your decisions have never been wrong. Many duo whispered to Yue Han. If this is a test, it necessitates resistance. Can we truly pass a test by merely surrendering and awaiting rescue? Yi Xiang's words awakened everyone and clarified their stance. Truly, I am at my wits' end with you all. I shall stand with you. Li Qi sighed, resigned to agree. Before providing the other students time to contemplate, the large door separating the rest area was shattered by gunfire, followed swiftly by a foot that smashed through the door. Take cover behind the stasis pods, Yue Han shouted, rolling behind the nearest stasis pod, his back pressed firmly against it. In the next instant, a cacophony of submachine gun and machine gun fire erupted. The stasis pod was instantly riddled with holes, emitting alarm signals, as bullets struck the armored walls of the starship, producing smoke and bullet holes. Students who reacted slowly shrieked in pain as they were struck by several bullets. Ha! Look at these little white chickens. They've woken up ahead of time. Came a malicious laugh, prompting the mercenaries behind him to join in the mockery. Is it not better to die peacefully in sleep rather than awake in death? The mercenaries slowly advanced into the area. Yue Han surveyed the injured students on the ground and those hiding behind the stasis pods, pale as death, picking up a shard of the shattered stasis pod cover to observe the newcomers. The mercenaries were covered in blood, likely having attacked the rest area earlier. They now wore masks adorned with bizarre patterns, holding submachine guns, crowded at the entrance. Why are you killing us? The Empire will not spare you for this. Li Xiang demanded. If you let us go now, you may still have a chance to live. We will plead for you. You will face the courts at most. Li Xiang continued to negotiate. Yue Han could not help but cast a bewildered glance at him. So naive. Do not kill us. You can take us hostage to negotiate with the Empire. Yue Han's expression darkened. Damn it. Give me the gun. I will put a bullet in him. Good. Why didn't I think of that? You come out, and I will communicate with you. It seems you are the only clever one here. The leading man called out. Li Xiang hesitated, but chose to trust his judgment. He raised his hands and stepped out from behind the stasis pod. Let us communicate properly. The sound of gunfire erupted, cutting through the air with a scream that shattered everyone's eardrums. Yue Han's pupils constricted, and she immediately continued to observe the situation with the shard. Many students following suit, raising shards to look at Li Xiang was shot multiple times in the abdomen, blood gushing forth as he gasped for breath, his limbs convulsing on the ground. In the next moment, gunfire rang out, and a bullet penetrated his head, freezing his expression of terror, leaving a gaping hole where his head once was, blood splattering. This shattered the hopes of all the students. Witnessing a life snuffed out before them made it clear that this was no test, but a genuine assault, a suffocating atmosphere of terror enveloping everyone. Who are you? Why are you killing us? A student shouted in fear. Get it through your thick skull. We are deserters from the galaxy. The Empire? It means nothing to us. We have long since defected. Who do they think they are to control us? The leader scoffed, raising his hand to signal the others to move in and kill them. Observing the approaching deserters, Yue Han glanced at Yi Xiang and Li Qi, who were engaged in hushed conversation, and then Yi Xiang immediately signaled her. Mini Duo, get ready. We will seize the guns first. It's time to act. Yue Han quickly kicked Mini Duo beside her. Ready? Ready for what? To seize guns? Mini Duo stammered in shock. Two interstellar deserters casually approached, clearly underestimating them. Yue Han and Yi Xiang exchanged knowing glances and silently awaited the two men to draw nearer. Just as the two were but a few steps away, Yue Han and Yi Xiang struck simultaneously like lightning. Yue Han lunged forward, tightly grasping the legs of the nearest deserter, pulling with all her might. And the man was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, Yi Xiang executed the same swift motion, grabbing the other deserter's legs and dragging him towards herself. While Yi Xiang and Li Qi exerted their strength, pulling the man in, while Yi Xiang swiftly snapped his neck, with Li Qi adeptly disarming him of the two submachine guns strapped to his front and back. The deserter Yue Han was grappling with was large and muscular. Despite being tripped, he fought fiercely against her, making it difficult for her to pull him in. Seeing this, the deserter behind immediately crouched down for cover and began firing. Yue Han reacted swiftly, altering her strategy. Instead of continuing to drag him in, she lifted him up. Thus, the half-dragged deserter became a makeshift shield, absorbing the incoming bullets. With a muffled thud, blood sprayed from the deserter's mouth, and he breathed his last, dying on the spot. Yue Han easily pulled him in, and together with Mini Duo, they stripped him of 2 guns, unexpectedly discovering a flashbang hanging from his waist. Chapter 40. Jumping into the sea, these 2 fools. They have limited ammunition. We must finish this quickly, the leading deserter ordered. Mini Duo, Yi Xiang, cover me. I will breach the starship. They are now on guard, and won't he give us another chance? Yue Han urgently called out. The group nodded, understanding the situation. The 4 guns were only available due to their oversight. Once the deserters were alert, there would be no opportunity to seize more firearms. They had to maximize the utility of these 4 guns. Every time the enemy attempted to advance, Mini Duo and the others would immediately retaliate, forcing the opposing side into a corner. Yue Han quickly scanned the interior of the starship, prioritizing the glass windows. After firing a shot, she was halted by Yi Xiang. That glass is as thick as the Starship S, and it's bulletproof. Even lasers can't penetrate it. Change position. Sweat trickled down Yue Han's face as she nervously continued her observations. Focusing on the ceiling, the sensor lights were embedded there, and the thickness of the starship's walls would be thinner. Yue Han aimed her gun at that spot. The submachine gun was an outdated relic, with considerable recoil, making it difficult to control during sustained fire. She needed to stabilize her aim to penetrate the starship's wall. Clenching her teeth, Yue Han concentrated on a single point to shoot, trusting in the coordination of Yi Xiang and the others. Her eyes fixated on that point. The gun in her hand spewed flames, bullets racing toward the target. Not far behind her, a group of students anxiously and excitedly watched Yue Han and their every movement. These students were unarmed. Although they were eager to help, they were helpless without any weapons, forced to watch in despair. Prolonged, intense, and precise shooting rendered Yue Han's arms numb from the powerful recoil of the submachine gun, and she had nearly lost all sensation. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, and finally, a dazzling white light flashed above her, followed by an exhilarating roar. She had successfully breached the ceiling. Simultaneously, a hissing sound akin to air escaping filled her ears. We've breached it. We've breached it. Quickly, open the hatch. A student, unable to contain his joy and excitement, shouted to another student stationed by the hatch. Oh, right. That student, as if awakening from a dream, quickly extended his hands to turn the hatch's switch. Yue Han sighed with relief, glancing at Mini Duo, who was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his hands trembling as he indiscriminately sprayed gunfire. Yue Han helplessly said, Mini Duo, give me the gun. You take everyone and jump into the sea. We will cover you. Su Duo rapidly succumbed to exhaustion. He leaned against the sleep chamber and slid down, passing the firearm to Yue Han. Without delay, Yue Han took the gun and urgently cautioned the students. We will provide cover and suppress the enemy. You must jump down quickly. With that, he raised his weapon and expertly fired a bullet into the head of a fleeing soldier. How can we jump from such a height? Will we even survive the fall? Protested the students who were by the door, peering down at the vast ocean below. Stop hesitating. I've run out of bullets. And those 2 can't hold out much longer. If we don't jump now, we'll be the ones who perish, Li Qi exclaimed, glancing at the empty magazine before tossing his gun aside. Li Qi, you go first. I'll follow right behind you, urged Yi Xiang, who had just shot another fleeing soldier. Fine. Li Qi understood that remaining behind would only hinder their escape, so he decisively ducked and sprinted towards the hatch, his eyes burning with frustration at the indecisive students. Jump already, he shouted, giving a reluctant student a firm kick that sent him tumbling down, then quickly organized the others to continue jumping. Su Duo, you must jump now as well, Li Qi urged, tapping Su Duo's shoulder anxiously. Hearing this, Su Duo slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Yue Han, who was valiantly covering them. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Boss, I want to leave you. I'll fight alongside you," Su Duo declared, attempting to run back to Yue Han. Li's brow furrowed in frustration, the veins on his forehead taut with tension. He could no longer tolerate Su Duo's hesitation, seizing him by the collar. At a time like this, to hesitate is to doom Yi Xiong and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the back of Su Duo's knee, sending him tumbling down. Li, "You bastard," Su Duo shouted as he fell, "but don't call for your grandpa. I'm jumping with you." Li Qi glanced back at the two and leaped after them. Yue Han, having expended all his ammunition, swiftly took Su Duo's weapon and continued to fire back. With their support dwindling, the enemy was steadily closing in. Yi Xiong, "You go first. I'll cover your retreat," Yue Han insisted. "And what about you?" Yi Xiong's expression turned icy, his voice as frigid as winter. "I have flashbangs. I must be the last to leave so we both stand a chance of survival," Yue Han replied, clutching the flashbangs he had scavenged earlier. Yi Xiong's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, a sentiment that Yue Han could not comprehend. "I'll go with you. I want to slow you down," Yi Xiong declared, producing the flashbangs he had salvaged. In that moment, Yue Han understood. Their thoughts aligned, both willing to wager their lives for a fleeting chance at survival. Observing the flashbangs in Yi Xiong's hands, Yue Han did not press him to leave first. After emptying his magazine, he retrieved his own flashbang. Yi Xiong comprehended the unspoken plan. They would each exhaust their remaining bullets. With a shared glance, they promptly pulled the pins and hurled the flashbangs into the air. The two grenades exploded mid-flight, enveloping the vessel in a blinding white light, and the gunfire ceased in an instant. Yue Han and Yi Xiong, having covered their eyes with their clothing, immediately began to navigate towards the hatch, leaping out simultaneously. The extreme speed of their descent rendered Yue Han unable to open his eyes, the fierce winds howling in his ears, and the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness caused his heart to race. Before he could acclimate, Yue Han plunged heavily into the sea, the water engulfing him entirely, although it was a leap into the ocean. At such a height, it felt no different from jumping off a building. Thankfully, his recent training had enhanced his physical condition. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The excruciating pain coursing through his limbs compelled him to gasp for air. The briny water rushing into his mouth, he coughed violently. A wave of suffocation washed over him, as though a boulder pressed upon his chest, his lungs igniting with heat. Though submerged, it felt as if he were being scorched by flames. As his consciousness began to fade from lack of oxygen, he struggled desperately, knowing that if he did not surface quickly, he would sink to the ocean floor forever. Yet, his limbs seemed unresponsive, dragging him deeper into the abyss. Chapter 41. The beginning of jungle life. In his dazed state, Yue Han perceived a blurred figure approaching. The next moment, that person grasped him around the waist, pulling him from the depths of the sea. Coughing uncontrollably as his head broke the surface, Yue Han nearly expelled his lungs, disregarding the buzzing in his brain from oxygen deprivation. His reddened eyes locked onto his savior. "I asked that you, Yi Xiong. Are you all right? Can you still swim? We need to get out of their firing range." Yi Xiong held him firmly by the waist with one arm, while propelling them towards the shore with the other. After a moment of respite in Yi Xiong's embrace, Yue Han lifted his gaze to the starship hovering above, only to see a fleeing soldier standing at the hatch, weapon aimed at them. Yue Han's heart raced as he instinctively pressed Yi Xiong's head down, submerging them just as gunfire erupted overhead, bullets striking the water and sending a flurry of bubbles rising. The bullets, piercing the water, left visible trails due to the pressure, causing Yue Han to feel the violent tremors on the surface. Fortunately, the bullets failed to hit either of them, losing much of their power and speed thanks to the ocean's resistance. Sinking slowly instead, Yue Han quickly gestured for Yi Xiong to dive deeper, urging him to swim past the dangerous zone. Yi Xiong nodded in understanding, and they both held their breaths, swiftly making their way toward the shore. The soldiers aboard the starship, witnessing the two disappear beneath the waves, cursed under their breath before retreating back inside. Only once they had evaded the line of fire did they surface, gasping for air. "Look, they're at the shore. I see many students have made it." Yi Xiong pointed towards the land, and Yue Han followed his gaze, spotting several students scrambling up the beach. Nodding in agreement, Yue Han quickened his pace. But instead of resting like the others, he immediately shouted, We can't linger here. We need to enter the forest. There is no cover here. Before he could finish, gunfire erupted behind them, prompting Yue Han to sprint into the underbrush. Rolling behind the nearest tree to assess their surroundings, the machine gun fire churned the yellow sand on the beach, and the slower students were mercilessly cut down by the interstellar soldiers, blood pooling on the ground. Yue Han could no longer bear to witness the carnage. Diverting his gaze skyward, the interstellar soldiers had already boarded their starship, hovering ominously above the shore. This place is also unsafe. Yue Han glanced at the towering trees and dense foliage behind him. They had to venture deeper into the forest to evade the starship's surveillance. Everyone, hurry into the jungle, Yue Han shouted, rousing the panicked students from their hiding spots. Boss, is that you? A voice called from the side. It was Su Duo to Su Duo. Yue Han quickly led Yi Xiang towards the sound. Upon their reunion, Su Duo's eyes brimmed with tears as he prepared to speak, but Yue Han did not grant him the opportunity. Seizing his wrist and sprinting into the forest, the four of them fled at breakneck speed, the gunfire echoing behind them, not daring to pause for even a moment. Once they had put enough distance between themselves and the shore, they finally began to converse. Xiang, are you all right? Li Qi, who had been with Su Duo, inquired while fleeing. I'm fine. Let us head deeper into the jungle, Yi Xiang directed, relieved to see Yi Xiang unscathed. Li Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. He and Yi Xiang were childhood friends, and he knew he would have no excuse to face Yi Xiang as parents if anything happened to him. This isn't good. We're in an uncharted jungle filled with mutated plants and wild beasts. We want to survive in here, Li Qi exclaimed, shaking his head in realization. Who said that? Have you forgotten who I am? I am a walking encyclopedia. Stick with me and the boss, and I guarantee you'll be safe, Su Duo boasted, even in the midst of their escape. You? Li Qi couldn't help but chuckle. I am your grandpa, Su Duo retorted, still nursing the pain from the kick he had received on the starship. Yue Han glanced back at the massive starship that continued to loom above them, the towering trees nearly obscuring it from view, with only fragmented glimpses of its shape visible. The wind generated by the starship rustled the leaves in the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. They want to be able to see us soon. We just need to keep running. Yue Han silently thanked his diligent training, recalling the gunfights and swimming that had prepared him for this moment. The group ran further into the dense jungle, traversing countless shrubs and depressions, until the canopy above became impenetrable, and they could no longer see the starship. They finally stopped to catch their breath. What in the world is happening? Li Qi lamented, collapsing onto the ground in frustration. For now, we are safe. The interstellar pursuit has failed. We don't even know what planet this is. The instructors should have already reached the designated planet. So we can only wait for them to notice our absence and come to our rescue, Su Duo panted. Those interstellar soldiers are incredibly audacious, but it seems we're in the clear. They likely focused on the starship, not us. Li Qi wiped the sweat from his brow. Something feels off. It's rather strange. If they were only after the starship, they wouldn't go to such lengths. Relentlessly pursuing us, Yue Han remarked, sensing that something was amiss. An instinct warned her that this was merely the beginning. Oh no, don't scare me like that, boss. Many were wearing sorrowful expressions. I too felt something was amiss. We must not let our guard down. Yi Xiang stood up, grasping a handful of soil from the ground, feeling its dampness. Why are you doing that? Even you. Mu Duo looked at Yi Xiang's actions in confusion. The earth here is very moist. There should be a water source nearby. We do not yet know how long we will have to wait here, so we need to locate water and food. Yi Xiang sniffed the soil on his hands. Oh, you know where the water source is? Yue Han imitated his actions, grabbing a handful of soil, which was indeed quite wet, and squeezed it tightly in his palm. Almost extracting water from it should be possible. Follow me. With that, Yi Xiang turned and led everyone onward, occasionally grabbing more handfuls of dirt. The four of them traversed the dense primeval forest, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Are we there yet? Is this for real? I'm too tired to walk any further. Mu Duo was the first to murmur softly within the group that we're almost there. Yi Xiang observed the surrounding environment, searching for signs of a possible water source when suddenly, he heard the gentle sound of a stream. Here, Yi Xiang immediately ran forward, pushing aside the massive vines that blocked his path. The others followed closely behind, emerging to see a small brook before them. The clear stream wound its way gently, sparkling under the sunlight, with a few peculiar little fish swimming within. Mudfish, We can eat these. With keen eyes, Muduo was the first to spot the fish in the stream, instantly bubbling with excitement like a child, and without hesitation, he leaped into the cool, clear water to catch them. Chapter 42. Grilled fish. Yue Han could hardly wait. He crouched by the stream, cupping his hands to scoop up the refreshing water, tasting it with the tip of his tongue. It's drinkable. It's fresh water. He then raised his hands to gulp down the stream water, the cool liquid flowing down his throat like a rejuvenating spring, instantly alleviating the discomfort he had felt from choking moments earlier. In contrast to Yue Han, Li Qi was wild and carefree. He knelt by the stream, propped his hands on the grassy bank, raised his rear, and then plunged his head into the water, drinking deeply. Boss, this fish is edible. We'll have a meal today. He tossed the fish onto the ground, dancing with joy before diving back in to catch more, watching the lively fish wriggling on the ground. She quickly stood up, scanning the surroundings for dry, flammable twigs and dry grass, preparing to start a fire for grilling the fish. Li Qi picked up a stone, intending to gut the fish, but was stopped by Yi Xiang. The flesh inside is also meat. At this point, let us not worry about such details. Li Qi pounded at the fish in his hands, then struck it with the stone, killing it instantly. Yue Han collected some dry branches and twigs, reaching for the dagger hidden in her boot, intending to sharpen the branches. To her surprise, she discovered that the knife was missing. What happened? She distinctly remembered hiding the knife that Muduo had given her in her boot when boarding the starship. Where could it have gone? Did it fall into the seawater? Fearing the instructor would discover it on the starship, she had tied her shoelaces tightly. How could it have disappeared? Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Muduo, urging, "Hurry up and skewer the fish." Yi Xiang had already started a fire, and Muduo encouraged her to take the branches and help him skewer the fish. All right. Yue Han dispelled her strange feelings and, along with Muduo, prepared the fish to be grilled for Yi Xiang. The flames danced upon the dry grass. Several fish skewered haphazardly above the fire, while the four of them leaned against the stream. Waiting. I'll go find some leaves to place the fish on later. Li Qi stood up to gather leaves from the stream. Glancing at the grilling fish, Muduo shot a look at him before suddenly exclaiming, "Don't touch that. Put it down. My heavens, do you have no common sense? That's live nettle." Muduo watched as Li Qi had already gathered quite a few leaves, realizing too late. Live nettle? What is that? Li Qi turned back, bewildered by Muduo's alarm. "That you'll find out soon enough." Muduo looked at him with a pitying gaze, feeling a sense of compassion for his ignorance. Li Qi, irritated by his mysterious demeanor, was about to demand an explanation when suddenly an unbearable, bone-deep itch surged through his palm, spreading rapidly throughout his body. What the heck? Li Qi dropped the leaves, desperately scratching at his body in an attempt to alleviate the relentless itch. Yet, no matter how vigorously he clawed at his skin, the sensation only intensified. Muduo, what is happening to him? Yue Han glanced at Li Qi, who was now hopping about, scratching at every part of his body, finally rolling on the ground as the itch became unbearable. Live nettle causes small bumps all over the body upon contact, resulting in an unbearable itch that eventually transforms into a burning pain. Muduo shrugged nonchalantly, continuing, "Don't worry, boss. It's not deadly." Muduo, you should have warned me earlier. Li Qi gritted his teeth, jumping into the stream where the cool water provided some relief from the itch. "I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. I should have waited until you used it to wipe your backside in the bathroom to tell you." Muduo ignored him, focusing on grilling the fish. Suddenly, an image flashed in Yue Han's mind. Realizing that this little chubby boy was quite ruthless, striking at the heart. Muduo, you're holding a grudge for that kick I gave you on the starship. Li Qi, soaked in the stream, glared at him fiercely. Muduo didn't retort, completely ignoring him, and handed over the first grilled fish to Yue Han with a joyful smile. "Boss, try this. I grilled it. It's definitely delicious." Yue Han accepted the grilled fish, and Muduo then passed another to Yi Xiang. "Give me one." Muduo, Li Qi, still in the stream, called out with envy, without lifting her head. Muduo tossed a grilled fish over. Li Qi quickly reached out to catch it. "Hot, hot, hot," Li Qi exclaimed, immediately grimacing in pain as he alternated between his hands to hold the fish. Yue Han couldn't help but shake her head at the antics of these two fools. Glancing at the golden, crispy grilled fish in her hand, she eagerly took a bite, savoring the tender, juicy meat that exuded a hint of resinous fragrance. Yue Han couldn't resist, digging in heartily. "Boss, there's more. After finishing, I'll get you another." Mu Duo beamed at Yue Han, pleased with her satisfaction. Mu Duo, how did you grill it? It has such a fragrant aroma that it wasn't Yue Han who spoke. But Li Qi, admiring the grilled fish in his hands, unable to help but praise Mu Duo's skill. This little chubby boy is insufferable everywhere, but no one can deny this culinary talent. It's fragrant tree grass. It can eliminate the fishy smell and enhance the fruity wood aroma that I discovered it while gathering branches earlier and added it to the fire, Mu Duo explained with a smug expression. Mu Duo, if you don't find a wife in the future, just stay with me, Yue Han said earnestly as she ate, genuinely feeling that this culinary skill would make her sad if she couldn't enjoy it again. Snap. The branch Li Qi was using to skewer the fish was crushed in Yi Xiang's hand, jealousy gnawing at his heart, piercing through his resolve, as a wave of unexplainable bitterness and anger spread through his chest. What was he saying? To stay with Mu Duo. To be with that man. Yi Xiang's expression darkened, his gaze turning cold and brooding as it fixated on Mu Duo, his pupils seeming to harbor a lurking beast. Just him? In the eye of the storm, Mu Duo and Yue Han remained blissfully unaware, delighting in the fish. Once the three had finished eating, Li Qi emerged from the stream, feeling somewhat restored. Let us stay by this brook. Having a water source is more convenient. Yue Han glanced around, then looked up at the towering trees, where a few small yellow birds perched, tilting their heads to watch them. Suddenly, she knew how they would spend the night. Yes, let us rest here for now. Yi Xiang agreed with her idea, burying the remnants of the fire with dirt until no trace remained. Mu Duo, you seem knowledgeable. See if you can find some vines that are elastic and have good extensibility. Yue Han turned to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, flattered by the compliment. Mu Duo's face flushed. Ahem, let me take a look. He then dashed off as if to escape. How strange. Previously, he had only thought of the boss as clever and capable. Now he found her somewhat endearing. Chapter 43. Climbing trees. Yi Xiang watched as Yue Han relied on Mu Duo, feeling a sharp pang in his heart, akin to being incessantly pricked by a sharp dagger. This sensation stirred an uncontrollable anger towards both Mu Duo and Yue Han. Found it. Found it. After a while, Mu Duo returned, arms laden with a heap of vines and branches, excitedly tossing them down before everyone. What are you planning to do? Li Qi picked up a vine and tugged at it, perplexed. For tonight's rest, we all need to climb trees, find a sturdy branch wide enough to sit on, and use the vines to tie ourselves to the tree. Yue Han was focused on selecting vines, not bothering to look up. Huh? Mu Duo thought he must have misheard. The jungle is unsafe at night. Large animals roam the ground, and the interstellar fugitives may not have given up on us. Climbing trees is indeed the best option. Yi Xiang squatted down to begin selecting vines as well. That's true. There are snakes and insects on the jungle floor at night. Mu Duo quickly recalled the time when he and his parents ventured into the forest in search of flavorful plants, during which his parents had also given him guidance. Madness. Pure madness. Li Qi gazed at the perfectly good ground, unable to comprehend why a few individuals insisted on acting like monkeys, and he couldn't help but lament. Yue Han glanced at the vines beneath his feet and, upon pulling them, was astonished by their sturdiness and remarkable elasticity. He immediately turned his attention to the branches on the ground, discovering they, too, were both flexible and resilient. What kind of vines and branches are these, so robust? Yue Han inquired joyfully. The bending tree is renowned for its elastic trunk and vines. What's the matter, boss? Can't we use them? Mu Duo looked at the vines in his hands, fearing they might be useless. Who says they can't be used? These vines are absolutely fantastic, incredibly useful. Mu Duo, you are truly a genius. Yue Han promptly began selecting branches. What's the matter? What's going on? Mu Duo watched Yue Han's excitement, puzzled. Stop staring. Quickly come and help me make a bow. Yue Han bent the branches into a bow shape and tied the vines at both ends, ensuring they were taut and secure. His actions suddenly enlightened the group, and everyone immediately began selecting suitable branches. We have a bow. But what about arrows? Li Qi asked while mimicking Yue Han's movements. Find some sturdy branches and sharpen them, Yi Xiang suggested, observing the rudimentary bow and arrow already taking shape in Yue Han's hands, and she chose to help him refine them. Once everyone assembled the bows, they gathered branches to sharpen until dusk, finally crafting over 10 arrows. After dividing them, they entrusted the surplus arrows to Yue Han, confident in her impressive shooting skills. Everyone pick your trees and prepare to climb. Don't stay too close or too far. Each of you gather a few small stones. It will take turns keeping watch at night, that if something happens, don't speak. Just use the stones to wake those who are sleeping. Yue Han instructed, fastening the arrows behind her. All right, Li Qi, Mini Duo, myself, and Yue Han will keep watch in that order. Since we can't tell the time here, whoever is on watch and gets tired should wake the next person with a small stone. If any unexpected situation arises, the one on watch must wake everyone. Yi Xiang continued. And now, let us clear the footprints on the ground, Yue Han promptly reminded. The group nodded in agreement, and after clearing the footprints, they dispersed to climb their respective trees, tying the vines around their waists and verifying their positions before succumbing to sleep in their watch order. Li Qi, the first on watch, stared into the pitch-black jungle, uncertain how long he had been guarding. Just as he could no longer resist the urge to close his eyes, he used a small stone to wake Mini Duo. Groggy, Mini Duo opened his eyes, nodded, and continued the watch until he could no longer keep his eyelids open, at which point he roused Yue Xiang. As the stone hit Yue Xiang, he immediately opened his eyes, first glancing at Yue Han, then surveying the surroundings. Noticing it was Mini Duo who had awakened him, he nodded in acknowledgement. Mini Duo, feeling assured, closed his eyes once more, while Yue Xiang scanned the area for any anomalies, ultimately resting his gaze on Yue Han's face. At that moment, Yue Han was perched comfortably on a right-angled branch, her head tilted in slumber. Moonlight filtered through the gaps above, casting a gentle glow on her face. Unlike her lively demeanor during the day, she now appeared tranquil and soft, adorned with a gentle hue. Yue Xiang's gaze involuntarily roamed over her eyes, nose, lips, and neck. He felt like a voyeur, an infatuated fool, unable to tear his eyes away from her, a behavior he deemed utterly inappropriate and bizarre. His eyes remained fixed upon her until the sun began to rise, casting mottled rays of light before him. Only then did Yue Han stir slightly, rubbing her eyes as she beheld the sky gradually brightening. What is going on? Why didn't you wake me from my watch? She asked, turning to Yi Xiang, who was staring at her, seemingly lost in thought. I wasn't tired. If I were, I would have let you take over. Yi Xiang replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze without leaving a trace. You seem rather alert, Yue Han remarked, eyeing him suspiciously as she untied the vines around her waist, waking Mini Duo and Li Qi in the process. My waist feels like it was hit by a high-speed train. Ah, Mini Duo exclaimed, clutching his waist in agony as he opened his eyes. Enough with the theatrics. No one is feeling great here. Sleeping in these conditions is a miracle, Li Qi grimaced, holding his neck. Yue Han quickly descended from the tree, wrapping the vines around her body as she began to stretch. The tree was hard and uncomfortable, and after a night of damp slumber, she felt a strange sensation, as if half her body was paralyzed. This is unbearable. If the instructor doesn't come to rescue us soon, I'll be tortured to death before I starve. Mini Duo groaned, twisting painfully as he stretched. What is this? Li Qi squatted and stared in astonishment at the footprints on the ground, resembling bare paws. It must be a wild beast from the jungle. It likely emerged at night, and judging by the size of the footprints, it could be a mutated wild bear. Such creatures typically roam at night. Mini Duo glanced at the gigantic paw print and dismissed it without concern. First, let us wash our faces. Then we'll split up to search for food, Yue Han suggested, surveying the area. The terrain by the stream was open, surrounded by shrubs, with no tall plants in sight, making it easily identifiable for their search. You all look for food. I'll continue catching fish in the stream, Mini Duo declared, heading to the water's edge. The previous day, they had nearly caught all the fish in the stream, leaving only a few small ones, barely the length of a finger, insufficient to fill even one person's stomach, but better than nothing. The group approached the stream to wash their faces. The icy water in the primordial forest sent shivers through Yue Han. Yet it also swiftly awakened her. Chapter 44. Do you want to eat? Let us split up to find food and return before the sun is directly overhead. But we'll bring the food back for Mini Duo to identify. He can just stay here and catch fish, Yi Xiang proposed. Mini Duo, don't you dare eat the small fish you catch, Li Qi teased after washing his face and looking up. Nonsense, go away. Mini Duo splashed a handful of water at Li Qi's face. You little rascal. Mini Duo, I'll twist your head off, Li Qi threatened, rolling up his sleeves to strike, only to be pulled back by Yi Xiang. Let us find something to eat first. Yi Xiang randomly chose a direction and set off, not forgetting to yank Li Qi along with him. Li Qi watched Mini Duo stick out his tongue in a mocking manner. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Yue Han chuckled, glancing at the two lively characters. That I'm off, mini duo. After you're done catching fish, start a fire and wait for us. With that, Yue Han pushed aside the enormous leaves in front of her and set off. After walking for a while, Yue Han spotted red fruits high in the trees. She quickly removed her jacket, tying the sleeves around her neck to fashion a makeshift backpack, and climbed the tree to gather some. After descending, she continued for a while longer and discovered some white mushrooms and fallen nuts from the trees, placing them directly in her clothing. As the sun began to rise overhead, Yue Han tightened her clothing and made her way back. Upon returning to the resting spot, she found Li Qi and Yi Xiang had already returned, and Mini Duo had successfully started a fire. The group laid out their gathered food for Mini Duo to identify. Can we eat this? Li Qi asked, holding up a round red fruit. Yes, it's quite delicious. You should try it, Mini Duo replied, glancing up at the fruit. Really? Let me taste it, Li Qi said, popping the fruit into his mouth. After chewing a couple of bites, his expression changed dramatically, his face turning as red as fire as he immediately spat it out. Mini Duo, cough, cough, cough. You said this was edible? Li Qi exclaimed, rinsing his mouth with water from the stream. The red spicy fruit is indeed edible. In fact, it's delicious. I even use it as a seasoning when I cook. Mini Duo rummaged through his stash without sparing Li Qi a glance. Biting into that was like chomping on a firecracker. How is that delicious? Li Qi retorted, displeased. Mini Duo remained silent, continuing his search for food. Li Qi, undeterred, pulled out a handful of tiny black fruits the size of fingernails from his clothes. Can we eat this? What kind of fruit is that? It's a lianxiang fruit. It has a sweet flavor and can help regulate digestion. This time, Li Qi was cautious, only taking a small piece to taste. It is good, he exclaimed, then quickly stuffed several into his mouth, gesturing to share with Yi Xiang and Yue Han. This is delicious and sweet. You both should try it. When Yue Han reached for one, Mini Duo stopped her, saying, Boss, you really shouldn't eat that. What do you mean? Why can't I eat what you give me? Li Qi questioned, feeling disgruntled. Yue Han glanced at the fruit in her hand, looking curiously at Mini Duo. Boss, that fruit can cause gas. If you eat it, you'll end up passing wind, and too much will upset your stomach, Mini Duo explained calmly. Meanwhile, Li Qi became agitated, dropping the fruit and grabbing Mini Duo by the collar. Do you have a problem with me, huh? Is this because of that kick on the starship? Yue Han, with a headache from the sight of the two tangling together once more, could not dissuade them. So she picked up a variety of edible items and began roasting them. Yi Xiang had grown accustomed to the antics of the two and paid them no mind, focusing instead on meticulously preparing the food, occasionally interrupted by the sound of Li Qi's flatulence. Once Yue Han and Yi Xiang finished roasting the food, the two injured figures made their way over to eat. This meat is truly exquisite. And this fruit is delightful, Li Qi declared from a distance, punctuating his words with another fart. Li Qi, can't you eat in peace? Do you have to speak while letting out gas? Mu Duo chuckled, her face flushed from holding back laughter. Yue Han, feeling equally stifled, glanced at Li Qi's ashen face and turned her head away to avoid detection. What are you laughing at? If it weren't for your ability to discern edible food, I would have disposed of you long ago, Li Qi retorted indignantly. Don't be disheartened, Li Qi. You do have your merits. Mu Duo paused before adding, your merit is that you produce a lot of gas. Yue Han, who was in the midst of eating, nearly choked on her food upon hearing Mu Duo's shocking remark. Is he a demon? She coughed, struggling to suppress her laughter, tears welling in her eyes. Just then, she felt a gentle pat on her back. Confused, she turned to find Yi Xiang, his ears flushed, softly patting her back. What was going on? Yi Xiang had been secretly observing Yue Han, and at this moment, as Li Qi and Mu Duo bickered, he was stifling laughter, his fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, his eyes narrowed with mischief, radiating a lively charm that momentarily captivated him. How could there be such an odd person? With a stunningly beautiful face concealed by hair, a boy who still sought to tease and entice him, perpetually playing tricks, yet somehow drawing him in. Suddenly, the person before him coughed, and before Yi Xiang realized it, he had instinctively moved closer, patting her back. As he gazed at her, his attention froze on her lips, stained with the dark red juice of the fruit, irresistibly alluring. Would you like to taste it? Yue Han whispered, her voice laced with endless temptation. Yi Xiang, fixated on her lips, felt a jolt of warmth surge through him, his blood rushing to his ears, his mind momentarily blank. The sight of her plump, Crimson lips ignited a burning sensation within him, coursing through every fiber of his being, making even his breath feel heated. "That I wanna?" he rasped instinctively, longing to savor the taste of her lips. Yet, in the next moment, he was jolted back to reality. What was she saying? What was he saying? "Here, take it," Yue Han said, tossing another black fruit to him before wiping the corner of her lips. Yi Xiang clumsily caught the fruit, suddenly realizing his misunderstanding. Instantly, his neck flushed with embarrassment. Yue Han observed his flushed eyes, glistening with moisture, and his strained expression, reminiscent of a delicate flower torn asunder. Was this boy truly so shy over simply wanting a fruit? Was he truly so bashful? After briefly glancing at her lips, he hastily retreated to the stream to wash his face. Yue Han, feeling bored, turned her attention back to the bickering Mu Duo and Li Qi. Chapter 45. Obscene Words and Profanity. Mu Duo. "I'm going to shove this vine into your eyes," Li Qi exclaimed. "Come at me, you filthy scoundrel. Let us see if your upper mouth is mightier than your lower. If I don't put an end to you today, may I be cursed." "All right, you wretched fool. What skills do you possess?" Yue Han sighed, exasperated, as these two, left unattended for but a moment, had resorted to a torrent of vulgarities and mutual insults. Listening to their exchanges, Yue Han felt they were at the point of exhausting themselves, where merely licking their lips could lead to self-inflicted demise. Unable to bear it any longer, she furrowed her brow and intervened. "You too, save some energy. You've just eaten. Don't waste it all." She tugged at Mu Duo. "Boss, did you hear how filthy he speaks? Don't stop me. As if your words are any better. Who do you think you are?" Eating the same fruit, Yue Han grasped one of each, noticing that they were still secretly grappling with each other. Finally, she could not contain herself and declared, "If you keep making noise, I'll break both your jaws and feed you the remaining fruit." "Boss, are you a demon? Your temperament is far too dreadful," Li Qi shot back, meeting Yue Han's threatening gaze, only to quickly shift his tone. "But with a face as lovely as yours, your wickedness has a certain charm." "Nonsense," Mu Duo muttered, cursing him inwardly. "Can we finally be quiet?" Yue Han raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Mu Duo mumbled, his head hanging low. Li Qi responded with a fart. Finally, silence descended upon them as they set aside the evening's provisions and buried the remnants of their fire. "Sigh, it's already been 2 days. Why haven't the instructors arrived yet?" Li Qi lamented, lying on the ground with a blade of grass in his mouth, gazing up at the sky. "Who knows? We can only wait," Yue Han replied, mimicking his posture and resting, watching the occasional bird flit by overhead. "What if we end up becoming primitive beings? What if the instructors don't even realize we've transitioned to another planet?" Mu Duo expressed his despair. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Yue Han's mind. The 4 of them, clad in nothing but vines, swinging through the trees like monkeys. "Stop, stop, stop," she interjected, unlike the 3 who were resting on the ground. Yi Xiang had climbed up a tree to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he shouted, "Quickly, get up the tree. A wild animal is charging towards us." The group immediately recalled the enormous footprints they had seen in the morning and scrambled up the trees to hide. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the trees and the earth. Yue Han instinctively covered her ears. The sound was so loud and deep, it could only belong to a colossal creature. Sure enough, a gigantic black bear burst from the underbrush, surveying its surroundings while sniffing the ground. The 4 held their breath, frozen in place atop the tree, the bear beneath them resembling a small mountain, armed only with their handmade arrows. They knew they could not pierce its thick hide, which would only reveal their position and provoke its wrath. The bear continued to sniff around until it reached the base of Mu Duo's tree. Beads of sweat formed on Mu Duo's brow as he glanced nervously at Yue Han. She gestured for him to remain calm. They had cleaned up after their meal, burying the embers and leftovers in the soil. Masking any scent, the bear sniffed the ground once more before turning towards the stream to drink. The 4 let out a collective sigh of relief, realizing that this stream was likely the bear's regular watering hole, and they had fortuitously chosen to rest there. After quenching its thirst, the bear did not leave immediately. It remained by the stream, grooming its fur, indicating it wouldn't be departing anytime soon. Yue Han glanced at the setting sun and signaled for the others to lower the vines and rest directly on the tree. It was uncertain when the bear would leave, and with nightfall approaching, resting was their best option. They could only hope that upon awakening, it would be gone. The group followed the previous night's routine, taking turns to keep watch, though this time, Yue Han and Yi Xiang switched their order. Fearing that Yi Xiang would insist he wasn't tired and stay up until dawn, she placed him behind her in the rotation. As the night deepened, the bear remained below, and the group began to drift off to sleep according to their watch schedule. When it was Yue Han's turn to keep watch, she glanced toward the stream. Finding the bear still resting there, gazing up at the stars in silence. If the bear didn't leave, they might not be able to descend from the tree for days, risking starvation. She had no idea how long she had been lost in thought when suddenly distant shouting and cursing jolted her back to reality. Listening intently, she discerned a large number of voices and quickly flicked small stones to awaken the others. Yi Xiang opened his eyes, exchanging glances with the group as they quietly remained in their respective trees. Not uttering a sound, the shouts grew closer, and they soon recognized the approaching figures. Those interstellar deserters, armed with machine guns, advancing toward them. The bear by the stream also seemed to sense the commotion and slowly awakened. With a deafening roar, the bear charged into the midst of the fleeing soldiers, and gunfire erupted in rapid succession. The jungle night was pitch black, and the group could only see the flashes of bullets being fired. The air thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Moments later, silence fell over the gunfire as the deserters emerged calmly. How many bears have we killed now? Boring. This beast is no fun. We need students. Damn it. These students can really run. Our orders were to eliminate them all, and they're just adding to our workload. No worries, they're unarmed. They're probably waiting for their instructors to rescue them. Not realizing their instructors abandoned them long ago, these foolish students, still so inexperienced, their attempts to cover up their campfire traces are pathetic. Did you see that student's face contorted in fear just before he died? Ha ha. It cracked me up. The next student we find, don't kill him right away. I want to torture him slowly. We can toss him to the bear as well. Watching him get torn apart will surely be amusing. Having surveyed the vicinity, I found no signs of habitation or fires. It was devoid of life. We should proceed forward for further investigation. Many, while eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a chill of trepidation cascade down their spine, realizing that these deserters were far more frightening than a black bear. Fortunately, Yi Xiang had concealed the traces of burning, and Yue Han had instructed everyone to erase their footprints. Otherwise, even if the black bear did not discover them, they would surely be detected by the fleeing soldiers. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom. One masked interstellar deserter remained behind. Lazy ones take longer. The group erupted in laughter as they distanced themselves. The remaining interstellar deserter found a spot to squat down, simultaneously using his terminal while attending to his needs. Chapter 46. Leaving the water source unbeknownst to him, the four individuals in the trees were watching him intently. And Li Qi hastily gestured for them to eliminate him. Yue Han shook her head, indicating that this person was not worth the effort given the group of deserters ahead. The four of them fixated their gazes on the individual below. Their focus so intense that the deserter seemed to sense something amiss and looked up. Their hearts raced as the man squinted, vaguely catching sight of the shadowy figures in the trees. Preparing to illuminate the area with his terminal, in the next moment, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence. The man below had yet to react when an arrow struck through his throat, silencing him before he could utter a cry. Many turned to look, finding Yue Han poised with her bow drawn. In that instant, Yue Han resolved that they must act swiftly before he could raise the alarm to his comrades. Get down and grab the gear, she whispered urgently to the others. The deed was done, and their location was no longer secure. They needed to maximize their advantages. The four descended the tree stealthily, pulling the body into the underbrush and stripping him of his equipment. Minnie handed a machine gun to her, but Yue Han waved her hand, saying, "You keep it. I only need this dagger. We have too little gear. And you require the machine gun more than I need it. I will use my bow." She took only the dagger from his waist, concealing it within her boot, while Yi Xiang retrieved his terminal and flashbang. And Li Qi and Minnie each took a machine gun. It seems their equipment is standardized. 2 machine guns and 1 flashbang per person, much like the armaments we had during the shipboard skirmish. Minnie remarked curiously. Li Qi handed over his and Minnie's arrows to Yi Xiang and Yue Han, asking, "What do we do now? We need to leave immediately." I hadn't intended to kill him, but now that we've exposed ourselves, they will surely return upon realizing he is not followed, Yue Han said, hurriedly concealing the body in the grass before leading everyone in the opposite direction. Run this way. Yi Xiang opened the salvage terminal, examining the map to guide their escape. Under the moonlight, the four dashed onward. What shall we do without a water source? Li Qi couldn't help but ask, fearing for their survival. Without water, they cannot endure. There should be spindle trees nearby. Yi Xiong, check the map for the tallest trees. We must go there. Many urged fervently. Yi Xiong quickly zoomed out on the map. Found it. This way. Follow me. He led them toward the highest trees. And after a night of frantic running, they finally reached their destination, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. I think I've fallen for one AI in the newcomer test. Many gasped, sprawled on the ground. What nonsense is this? Li Qi looked at him disdainfully. Many, with a wry smile, continued, I understand his good intentions now. Climbing through ravines, leaping over fallen logs, and lugging this heavy machine gun all night. It wasn't his devilish training. I wouldn't have made it here otherwise. He promised to refrain from criticizing one AI after being saved. Shoo, stay quiet. Yi Xiong interrupted, his expression serious. Yue Han recalled that his hearing was remarkably acute. Noticing his demeanor, she too began to listen intently. A rustling sound emerged from the low grass surrounding them, and suddenly, several large, yellow-furred beasts with sharp teeth, resembling leopards, sprang forth, their greedy yellow eyes fixated on them. Hunting leopards, a pack of swift carnivores, quick and agile, and they coordinate their attacks, many grimly informed them. Yue Han immediately nocked an arrow, lamenting their misfortune. It was nighttime, and these creatures were out hunting. Relying solely on bows would surely lead to a fierce battle. Many edged closer to Yue Han, holding his breath and curling into a ball, just as he was about to raise his machine gun to fire, only for Yue Han to press it down. We can't shoot. The noise will give away our position. Use your bows. After a moment's hesitation, Many could only grip his machine gun defensively, having surrendered the arrows to Yue Han and Yi Xiong. The hunting leopards did not charge immediately. Instead, they cautiously circled the four, assessing their strength and threat level. Be careful. They may attack at any moment, Yue Han cautioned, surveying their surroundings. Thus, the four remained huddled together, locked in a tense standoff with the hunting leopards. That I'm getting sore from standing so long. Many finally broke the silence, but as he spoke, one of the leopards lunged at him. Yi Xiong quickly pressed down on his head, just as an arrow shot from behind him, striking the hunting leopard squarely in the forehead. The creature stumbled and collapsed with a pained roar. Many, filled with dread, turned back to find Yue Han glaring at him, bow drawn and voice raised. Get a grip. Many. Okay, my apologies, boss, he responded hastily. Upon witnessing their companion's demise, the surrounding leopards howled in anguish, becoming emboldened and closing in on the group. One, with crimson eyes, let out a fearsome cry, and instantly, the other leopards surged forward as if commanded. The four began to fight back. However, Yi Xiong and Yue Han found their bows ineffective at close range, as they had to retrieve arrows and aim anew, unable to match the leopard's speed. Many and Li Qi could not fire their guns either, resorting to swinging the gun butts to fend off the leopards while dodging and seeking opportunities to strike. Yue Han swiftly drew 2 arrows, leveling her bow and firing both at the 2 closest leopards. But when she reached for her arrows again, she discovered they were all gone. They had depleted their supply far too quickly. Alternative methods were necessary. Suddenly, Li Qi was struck from behind with a heavy force. Stumbling to the ground, he turned to see a hunting leopard poised to bite, quickly thrusting his machine gun to block its drooling jaws. As the saliva dripped onto his face, he grimaced and turned his head, barely holding on when the leopard was suddenly kicked away, crashing against a tree before collapsing heavily to the ground. Are you all right? Yi Xiong extended a hand to help him up. I almost bit it. You scared me to death, Li Qi exclaimed, grasping his hand and rolling back to his feet. This one do. We must use our guns, many shouted, having had enough of their desperate flight. No, those deserters are even harder to deal with, Li Qi warned after felling a leopard with the butt of his machine gun. Yue Han swiftly unsheathed her dagger, her gaze fixating on the leopard that had first howled. It was this creature's cry that had spurred the pack to attack. Its pupils were not yellow but crimson. It had to be their leader. If they could take it down, the others would likely disperse. Chapter 47. Holographic Simulation. Yi Xiong. At 11 o'clock, the largest one with red eyes is their leader. We must eliminate it first, Yue Han directed Yi Xiong as they charged towards the red-eyed leopard. Yi Xiong, as if in perfect harmony, kicked aside a nearby leopard, shielding Yue Han as they raced toward their target, intercepting any leopards that lunged at her. The red-eyed leopard recoiled in fear, its fur bristling defensively. With a powerful leap, Yue Han mounted its back, plunging her dagger into its heart with a fierce thrust. blood spraying forth as the creature let out a final cry before collapsing, thrashing briefly before going limp. The other hunting leopards, witnessing the fall of their leader, immediately scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. The four, their hearts racing, watched as the leopards retreated before finally collapsing in exhaustion, gasping for breath. After resting a moment, Yue Han retrieved her spent arrows, storing them for reuse. "Fortune favors the bold," many exclaimed, trembling as he clutched his chest. "Save your reflections for later. You led everyone here under the pretense of a water source. Where's the water? Not only is there no water, but we also have a pack of wild beasts to contend with." Li Qi snapped irritably. "ISNT, there water everywhere." Many shrugged, recovering from his earlier fatigue. "Water? This place is full of trees, and the ground is parched. There's no water source nearby," Li Qi insisted, clutching a handful of dirt and glaring at him. Many ignored him, choosing instead to lie back on the ground with a triumphant expression. Seeing Minnie lounging so casually left Li Qi seething with frustration. "Don't be so sure. If Minnie says there's water." He wouldn't lie. "What's really going on, Minnie?" Yue Han could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, believing that Shudwa would not jest with matters of life and death. Shudwa glanced at Yue Han, who was explaining, and chuckled. "Boss, it seems you do believe in me. Draw your knife, plunge it into the tree, and then twist it out. At such a critical juncture, still stabbing a tree. You rascal Shudwa," Li Qi exclaimed. Speechless and exasperated, Yue Han, gazing into Shudwa's open and sincere eyes, chose to trust him without question or hesitation. He drew forth his dagger and plunged it fiercely into the tree, then twisted it as he withdrew it. The moment the dagger emerged, water gushed forth from the tree's wound, forming a column of liquid. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the spectacle, while only Shudwa licked his sharp tiger teeth, his eyes brimming with fervent excitement. "Ha ha ha, the spindle bottle tree, the tallest in the jungle, grows to collect rainwater and dew. The soil on the ground lacks moisture and vapor because it has absorbed and stored it all." A smirk crept across Shudwa's lips. "Primitive jungle? This is merely my backyard," he declared with audacious arrogance. Yet, no one could refute him. He spoke the truth. "Look, drink up. The water here is one of the ingredients for our drinks, sweet and delightful." Shudwa observed the awestruck group and took the lead, cupping his hands to catch the water and bring it to his lips. "Shudwa, well done," Yue Han beamed, his smile radiant and devoid of shadows. "Hee boss, it's a small matter." Flattered by Yue Han's praise, Shudwa, who had been puffed up with pride just moments before, shyly scratched the back of his head. After everyone had their fill, they lay quietly on the ground, exhaling in relief as they gazed at the first rays of sunlight breaking through the dawn. They had survived another day. Now, with water and meat, we need not fear for our survival, Li Qi remarked, pointing to the corpse of a hunting speed leopard on the ground, his voice brimming with joy. "You say you lack experience, and indeed, you do. The hunting speed leopard cannot consume meat. Upon death, its body secretes toxins that paralyze the nerves. While not lethal, it can leave you lying there for days." Shudwa retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Damn you, Shudwa, are you seeking death?" Li Qi sprang to his feet, ready to strike Shudwa, but Yue Han immediately intervened. "Enough of this nonsense. What time do you think it is?" Yue Han complained, his head throbbing from the noise. "Humph." Li Qi shot a sidelong glance at Shudwa before resuming his rest on the ground. "Why do you think the instructors have yet to rescue us? Have they abandoned us?" Li Qi suddenly changed the topic. "Why did those interstellar deserters claim that the instructors had forsaken us?" Shudwa recalled their conversation from last night. "The Xingyue ship is right behind the starship. Why don't they come to our aid? And who demanded that we be killed?" Shudwa bombarded them with questions. Faced with his inquiries, the group could only remain silent that a small yellow bird perched on a branch above, its beady black eyes watching the four intently, transmitting the scene back to the electronic screen aboard the Xingyue ship, where one AI and others were present. "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the view?" One AI chuckled lightly, fiddling with the family emblem in his hand, his gaze never leaving the screen as he focused intently on Yue Han, his eyes betraying an unusual concentration. "Among so many students, only these four are the most astute, brave, and adept at cooperation." Yuan Jie could not help but praise. "However, I am quite curious. How did you manage to make them unaware as they entered the holographic simulation? Completely oblivious to the fact that everything was a facade? Also, where did you source these interstellar deserters? Their acting is commendable." Yuan raised an eyebrow. looking at Yixiang. I too am curious. At what juncture did you pull everyone into the holographic simulation? Qi Hung pressed further to ensure they remain unaware. Everything must be realistic. Boarding the ship is genuine. The mercenaries are real, but the cryogenic chambers are a ruse. One AI continued. Boarding the ship is real, allowing them to be complacent. The mercenaries aboard the starship are also real individuals I arranged to play the part. The moment the students entered the cryogenic chambers, they effectively entered the holographic simulation. When they opened their eyes inside the chambers, they believed they had awakened, yet unbeknownst to them, their consciousness had transitioned into the holographic realm while their bodies remained in slumber. Humph! The mercenaries aboard the starship also entered the holographic simulation? Quite an undertaking, Yuan huffed. The mercenaries aboard the starship did not enter the holographic simulation. I cannot procure that many simulators. The interstellar deserters within the virtual hologram are the latest AI from Keita Technology Academy. Once programmed with personality traits and tasks, they are more effective than real people, without revealing their true nature, one AI explained, his hands clasped on his knees. Where are the students now? Qi Hung inquired. Sitting upright, they are still aboard the starship, which has already returned and is currently docked, one AI replied. Yuan inhaled sharply. No wonder the additional tests are still ongoing. They truly have not left. The students remain in the cryogenic chambers. No. They should be called holographic simulation chambers. Anyone who dies within a simulation will awaken and be escorted away by my soldiers to the waiting area. One AI pointed at the electronic screen and suddenly lifted his gaze to the others. Would you not like to join in? I have reserved 3 holographic simulation chambers for you. Do you not wish to enter and stretch your limbs? One AI's lips curled into a smirk. Yet a cruel glint shimmered in his eyes. His face split between two expressions. If we enter, how will the students manage to play? Qi Hung retorted, arms crossed behind his head as he leaned back in his chair. Though he could not suppress his eagerness, "Oh, you not have AI? Do you need us?" Even Yu Jinfeng, who had been silent, spoke up. Students with poor grades are bound to falter eventually, yet many brilliant children are far too clever. These AIs cannot eliminate them. If this continues, the game will never conclude. Your presence would help bring the game to an end. Yuan Jia paused, admitting to himself that he was tempted. It was indeed time to stretch his old bones. Observing the 3 instructors nodding in agreement, one AI could not help but feel sympathy for the remaining students. Do not blame me. Prepare yourselves. Numerous students have fled from every rest area and are now scattered across the map. I will synchronize their locations to your holographic simulation terminals. Remember to wear masks to avoid revealing yourselves. One AI kindly reminded, his eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. Take the instructors to the holographic simulation chambers. One AI clapped his hands, and an officer promptly stepped forward to respectfully lead the 3. Alone, one AI gazed at the electronic screen, chuckling with curiosity. Now, what will you do? His gaze fixed intently on Yue Han. The smile on his lips poised to rise but halted in its tracks. The electronic screen revealed Yue Han, his gaze as cold as a fierce wolf, piercing through the screen to lock eyes with one AI. One AI froze for a moment, then erupted into a twisted grin. Have you already discovered it? How fascinating. Truly, it is utterly fascinating. In the holographic simulation, boss, what are you staring at? Shudwa asked, unable to resist inquiring as he observed Yue Han fixated on the small bird perched on the tree. Breakfast. Yue Han retracted his icy gaze, a disquieting feeling washing over him. The missing military knife in his boot, the standard equipment of every interstellar deserter, and the flock of birds that had been following them. A ridiculous suspicion brewed in his mind. Yue Han was uncertain whether his suspicions were accurate. This appeared to be a separate space where the equipment did not synchronize with reality. The concealed knife had not been reported. So it naturally lacked data in this realm, rendering it impossible for him to locate the knife hidden in his boot. Could this be a holographic simulation? Could it be an additional test? What breakfast? Where? Shudwa leaped up excitedly at the mention of food. That isn't that it. Yue Han pointed at the bird on the tree, rising to retrieve the arrow from behind him. He knocked the arrow on his bow and swiftly shot down 2 birds with a deft angle. Wow, man, you really are something. A 2-for-1 deal? Li Qi exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he sat up to cheer. Yue Han approached, inspecting the 2 birds closely, feeling their bodies. These were not electronic devices, but genuine birds. Warm to the touch. Had he overthought the situation? He shook his head, suppressing the unsettling feeling. Sparrows, edible. Breakfast is served. Shudwa promptly took the arrow, retrieving the birds to begin plucking their feathers. Yi Xiong, you and the boss take down a few more. Our guns make noise and are useless, Shudwa called out as he continued to pluck feathers, reminding Li Qi to start a fire. Yue Han and Yi Xiong also shot down a few more birds, and the four of them roasted and divided their catch. What shall we do next? Should we rest here? Li Qi asked, tearing into a bird. By the way, didn't you hack into the terminal? Contact the instructors or the interstellar police. Shudwa turned his gaze to Yi Xiong. No can do. I lack the authority and can only view the map here. Yi Xiong continued fiddling with the terminal. Sigh, what are we to do? Shudwa lamented, chewing on the crispy bird bones. No choice. The sparrows are too small. Even the bones, once roasted, can help stave off hunger. For now, we are safe. Let us guard the water source and rest here. Li Qi declared, fully sated, lying back on the ground. There is no such thing as safety here. Safety does not exist. Everyone, be cautious. Yue Han did not concur with his assertion that if her conjecture held true, it implied that the birds had been perpetually within their vicinity, signifying they had remained under constant surveillance. With every movement exposed to the enemy, the adversary lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light. How could they speak of safety in such a precarious situation? One must remain vigilant even in comfort, constantly seeking sustenance. For this place was not perpetually secured, and it would be prudent to gather more food to carry with them. After uttering these words, Yue Han rose and began to search the surrounding area. Buddy, aren't you going to take a break? Li Qi grumbled irritably, yet obediently got up to assist in the search. They all wandered nearby, agreeing to reconvene when the sun was directly overhead. Not stray too far, Yue Han cautioned as she casually selected a direction and proceeded onward. Along the way, Yue Han skillfully captured 2 plump wild rabbits. Faced with the myriad of plants, she found it difficult to discern which were edible, thus decided to stow them in her backpack, intending to consult Su Duo later on their edibility. Raising her gaze, she glanced at the sun suspended high above, estimating that it was nearly time to return. With deftness, she secured the 2 rabbits tightly with vines behind her and retraced her steps along the path she had previously traversed. Yue Han found herself enveloped by the lush, dense forest and the thick underbrush, which nearly obscured her line of sight. Suddenly, a crack echoed behind her as a branch snapped underfoot, and her heart raced as she instinctively crouched down. Hiding in the tall grass, who goes there? Yue Han pressed herself against the ground, holding her breath as the footsteps drew closer, her body nearly flat against the earth. Quit hiding and come out. A chilling voice called out, unmistakably altered by electronic modulation, mixed with unsettling static. Yue Han's expression hardened. Had she been discovered, or was this merely a ruse? Choosing silence, she remained motionless, her hand stealthily slipping into her boot to grasp the sharp dagger. In the next moment, a stone struck her hand, causing her pupils to constrict in alarm. She swiftly turned to see that the newcomer was Yi Xiong, which brought her a momentary sense of relief. Yi Xiong's face was pale, his hair disheveled and tangled with grass, and several bloody scratches marred his cheeks and neck. His expression grave, he gestured for her to retreat. Nodding, Yue Han cautiously edged toward his position. Concerned about what he had encountered, since you 2 have arrived, don't conceal yourselves any longer, the eerie electronic voice echoed again. Both Yue Han and Yi Xiong froze, bewildered by how he had detected them. Before Yue Han could react, the figure charged toward her hiding place, smashing through the underbrush and delivering a kick aimed at her chest. Chapter 49. The masked man. Simultaneously, Yi Xiong darted towards Yue Han with remarkable speed. She quickly stepped back, emerging from the grass, ready to retaliate, but her hand was firmly grasped by Yi Xiong, who pulled her away to flee. What is happening? It's just one person. The 2 of us can overpower him. Yue Han protested as he dragged her away at a breakneck pace. Glancing back at their assailant, the figure stood relaxed, waving them off with a grotesquely smiling red mask affixed to his face. An unsettling sight. Not an interstellar fugitive. The mask is different. Who is he? We can't fight him. Together, we're still no match. Yi Xiong swatted away the branches obstructing their path with one hand. What do you mean? And why do you look so disheveled? I just encountered one of his accomplices, wearing a blue crying mask. From the moment we engaged, it was clear they were no mere fugitives. They are formidable opponents, and I was overpowered. Yue Han was taken aback, hastening her pace, realizing that he was the strongest among them. If even Yi Xiong could not prevail, their best course was to escape. Let us regroup with Su Duo and Li Qi and leave together. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, they found Su Duo and Li Qi leisurely attending to the food they had gathered. Their expressions shifted to surprise at the sight of Yue Han and Yi Xiong. "Boss, what's wrong? You both seem flustered," Su Duo remarked, setting down the ingredients. "What happened to your face?" Li Qi inquired. Eyeing Yi Xiong's injuries, that Su Duo, "Li Qi, gather the food you found and let us get moving. Pursuers are on our trail," Yue Han urged urgently. "You must be joking. We've been running all night. Logically, they shouldn't be able to catch up. Are you suggesting they can parachute in?" Li Qi's incredulity was palpable, but as he observed the blood on Yi Xiong's face, his tone diminished, and anxiety settled in. Yue Han surveyed their surroundings, pressing the two to hasten their preparations. "Stop dawdling. Move quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, a bullet whizzed by like lightning, striking the ground at her feet and sending dust flying. Instantly, Yue Han turned her gaze, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, honing in on the direction from which the shot had come. From a distance, she caught a glimmer of faint light reflecting off a sniper scope, and her heart raced. "Get cover!" Yi Xiong shouted urgently. Yue Han sprinted towards the nearest bottle tree, bullets striking the ground around her. Taking refuge behind the tree, Yue Han's heart ignited with a fierce determination. Was this person toying with them? "Boss, are you all right? This guy's aim is atrocious," Su Duo scoffed, but his words faltered as he caught sight of Yue Han's expression, which had turned ominously cold, filled with offended rage. "Atrocious? Huh?" Yue Han scoffed darkly. "This person's marksmanship is far from poor. Rather, he treats us like mere lab rats, deliberately missing us while demonstrating his prowess. That shot, hitting the rabbit on my back from such a distance, speaks volumes of his skill. He is intentionally playing with us. Do not underestimate him." "Seriously? You still think his skills are lacking?" Su Duo, still oblivious, continued his critique. In the next instant, a bullet pierced through the tree he was hiding behind, narrowly missing his head, causing sap to gush forth, drenching him. Even the dimmest of minds would now realize the gravity of the situation. Their adversary was deliberately targeting them. "Damn it. I'm going to make him pay for this. How dare he toy with me?" Su Duo exclaimed, anger igniting within him as he raised his weapon. "Are you out of your mind? At that range, can your machine gun even reach him? Don't waste your ammunition." Li Qi interjected, exasperation evident in his voice. Gazing at the distance, Su Duo's anger dissipated, his resolve faltering. "What do we do now? He's got us trapped. We must leave immediately. It's not just him." Both Yue Han and I encountered another formidable individual. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for our doom. They will soon be upon us, Yi Xiong assessed, glancing at their opponent's position in the trees. "You mean us?" Emerged two figures from the grass, one adorned with a red smiling mask, and the other with a blue crying mask. "Just caught up, and already hearing you praise me." "How delightful," the red mask chimed, a note of satisfaction lacing its electronic tone. The eerie visages sent a shiver through Su Duo, who quickly reacted by aiming his weapon. However, the masked figures were swifter. The blue crying mask hurled a spinning dagger, embedding it directly into Su Duo's arm. The injury caused his weapon to dip, scattering bullets harmlessly into the ground before them. Su Duo cried out in pain, halting his fire as he glanced at the dagger lodged in his forearm. Blood beginning to flow freely, he instinctively reached to remove it, but Yue Han's urgent voice stopped him. "Don't pull it out. Removing it will exacerbate the bleeding." Su Duo froze, his hand hovering over the dagger. "Calm down. Panicking will only worsen your situation," the red mask said innocently, shrugging. "Did you forget about me?" Li Qi had readied his weapon while Su Duo was distracted. Unleashing a barrage of fire, the two masked figures swiftly retreated a step, diving into the underbrush, narrowly evading the gunfire that sent leaves scattering. "You three, run. I'll hold them off," Li Qi shouted decisively, his voice resolute. "You old man, who do you think you're looking down on?" Su Duo gritted his teeth, raising his weapon despite his injury. Yi Xiong used the flashbang. Yue Han suddenly recalled the flashbang she had taken from the interstellar fugitive she had slain, now in Yi Xiong's possession. Yi Xiong nodded, swiftly retrieving the flashbang from his pocket. "I'll count to 3, then throw the flashbang. Everyone cover your eyes and run." With the pin removed, Yi Xiong began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, he threw the flashbang into the underbrush where the two had taken cover, quickly shielding his eyes. A blinding white light erupted, piercing through their hands and eyelids, illuminating their vision even with their eyes shut. "Run!" Yue Han shouted loudly, and the four individuals immediately turned and fled. Chapter 50. Gunshot. A blinding white light flashed, causing several people to stumble as they ran. Yue Han exerted all her strength to sprint backward, only to hear footsteps closely pursuing her from behind. What is happening? They've caught up. Suddenly, as she continued to run, a figure lunged at her from behind. She instinctively prepared to counterattack, but discovered that the person was not attacking her. Instead, they pressed her head down into their embrace, and the next moment, the sound of a sniper rifle echoed. Bang! The person beside her let out a muffled groan, and a drop of warm liquid dripped from their shoulder onto Yue Han's face. Quickly, she turned to look at her savior, revealing it to be Yi Xiong. The sniper rifle had aimed at her head. But thanks to Yi Xiong's intervention, the bullet struck his shoulder instead, blood gushing from the wound. Just as Yue Han was about to speak, Yi Xiong beat her to it. "I'm fine. Get up and run." Without hesitation, Yue Han scrambled to her feet, supporting Yi Xiong as they hurried forward, not daring to pause for even a moment. After an indeterminate duration of relentless running, exhausted, she spotted a hidden shallow gully, resembling a natural trench, and hurriedly led Yi Xiong down into it. Both of them gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped. Due to Yi Xiong's intervention, they had lost precious time and had become separated from Li Qi and Su Duo. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Yue Han recalled that Yi Xiong had sustained an injury and immediately turned her attention to his wound. Blood continued to seep intermittently, saturating his dark tactical uniform. Unsure if the bullet had damaged any blood vessels and lacking disinfectants or medical supplies, Yue Han hesitated to remove the bullet. Instead, she took her dagger and tore a strip of fabric from her shirt to tightly bandage the wound. "Are you okay? Can you stay awake?" Yue Han asked, concern etched across her face. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Yi Xiong replied, shaking his head lightly, though his lips were pale and devoid of color. How could he be fine? Yue Han chose not to confront him about it, and surveyed their surroundings. "Stay here and don't move. I'll go check if I can find Su Duo and the others, and see if the masked man is following us." After saying this, Yue Han stood up to leave, but Yi Xiong tightly grasped her hand. Feeling the calluses formed from his hard work, Yue Han turned back to look at him in confusion. His eyes were reddened, his expression vulnerable. He tightened his grip, the veins on the back of his hand becoming prominent, before gradually releasing her. Be careful not to get hurt," he cautioned, lowering his head slowly. His voice dry and hoarse, tinged with a hint of pleading. Yue Han climbed onto a high branch of a tree to sit, surveying the area from above. It was eerily quiet. Only the lush greenery met her gaze. She meticulously searched for any sign of Su Duo or Li Qi, but found nothing. Thankfully, no masked figures were in pursuit. Looking around, she noticed a narrow stream, barely the width of an arm, concealed by surrounding bushes, something she would have missed had she not climbed the tree. Yue Han quickly descended and rushed to the stream, drinking deeply before gathering some water in a leaf to bring back to Yi Xiong. Upon returning to the gully, Yi Xiong immediately looked her over, ensuring she was uninjured before heaved a sigh of relief. "Drink some water. There's a stream nearby." Her soft voice caressed his ear as she knelt before him. Offering the leaf. Yi Xiong's pupils dilated, a flush creeping from his neck to his eyes. Trembling, he parted his lips to drink from the leaf. Coughing, he leaned against the wall, accidentally choking on the water. Producing a heart-wrenching cough, Yue Han quickly moved to pat his back. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, suppressing the irritation in his throat while maintaining eye contact with her as he continued to drink. Her hand, supporting the leaf, brushed against his lips, her gaze filled with worry. Yi Xiong lowered his head, his eyelashes casting shadows over his cheeks, while a deep darkness spread from his light gray irises. It was as if a bundle of dry kindling awaited ignition, or a beast trapped by chains, struggling to break free from the depths of his gaze. The most coveted moment lay before him. Yet it was ensnared in such dire circumstances that Yi Xiong acknowledged his entrapment. At this moment, he could not articulate the sensation within him. Should he cry or laugh? After finishing the water, Yue Han wiped the corner of his mouth. "Rest well. The sun is setting. We will spend the night here." Yi Xiong did not respond. Turning his head to close his eyes, Yue Han assumed he was merely exhausted from blood loss, unaware that he grappled with tumultuous feelings he could not confront. Leaving him in a state of disarray, "I'll go roast some rabbit meat and call you." Proficiently, Yue Han skinned and deboned the rabbit, deftly carving sticks from the gathered branches to skewer it before roasting it over the fire. Once the rabbit was cooked, she placed it on a leaf and handed it to Yi Xiong. Eat some to regain your strength. Yi Xiong reached for it, tearing into the meat with vigor. Observing him enjoy the meal, Yue Han could not resist taking a bite of her own share, only to cough as it turned out to be overcooked and bitter. The meat was dry and difficult to swallow, making her lament the loss of Su Duo's culinary skills. If only Su Duo were here, she muttered softly. Why would it be better if he were here? Yi Xiong suddenly lifted his head, fixing his gaze on her. If he were here, he would surely roast the rabbit perfectly and blend juices from plants or fruits to meticulously apply on the meat. As Yue Han reminisced about Su Duo while eating the rabbit, she realized there was no choice but to make do with what they had. Yi Xiong's expression darkened further, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. I think it tastes good. You shouldn't belittle yourself. Su Duo can't be with you forever. True, Yue Han replied, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his words. After they finished eating, they buried the remnants of their fire. Earlier, when I climbed the tree, I noticed a large area of clouds in the east. It looks like it might rain tomorrow. This gully 1T provides shelter, so we should rest here tonight and seek a new hiding spot tomorrow. Yue Han sat down beside Yi Xiong, troubled about how they would survive the next day. All right, Yi Xiong nodded, closing his eyes to rest. On the other side, a massive dead tree lay on the ground, a red smiling mask resting on it with one foot kicked against the trunk, while the other dangled naturally as he observed the terminal in his hands. How is the processing going? Without lifting his head, he inquired, listening to the approaching footsteps. These students have scattered. It took some time to separate them. There are still quite a few left, scattered across the map. A blue crying mask glanced up at the pitch-black sky before jumping onto the dead tree to sit down. Chapter 51. The dog chases the bone. It seems it will take some more time to handle this. The red smiling mask chuckled softly and continued. They've split up. I see from the map that the four are separated. I can't help but feel a bit pity for them. Let them have a night's grace. There's also a group of 3 performing quite well. I'll find them first. The blue crying mask sighed. Oh, let me see who it is that you deem good. The smiling mask opened the terminal and found the information on the 3 individuals. Han Sheng, Wu Jiujiu, and Li Shusai. A knowing smile crossed his face. Han Sheng and Wu Jiujiu were Yue Han and Yi Xiong's opponents in the combat assessment, both of whom were quite strong. No wonder you're looking for them. You've taken a liking to Han Sheng. He does possess considerable strength, fitting your taste. The smiling mask teased him with a knowing glance. The blue crying mask did not dispute this. What are you still doing here? Where are Yue Han and the others? A man wearing a green surprised mask emerged from the bushes, carrying a sniper rifle over his shoulder, the very person who had toyed with Yue Han from a distance. These little brats have scattered. We'll study them tomorrow. There's still a large group of students left, the red smiling mask replied. What a pity. Very well, let it be. It seems they are lucky. The green surprised mask set down his rifle beside him and took out a nutrition solution to drink. The consumption here is indeed significant. This group of students lacks nutrition solutions and relies solely on local food. I fear it won't suffice to maintain their basic energy. Qihong. Once you finish drinking, let us set off. We'll move ahead. They're all resting tonight, defenseless, making them easier to catch. The red smiling mask and the blue crying mask leaped off the tree and into the brush in separate directions. Qihong, wearing the green surprised mask, stood still in contemplation, rhythmically tapping his thigh with his palm. What should we do now? He was reluctant to obey orders, watching the 2 figures recede into the distance. His gaze deepened. The thought of the 3 of them together, after the other 2 finished tidying up and returned, seemed utterly devoid of interest. How could it compare to the thrill of his solitary adventure? The mere notion that Yue Han and Yi Xiong would accompany him in playful escapades filled him with uncontainable excitement. If someone were to unveil his mask at that moment, they would witness the fervent exhilaration reflected in his pupils, which had shrunk to mere dots, and the decisive curve of his lips. He was determined not to comply. After all, they were merely here to stretch their limbs. He swiftly pinpointed their locations on the terminal, noting that they had ventured quite a distance. Estimating the time it would take to communicate with them, he calculated that his message would reach them by the next morning. Qihong glanced at the sniper rifle he carried. It was too cumbersome, and he needed to be light on his feet to arrive by dawn. If he arrived late, he would surely miss them after they had rested. Concealing his weapon, he immediately set off in pursuit of the 2. Yue Han had awakened early, glancing up at the overcast sky. She felt something constricting her waist and followed her line of sight. It was Yi Xiang's hand, resting firmly around her waist. She turned to observe their positions. She was nestled against Yi Xiang, who held her with such intensity that it felt as though he were embedding her within his embrace. His grip was alarmingly strong, and Yue Han feared her waist might snap under the pressure. Attempts to break free were futile. It must be the chill of the night that had caused them to instinctively cling to one another in their sleep. She lifted her gaze to Yi Xiang, only to be startled by his condition. His hair hung limply, his handsome face marred by fatigue and vulnerability. His brow was slightly furrowed, his complexion excessively pale, his lips tinged with a purplish hue. And beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He was in a dire state. Yi Xiang, wake up, Yue Han urged, gently shaking him until he slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? He asked, forcing his eyes to focus on her. You're not well. Let me check your wound, she replied, tearing away the fabric and extracting her dagger to cut away the cloth surrounding his injury. The wound was tainted with dirt and had begun to swell, indicating an impending infection. Thankfully, the cool night air had prevented it from festering. Stay here. I'll find some water and re-bandage it, she instructed, quickly leaping out of the shallow ditch and sprinting toward the stream. Plucking several leaves from the bushes, her movement startled a flock of birds perched above, causing them to chirp in alarm as they circled overhead. The sky had darkened significantly, suggesting that rain was imminent. After tending to Yi Xiang's wound, she would need to relocate. Kneeling by the stream, she rolled the leaves to scoop up some water when a sudden whoosh pierced the air that a rock the size of a fist crashed into the stream before her, sending water splashing and obscuring her view. Yue Han's expression hardened. Just as she turned to look back, a sharp pain shot through her waist as someone kicked her, propelling her into the stream. Who is it? How could I not hear them approach? She thought, quickly flipping over to stand, only to see another masked figure before her. This one adorned with a green mask. I've been searching for you all night without pause. Luckily, I caught up, Qi Hung exclaimed, a smile gracing his lips. Not even a moment's respite. You really take advantage of the fact that you have tracking, Yue Han retorted, clutching her side with gritted teeth. Like a dog chasing a bone, she muttered darkly. The last time she and Yi Xiang had been discovered was curious enough, but this direct confrontation confirmed they were being monitored and tracked at all times. Your expression is truly terrifying, Qi Hung remarked as he lunged toward her, delivering a kick aimed at her chest. Yue Han stumbled just in time to evade the blow, but his other leg followed swiftly. Leaving no room for reaction, she blocked with her leg, yet he seized her ankle, flinging her away. Yue Han was hurled violently, crashing against a tree with a thud before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. These masked individuals were incomparable to the interstellar fugitives. Their strength far surpassed her own. Alone, she stood no chance, nor could she rely on the injured Yi Xiang in the ditch, ignoring the pain in her back. Her mind raced for a solution. Should she attempt to lure him away? Even if she failed, it would grant Yi Xiang some breathing room, which was better than both of them falling here. What are you thinking? In a situation like this, you still dare to divide your attention. Qi Hang's voice dripped with dissatisfaction as he charged forward. The masked figure moved with an eerie speed, appearing before her without hesitation, raising his fist to strike her directly. Yue Han instinctively turned her head to evade, feeling the rush of air as his fist grazed her hair and smashed into the tree instead. Glistening with cold sweat, she realized she had to lead him away from here. Even if she were to be eliminated, at least Yi Xiang would have a chance to survive. Determined, she leaped out of his attack range and turned to flee. But he was faster. Before she could make significant distance, he caught up, gripping her hair and yanking her back with ferocity. Ouch! The sharp pain in her scalp forced a cry from her lips as he held her hair, leaning down to scrutinize her. Chapter 52. Burning Life. What are you running from? I haven't had my fill of fun yet, he declared, yanking her hair with renewed vigor. If you want to kill me, then do it. Is toying with us truly entertaining? Yue Han spoke, attempting to divert his attention while her hand moved toward the dagger at her waist. Why don't you behave? He smirked. You can't possibly think. Before he could finish, Yue Han drew her dagger and slashed at his neck. Qi Hung had already noticed her movement, leaning back with confidence, certain that she could not reach him from this distance. Yet unexpectedly, she shifted the angle of her blade, severing all the hair he had been clutching. Qi Hung had not anticipated her maneuver. As her hair fell away, the grip he had on it slackened, forcing him to take a step back. Her true target had always been his hair. She knew he would evade, merely feigning an attack. Interesting. You're quite ruthless, Qi Hung remarked, glancing at the strands of hair in his hand, pouting slightly before tossing them aside. He then looked at her disheveled hair, unable to suppress a laugh as he commented, "You look like a bird's nest." Yue Han's eyes twitched in irritation. Damn it. She had no desire to continue this exchange and turned to flee. This time, Yue Han sprinted with all her might. Hearing his footsteps trailing closely behind, they continued the chase for some distance, and Qi Hang's expression darkened, clearly losing his patience. "Are you a rat? You can really run," he called out, halting his pursuit to address her. "Are you trying to lure me away? If so, I'll turn back and kill him right now." Her intent had been discovered. Yue Han's pace faltered as she spun around, her gaze icy and sharp as a blade, emanating a fierce killing intent he had seen through her plan. "Come back, or I'll turn around." Qi Hung beckoned cheerfully at Wei Xiang had been shot and was likely incapable of resistance. For now, he would focus on deriving amusement from Yue Han. What to do? As she walked back, her mind raced. Engaging him in combat seemed futile. The thought alone was headache-inducing. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't checked her system skills in ages. When her health had dropped to 1,000, the system had hinted at the unlocking of new skills, though she hadn't chosen to look at the time. Grasping at this lifeline, Yue Han quickly opened the skill panel. 2 new skills had been unlocked, Mighty Strength and Burning Life. She quickly examined the Mighty Strength skill description, a gift of fate, neither to be demanded nor hoarded. Using it required 10 points and would double her strength for 6 hours. But she would suffer fatigue and drowsiness for 48 hours after its effect ended. A useless skill. Even if her strength were tripled, it wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Without hesitation, she turned her attention to the other skill. The Burning Life skill description read, "Burn your own life to open Pandora's box." This was an unequal exchange. It required 20 points to use, allowing her to burn her life force for 3 hours, reaching the utmost limit of her endurance, with the side effect of fainting and exhaustion, leaving her at minimal health for a week thereafter. Previously, she had saved 20 points while giving Yi Xiang a bath. And considering what he had done to protect her, Yue Han gritted her teeth. "Consider this a repayment. We owe each other nothing. Just a week of lying down. Who was afraid of whom?" There was no time to carefully consider the side effects. Those were relevant only for the living. With the will to survive, she exchanged for Burning Life, instantly feeling her bones crack and pop as a surge of power flooded through her, enhancing her physical condition. The rustling of insects in the grass, the fine dust suspended in the air, the scent of grass she had not previously experienced flooded her senses. Her heightened awareness sharpened her perception, making everything clearer and more acute. Qi Hung observed Yue Han before him, feeling an odd sensation stir within him. She stood still, head bowed, yet he sensed a profound transformation in her demeanor. Something had changed. The fear, trepidation, and confusion that once surrounded her had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of mastery. "Were you enjoying the chase just now?" he inquired, his voice as cold as winter frost, as Yue Han lifted her gaze, her eyes wide open and glaring at him. "What is going on?" Qi Hung could not help but break into a cold sweat. His body instinctively urged him to flee. Now. Yet, reason anchored him in place. Was he truly afraid of a mere student? How ridiculous would it be if word got out? He was somewhat relieved that Qi Hang's words were interrupted before he could finish. Without granting him a moment to react, Yue Han abandoned her defensive stance and, in a blur, appeared right before him. A flash of cold light surging towards him, Qi Hung hastily turned his head to evade, but the dagger, exuding a chilling aura, lunged at his neck without hesitation. His pupils dilated in shock as he gritted his teeth and swiftly drew his own dagger in defense. The 2 blades clashed, producing a chilling metallic sound. What was happening? How could she be so fast? How could her strength be so formidable? Qi Hang struggled to defend himself, unable to clearly see her dagger. Its speed only allowed him to glimpse the fleeting glint of cold steel. He barely managed to block the assault. Yet the impact left his hands numb and his arms tingling. Yue Han unleashed several strikes, each aimed at his vital points, instilling fear in Qi Hang's heart. Looking at her, she resembled a wild beast. Her every move an unyielding assault, devoid of defense. Once more, she thrust her dagger towards his arm. Caught off guard, he felt the blade pierce his flesh with a sickening thud. Gritting his teeth, Qi Hung raised his injured hand to seize her wrist, preventing her from withdrawing the dagger while his other hand aimed for her neck. With her so close, the strike should land. Yet, to his surprise, Yue Han did not evade. Instead, She spun the dagger in her hand, scraping against the bone of his arm with a sickening crunch. Pain washed over Yue Han, causing his vision to blur, and in a moment of weakness, his dagger merely grazed her neck, leaving a shallow cut. Yue Han paid no heed to the wound on her neck, continuing her relentless assault with the dagger. The excruciating agony in Yue Han's arm did not compel him to release her wrist. Rather, he thrust his dagger towards her heart. Reluctantly, Yue Han relinquished her dagger and stepped back, glancing at the blade lodged in his arm. She spoke softly. "Does it hurt? Not too bad." Yue Han gritted out, suppressing the pain as he withdrew the dagger from his arm and tossed it into the underbrush. "It'll hurt more." Yue Han pressed her attack yet again. Yue Han immediately raised his dagger to strike, but she caught his wrist with ease. Yue Han's brow furrowed. How dare she catch a blade with her bare hands? Had he pierced her palm? No, the blade had slipped between her fingers without causing harm. Her hand enveloped the hilt completely, twisting it with a vicious force. Seeing his wrist twisted unnaturally, Yue Han swiftly opted to abandon the dagger, pulling his hand back just as a thunderclap echoed through the sky, shattering the long-accumulated curtain of rain. A torrential downpour cascaded down, drumming against the ground and filling the air with the mingled scent of earth and rainwater. Chapter 53. Omnipotent Yue Han regarded the dagger, its tip aimed at her, spinning it expertly in her hand before she tucked it into her waistband, raindrops cascading down her cheeks. "What does this mean? Do you look down on me?" Yue Han, clutching his wound, could not comprehend her action of sheathing the dagger. "You'll find out soon enough." In an astonishing display of speed, Yue Han, who had been standing still a second ago, was suddenly right in front of him. She delivered a powerful punch to Yue Han's mask, the force reverberating through the barrier and striking his face. He grimaced in pain, and before he could adjust to the agony, she followed up with a blow to his stomach. Gah! Yue Han doubled over, the contents of his stomach, nutritional liquid consumed that morning, spilling out. Realizing he could not allow her to continue her assault unimpeded, he frantically grasped her wrist. Yet, she pressed on, unfazed by the risk of dislocating her joint. Yue Han's eyes widened in terror. Any momentary lapse in focus led to another punch landing squarely on his jaw, robbing him of any ability to resist. Then, a flurry of punches descended upon him like a torrential downpour, leaving him in a desperate attempt to shield his head. The rain relentlessly washed over them, mingling with Yue Han's sweat and blood, rendering each of Yue Han's strikes visible yet impossible to block. He finally understood why she had put away her dagger. By the heavens, this fierce child was genuinely enraged. "It's time for you to log off." Yue Han, having vented her frustration, prepared to leave to check on Yi Xiang. With a final, tremendous punch to his abdomen, Yue Han's stomach caved in, and his body was propelled backwards several meters before crashing into a sturdy tree, blood spewing from his mouth as he tumbled to the ground. "Cough, cough. You really are ruthless. This will be a source of ridicule." Yue Han lay on the ground, a metallic taste filling his mouth as blood trickled from the corner. Yue Han approached, attempting to lift his mask, but found it stuck to his face as if welded on, immovable even with the use of her abilities. When one AI had designed the parameters, he had ensured that students could not remove their masks, only they themselves could do so, to prevent any exposure of their identities. Indeed, it is a facade. Yue Han observed the immovable mask, instinctively voicing her thoughts. Many of her suspicions were confirmed, and an odd realization lay before her. One AI certainly possesses a wicked sense of humor to create such a test. "Congratulations on your discovery," Yue Han replied, genuine admiration evident in his tone. His fondness for this child was undeniable. Originally, he had intended to eliminate her and draw her into the shadows, but his plans had backfired spectacularly. It seemed Yuan Jie's discerning I had been correct. He had said her journey was far from over, that she was still young, and that she would undoubtedly surpass him. In that moment, Yue Han was utterly convinced that the shadows were not suitable for her. They would only stifle her brilliance. The Empire was where she belonged, a stage not only for the Empire but for the entire cosmos. As long as she desired it, she would be capable of anything. Alas, it was he who would suffer the consequences, returning home with no face to show, destined to be the subject of ridicule. "When will this test conclude?" Yue Han inquired, having deduced the identity of the figure before her. "It necessitates that all of you log off," Yue Han replied candidly. Even if he logged off, Yuan Jie and Yu Jinfeng would inevitably come to clean up the battlefield. Yue Han furrowed her brow, showing him no mercy as she rummaged through his pockets. extracting 2 packets of portable nutritional liquid before walking away without a backward glance. Chi Hung felt an overwhelming urge to log off immediately. Wishing to avoid the embarrassment of losing his equipment in the process, is she really leaving? Chi Hung watched her retreating figure, realizing he had thoroughly provoked her wrath. He could only manage a bitter smile as the light in his eyes dimmed. Aboard the starbound ship, Chi Hung jolted awake, glancing at his old friend still immersed in the hologram, feeling utterly mortified. Not only had he disobeyed orders and recklessly charged in, but he had also been decisively defeated by a student. This was a disaster. The Empire would surely hear of it. Chi Hung anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, lamenting his predicament that he rose, sheepishly returning to the control room and awkwardly taking a seat beside Yuan Ai. Instructor Chi, you truly are remarkable. Yuan Ai tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Chi Hung. Please, do not mock me. I have no idea how to explain this to them once they awaken. Chi Hung lamented, filled with regret. Yuan Ai raised a hand and lightly tapped the table, the sound ringing clear, yet instilling unease in Chi Hung. How could it be otherwise? You witnessed an extraordinary performance. How careless of me. I never anticipated that Yue Han would possess such hidden depths. Her strength is astonishingly concealed. Chi Hung sighed. Hidden? Yuan Ai reclined in his chair, one leg dangling lazily while the other remained bent in a relaxed manner. This is not mere concealment. Her physique, her bones, and her muscles do not account for such explosive power. Rather, it seems as if this strength manifested suddenly. Though I cannot ascertain her methods, it has indeed opened my eyes. Yuan Ai gazed at the screen displaying Yue Han, almost entranced as he leaned forward, eyeing the holographic simulation. Yixiang? As Yue Han turned back, having not ventured far, she spotted Yixiang approaching her. He stood still, the rain obscuring his face, rendering his expression indistinguishable. The sound of the rain was deafening, and Yue Han had not heard his footsteps. She was unclear when he had arrived. Had he just come? Or had he been standing there, witnessing the entire ordeal? The sky rumbled with continuous thunder, the darkness oppressive, and the rain intensified. The rain fell in torrents from above, drenching the two of them with a cacophony of sound. Yue Han strained to see Yixiang's expression through the deluge, but everything became blurred under the relentless downpour. What are you doing out here? Your wound cannot be exposed to the rain. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Yue Han as she spoke first. In response, there was only silence. Yixiang remained rooted in place, like a statue. Yue Han quickened her pace to approach him. Finally discerning his expression, unexpectedly frail, his face ashen, brow furrowed, lips devoid of color, and his eyes red and hauntingly focused on her. Are you all right? Yue Han quickly glanced at his wound, noticing fresh dark red blood seeping out under the rain's assault. What was he thinking, coming out here? Did he wish to court death? She needed to get him to safety immediately, and suddenly recalled a cave she had seen while being pursued by the masked figure. Let us go over there. There's a cave where we can shelter from the rain. Your wound needs tending. As the chilling moonlight began to wane, Yue Han lifted his arm, only to be struck by an overwhelming coldness. Suggesting he had been standing in the rain for an extended period, sighing heavily, he trudged toward the cave, utterly fatigued by the events that had transpired. Yixiang remained silent throughout the journey, leaning quietly against her shoulder. Had it not been for the sound of his labored breathing, Yue Han might have doubted whether he was supporting a living being or a lifeless corpse. Upon reaching the cave, which offered a relatively spacious interior, Yue Han gently laid Yixiang down in the farthest corner before releasing him, causing him to collapse onto the ground in utter exhaustion. At that moment, Yixiang's hair was drenched, and droplets clung to his long lashes. His head hung low, eyes tightly shut, his lashes trembling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The wave of dread washed over Yue Han as she reached out to touch his forehead. With the rainwater no longer washing over him, his temperature rose rapidly, his skin radiating heat like a searing iron, causing her hand to flinch from the intensity. The cool sensation of her touch against his fevered skin elicited an indescribable comfort, momentarily alleviating his high fever. Like a parched fish seeking water, Yixiang instinctively pressed his forehead against her palm, yearning for closer proximity to her refreshing touch. His body, weakened from blood loss and the bullet lodged within, had endured for far too long, but it was clear he could no longer withstand the strain. The wound was undoubtedly infected. Yue Han instinctively withdrew her hand, intent on assessing the condition of his injury. only for Yi Xiong to suddenly furrow his brow, displeased by the chill of her hand leaving his forehead. His instinctive reaction was to follow her hand, but Yue Han, with a sense of helplessness, pressed him back down. The edges of his wound had already turned purple, dark crimson blood seeping from the gaping hole, a sight both horrific and alarming, necessitating the extraction of the bullet. Without delay, Yue Han braved the torrential rain and exited the cave, determined to find dry twigs to ignite a fire for disinfecting her knife, while also needing to dry his clothes, beneath the canopy of a large tree. She struggled to gather some dry grass and kindling, quickly tucking them into her arms and returning to the cave. After a challenging endeavor, she successfully lit a fire and then moved Yi Xiong closer to the warmth. Prioritizing the drying of his clothes, which would also facilitate cleaning the bullet wound, Yue Han promptly set to work. As she peeled off his garments, she caught sight of the deep grooves of his well-defined abdominal muscles. Rising and falling with his breath, she quickly averted her gaze, then decisively tore a strip of cloth, threading it beneath his armpit to tightly bind the artery at the upper end of his wound, preventing excessive bleeding during the bullet extraction. Turning back, she hung his damp clothes near the fire and drew her dagger, holding it to the flames until it glowed red. Once the blade was sufficiently heated, she attentively examined his wound. Although the bullet was not deeply embedded, she feared he might struggle, so she chose to straddle his waist for better control. Taking one last look at the unconscious Yi Xiong, she exhaled deeply, her gaze unwavering as she plunged the searing blade into the bullet hole in his shoulder. As dark blood erupted, Yi Xiong abruptly arched his neck, eyes flying open, his pale forehead already slick with sweat. The veins beneath the surface instantly becoming prominent, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a fierce glare that locked onto her with an intensity filled with obsession, madness, and an unyielding determination. The expression on his face startled Yue Han, causing her to recoil in fear, and she quickly explained, "Your wound is infected. The bullet must be removed. Please bear with me." Withstanding his burning gaze, she continued to incise a cross into the flesh surrounding his wound to facilitate the extraction. The blade delved inside, eliciting a sudden rigidity in his body, prompting her to hasten her movements. As she successfully dislodged the bullet, crimson blood surged forth, cascading freely. Observing the gaping wound, Yue Han swiftly pressed the cloth against it to staunch the flow. Fortunately, the bullet had not struck an artery. It had merely lodged itself within the muscle, caught against his bone. As long as she could stem the bleeding, they would be safe. With one hand applying pressure to his injury and the other lifting the knife back to the fire to reheat it, she glanced at the drenched Yi Xiong, unable to suppress the urge to comfort him. "Just hold on a little longer. I will stop the bleeding. This is the last time, and it will be over soon." At that moment, Yi Xiong's eyes, already bloodshot from pain, reflected a primal intensity. His lips had been bitten until they bled, yet upon hearing her words, he stiffened. Gentle, she had never spoken to him in such a manner before. Her tone imbued with a soothing tenderness. Suddenly, the pain radiating from his wound transformed into a searing heat that coursed through his body, igniting a fervor that made his blood boil. "Your lip is bleeding. Stop biting yourself. You can cry out," Yue Han instructed, retracting the knife and bending down to lift the cloth from his wound. In a flash, the heated blade met his injury, producing a hissing sound as the wound sizzled, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. She needed the heat of the knife to disinfect and halt the bleeding. In agonizing pain, Yi Xiong leaned closer to Yue Han, his heavy breaths echoing in her ears. Unable to resist, she stole a glance at him, only to find herself captured by his bloodshot, fervent gaze. The intensity of his stare was bewildering, as if his very soul burned with an unquenchable fire. In that moment, the distance between them seemed to vanish, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. The closeness drew them together, the air thick with unspoken words and desires. Yet, in the midst of his agony, Yi Xiong's expression shifted. He grasped her neck with a firm hand, not squeezing tightly, but ensuring she could not escape. His rough fingers caressed the tender skin behind her ear, revealing an overwhelming need to bare his soul to her. All the jealousy, confusion, love, and longing that had previously eluded him crystallized in his mind. That he realized, in this moment, that he had fallen for the person before him. A love so tainted and raw, it felt almost unholy. "What are you doing?" Yue Han demanded, pulling his hand from her neck and casting a bewildered glance at him, resuming her task of binding his wound. The bleeding had nearly ceased, allowing her to begin wrapping the cloth around the injury. Chapter 55. Awakening and drowning lacking proper medical supplies. She could only rely on the knife for makeshift disinfection, a temporary solution at best. She feared that the wound might become more infected if not treated properly. I hope you. Suddenly, Yi Xiang's raucous laughter interrupted her thoughts, causing Yue Han to frown and glance at him quizzically. He tilted his head back, grinning wildly, his eyes rimmed with red, reflecting erratic glimmers of light. His expression was both frenzied and fierce. Was he truly losing his mind from the pain? This was not like him at all. Yue Han stared in shock as Yi Xiang continued to laugh, seemingly breaking the last thread of rationality in his mind, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. She felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, watching as he vacillated between laughter and tears. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Han delivered a sharp slap to his face, leaving a bright red mark upon his cheek. He turned in disbelief, gasping for breath as his beautifully sculpted chest heaved rapidly. I read about this. You're definitely experiencing hysteria, she exclaimed, attempting to rationalize his erratic behavior, recognizing the symptoms from a book. She deduced that he was likely suffering from an infection, compounded by fever-induced encephalitis, which had clouded his mind. You are not thinking clearly. Snap out of it, she urged, desperate to bring him back to herself. As he turned to her, his hand slowly reached toward her face. Yue Han braced for a potential retaliation, ready to accept a blow if necessary, but she remained still. Instead, Yi Xiang gently caressed her cheek, his fingers gliding over her skin before finally rubbing his thumb across her lips. What on earth was happening? Yue Han's face darkened as she instinctively turned away to why Yi Xiang's fingers hovered uncertainly in the air. Clearly still lost in his own turmoil, that it seems you are still not fully awake, she remarked coldly, delivering another slap to his cheek, not to rouse him, but out of pure frustration, just as she attempted to retract her hand. He grasped her wrist tightly, his eyes pleading as they locked onto hers. Resisting the urge to pull away, she remained curious about his next move. Yi Xiang's gaze fell upon her delicate wrist, its porcelain skin glimmering like pearls, soft and pristine as fresh snow. In the palm of her hand, a crimson hue lingered from where he had struck her. He had dreamed countless nights of this pair of hands caressing him. As Yue Han observed him lost in thought while gazing at his own hands, she finally exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next moment, she found Ye Xiang moving her hand towards his lips, the warmth of his breath enveloping her hand with a moist sensation. Ye Xiang lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression dark and contorted, as he mindlessly nibbled on her wrist, sending a tingling sensation coursing through it. Yue Han, utterly infuriated, wore a frozen expression, watching the man before her behave like a patient afflicted with severe skin hunger. Continuing to rub his face against her hand, the beast hidden in his eyes was on the verge of breaking free, while Ye Xiang's mind was aflame with excitement, eagerly fixated on Yue Han. Under Ye Xiang's intense gaze, Yue Han couldn't help but shiver. This was it. He had truly lost his mind. I have indeed lost my sanity. I've long wished to act this way, Ye Xiang admitted, his eyes fixed on her, his voice a hoarse whisper. Laden with a chilling depth that left no room for rebuttal, he desperately wanted to confess that he had long been teetering on the brink of madness. Buddy, could you not go mad just yet? This is a test. It will end soon, and you can leave afterwards. Yue Han promptly withdrew her hand, taking several steps back. I know, he replied, as if he could possibly be unaware that this was merely a test, his only reason for remaining by her side. He even contemplated staying there indefinitely, just the two of them, without anyone else. Even if this test were a trap that demanded a life as its price, he would willingly continue to indulge in it. As he watched Yue Han rise to her feet, his eyes, heavy with a certain secretive, trembling excitement, remained glued to her. You may continue to hit me if it brings you relief. Yue Han became increasingly unsettled. Had this man truly lost his mind? Who in their right mind would ask to be struck? She strongly suspected that he might be a masochist. No way. She needed to keep her distance. This person, usually so aloof, had turned into a clingy, deranged individual. Struggling to sit up, he attempted to close the gap, but his weakened body succumbed, leaving him kneeling, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yue Han. After a moment of struggle, he shifted from a half-kneeling position to sitting cross-legged before her. I advise you not to move. The wound is bleeding, and I won't save you. At that moment, Yue Han felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should have allowed the masked man to finish her off earlier. Why did she have to embroil herself in such a situation? Please, I beg you. Yue Han. His deep, hoarse voice invaded her ears, savoring her name. A fine sheen of sweat coated his pale forehead. A few strands of silver hair clung to it, and his crimson eyes were unwaveringly fixed on her. Only a fool would approach. Yue Han, bearing the weight of his lustful gaze, retreated to the cave's edge, refusing to look at him and instead turning to gaze at the torrential rain outside. This rain is truly heavy. The air is so refreshing. Yue Han, Yue Han. Yexiang continued to call her name from behind, prompting Yue Han to cover her ears in frustration. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, hoping to ignore him, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations on triggering Yexiang's limited-time upgrade task. Please wipe the sweat from Yexiang's face. Reward: 20 points and 1 strength skill. Are you doing this on purpose? Yue Han immediately inquired of the system, incredulous at the timing of such a task. Yes. I did it on purpose. The system quickly responded before vanishing, leaving Yue Han powerless to summon it back. Damn it. What kind of situation is this? Yue Han glanced back at Yexiang, who was still kneeling there in a state of madness, then looked at the task rewards, her expression darkening as she sat back down. It was all the system's fault for offering too much. That damned system was ruining her. Seeing Yue Han slowly approach him, Yexiang's gaze was hazy and moist as he looked at her. Yue Han forced herself to ignore his stare, feeling as though he might burst into tears at any moment. She glanced at her tattered training jacket and tore a strip from it, maintaining a safe distance, cautiously pressing the cloth against his face, fearful that he might erupt at any second. Assessing Yexiang's relatively stable state, she continued to wipe away the beads of sweat from his brow. He remained motionless, quietly watching her, and with a sense of relief, Yue Han inched closer. The cloth glided gently across his forehead, from the fullness of his brow to the long lashes, the prominent bridge of his nose, and finally to the elegantly defined jawline. The more she wiped, the darker her expression grew. How was he inching closer? Ultimately, he laid his head upon her. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and pleasure flooded his heart, and the discontent in his chest had finally subsided. Even if she did nothing, as long as she was there beside him, within his reach, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His fingers tightened instinctively as he restrained himself, not wanting to frighten her. He knew that should he continue to overstep, she would undoubtedly leave his side. He could only gaze at her, longing for eye contact and connection. Her pupils were entirely black, like an abyss of darkness, and though he knew he would drown, Yexiang was irresistibly drawn to plunge into its depths. His moon had risen. Chapter 56. Into the test within the jungle. 2 masked figures dashed through the pouring rain. Shi Hung actually went ahead alone. If we can't keep an eye on him, trouble is bound to arise. The smiling mask grumbled irritably. Yuan Jie, something is off. His location hasn't moved for quite some time. This is highly unusual, the weeping mask remarked while glancing at the tracker. That kid is probably off finding a place to nap. He is unreliable in everything he does. Yuan Jie replied, raising an eyebrow in irritation. I can't reach him on the terminal. Something must have happened. Yu Jinfeng felt an uneasy premonition settle in his chest that you're overthinking it. While he may be a gunslinger, he's unmatched among the students here. Yet, despite this, Yuan Jie couldn't shake his own doubts. In the early hours, while he was clearing out the remaining students, he suddenly received a message from Yu Jinfeng informing him that Shi Hung had disobeyed orders and had gone off to pursue Yue Han and Yexiang. Yuan Jie glanced at the location tracker, his anger flaring as he cursed under his breath before immediately contacting Shi Hung. However, by morning, he still had not managed to reach him. Upon checking the tracker again, he found it had remained stationary at one location for over 2 hours. With no other options, he called Yu Jinfeng back and headed towards his position. This is delaying our progress. I still have a plethora of students to manage. Once I find him, I will surely take his head. Yuan Jie gritted his teeth that we're almost there. The location is just ahead. We'll arrive shortly. The two exchanged glances and quickened their pace, only to be halted in shock upon reaching the scene. At that moment, Shi Hung lay with a massive dent in his abdomen, his chest no longer rising and falling. What happened? Yuan Jie rushed forward, lifting the mask to reveal Shi Hung's dilated pupils. His face devoid of life, a dark red stain frozen at the corner of his mouth. He is logged off. There should be no one here capable of defeating him. Why Yu Jinfeng was also puzzled. Scanning the surrounding environment, scattered droplets of blood littered the ground, alongside traces of a struggle. Who could he have fought? The terminal contained the locations of all participants. and the last person whose location overlapped with his was Yue Han. Yuan Jie spoke incredulously. Yue Han is talented, but she couldn't possibly be Qi Heng's match. What is going on? There's a knife here, Yu Jinfeng remarked, lifting a blade he had found, the very one that had pierced Qi Heng's arm. Contact Yuan AI and inform him to conclude the test. Yuan Jie instructed Yu Jinfeng immediately. The instructor has logged off, and one has already perished. Continuing holds no meaning. The remaining students possess excellent survival skills and combat quality. We need not proceed any further. Yuan Jie felt no shame in halting the test. His enthusiasm had been shattered by Qi Heng's exit. All right, I will contact General Wan. Yu Jinfeng promptly activated the terminal to communicate with Wan AI. Expecting a refusal, he was surprised when Wan AI agreed without hesitation, stating he would shut down the holographic simulation as soon as possible. What did he say? He said the simulation system has recorded each student's performance. And if we no longer wish to continue, we can shut it down at any time. Yu Jinfeng paused. Continuing, he also mentioned that if we delay any longer, there will be a pile of students gone. What kind of nonsense is that? It sounds like a riddle. Forget it. Let's find Yue Han. When Yuan Jie and Yu Jinfeng found Yue Han and Ye Xiang, they were taken aback by the sight. Ye Xiang lay bare-chested on Yue Han's lap, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, while she diligently wiped the sweat from his brow with a cloth strip. Staring at the bizarre scene, both men suddenly recalled the rumors circulating in the new recruit training camp. Whispers suggesting that Yue Han was relentlessly pursuing Ye Xiang, while he maintained a righteous demeanor. Could Yue Han be taking advantage of him during his vulnerability? Is she stripping him while he is injured? Upon noticing the two masked figures at the cave's entrance, Yue Han exclaimed joyfully, "You finally arrived. Eliminate me already." She was on the verge of madness, tormented by Ye Xiang. Where was the cool and aloof male god? The silent one. Wasn't he supposed to be a neat freak? Ah, your request is certainly rare, Yuan Jie thought, puzzled as he cast a wary glance at Yue Han before moving closer to inspect Ye Xiang at that moment. It seemed he had reached his limit and had slipped into unconsciousness. Fortunately, there are no signs of anything inappropriate. She hasn't taken advantage of him. He'll be fine. Once he logs off, he'll be back to his lively self. As for me, I'm not in a good mental state right now. I need to see a psychologist. Yue Han directly cried out for help. Given the extent of the additional assessment, she believed she could pass. She did not wish to linger here any longer. Taking care of a child was certainly not as arduous as managing Ye Xiang. A child comparable to the most challenging of hellish trials. Who could fathom Ye Xiang's situation? Just as she had wiped the sweat from her brow, he had calmed down momentarily before reattaching himself to her. One moment he would grasp her hand, the next he would tug at her clothing, then he would reach for her face, and in the next breath, he would spout a stream of nonsensical words, insisting that she could hit him if it would prevent her from getting angry. She persevered through the task of wiping his sweat, but as she was about to lift his head, he suddenly wrapped both arms around her waist with a grip so fierce it was startling, refusing to let her go. She could have easily freed herself, yet upon seeing his wounds, Yue Han was left tearful and chose to remain seated. Feeling his hands tighten around her waist, trembling with anxiety, rather than enduring this torment, Yue Han wished that the masked man had simply eliminated her earlier. No need to suffer like this. Don't worry, you won't be eliminated by us. Wan AI stated, the additional assessment will conclude shortly. Conclude shortly? Yue Han was suddenly beset by a splitting headache. What had she been doing here? Extracting bullets, tending to wounds, and wiping sweat. Right before the conclusion of the assessment, she had driven Ye Xiang to the brink of madness. Would he still have any good intentions towards her once they exited? Who had managed to defeat Qi Heng? Yu Jinfeng glanced at Yue Han and fixed his gaze upon her. In that moment, Yue Han felt as if she had aged 20 years, instinctively answering, "It was me. How did you manage that?" Yuan Jie removed his mask and sat across from her. This isn't the time for that. Is it? Isn't the priority to end the assessment and make a quick escape? After a moment's thought, in order to conceal the existence of the system, she fabricated a flimsy excuse. I don't know. The masked man slipped in the rain and fell right onto my fist. When I opened my eyes, he was dead. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Are you serious? Yuan Jie asked, concern now evident in his voice. Had this child been so frightened? Before Yue Han could respond further, an electronic voice echoed, signaling the exit from the virtual hologram. Yue Han felt the weight lift as her vision turned black the next moment. She opened her eyes to find herself back in the stasis pod, staring at the stasis chamber enveloping her head and listening to the hum of machinery, Yue Han raised her hand to her face, overwhelmed with the desire to strangle the person who had set up this additional assessment. Boss, how did we end up back in the stasis pod? Su Duo quickly pushed the pod off Yue Han's head. Anxiously inquiring, T observed Yue Han holding her forehead with a bitter smile, hastily reaching out to shake her. Boss, stop shaking me. I'm going to be sick. Yue Han promptly swatted his hand away, slowly rising. Chapter 57. Suddenly fainting. What happened? Wasn't I in the jungle? Li Qi also sat up, bewildered. Did we not live on the primitive planet for several days? Why does the date still show the day we boarded the ship? A group of awakened students spoke as they glanced at the date on the wall in the resting area. It's the additional assessment. The flow of time in the holographic simulation differs from outside. What feels like several days inside is merely half a day outside. The additional assessment has now concluded, Yixiang replied, looking down calmly. That makes sense. If we had actually been lying in the resting pod for so many days, we would have starved to death. Yue Han could not help but steal a glance at Yixiang. That it seemed his mind had returned to normal. The madness had likely subsided. Given his pride, he would probably not make things difficult for her, right? Yet then she caught his gaze, which was filled with an inexplicable depth. Apologize quickly. She thought that I didn't expect the additional assessment to conclude so swiftly. Had I known, I wouldn't have touched your wounds. Yue Han hurriedly explained to Yixiang, recalling how she had inflicted pain upon him in the simulated space, slapping him multiple times and witnessing his hysterical state. Surely, Yixiang would not leave her unscathed. Yixiang remained silently fixated on her. Yue Han felt a chill run down her spine as she cautiously approached him. You want to seek revenge on me, will you? I did not mean to, she asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. You wouldn't be so unscrupulous, would you? She pressed, watching as Yixiang merely turned his head to glance at her without uttering a word, prompting her to raise her voice in challenge. The others nearby turned their gazes toward them. I am far more unscrupulous than you could imagine, Yixiang replied without hesitation, his expression unchanged at this moment. He had clarified his thoughts. He had previously struggled to understand his own peculiar feelings. Not because they were overly complicated, but rather, they were exceedingly simple. He had long suppressed his affections, unable to accept that he had fallen for the person before him, the one who had repeatedly toyed with him, and who had entangled with others. The flood of emotions had overwhelmed him during this additional assessment, drowning him like a tide. He felt like a self-binding cocoon, transforming into a butterfly through self-immolation. Upon hearing his response, Yue Han knew he would not let her off easily. She rolled her eyes back and fainted. Let it all perish. Let the universe explode. In truth, Yue Han's life force skill had reached its 3-hour limit, and all her strength had been instantly drained. One moment she had been listening to him speak, and the next, she collapsed into his arms. Boss, what's wrong? Oh no. Has she turned into a corpse? Is there a medical bed here? Yixiang disregarded Su Duo and Li Qi's exclamations and immediately wrapped his arms around her, gazing down at the person in his embrace. That moment, Yue Han's brows were furrowed, her delicate features displaying vulnerability as she breathed weakly. Yixiang swiftly lifted her, cradling her in his arms. Where's the medical bed? A hint of barely perceptible panic laced his voice as he urgently asked the instructor on duty in the resting area. Hu Han anticipated a student fainting and promptly reported to Wan AI. After receiving permission, he led the students to the medical room. Once Yue Han was placed on the medical bed, Yuan Jie and the others quickly arrived. What happened? Why did she faint for no reason? Yuan Jie inquired of the medical staff as he entered the room. Her vital signs have reached a critical point. She is extremely weakened, yet there are no apparent symptoms. How could she have fainted? The doctor examined the data on the instruments, perplexed. What should we do? Yixiang's voice was icy as he stood beside the medical bed, his hand trembling as he gripped Yuan's. He had only just clarified his feelings. He could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. Just as the doctor was about to respond, the sound of military boots striking the ground and the sound of saluting reached their ears, followed by Wan AI's voice. How is she? Commandant. The doctor immediately stood, preparing to salute, and no need for formalities. How is she? Wan AI's dark blue eyes fixed on Yue Han, his gaze sweeping over her before finally resting on their tightly clasped hands. He could not help but frown. What was the point of this entanglement at such a time? All students, out. I will handle this. Wan AI commanded impassively, his cold demeanor radiating an air of superiority that brooked no argument. Yi Xiang's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting as a flicker of cold light reflected in them. That I will stay with her. Yi Xiang's voice was as frigid as ice. Indeed. Instructor, we will remain with the boss. We won't be a bother to you, Su Duo quickly chimed in. All unauthorized personnel, leave. I want to say it a second time. One AI narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet his patience was clearly wearing thin. I am not unauthorized personnel. Yi Xiang's voice was soft yet resolute, tinged with a husky quality, and he did not shy away from one AI's gaze. Yi Xiang's declaration startled everyone present. They watched as sparks flew between the two, the tension palpable, causing cold sweat to bead on the brows of those gathered. Yi Xiang, don't act recklessly. And you, Su Duo. Why aren't you leaving yet? Yuan Jie warned, fearing Yi Xiang would provoke one AI. Su Duo, noting the serious expressions of the instructors, began to backtrack. Let us go, Yi Xiang. The instructors will take good care of the boss. What if I refuse to leave? Yi Xiang's voice continued, the air thick with the scent of impending confrontation. One AI's smile broadened. He was intrigued by someone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. You are not unauthorized personnel? Then who are you to her? A guardian, one AI mocked. I want to leave. Yi Xiang's heart raced. Indeed, who was he? Yue Han. Oh, are you determined to oppose me? The man's gaze was sharp, scrutinizing him like a hawk. I am not opposing you. I merely wish to stay by her side. Yi Xiang's expression darkened as he met one AI's gaze head-on, refusing to yield. Could you two please stop arguing? Shouldn't we first determine what caused this student to faint? The doctor interjected, weary of the back and forth between them, his ears aching from the noise. Dealing with this troublesome class is exhausting. I was already annoyed to be on duty. The doctor's sudden interjection broke the tension, prompting one AI to glance at Yue Han on the bed. With a resigned gesture, he tugged at his collar in impatience before stepping forward, seizing Yi Xiang by the collar, preparing to throw him out. If warnings aren't enough, then I'll take action. Chapter 58. Awakening upon witnessing one AI prepare to hurl Yi Xiang out, Yuan Jie and Su Duo rushed forward to intervene. Ha ha ha, that's unnecessary, instructor. We'll leave right now. Li Qi chuckled nervously, gripping one AI's arm. Wan, we'll get out of your way this instant, Su Duo added, pulling Yi Xiang back. Yi Xiang, what is wrong with you? Yuan Jie positioned himself between the two individuals, apprehensive that the capricious one AI might indeed resort to violence against a student. If there were to be a fight, it should occur in the combat room. Yu Jinfeng inexplicably interjected, oh dear, spare us the chaos. What on earth is happening? Qi Heng, observing from the sidelines, was filled with indignation, slapping his thigh in frustration. He felt powerless against Yi Xiang's father, and one AI was an even greater challenge. Inside the medical room, a cacophony of voices filled the air as people tugged and pulled at one another, while the students waiting at the entrance broke into a cold sweat, as if they had wandered into a bustling market. Lying on the medical bed, Yue Han furrowed her brow and suddenly sat up, wide-eyed, feeling as though she could not shake off her fainting spell. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a chaotic scene of people jostling together, their chatter drowning out her presence as a patient in need. Are the discount eggs free at the market now? Could you help me grab some? Yue Han's eyelids twitched, and she could no longer restrain herself from speaking. The room fell silent in an instant. Observing the concerned expressions on everyone's faces, Yue Han was at a loss whether to feel comforted or irritated. She spoke softly, oh, please do not worry about me. There is no need to examine my health. I assure you, I am fine. It's just my usual ailment. I'm simply exhausted and will recover with a few days of rest if you must cause a ruckus. Please do so elsewhere. My head is about to explode. Her frail state was evidently genuine. Wah! Big sister, was the first exclamation from Su Duo, who immediately rushed over in tears, only to be yanked back by Yi Xiang, who grasped her by the nape of her neck. Su Duo, I'm not dead yet. Is it too soon for you to be mourning? I haven't received the commission for passing the exam yet. I will be fine, Yue Han joked, casting a glance at Su Duo, who was disheveled and weeping. Are you all right? One AI leaned closer, scrutinizing her with concern. His gaze swept over the pale patch of skin on her forehead, where beads of sweat had formed, and then moved to her colorless lips. Ding! The system is performing an automatic check. Key character detected. One AI, please commence the interaction task. Ding! Host condition is abnormal. Interaction task paused. Yue Han suddenly felt her eyes uncontrollably roll back. She had barely regained consciousness when this peculiar situation arose. Lying half-conscious on the medical bed, the system was already seeking out a new male lead for her. Was Wan AI also a member of the harem in the original game? Yue Han could not help but inquire, gazing at the exquisitely handsome figure before her, who was smiling down at her. Was the original female protagonist so ruthless as to conquer even such a character? Clearly, she had underestimated the original host. Wan AI is not merely a supporting male character in the original game. The system deemed him too exceptional and automatically added him to your roster. Yue Han's eyes twitched in exasperation. She had thought that by being cautious and avoiding the male supporting characters in the game, she would be safe. Now she was informed that the system could arbitrarily introduce male leads at any time. Where could she possibly hide? No worries, Commander, I'm just a bit fatigued. No, just a tad tired. I'll be fine after resting. Yue Han muttered weakly, devoid of energy, suddenly aware of a sensation in her hand. Yue Han lifted her gaze slightly, to find Yixiang anxiously holding her hand. His expression tense as he regarded her. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to be furious, ready to tear her apart? Why was he now looking at her with concern and sympathy, feeling the warmth of his calloused hand enveloping hers? She instinctively tried to pull away, only to realize his grip was surprisingly strong, rendering her efforts futile. Fine, if you wish to hold my hand, so be it, she thought, overwhelmed with exhaustion. Standing beside her was a male supporting character, and another was looming overhead. Her head began to throb anew. That I'm fine, just a bit tired. I need to rest. So please all of you leave, that I require some peace, Yue Han declared, signaling her desire for solitude. Closing her eyes to emphasize her point. The patient needs adequate rest. Please vacate the premises, the doctor added, his patience thinning due to the clamor, hastily making his exit. Rest well. I will return to check on you later. Yixiang glanced at Yue Han, recognizing that her rest was paramount, reluctantly loosening his grip and glancing back several times as he departed. In a few days, the results of the galaxy-wide test will be posted on the Imperial leaderboard. You can check your ranking on your terminal then, Qi Heng awkwardly informed her. Take care and rest. The starship will dock at the Imperial Star Riverport. You can contact your parents to pick you up. You have a few days to prepare your terminal and daily necessities for reporting to the Academy, Yuan Jie reminded her before leaving. Just as Yue Han was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden realization jolted her awake. Wait, no one can pick me up? I don't even have my own terminal, nor do I know where to purchase daily supplies. Cough, cough. Yue Han opened her eyes and reached out for Yuan Jie. But her voice was too faint to be heard. Yuan Jie did not respond, but Yixiang turned back, only to be obstructed by Wan AI's imposing figure, blocking her view entirely. As Yixiang walked out, it seemed he heard Yue Han attempting to say something. Upon turning back, he saw Wan AI standing firmly in front of the bed, his tall frame shielding her upper body completely. Wan AI raised an eyebrow at him. And Yixiang, upon listening intently, confirmed that Yue Han had not spoken after all, before exiting the medical room. Hello, what do you wish to say? Why not share it with me? Wan AI smiled slyly as soon as the others had departed. Wan, Commander, could you please call Instructor Yuan for me? Whatever you need, just speak directly to me. Wan AI casually pulled up a chair and sat in front of Yue Han, crossing his legs. I'm an orphan, without a terminal, and I don't know where to buy daily necessities. Yue Han's voice grew progressively quieter and more awkward. What should I do in this embarrassing situation at that moment? Her eyes drooped, eyelashes fluttering, exuding a profound sense of melancholy. Wan AI observed her with surprise, noticing her despondent demeanor, and he prompted, Is there anything else troubling you? No. That's it, I see. Wan AI continued. It's a minor issue. I can have my officers prepare everything for you. Once you enroll, they will deliver it to the Academy. For now, why not stay at my residence for a few days? What? Yue Han was taken aback by Wan AI's response. What kind of turn of events was this? Even if given 10 times her courage, she would not dare to reside beneath the roof of the system's target, who knew what madness the system could unleash at any moment. This is too much trouble for you. Just prepare my things, and I will pay you in star coins when I reach the Empire. I can easily find a hotel to stay in. Yue Han quickly proposed, knowing that once she had her terminal in the Empire, the promised 800,000 star coins from Su Duo would be within her grasp, allowing her to find a place to stay for a few days. Are you certain you can manage it on your own in your current state? Wan AI raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the various data screens surrounding them, which displayed her precarious condition. Rest assured, my sister will be there to meet you after disembarking, that I will be quite busy over the next few days, and won't be home. You can keep her company and have a chat. He reassured her. Initially determined to reject his invitation, Yue Han found herself shamefully swayed by the offer. However, why was he so comfortable letting a male student stay with his sister? Unbeknownst to her, who had already unwittingly revealed her true self in front of one AI, she continued to ponder this question. Enough discussion. It is settled, one AI declared, clapping his hands lazily against the back of his chair. Then please provide me with your terminal ID, and I will transfer the funds to you. Call me by my name. There is no need for such formality. Money is not an issue. I have plenty of it. Mere pocket change. Hardly enough to cover even a single cleaning of a starship. One AI waved his hand dismissively and continued. Now, let us address the more pressing matters. Why you are disguised as a male in a male training camp. The unusual powers that suddenly appeared during the examination, and why you are in such a weakened state. These are the concerns that truly interest me. Yue Han's pupils constricted, momentarily freezing in place as an overwhelming chill coursed through her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. How did he know? Yue Han stared at one AI, suddenly regretting her agreement to visit his home. She should have kept her distance from him. No wonder every time she locked eyes with him, she felt as though he could see right through her. It was not merely her imagination. As she stood there, dumbfounded and astonished, one AI continued. Aren't you going to share your thoughts with me? Indeed, she had underestimated the individual before her. His abilities far surpassed those of Yuan Jie and the others. Clearly, her disguise had crumbled in his presence long ago. What to do? Suddenly, one AI, intrigued, watched her intently. But just as he was about to engage her, Yue Han's eyelids fluttered, and she fainted. Unable to suppress a disbelieving smile, he remarked, that tactic won't work on me. I advise you against trying to play tricks. The only response was silence. He frowned and leaned closer to Yue Han, discerning her breathing, which was surprisingly steady yet faint. Had she truly fainted? Indeed, Yue Han had merely been holding on by a thread. And when startled by him, she had finally let go. Realizing that he would not extract any information today, one AI sighed. No worries. The future is long. One AI cast one last glance at the fainted Yue Han, repositioned the chair, and stepped out of the medical room after covering her with a blanket. He had a multitude of tasks awaiting him, the foremost being the ranking of Zhilan's school entrance examination. The test results from various planets had been transmitted, and he needed to grade and rank the students' retests, which promised to lead to several sleepless nights. The necessity to remain occupied with grading and rankings meant he could not return home, and he would have to reside aboard the Xinhua spacecraft for a few days. Yue Han, having lost consciousness, remained in that state for a full 2 days, sustained solely by an intravenous nutrient solution. During this time, numerous students had visited her, but they could only gaze at her from a distance through the transparent window of the medical room. Today, amidst his busy schedule, one AI took a moment to sit in the medical room, sorting through the grading and rankings of the students. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone approaching the door, and he casually glanced over. Was it Yi Xiang? Unlike one AI, who was seated inside, Yi Xiang, lacking medical room privileges, could only stand at the entrance, his expression dark as he watched one AI. One AI tossed the documents he held onto the bed. Recalling his previous actions, a sudden urge to tease him arose. It seemed he cared quite a bit about Yue Han. She is asleep, one AI remarked casually, extending his hands in a familiar manner to tuck her blanket more snugly around her, observing the faint malice that glimmered like ice within Yi Xiang's pale gray eyes. One AI continued to poke her cheek with a finger. Clang. In response, Yi Xiang gently tapped the window. One AI was certain that if the person on the bed were not still asleep, he would have brazenly pounded on the glass by now. Unfazed, one AI's finger traced her features, lightly brushing over her brow, eyelashes, nose, and finally her lips. Noticing the anger radiating from behind him, one AI disregarded it. Continuing to caress her lips with his thumb, the man behind him, suppressing his fury, suddenly erupted, his fingers tensing, veins popping on the back of his hand, and he swung a fist against the window. His gaze filled with murderous intent directed at one AI's smug face. That space belonged solely to him. Jealousy festered like a suppurating wound, and rage obliterated his rationality. Kill him. Just kill him. One AI had not anticipated that he would disregard Yue Han entirely and strike the window. To avoid disturbing her rest, He furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand, casting a disdainful smile at the murderous Yi Xiong outside. One AI felt immensely irritated, exceedingly so. He redirected his gaze back to the peacefully sleeping Yue Han. Noting her crossed legs twitch slightly, likely inciting further fury from the boy outside, Yi Xiong remained stationed at the door until one AI leisurely exited with the documents. "I want to see her. I want to go in," Yi Xiong stated bluntly, devoid of any respect for the instructor. "You lack the authority," one AI replied, glancing at him dismissively. "Not only do you lack it now, but you will never possess it in the future." Before one AI could finish his sentence, Yi Xiong swung his fist towards his face. One AI, unfazed, merely tilted his head to avoid the blow, smirking contemptuously. The boy was painfully naive, his every thought written plainly on his face. It was all too apparent. The murderous intent was starkly visible, as were his feelings for Yue Han, and the act of throwing a punch was equally conspicuous. So inexperienced. One AI left with a parting remark, not sparing him another glance. He was simply not worthy. Yi Xiong was acutely aware of the disparity between them and refrained from continuing his assault, instead redirecting his gaze to the bed. Greedily observing the girl at that moment, Yue Han lay quietly in the medical room, her frail form cocooned in a soft blanket, with only one pale hand visible, suspended to receive nutrients. Her dark hair cascaded gently over the pillow, a few strands occasionally falling across her face, imparting an air of rare, languid allure. Perhaps due to her weakened state, her full lips were slightly cracked, and Yi Xiong swallowed hard, his throat dry. All he desired was to moisten them with his own tongue. He was reluctant to leave, finding satisfaction even in watching her from a distance. Then he stood there, rooted for an entire night. Chapter 60. Let me hold you. Yue Han awakened the following afternoon, her head spinning as she listened to the doctor's incessant instructions. Groggily, she first checked her life value, which had originally risen to 1410, but had now plummeted back to a mere 100. Ceasing to regenerate. A negative status was now affixed beneath her life value. Yue Han glanced at the description of the negative status. Unequal exchange necessitates a price. For 7 days, the maximum life value is reduced to its lowest. It was clear that this was a consequence of her reckless actions. Observing the life value that had reverted to its initial state, Yue Han couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Enduring this condition for an entire week would be excruciating. Next time, unless absolutely necessary, she must refrain from such reckless behavior. It was far too torturous. As she pondered, the door to the medical room swung open, and upon seeing one AI enter, Yue Han felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. This man never allowed her a moment's respite. She had barely opened her eyes. Noticing her about to roll her eyes, one AI quickly interjected, "Now that you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep." Yue Han, who had just begun to close her eyes again, asked, "Do I need to sit up? Do you need me to help you?" One AI's inquiry was rhetorical, as he did not wait for her response and swiftly approached, causing the medical bed to automatically elevate. "All right, if you don't wish to speak, I won't press you. Just relax," he said, wearing a calm smile. One hand slid beneath her armpit, helping her sit up, while the other adjusted her pillow. Although the position was not overly intimate, his breath brushed closely against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. Since she was unwilling to speak, he deemed it pointless to force her. He could always inquire when she was ready to share. Feeling enveloped by his every breath, Yue Han subtly shifted away. "The starship will soon arrive at the Empire. My sister will come to fetch you shortly. The terminal and daily necessities are all prepared." One AI produced a terminal from his pocket and handed it to Yue Han. "It contains my ID. I've added you." She accepted it, placing it on her wrist. At that moment, it was indeed the best course of action, and she had no need to be foolishly obstinate. "Oh, you need me to carry you out?" he teased, looking at the listless Yue Han. No, it's no trouble." She quickly shook her head. One AI regarded her with a smirk, his captivating eyes narrowing mischievously, evoking thoughts of a cunning creature. Yue Han immediately realized he was merely toying with her. "The starship is about to reach the Empire. You should sit up and rest a bit. Then I'll carry you to the wheelchair." One AI tapped on the terminal, and Yue Han beheld a small sphere hovering in the corner, which descended to the ground and transformed into a wheelchair, gliding towards the two of them. "Welcome to Yue's little round number 1. I am pleased to serve you." The wheelchair introduced itself as it halted beside the bed. "I am a medical and daily living smart robot, capable of managing your dietary and daily needs." Transforming into a wheelchair, while also providing basic medical functions. When not in use, I revert to a spherical form and charge automatically, one AI patiently explained. It's a gift for you, Yue Han, intrigued by the robot's capabilities, thought it remarkable. However, she was nearly startled to death by his next utterance. Who would dare accept such a gift? It was evident that it came with a hefty price tag. She already owed him quite a bit. Accepting this robot would leave her in insurmountable debt. His unprompted kindness only served to burden her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And who knows what ulterior motives he harbored? No. Considering this along with the terminal and daily necessities, how much does it all cost? I'll pay you back, Yue Han exclaimed, nearly sitting up in her urgency. All right, this little fellow costs 1 million star coins. The terminal is 500,000 star coins. Daily necessities amount to 100,000 star coins. Activating the medical bed once costs 300,000 star coins, and the medical equipment used over the past few days is 200,000 star coins. The nutrient solution you received 1 bag is. As one AI continued to enumerate the expenses, Yue Han's previously maintained smile faltered completely, realizing that with her mere 800,000 star coin score from the recent test, she was now further in debt before even receiving the funds. You don't need to provide examples. Just tell me the total. I'll repay you a portion each month, and I promise to settle it all as soon as possible. She interrupted, holding her forehead. You may not need to repay me at all. One AI observed her, his dark blue eyes fixated on her, resembling a vast whirlpool threatening to draw her in. Yue Han shivered involuntarily. She must repay him. She had no desire to entangle herself with this person. Free things often carry the heaviest burdens, and the underlying value was beyond her means, especially since he had been inexplicably attentive towards her. She was uncertain of his true intentions. Instructor Wan, the starship has arrived at the Empire's port. The terminal chimed with an automated message. All right. If you wish to repay me, I won't stop you. I'll carry you. Wan AI shrugged, rising to scoop her up. Yue Han hurriedly evaded his hands, performing a nimble maneuver to stand up, managing to take 2 steps before collapsing onto a chair, gasping for breath. I truly underestimated you, Wan AI remarked, astonished as he observed the entire process, teasing. Ahaha. As Yue Han moved, the world began to spin again, and she weakly forced a laugh. I'll push you, Wan AI said, moving behind her to grasp the handles of the wheelchair, guiding her outside, where they encountered Yixiong and numerous others waiting at the starship's exit. Boss, you're awake. Many individuals from afar greeted one another. Upon seeing her, Yixiong quickly approached, ready to take the wheelchair, only to be deftly evaded by Wan AI. The instructor can leave me here. I will wait for your sister, Yue Han said, unwilling to trouble Wan AI further. Instructor, Xiao Han, why don't you call me AI anymore? Wan AI made a heartbroken expression, gazing at her with sorrowful eyes. Yue Han looked at him in astonishment, wondering what trick he was up to this time. Not only was Yue Han shocked, but the onlookers also cast admiring glances her way. Yi Xiong's gaze immediately fell upon her, his slightly reddened eyes staring at her in disbelief. That moment, an indescribable bitterness surged within him, almost choking him. He suddenly lowered his head, not wanting Yue Han to see his expression, sacrificing oneself to feed a wolf. Impressive, boss, Mini Duo exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Wait, did you two really get together so quickly? Li Qi couldn't help but inquire quietly. Don't say nonsense. I have never called you AI. Yue Han quickly clarified, appalled at how someone could so casually tarnish her reputation. One AI, glancing at the tense Yixiong, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, finding the situation amusing. Why are you still shy? You weren't like this in the medical room. Didn't you say you wanted me to hold you? One AI said with a teasing smile, pretending to lean in closely to whisper in her ear while pushing Yue Han out in front of Yixiong. Chapter 61. Sister-in-law One AI continued to push her when suddenly a shadow loomed, blocking Yue Han in place. Yixiong leaned in close to her ear. I know he is doing this on purpose. Oh, you need my help. Upon hearing Yue Han's rebuttal, Yixiong realized it was all One AI's doing. Yue Han looked at the two leaning close to her, drenched in sweat. What is going on? She exclaimed, quickly pushing them away and shaking her head vigorously. Distance creates beauty. I don't need your help. Instructor Wan's sister will come to pick me up shortly. One AI shrugged off her push. Indifferent, Yixiong's expression remained unchanged, but his grip tightened, and the fire of his soul twisted and howled darkly. regretfully retreating to a safer distance. Haven't you met your sister yet? Have you seen family? Li Qi teased her. Enough? Leave her some dignity. He added up, by the way, boss, you're from the Wasteland Star. Your parents probably can't come for you. Right? He continued, but was interrupted by one AI. Little fatty, I've already made arrangements for her. Are you trying to compete with me? One AI threatened, causing Mini Duo to shut her mouth in fright. I should probably stay at the instructor's house for a few days. It would be more convenient for medical needs, Yue Han casually suggested. Mini Duo and the others were unaware she was a female. Living with them would be too troublesome. Since she had already revealed her identity in front of one AI, it would be better to directly spend time with his sister at his home. Mini Duo, a voice called out from the starship's port. Yue Han turned to see a gentle, elegantly dressed middle-aged woman happily waving. Mom, boss, quickly swap terminals with me. I'll chat with you later. Mini Duo waved to her mother. And soon the group exchanged terminals. I'll head out first, boss. Contact me anytime. I'm always available. After saying this, Mini Duo excitedly disembarked the starship, leaping into her mother's embrace. The two waved goodbye to Yue Han and the others as they left the port. The four of us have made it to the end. We will surely pass the retest and meet at Jilan Academy for enrollment, Li Qi commented, noticing the butler arriving to pick up the two. He tugged at Yi Xiang, trying to lead him away, but Yi Xiang stood firm, unyielding. Are you really going with his sister? Yi Xiang asked, ignoring one AI. Yes, I've already agreed, Yue Han replied. Why Yi Xiang suddenly felt discomfort in his heart. A throbbing pain that felt like ants crawling on him, a sensation that climbed to the very tip of his heart. Then I'll wait with you, Yi Xiang said, standing by her side like a statue. Unaffected by Li Qi's attempts to pull him away, seeing Yi Xiang's firm resolve, Yue Han decided not to waste her breath any longer and focused on the port. Suddenly, a black hover stopped at the port, and a petite girl stepped out. Her jet black hair, almost blue, cascaded down her shoulders like a smooth waterfall. She had a lovely and charming face, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, darting around the starport. Suddenly, the girl spotted one AI, lifting her skirt and running towards him with a smile that revealed two shallow dimples. Brother, the girl, like a little bird, prepared to fly into one AI's embrace, but he pushed her face away. Wan, how old are you now? Go pick someone up without bothering me, one AI sighed. Shaking his head no, Wan looked down at Yue Han in the wheelchair, her eyes lighting up instantly. She leaned in closer. You're so beautiful. Did you come down from the mail ship? Wan immediately asked one AI, who nodded in response. Oh, interesting. Handsome guy, come with me, Wan exclaimed, pushing the wheelchair and running off. Be careful. She's an injured person, one AI cautioned, rubbing his forehead. Got it. You're so naggy, Wan replied, not looking back as she swiftly pushed Yue Han into the hover car. In the next moment, she pressed the accelerator, and the hover car vanished from sight. The speed was too fast. Yi Xiang didn't have time to speak or remind Yue Han before she was whisked away in a flash. Why Yi Xiang clenched his jaw. His gaze sharp, his eyes as cold as a frozen lake. He cast a displeased glance at one AI, who merely raised an eyebrow, defiantly meeting his gaze. You're all males. Don't provoke him. Yi Xiang took the initiative. One AI was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, clearly amused by his words. Isn't it funny that you're here arguing and still can't tell the difference in gender? He thought to himself, feeling a twinge of pity for Yi Xiang that he wouldn't kindly inform him. The day he discovered the truth would surely be quite amusing. One AI gave Yi Xiang a mocking glance. His mood light as he hummed a tune while walking towards the starship. Why Yi Xiang watched one AI's reaction in confusion, his brows tightly knitted together. What does he mean? Come on, buddy, stop arguing. Let us go. Your dad will get anxious if we keep him waiting, Li Qi urged, finally managing to pull Yi Xiang along effortlessly. Meanwhile, in the hover car, Yue Han, wide-eyed and inexperienced, looked around in awe as the vehicle set itself to automatic cruise. She couldn't help but lean against the window. Outside, intersecting tracks floated in the air, resembling giant dragons weaving through the sky. Enormous neon electronic screens hung high above, displaying a myriad of advertising images. While various intelligent robots walked along the ground, the sights dazzled Yue Han. Why did you enter the male recruit camp? Wan had quietly moved closer to her, whispering in her ear, startling Yue Han from her reverie. Turning around, she found Wan's curious face inches away, her eyes wide with interest. My brother, you see, usually has a smile on his face, but in reality, he's a cold-hearted person, he's someone who shows no emotions. He never pays attention to the trivial matters of his students. So I'm curious, what makes you so special that he treats you differently? Wan observed her intently. Yue Han began. But before she could finish, Wan suddenly slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming excitedly, I got it. You're the sister-in-law my brother found for me. Yue Han coughed in surprise at her words. Chapter 62. Imperial Network, I'm a male. Yue Han waved her hands in explanation, suddenly realizing that being with one AI sister wouldn't be as easy as she thought, and she began to sweat profusely. Come on, who are you trying to fool? You can't deceive my brother, nor can you deceive me. Wan pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Don't underestimate me. I'm an excellent student at the Only Medical Academy. Yuri clearly a girl. I know all about human skeletal structures. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't trust me to pick you up. Surprised at being so easily seen through by the siblings, Yue Han awkwardly smiled. The hovercar arrived at the Wan family residence. Wan gently guided her into the majestic and historically rich mansion located in the Empire. Yue Han looked around in surprise at the interior decor. Unexpectedly normal. Yes, it was surprisingly normal. She had imagined the residence would be suspended in mid-air, geometrically shaped, filled with advanced technology, robots, and intelligent AI, featuring energy shields and laser weapons. Instead, it was mostly just some new-style furniture. Surprisingly conservative and conventional. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Yue Han voiced her thoughts. Puffed. Have you watched too many movies? If it were as you described, it wouldn't be called a home at all. It wouldn't feel warm at all, Wan laughed. Wan had already received advance notice and instructed the butler to prepare a spacious and bright empty room for them. Pushed into the designated room. What greeted her was an astonishingly extravagant decor that left one speechless. Yue Han couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the spectacle before her. Her mouth agape in surprise, she was then gently nudged by Wan to the bedside. Unable to resist, she delicately caressed the silken softness of the mattress. Damn this opulence. Is this the life of the wealthy? God forbid she ever comes into money. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly indulge in extravagance 100-fold. Turning her bed into gold. What do you think? I've found you the best room, worthy of a mistress. Wan beamed, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. Initially, one might think the only distinguishing feature between the two siblings was their hair. Yet upon witnessing her squinting eyes while she laughed, akin to a cunning little fox, it was evident that she bore a striking resemblance to her brother. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Yue Han hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I've prepared clothes for you in the wardrobe. It's getting late. So take a bath and rest, change into your pajamas, and get some early sleep. Why the day after tomorrow, when you're feeling better. I'll take you out shopping. Wan mischievously winked before leaving the room. Yue Han, still feeling weak, lay on the bed for a while and soon found her eyelids heavy. She prepared to return to her wheelchair to fetch her sleepwear for a bath and rest. To her dismay, Wan had laid out an array of risqué nightgowns, lace, leopard print, and bodysuits. With a scowl, Yue Han rummaged through a heap of thongs and finally unearthed a white nightgown. Upon lifting it, she noticed a considerable expanse of exposed fabric at the back. Continuing her search, she concluded that this white gown had the most coverage and resignedly took it to the bathroom. The next day, Yue Han rose early. The side effects of the life-renewing elixir had become more bearable, allowing her to walk unassisted. She was led downstairs by Wan for breakfast. You're not drinking the nutritional liquid? Yue Han exclaimed in shock at the lavish spread laid out before her. How could you drink that foul concoction? Do you like it? We have plenty at home. I can have someone fetch it for you, Wan replied, somewhat astonished, preparing to summon a servant. No, my dear friend, I absolutely adore food, Yue Han exclaimed, nearly moved to tears by the sight of the meal. Wan looked at Yue Han's excited expression, perplexed, and said, if you like it, then eat more. Yue Han was already too engrossed in the feast to hear her words, nodding absent-mindedly. Wan watched in horror as Yue Han flitted between cake, stir-fried dishes, stews, and fresh seafood, seemingly devouring plate after plate. Sister-in-law, slow down. There's more if you need it. Wan was baffled by how such a petite figure could clear an entire table of food. If she could indulge in such deliciousness every day, perhaps being her sister-in-law wouldn't be so bad. Yue Han shamelessly mused that it wasn't until the last dish was nearly empty that Yue Han finally paused, curiously glancing at her own stomach, wondering where it all went. Are you full? If not, There's still more, Wan offered, noticing Yue Han's insatiable appetite. No, I'm good, Yue Han said, patting her protruding belly. Although still tempted, she chose to decline. All right, my brother said I should teach you how to use the terminal to join the Imperial Network, Wan announced, settling beside Yue Han in her little dress. Each ID is fixed. The terminal always uses the same ID. During the rookie training camp, you were assigned a terminal with an ID already registered for you. Just search for the Imperial Network on the terminal, fill in your information, and once verified by the Stellar Core, you can join, Wan instructed step by step. What is the Imperial Network? Yue Han inquired as she filled out her personal information, unable to contain her curiosity. The Imperial Network is where students from various academies interact. People post discussions, share experiences, and watch competitions with live commentary. Most importantly, you can catch up on the latest gossip, Wan revealed, showcasing her terminal to Yue Han. The terminal projected a plethora of posts. Yue Han briefly scanned them. Most handsome student rankings from different academies, discussion threads about the Zhilan assessment, and numerous posts from students pursuing their favorite stars, all a vibrant array that you'll probably get approved soon, and you can browse the Imperial Network in your spare time to familiarize yourself with it. Wan concluded, clapping her hands together. Sister-in-law, rest well here. If you need anything, just call the butler or the servants that I have plans with friends, so I'll be stepping out for a bit. Wan waved and disappeared. Returning to her room, Yue Han found herself bored as she awaited approval for the Imperial Network, mindlessly scrolling through historical messages. To her surprise, Su Duo had sent her numerous messages. He had first transferred 1 million star coins. Noting, don't be shy. Consider it 10 firearms. Without hesitation, Yue Han accepted the transfer. Who would refuse money, especially with her current debts? She then glanced at his messages, filled with mundane updates about meals and activities. And couldn't he help but roll her eyes? It truly suited his character. Continuing to browse, she unexpectedly spotted a message from Yi Xiong. He simply inquired, "How is your health?" Just a brief question, but after contemplating, Yue Han decided not to reply. Once she entered Zhilan, it was likely that their interaction would cease. After all, she had stirred up quite a situation with Yi Xiong, and he was probably just being polite. Yue Han stared at the terminal for a while longer, feeling her head spin again, and chose to take a short nap. Meanwhile, Yi Xiong sat in a dim, noisy environment, where Li Qi and friends were loudly singing. Ignoring Li Qi's calls, the faint glow of the terminal illuminated his face, accentuating his solitude. His fingers hovered above the terminal screen, his thoughts consumed by Yue Han. Chapter 63. No turning back. Yi Xiong focused all his attention on the terminal. The last message he sent to Yue Han had gone unanswered. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Was she still asleep? Had she not seen it? Or had she seen it, but chosen not to respond? His mind raced with these tangled thoughts, and after hesitating for a long while, he typed a few words only to delete them moments later. Would Yue Han think he was being too talkative? Would she feel harassed? All he wanted was to show concern, to know how she was doing, and if she was comfortable at Wan Ai's home. Yi Xiong had never felt so sentimental and indecisive. Leaning against the sofa, he stared intently at the blank input box, sighed, and resignedly began typing again. Li Qi turned back to see Yi Xiong sitting rigidly, his posture unnaturally disciplined, his entire focus on the terminal. His fingers dancing over the screen in a cycle of typing and deleting. Li Qi noticed that Yi Xiong had been acting strangely these past few days, which prompted him to forcibly take him out. Yet here he was, not engaging in any fun, just fixated on the terminal. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Qi quietly settled beside him, but Yi Xiong was so engrossed that he didn't notice. Yi Xiong didn't appear to be the type to have an internet addiction. What could possibly be so captivating? Li Qi leaned closer and caught sight of Yi Xiong's chat with Yue Han. And a strange thought suddenly crossed his mind, making him shake his head in fear to dispel it. It couldn't be what he thought. It must be a misunderstanding. Ah Xiong, stop staring at the terminal. It's so dull. Come sing with us. Li Qi called out. Yi Xiong remained oblivious, still focused on the terminal screen. Li Qi glanced at Yi Xiong's expression. His brow was furrowed, and he appeared troubled. A wild beast struggling beneath the surface of his light gray eyes, trapped in a state of self-torment. Unable to resist, Li Qi leaned in closer, trying to see what Yi Xiong was typing. How's your health? I can find you a doctor. And then he deleted it all. Want to go out for fun? I know a great restaurant. And then he deleted that too. Are you comfortable staying at 1AI's house? If not, feel free to reach out to me. And again, he deleted it all that a thought finally crystallized in Li Qi's mind, forcing him to accept the truth. Yue Han had truly turned Yi Xiang's world upside down. Dude, you can't keep staring at the terminal, Li Qi exclaimed in horror, reaching out to snatch it away. But Yi Xiang nimbly dodged him, his expression darkening as he shot a cold, piercing glare at Li Qi. Li Qi couldn't help but shivered. It was over. Everything was spiraling out of control. How could he rectify this mess? Yi Xiang, you still have your parents, your brothers, and you'll find a beautiful wife and have children. Li Qi stammered, desperately trying to find a way to wake Yi Xiang from this delusion. Why Yi Xiang understood the underlying message in Li Qi's words almost immediately, facing his best friend. He revealed a bittersweet smile. I've made my decision. I want to change. It's him. Just him? The words struck Li Qi like lightning, leaving him stunned and utterly disoriented. This is it. You're completely off the rails. Li Qi's complexion paled, his lips drained of color, his pupils quivering. Are you truly certain? Do you know what you're facing? I've long since come to terms with it, Yi Xiang replied quietly yet resolutely. He had realized it deep within the cave. All he wanted now was to be with Yue Han, seeking nothing else. Domai. I can't believe it, Li Qi lamented, collapsing back against the sofa, his hands shielding his face in despair. How would he explain this to Yi Xiang's parents? It was well known that he and Yi Xiang would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Li Qi couldn't help but part his fingers slightly to sneak a glance at Yi Xiang. He hesitated, hovering his hand over the video call, contemplating whether to press it or not. Witnessing Yi Xiang's disheartened expression incited an eye roll from Li Qi. Ask if you must, strike if you wish. Once you have made your decision, I shall support you unconditionally, Li Qi proclaimed, lowering his hands in resignation. If you are too shy to inquire, I can ask Su Duo on your behalf and gather some information. Li Qi resigned himself to the role of a wingman. Yi Xiang immediately turned his gaze toward him, her eyes ablaze with fervor as if she had found an outlet. Then do ask Su Duo. As long as I know he is fine, that will suffice. What ambition indeed. Can't there be a touch of aspiration? Li Qi's face turned ashen as he reluctantly activated Su Duo's terminal, preparing to interrogate him. After waking, Yue Han discovered that her request to join the Imperial Network had been approved. Upon entering the Imperial Network for the first time, she was prompted to enter a nickname. Yue Han typed in her name, only to find it was already taken. After several unsuccessful attempts at alternative names, her impatience led her to input a random name, which surprisingly went through. Nickname registration successful. You have stepped on my leg hair. Entering the Imperial Network, she had merely tried it casually. How could it have succeeded? This must be a prank, Grandma Li. With this name, she was set to navigate life within the Imperial Network and Heartthrob Academy. Already envisioning the odd glances she would receive. Upon entering the Imperial Network, Yue Han quickly checked the option to change her nickname, only to be met with a reminder that changes could only be made after 30 days. With a sigh, she resigned herself to browsing through the posts on the Imperial Network, when suddenly, an unusual post caught her eye. I ran away while pregnant. The domineering head instructor is hot on my heels. Unable to resist, Yue Han clicked in, discovering it was a story featuring 1AI as the male lead in a domineering CEO narrative, with thousands of comments clamoring for updates. Curious, she skimmed through the plot. A common tale of a domineering male lead chasing after a female lead who had fled with his child, and found herself drawn into the comments. When together, he took her for granted. Now that she's run away, I wonder how 1AI will cope. My precious daughter has been tormented by 1AI like this. He must face the consequences. 1AI has just realized his feelings, only to return home to find his wife missing. Haha. Is it really okay to portray the head instructor like this? One commenter questioned. What is wrong with you upstairs? Can't you separate fiction from reality? Another replied, laughter echoing in their words. Haha. You must not know. The author failed the additional test last year at Jilan and has since penned several novels torturing 1AI. This is pure revenge, and I love it. Author, increase your output. Yue Han was left perplexed. It seemed that 1AI had indeed offended quite a few students, who, unable to openly criticize him, resorted to subtly mocking him through fanfiction. It was surprising to see such a poor reputation surrounding 1AI. Chapter 64. The Academy competition. Yue Han continued scrolling through posts, confession walls, sharing interstellar book recommendations, selecting this year's most handsome and beautiful new students. and discussing the secrets of the Empire and Stardome, along with commentary on the current Academy competition. Out of boredom, she casually clicked on the commentary about the Imperial Academy competition, initially feeling drowsy. She soon found herself invigorated, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Each academy's characteristics were vividly distinct, their strengths clashing in battles akin to celestial duels, during moments when one academy seemed destined for defeat. The tides would suddenly turn, leading to miraculous comebacks from the brink of despair. The scenes of confrontation and rivalry were etched in her mind like vivid paintings, igniting her senses and causing her heart to race and breath to quicken. Hours passed unnoticed as Yue Han remained engrossed, finishing the video only to continue with past Starry Sky competitions and previous academy contests. The more she watched, the more her heart burned with excitement. Previously, she had felt like a hollow tree, merely following the system's commands to survive. That it was only after watching the academy competitions that she realized she had nearly forgotten her original aspirations. Not all girls are composed of sweetness, like vanilla, candy, or cheese. Some are forged from steel, courage etched into their spines, freedom coursing through their veins, untamed. Yue Han was of the latter kind, in her original world. She had always yearned to serve in the military, to become a police officer, with her parents wholeheartedly supporting her. Day and night, she studied diligently, stepping into the military academy with noble ideals. Since her arrival in this realm, the military academy had vanished, along with her dreams to survive. She had resorted to intense daily training and completing system tasks, nearly losing herself and forgetting her initial aspirations. Yet, upon witnessing the past competitions, her heart raced with a newfound clarity. She had rediscovered her life's anchor. She resolved to participate in the Academy competition and the Starry Sky competition. She yearned to stand on the stage, pouring forth her sweat and showcasing her talents, to pursue what she loved rather than be a puppet ensnared by the system. Yue Han was unaware of how long she continued watching or how many competitions she viewed before finally succumbing to sleep. But she knew she had dreamt for the first time in ages. The dream was unexpectedly vivid. In her dream, a colossal dragon with fiery red wings chased her, while she donned an impractically flowing, elegant gown, running with all her might, determined not to leave any regrets. The intense heat from the dragon's breath scorched her skin and ignited her gown. During her flight, she passed knights in armor reaching out to help her and princely figures on magnificent steeds. Yet she did not pause to seek their assistance. Instead, she continued to flee, engulfed in flames, her gown trailing behind her, melting away. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy, her pain whisked away by the wind that brushed past her. She kept running, refusing to heed the knights and princes along the way, instead seeking a sword capable of slaying dragons. To her astonishment, a sword appeared as if summoned by her thoughts. Without hesitation, she grasped it and swung it fiercely at the dragon, refusing to yield to any obstacle or force that stood in her way. She would not allow her life to succumb to the will of others. The dragon, in pain and fury, snapped at her, but she wielded her sword without faltering, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Her gown became stained with blood, yet the dragon cowered beneath her formidable presence, bowing its head in submission. In a swift motion, she leaped onto the dragon's neck, commanding the tamed beast to soar through the skies. Then she awoke, startled by the sound of a knock at the door. "Yue Han, it's time for breakfast." Wan called from outside, the mention of food. Yue Han quickly rubbed her eyes, slipped on her shoes, and opened the door to join her at the dining hall. Seeing the abundant spread before her, Yue Han's eyes welled with tears of gratitude as she ate heartily. "Have you had enough?" Wan inquired as Yue Han set down her chopsticks. Yue Han leaned back in her chair and nodded. "Then let us tidy up and head out." Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands, summoning a throng of maids. Yue Han turned in confusion to see the maids slowly wheeling in racks adorned with glamorous and elegant dresses. "What is this for?" she asked at sister-in-law. "Quickly choose one. These are the latest dresses from Yulin department store. You can keep the ones you like and return the ones you don't. I can help you choose." "My taste is impeccable," Wan exclaimed, eagerly approaching the racks, promoting each dress with the zeal of a top salesperson, causing Yue Han to feel a twinge of temptation. "That I'm used to wearing male clothing. Would female attire really suit me?" Yue Han hesitated, uncertain. Though she was indeed a girl and found these dresses appealing, the thought of the considerable debt she owed AI loomed large. Purchasing these dresses would be financially unfeasible. "Choose a few. You look too good to waste in training uniforms, Wan insisted, tugging Yue Han toward the dresses, holding them up against her. Gazing at the luxurious fabric and intricate patterns, Yue Han quickly realized these dresses were far beyond her budget. I don't have the money. I owe your brother quite a lot, she confessed, meeting Wan's eager gaze with honesty. Let me have a word with him. Who chases after a girl just to collect debts? Wan replied, astonished at her brother's behavior. You've got it all wrong. I'm merely a student with no ties to him. Yue Han quickly clarified. With a grand gesture, Wan declared, Oh, I have money. I'll buy it for you. You needn't pay me back. Without waiting for Yue Han's refusal, she selected a delicate, elegant white gown and promptly ushered her into the fitting room. Before Yue Han could react, the door slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud. And this one too, Wan called out. With a sudden whoosh, a spray bottle was tossed in, and Yue Han fumbled to catch it, unable to resist lifting it to inspect. A hair growth serum? Indeed, a hair growth serum that promised to expedite the growth of hair. Otherwise, the short hair would clash terribly with the dress I selected for you. Wan blinked before continuing. Do not forget to spray it. Wan promptly shut the door behind her. Chapter 65. The exotic Yue Han, feeling resigned, glanced around and ultimately chose to remove her clothes, donning the dress selected by Wan and applying the hair growth serum before stepping out slowly. The girl standing before the fitting room exuded a breathtaking, ethereal beauty, her body betraying a hint of fatigue due to her discomfort. Yet, in the glow of her stunning countenance, it imbued her with an exceptional allure. The flowing white gown gracefully accentuated her curves, while the white flowers cinched her slender waist tightly. For a moment, Wan and the servants were left awestruck. How do I look? Yue Han inquired cautiously. Her voice jolted everyone back to reality. Absolutely stunning. How are you so beautiful? Wan gazed at her creation, brimming with satisfaction, before selecting a new outfit for herself and dragging Yue Han out. That you're too gorgeous. Let's go. Let's go. My brother said he would take you out on a day when you're feeling your best. To let you choose some items you need, he mentioned that the things his aide bought might not suit your taste. Wan led Yue Han to a hovering vehicle, which promptly transported them to the largest shopping mall in the empire. Upon entering, Yue Han was met with a staggering array of goods. The sight of floating hoverboards gliding by, AI celebrity electronic billboards that could walk, and delivery robots scuttling about, made her feel as though she were a rustic villager entering the city. Sister-in-law, look for something you like. Wan wrapped her arm around Yue Han's, enthusiastically recommending various items. What is that? Yue Han pointed at an unfamiliar object that passed by. Is it a doll or a robot? That particular entity stood 3 meters tall. Its rough skin covered in scales that shimmered with a cold sheen under the light. Its head resembled that of a lizard, elongated and flat, with golden vertical pupils, powerful forelimbs, and strong hind limbs. Potentially dragging a long tail behind. An exotic creature. Judging by its features, it appears to be a lizardman, Wan explained calmly. Exotic. Is it a living being? Yue Han gasped in astonishment. Of course. In such a vast interstellar space, how could there only be humans? There are not only exotic beings, but also mutants and hybrids. Once an exotic creature chooses to submit, they can enjoy the same privileges as humans. He must be a student at the academy as well. However, the number of these beings is limited, and they tend to avoid contact with humans. Most opt for the United Academy, while a minority choose regular academies. Enough of that. Let's go to the 5th floor, where all the items for Empire students are located. With that, Wan began to explore the mall with Yue Han in tow. Observing Wan's enthusiasm, Yue Han felt like an oddity, yet she couldn't help but glance back at the lizard man. Indeed, in the vastness of the stars, there were all sorts of species. The two explored several floors, purchasing numerous items, and fortunately, with the assistance of delivery robots, they could have their purchases sent directly to their homes. Otherwise, with Wan's shopping spree, she would be buried beneath a mountain of goods. After accompanying her for a while, Yue Han began to feel overwhelmed. Not wishing to interrupt Wan's shopping fervor, she decided to rest for a moment. All right then, I'll go check out the latest perfumes. I'll be back quickly. Wan found Yue Han a comfortable resting spot before turning to continue her shopping spree. Yue Han surveyed the U-shaped mall interior, choosing to idly pass the time by staring at her terminal. It was then she noticed Yi Xiang had messaged her again. Just as she was about to open the message, a voice behind her startled her. Shago, what are you here to buy? That arrogant jerk insisted on the latest bag before agreeing to go on a date with me. A tightness gripped Yue Han's heart. That voice belonged to Sha Dingshan. What terrible luck to encounter him here, especially in her current guise without any strength. If he recognized her, it would be disastrous. Remaining calm, Yue Han sat still, choosing not to turn around or flee. She needed Sha Dingshan to move away before she could act. Where's the bag store? Why haven't we reached it yet? Sha Dingshan kicked a passerby in frustration, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the white figure across the way, with long black hair cascading to her waist and a delicate physique. The fact that he couldn't see her face only heightened his intrigue. Sha Dingshan brushed aside the hand of his subordinate who was speaking to him, irritated that they obstructed his view, and fixated on her silhouette. Sha Gu, the bag store is up ahead. To hell with the bag store. Follow me. Sha Dingshan glanced at the figure across the U-shaped mall, opting to first catch a glimpse of her true appearance. Hey, aren't we getting the bag? One of his companions protested. Just wait. I need to take a look first. He was drawn to this type of individual, one who lacked the ability to resist, only capable of crying out for mercy. The more he thought about it, the more impatient he became, almost wanting to leap over the space in the mall to see her face. Yue Han, using the reflection on her terminal, kept a watchful eye on him. Initially, she felt his gaze upon her, but soon enough, Sha Dingshan was indeed heading her way. Yue Han sprang to her feet and fled. She needed to find Wan immediately. Sha Dingshan quickened his pace, cursing under his breath as he saw the girl run away, and immediately gave chase. After only a few steps, Yue Han felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. She realized that this speed would not suffice. She wouldn't be able to shake him off. If she continued running, she would faint from exhaustion. She quickly accessed the skill mall, recalling that she had received a reward for a mighty strength skill when she wiped Yi Xiang's sweat last time. She clicked on the mighty strength skill, only to be met with a system notification that her defenses had been breached. The skill cannot be used again while in a negative state. Damn it! As she ran, Yue Han frantically sought a solution, her gaze suddenly landing on her terminal. Desperately glancing down, she ran, her fingers frantically tapping on the terminal. Suddenly, she collided with a man walking towards her, causing his terminal to tumble to the ground. Excuse me, she muttered in a hushed tone before darting away. Yet the man she collided with stood frozen like a statue, his astonished gaze following Yue Han until her pure white figure disappeared from view. Damn it, catch her, Sha Gu, wait for us. Several burly men rushed past, shouting curses as they hurried away, slowly bringing him back to his senses. 3 minutes earlier, the mall buzzed with activity, yet when Jishu was oblivious to the commotion, wholly engrossed in the medical records on his terminal, it was quite the conundrum. This patient had a DNA-related mutation in their left hypothalamus, marking them as the third such case in the entire star system. He had been studying it for quite some time. If he could either cure this patient or trace the source of the DNA mutation, it would significantly advance his academic achievements. Chapter 66. The Convergence of Sun and Moon. When Jishu, focused intently, did not notice the figure rushing towards him until they collided with his shoulder. The man frowned, his nose catching the clean, crisp scent that wafted from the other person. Instinctively, he followed the fragrance with his gaze. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse, his mind exploded. The world around him faded into monochrome. When Jishu's expression froze, his terminal slipping from his grasp as he followed her figure with a dazed look. Despite the bustling crowd, he saw only her. It was as if a hand had gently tapped his heart. In that instant, the sun and moon converged, and the mountains and waters met. Apologies. The voice of the other person rang out. Light as moonlight, clear as jade. It felt like a gentle breeze, drifting softly through his heart, leaving only those 2 words of apology before she hurried away, watching her hair dance in the wind. The blindingly white gown, and the skin of her arms, like refined cream, a warmth surged within when Jisoo. It was a fleeting moment, akin to a dream. Catch her. Don't let her escape, Sha Dingshan shouted as he ran past, snapping when Jisoo back to reality. Such breathtaking beauty could overwhelm the brain's neurons, leading to a state akin to overload, commonly referred to as a brain freeze. When Jisoo experienced it in that moment, it wasn't until several figures had disappeared into the distance that he finally regained his senses. As Yue Han ran, she searched for Wan, but she was no match for Sha Dingshan's speed and was soon overtaken. Sha Dingshan yanked her shoulder, pulling her roughly toward him, and then he recognized her face. I asked at you, Sha Dingshan exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically in shock. Yue Han, the memory of being threatened by her flashed in his mind, and he instinctively released his grip, fear clouding his judgment. Yet, he soon found himself uncontrollably infatuated with her visage. Oh, what if it was Yue Han? She had already left the rookie training camp. No one could restrain him here. And with a gang of followers behind him, what was there to fear? Sha Dingshan meticulously scrutinized the girl before him, her forehead glistening with sweat from running, a certain frailty evident in her features. Her breathing rapid and shallow. Isn't that Yue Han? You've mistaken me for someone else. Yue Han feigned calmness, intending to turn and leave after speaking. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder as Sha Dingshan's hand clamped down like a vice, holding her firmly in place. Wait, he said, raising an eyebrow and drawing her back for a closer inspection. Despite their identical appearances, this person was unmistakably not Yue Han. She did not possess such frailty. This individual exuded a vulnerability that suggested an inability to care for themselves. Could two people truly look so alike? Is there something amiss? Yue Han inquired nonchalantly. What a striking resemblance you bear to an old acquaintance of mine. Sha Dingshan replied, his gaze greedy as he scrutinized her. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, inhaling deeply. Indeed, she was intoxicating, regardless of whether she was male or female, or even if she were Yue Han. He was determined to savor the flavor. I don't know you. Let me go. Yue Han protested, struggling against him. Your brother has wronged me. You shall repay his debt, my little beauty. Sha Dingshan tightened his grip. Securing her against him, Yue Han fought back the wave of disgust rising within her, realizing that this fool mistakenly believed her to be his sister, unable to endure his audacity any longer. She elbowed him sharply in the ribs, anticipating a pained howl. Instead, her own arm throbbed painfully. Damn it, you've robbed me of my strength. Must you be so feeble, incapable of self-sufficiency? She cried inwardly, seizing the moment. She opened her mouth wide to call for help. Silence. Sha Dingshan quickly covered her mouth, signaling to those around them. His subordinates, clearly accustomed to such antics, adeptly engaged the nearby onlookers with light-hearted banter. What are you staring at? Just a couple in a spat. Sis, why are you throwing a tantrum again? Forgive my brother. It's just a dress we're after. I'll take you to buy one right now. Don't be angry, darling. Sha Dingshan chimed in, following his subordinate's lead. Yue Han sensed the prying eyes around them dissipate as the group's explanations took effect, realizing she was in a precarious situation and that struggling was futile. She promptly opened her mouth and bit down hard on his hand, tearing away a piece of flesh. You little wretch. Sha Dingshan released her in pain. Yue Han seized the fleeting opportunity to cry out for help, only to be met with a heavy blow to her abdomen from Sha Dingshan. The force of the punch doubled her over, rendering her speechless, and she sank to the cold ground, her stomach roiling violently. Damn it, you've brought this upon yourself for daring to bite me. Sha Dingshan sneered, lifting her chin to glare at her. Just wait, you'll witness what I do to you. With that, he tossed her head aside and commanded his subordinates, act naturally while you drag her away. Don't let anyone see. Find a secluded spot. His men swiftly hoisted Yue Han's arms, guiding her toward a deserted corner. The agony in her abdomen left her gasping, and the group brazenly dragged her into an empty hallway, slamming the door shut behind them. Moments later, Yue Han was thrown to the ground, weakly sprawled out. Bro, she's a real beauty. After you've had your fill, let us taste the broth. Don't kill her outright. Let us savor the experience. These brutes, it seemed their brains had developed into mere fodder. Hold on. Don't die on us too quickly. They're eagerly waiting. Sha Dingshan laughed heartily at his subordinate's remarks, giving her a kick. Their eyes locked, and Yue Han met his gaze with a chilling indifference, her depths harboring a venomous serpent poised to strike at his throat. Damn it. Not that look again, Sha Dingshan roared, gesturing angrily at his lackeys. Get the terminal out and record this. I told you it was impossible for someone to look exactly like you. What's your connection to Yue Han? Your brother. I'll send this to him. He leaned closer, his breath a menacing whisper against her ear. Yue Han remained silent, turning her head aside to focus on the terminal in his hand. He could never fathom that his precious sister had fallen into my grasp. Sha Dingshan then brandished a dagger, theatrically twirling it in his hand. Oh, you know what Yue Han did to me. Ha ha. Don't worry. I'm about to return the favor, he threatened, poised to slice through her long skirt. Chapter 67. Who is it? Suddenly, Yue Han let out a derisive laugh, startling Sha Dingshan into halting his actions. Confusion etched across his face. You truly are a fool, she said slowly, raising her gaze. Her dark eyes resembled the depths of a starless night, inscrutable in emotion. Sha Dingshan stared at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend that she dared to insult him. Gritting his teeth, he spat. Are you seeking death? The one seeking death is you, for provoking those you ought not to, she replied, her expression devoid of emotion, her exquisite features radiating an endless indifference. Ha ha, you certainly have guts. In such a predicament, you dare to speak so boldly. Sha Dingshan's eyes blazed with fury, as if they could incinerate her. I advise you to take your wretched companions and flee at once, or you will surely come to regret it, Yue Han warned coldly. Your brother said the same thing last time, and what was the outcome? Sha Dingshan scoffed, dismissing her threat as he advanced with the knife. When you were pursuing me, I contacted Commander One AI. He can hear every word of our conversation right now. We've been connected for over 30 seconds. Which means he can pinpoint our location. Yue Han's gaze swept over Sha Dingshan, her eyes filled with mockery. Sha Dingshan's breath hitched in shock at her words, glancing at the terminal in her hand, where a red light blinked persistently, an indicator that only activated during a call. You think Commander One AI would bother with you, a busy man? He sneered, quickly regaining his composure, mocking what he perceived to be her pitiful lie. Commander One, it seems they don't believe me, Yue Han said to the terminal, her expression resigned. The others, overhearing her, couldn't help but stare at the device in her hand. Wait, my people are on their way. A voice crackled through the terminal, leaving everyone uncertain of its tone. Boom! Sha Dingshan was visibly shaken, the voice unmistakably that of Commander One AI. Commander, hurry! Understood. With just a single word, One AI instilled immense panic within Sha Dingshan, who lunged forward, seizing the terminal and crushing it underfoot. Yue Han watched in dismay as her terminal shattered, mourning the loss of her 50,000 star coins. It was a recent purchase made by her elder brother. Why take out your anger on it? I advise you to leave quickly. Commander One's men will arrive any moment now that I don't know the connection you have with my brother, but if you leave now, I'll consider this a cessation of your crimes. I won't hold it against you, Yue Han said, her voice cold as ice, fixating on the remnants of the terminal, since she was mistaken for his sister. She would play along, concealing her identity and maintaining her composure. Shagu has nothing to fear from some irrelevant commander. Don't underestimate Shagu. Shagu, this woman dares to threaten you. You must show her what happens to those who cross you. Caught in a bind, Sha Dingshan was trapped in this situation that if he fled, his subordinates would mock him. If he stayed, he risked being caught red-handed by One AI. Yue Han pressed on. You can still leave. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Sha Dingshan stared at the wreckage of the terminal, the taunts of his subordinates ringing in his ears. Her words seemed to awaken him. He recalled One AI's formidable reputation and couldn't help but tremble as he took a few steps back. With a fierce glare directed at Yue Han, he looked as if he wished to devour her whole. Consider yourselves lucky, brother and sister. Go. Understanding that lingering would only worsen his predicament, Sha Dingshan turned and fled. His subordinates hesitated, casting lingering glances at Yue Han as they called after him. Damn it. Hurry up and follow me. If you're foolish enough to stay behind, I won't stop you from courting death. But don't drag me down with you, understood? Sha Dingshan whipped around, striking one of his subordinates before seizing his collar and storming out. The remaining lackeys, begrudgingly, followed suit. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the door closed, Yue Han's expression turned icy, her gaze darkening ominously as shadows crept into her pupils, a mocking smile curling at her lips. She had been too lenient with him last time. She should have made Sha Dingshan truly understand pain, instilling a fear that would haunt him like a specter. Killing him outright would have been too merciful. Once she regained her strength, she would devise a more fitting plan. Yue Han struggled to rise. Fatigue overcame her, and she collapsed again, the pain in her abdomen crashing over her like a tidal wave. Sha Dingshan's punch had indeed been fueled by all his might, leaving her vision dimmed. Better to wait for Commander One's men to arrive. Bang! Just as she contemplated this, the door creaked open once more. Yue Han's pupils constricted. Was it Sha Dingshan again? Or had One AI's men arrived? She quickly lifted her head, but darkness enveloped her vision, obscuring her view of the newcomer. Yue Han could hear footsteps approaching rapidly. She felt the shards of the terminal beneath her fingers. If the situation turned dire, she would use the fragments to slice open their throat. Suddenly, the figure halted before her, and she heard the soft rustling of fabric as they gently draped a coat over her shoulders. Are you all right? A voice filled with concern and worry reached her ears, as clear and pure as a crystalline spring. Who could it be? A person from 1AI? Yue Han struggled to blink, attempting to pierce through the darkness of her vision to discern the identity of her companion. When Jishu's gaze lingered first on Yue Han's pallid, paper-like countenance, clearly indicating her poor condition, his eyes then traveled downward along her body, sweeping over her entirely, without a hint of hesitation. When Jishu swiftly swept Yue Han into his arms, cradling her as one would a precious treasure, and hurriedly made his way towards the door. Leaning against the broad expanse of his chest, Yue Han felt his warmth and sensed no malice in him. Yet, the timing of his arrival was indeed fortuitous. With a sigh of relief, she pressed her hands against her abdomen, where a fierce pain akin to being prodded and stirred by a large iron hook raged within her. The agony radiated from her core to every nerve ending, rendering her utterly disoriented. Clenching her teeth, she could no longer withstand the encroaching darkness and succumbed to unconsciousness, in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Yue Han distinctly felt herself lying on a soft bed, a sharp, icy prick penetrating her arm. With great effort, she lifted her eyelids, catching a glimpse of a small syringe being withdrawn from her arm. Leaving behind a dull ache at the injection site, "Do not worry. It's a pain-relieving sedative that will ensure you have a restful sleep," she heard a soothing and gentle voice, akin to a spring breeze, whispering to her. Unable to resist the urge, she attempted to gaze at him, but he gently covered her eyes with his palm, and a peculiar scent wafted past her nose, reminiscent of medicine. "You should rest well," he said, his voice seemingly imbued with a tranquilizing effect. The light before her was obscured by his hand, and fatigue washed over her anew. Yue Han blinked and drifted into a peaceful slumber, when Jishu felt her soft eyelashes brush against his palm, sending a slight tickle through him. Once she lay still, he withdrew his hand, settling beside her and quietly observing her serene visage. Tracing her features with his eyes, the girl had closed her eyes, her raven-black hair cascading carelessly over the pristine white sheets and her delicate, snow-white skin. The simplicity of black and white contrasted beautifully, creating a mesmerizing allure. Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her shallow breaths caused her chest to rise and fall gently. Noticing her soiled dress, he quietly summoned a nursing robot to change her attire. After rising to wait outside, he returned only when the robot emerged with the dirty garment in hand. Upon awakening and opening her eyes, Yue Han found herself in a pitch-black room, devoid of any light, and was astonished to discover that her body felt entirely free of discomfort or pain. Was it the effect of the medication administered while she was unconscious? "Are you awake?" A gentle voice, unfamiliar yet comforting, echoed in the room. Startled, Yue Han realized he had approached without a sound. She hadn't even felt his presence. Slowly, she propped herself up to locate him, only to find the bed suddenly dip as he sat at its edge. Firmly pressing her back down, "Lie down and rest. You are too weak," he instructed, his hands reassuringly guiding her back to a reclining position. He then reached for a switch by the bedside, gradually illuminating the room with a soft, warm light. Instinctively, Yue Han closed her eyes, only to find the glow gentle and not at all harsh. After a moment, she glanced toward the speaker. His golden hair fell gracefully over one shoulder, and his fair face bore an ethereal beauty, akin to a traditional ink painting, with captivating eyes that sparkled like gold, gently reflecting the warmth of spring as he gazed at her. Upon noticing her wakefulness, he smiled slightly, his crescent-shaped eyes radiating kindness that dispelled Yue Han's trepidation and uncertainty. She took in his unusual attire, a white silk Chinese long coat over a light green shirt, elegant yet modest. "Do you feel any discomfort?" he inquired, his tone gentle and courteous, his smile as bright as the moon. Yue Han found herself entranced by his charming smile, suddenly coming to her senses and shaking her head. "That I'm fine. Thanks to your timely rescue. That it was merely a trifling matter," he replied with a smile, adjusting her pillow to a more comfortable angle. "Is this position suitable?" His warm breath brushed against her neck, and she detected the faintly strange scent once more, a familiar aroma, yet elusive, reminiscent of formaldehyde mixed with some medicinal fragrance. It was somewhat pungent and unpleasant. Could he be a doctor? Certainly not a person from 1AI, Yue Han concluded. "This angle is perfect. Thank you," she said, glancing at her unexpected benefactor, feeling an undeniable fondness towards him. After making the adjustment, when Jishu returned to a nearby chair, "Where is this place?" Yue Han surveyed her surroundings, realizing it did not resemble a hospital, but rather a warmly decorated personal room. That my name is Wen Jishu. You may call me Jishu. This is my single apartment in the Empire, where I occasionally come to rest. He peeled a strangely colored fruit sitting beside him. I am truly grateful to you. Wen Jishu, Yue Han awkwardly addressed him, opting for his full name to maintain a sense of distance. Here, have some fruit to soothe your throat. She accepted the fruit, which resembled an orange, but her gaze was drawn to the ring on his thumb, adorned with intricate red patterns that seemed to shimmer as she stared, giving her a headache. Quickly, she averted her eyes. My name is Yue Han. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. I will cover the cleaning and medical expenses. Another creditor added to my list. The debts to one AI are still unpaid. He chuckled lightly. You need not reimburse me. I am a physician by profession. It was but a simple act. The hint of melancholy shadowed his expression as he continued. I apologize for arriving late. No need for apologies. It is I who should express my gratitude, Yue Han interjected. Noticing the change in his demeanor. I must repay you, but I will need to procure another terminal first. She felt somewhat guilty, as if she were a debtor. When Jishu observed her cheeks flush slightly and understood that refusing her would only add to her distress, he smiled gently. Whenever you are ready to repay is fine by me. How long have I been asleep? Yue Han instinctively lifted her hand to check the terminal, only to remember it had been shattered. Approximately 10 hours. It is now 11 o'clock at night, he informed her. Had she truly slept for so long? Wan must be frantic. She was about to borrow his terminal to reassure Wan when a buzzing sound interrupted. When Jishu's terminal vibrated incessantly. You have a call. Yue Han promptly alerted him that he glanced at the screen, then handed the terminal to her. It's for you. For me? Yue Han took it in confusion, seeing an unfamiliar number displayed. How could he know it was for her? Curiosity piqued. She answered, Hello? Where are you? One AI's voice crackled through the line, and Yue Han felt a rush of anxiety as her vision blurred with crimson threads. One AI? She wondered how his call had reached Wen Jishu. Where? The brevity of his inquiry sent a shiver down her spine. I am. Just as she was about to ask Wen Jishu for help, he interjected. Instructor Wan, this is 145 Daybreak Street in the Empire. I will send someone to pick you up. His voice conveyed no discernible emotion, yet Yue Han could sense One AI's agitation. Tomorrow, please. She is unwell and requires rest, Wen Jishu stated, his gaze deep and filled with a boundless affection directed toward her. Even while conversing with One AI. You must be quite busy. I want to take up more of your precious time. I will contact Wan shortly and return tomorrow, Yue Han said, inexplicably choosing to stay. Captivated by Wen Jishu's gaze. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He is not as innocent as he seems, One AI remarked lightly, aware that Wen Jishu was listening and choosing to speak ill of him in front of her. Yue Han instinctively looked at the man across from her. Me? He questioned, pointing at himself in feigned innocence, then blinked at Yuen. In that moment, Yue Han absurdly envisioned herself as an unfaithful spouse, with a distressed mistress sitting beside her while her wife in the terminal offered counsel. Wait, stop thinking, she admonished herself, feeling it was all too bizarre. He saved me. He means no harm that I will stay for one night. She defended him, her heart glimmering with sincerity. It is indeed quite late. It would be prudent not to disturb Wan. Returning now would likely mean arriving at her home in the dead of night, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips, his ink-like eyes curving into crescent shapes, as if casting a gentle warmth upon her. This fellow has his quirks. Do exercise caution. Nevertheless, since he knows you are associated with me, he will not dare to harm you. You may rest at Wen's second residence for tonight, and Wan will come to fetch you in the morning. One AI let out a sigh of relief, choosing not to press further on Yue Han. The ones who attacked you are already under surveillance by my subordinates. Every move they make is within my control. In the Empire, no one can escape my gaze, One AI stated plainly. Indeed, the calls had reached Wen Jishu's terminal. Everything was indeed occurring right under his nose. Yue Han surmised that the ensuing conversation would likely be fraught with bloodshed and turmoil. Inappropriate for outsiders to overhear. She glanced anxiously at Wen Jishu. You continue your discussion. I shall step out to fetch you some water. The person opposite her immediately grasped her intention without hesitation, promptly excusing himself from the room. What will you do? A sound of a lighter ignited from the terminal, followed by the audible intake of breath from One AI. Is he smoking? Remove the surveillance. Yue Han replied without a moment's hesitation, her tone resolute. I had no idea you were so magnanimous, One AI said in a low voice. Magnanimous? You overestimate me. You cannot resolve the hatred that plagues my heart. Some grudges must be avenged by one's own hand, not entrusted to others. The murderous intent in Yue Han's words reached Wan Ai's ears through the terminal. After a prolonged silence, he returned to his usual tone. Laughing lazily, Xiao Han, you truly are captivating. This is quite amusing. Instructor, it seems we aren't that familiar, are we? Yue Han replied, feeling perplexed by his sudden familiarity and warmth. How heartless, he lamented momentarily before continuing. It's getting late. You should rest. I'll have one contact this terminal tomorrow morning. Alright. As soon as Yue Han hung up the terminal, another unfamiliar number came through. She hesitated briefly before answering. Sister-in-law, are you alright? Wan's voice rang out. Yue Han quickly recounted her experiences, omitting the more harrowing details. Oh my goodness, I wondered why I couldn't find you. How could such a thing happen? It's all my fault for insisting on buying that perfume. Wan's voice was thick with guilt. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Yue Han gently reassured her. By the way, Wan, could you bring me a new terminal when you come tomorrow? And maybe lend me some money? Yue Han spoke, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She planned to repay Wen Jisoo the medical and various other expenses directly tomorrow. Otherwise, she couldn't be sure when she'd have the means to repay him. It was better to lean on this brother-sister duo for now, slowly saving up to return the favor. Sigh, a line of creditors. If this continues, we could easily gather a table for mahjong. Of course. No problem. You rest well. I'll pick you up in the morning. After exchanging a few more words and confirming the time, they ended the call. Exhausted, Yue Han lay down on the bed, just placing the terminal on the bedside when a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Yue Han, are you asleep? I brought you a cup of hot milk. Wen Jisoo inquired softly from outside. How fortuitous. She had just hung up, and he returned at that moment. I'm not asleep. I'm coming. Yue Han replied as she quickly got out of bed. However, as she stepped down, she realized her dress had been changed. Did Wen Jisoo change it? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Yue Han glanced down at the light blue and white fitted dress, the hem brushing just at her knees. Creaking, she opened the door to find a tall shadow blocking her entrance, holding a tray with milk. It's quite late. I apologize for the trouble, Yue Han said as she quickly took the tray from him. Not at all. I enjoy preparing tea and refreshments. I suddenly remembered you might still be awake, so I made you some hot milk. Wen Jisoo smiled warmly at the girl before him. The ethereal and soft nightgown clung perfectly to her slender figure, the white bodice accentuating her delicate waist. He suddenly recalled how it felt to hold her, finding her even more delicate than she appeared. Is the dress fitting well? I ordered it through the terminal, and the housekeeping robot changed it for you. Please, do not feel burdened by it. Wen Jisoo immediately alleviated her unease and doubts upon meeting her gaze. It fits wonderfully. Thank you. Yue Han sighed with relief. If he had been the one to change it, she would surely be unable to suppress her embarrassment. Observing the change in her expression, Wen Jisoo noted that her frailty seemed to dissipate somewhat. Her lips regaining their rosy hues, he continued to look down. He noticed her bare feet on the cool black tiles, appearing even more pristine. Your constitution is too weak. The floor is cold. Do not walk barefoot, he admonished, frowning slightly. Yue Han could not help but wiggle her toes. Is it cold? Not really. Wen Jisoo lowered his gaze to her smooth, pale toes, a shadow passing over his golden pupils before vanishing in an instant. Are you planning to take a shower soon? Would you like me to help you fill the tub and adjust the water temperature? He inquired kindly. No, I can manage on my own, Yue Han insisted, waving her hands dismissively. She keenly sensed a faint aura of disappointment and regret emanating from him. But just as she blinked, that feeling dissipated like smoke. Doubt crept in, making her question her own perception. Oh, right. I still need to return the terminal to you. Yue Han quickly took the milk, barefoot, and went to retrieve the terminal. As she moved, her fair feet glided gracefully, the flowing skirt fluttering behind her. Wen Jisoo's gaze grew obscure and intense, his fingers instinctively twisting the ring on his hand. Yet, the moment she turned back, his expression returned to normal. Yue Han glanced back to find him standing there, gazing at her with gentle warmth, his demeanor contrasting distinctly with the fidgeting of his fingers. Curiosity piqued, she stole another glance at the ring he wore. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The surroundings twisting and warping, dark whispers like a demon's voice echoing in her ears. Indecipherable, yet persistently disturbing her nerves and will. Chapter 70. Without the Academy. What is happening? Yue Han attempted to shift her gaze, but found herself frozen in place. Unable to move her line of sight, passively enduring the experience, she clenched her fists tightly. digging her nails into her palms to maintain clarity of thought. Just as she felt herself slipping, when Jisoo ceased rotating the ring and covered it with his hand. Instantly, the discomfort ebbed away like a receding tide. Yue Han, shaken, averted her gaze and handed him the terminal. "All right, you should rest. Good night." He accepted the terminal with a gentle, concerned tone. "Okay, good night," watching him wait for her to close the door before departing. She forced a smile and waved goodbye, softly shutting the door. After checking the lock, she instinctively double-locked it. How strange. Was it the ring's influence? When it wasn't spinning, everything was fine, but once it began, her entire world became dizzying. Yue Han glanced at the milk on the bedside, decisively opting not to drink it, feeling exceedingly fatigued and choosing to shower in the morning instead. Lying in bed, Yue Han soon drifted into a deep sleep. Outside, just a door away, when Jisoo stood with his head bowed, maintaining the posture of having just closed the door. The gentle light in his eyes had darkened and twisted. He greedily inhaled the ephemeral scent she had left at the door until it faded completely, lingering reluctantly before departing. Yue Han awoke comfortably, sitting up, rubbing her eyes, and yawning before heading to the bathroom. She curled her hair and stepped into the bathtub, noticing the plethora of men's grooming products on the rack. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was resting in his room, using his bathroom. Oh, I thought the bedroom looked so simple. I assumed it was a guest room, but this is his personal space? A wave of awkwardness washed over her, prompting her to hastily rinse off before drying her hair when a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Are you awake? When Jisoo's gentle voice came from outside. I'm awake. I'm coming, Yue Han hurriedly replied as she approached the door. When Jisoo stood there smiling, I made some food and wanted to invite you to join me. Food? Yue Han's eyes brightened. How delightful to hear that. Yes, let's go eat now, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, but he stopped her. Wait a moment. Your hair is still wet. Dry it first. You have a weak constitution and could easily get sick. When Jisoo's gaze was gentle yet profound, his tone reminiscent of a child's playful mischief that required care. Would you like me to help you dry your hair? He asked, though he didn't wait for her response. Heading into the bathroom to retrieve a hairdryer and sitting on the edge of the bed, patting the space beside him to beckon her over. No, there's no need, Yue Han quickly protested, but he interrupted. Let me dry your hair, and then we can eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Mentioning the food, she found herself inexplicably compelled to take a seat beside him, quietly allowing when Jisoo to tend to her hair. Noticing the untouched cup of milk, his expression darkened. Once again, she had locked the door and avoided the milk. Her wariness indeed ran deep. The warm air from the hairdryer tousled her hair, when Jisoo's long fingers glided through her locks, occasionally brushing her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Yue Han felt an urge to call for a pause, yet he spoke suddenly. This is the Tianju acupoint. Would you like me to massage it for you? It can alleviate fatigue. His fingers hovered above the acupoint, gently pressing down. Yue Han felt a sudden shiver, as if someone had seized her vital point in their grasp. She quickly shook her head, momentarily forgetting her intention to refuse his request to continue drying her hair. Distracted by his interruption, no, not yet, she managed to say. Only after uttering those words did she realize that he had always been like this, gentle and refined yet possessing a subtle air of aggression, controlling her within a realm she scarcely perceived. Whenever she wished to decline his hair drying, he would mention that the food would get cold. When she desired to stop, he would instantly sense her intentions and redirect her with a massage. Was she merely overthinking it? When Jisoo's fingers caressed her hair with a tenderness that seemed reserved for the most precious of treasures, glancing at the reflection of Yue Han in the mirror by the bedside, he could see through every subtle movement of her heart and couldn't help but smile softly. She was more astute than he had anticipated, detecting his motives with impressive speed. How unfortunate. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution. Yue Han felt a twinge of discomfort and slightly turned her head, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jisoo's focused expression in the mirror. Noticing her gaze, he returned his eyes to hers, and they locked their stares in the reflection. Instantly, Yue Han averted her eyes, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She fidgeted nervously, waiting for him to finish. She hastily dashed to the dining table. The breakfast spread was simple, but she was ravenous. May I eat now? She asked with starry eyes directed at him. Of course, when Jisoo replied, and Yue Han promptly began to devour her meal, causing the man across from her to break into an amused smile. As she focused on her own breakfast, he unexpectedly pushed his portion towards her. "This is for you as well," he said, leaning back in his chair with his eyes narrowed. Observing her, "Aren't you going to eat?" Yue Han glanced at Wen Jishu before her eyes fixated on his breakfast, filled with longing. "I won't. This food won't satiate me. I'll just have some nutritional liquid later. Besides, I prefer nutritional liquid over solid food." Wen Jishu stated candidly that it was apparent that the food was prepared specifically for her, as the young ladies in his academy seemed to favor solid nourishment. That Yue Han's brow twitched. Was this the difference? Her vitality was currently capped at 100. With her health dwindling, consuming solid food was just right, as nutritional liquid would merely drain her. She did not refuse and took the food, eating alongside him. "Are you also a student of the Empire? Which academy?" Wen Jishu inquired softly, observing Yue Han, who was engrossed in her meal. As she chewed, Yue Han contemplated whether she should mention that she was from Heartthrob Academy. I don't belong to any academy. I'm just here accompanying a friend," she said, quickly altering her response. She recalled Wan Ai's warning that he was not a talkative person, and the reminder must have had its reasons. Since they would likely not meet again, it was better to keep silent. When Jishu noticed the shift in her demeanor and smirked coldly, her gaze was evasive, and her speech hesitant. He could easily discern her deception. "What a pity. Your condition is rather unique. Your physical prowess is unexpectedly feeble, akin to that of a child. I had hoped to assist you in adjusting it while also using you as a case study. But it seems that opportunity has slipped away," he remarked, his lashes casting a shadow over his eyes. "I am a doctor, and I have a keen interest in special medical cases," he continued. "Did my actions startle you?" "I apologize. I merely became overly excited about the prospect of a unique medical record." A wave of disappointment and sorrow washed over him, startling Yue Han, who was still focused on her meal. No wonder he had been so kind and attentive. It was all due to her condition. The inexplicable unease that had lingered in her mind was temporarily soothed by his reasoning. "That is indeed unfortunate. I'll be returning to my own planet in a few days." If she remained in this state, allowing him to study her would be inconsequential. Once her vitality returned, she would be lively and energetic, making his research meaningless. "Well, it seems there is nothing to be done," he said gently, though a strange coldness flickered across his handsome face. Suddenly, the terminal on Wen Jishu's wrist buzzed. Yue Han looked up excitedly. "It's Wan. She's here to pick me up." As she spoke, a sense of foreboding emanated from Wen Jishu, one that was unusually stark and uncharacteristic. "Should I come up?" Wan's voice came through the terminal. "Sister-in-law." Wen Jishu raised his gaze to Yue Han, a smile curving his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Yue Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes unconsciously digging into the floor. "Wan, come on up," she called into the terminal. "I'll return your expenses for the medical supplies and clothing," Yue Han said to Wen Jishu. "No need. Wan Ai transferred the funds last night. I'll see you out," Wen Jishu replied as he rose. Draping his coat over her shoulders and escorting her to the door, Wan awaited her outside, dressed in a floral skirt, and upon seeing Yue Han, she rushed towards her excitedly. "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. I can't express how guilty I feel. It's all right. I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly all right. Don't overthink it. Let us head back," Yue Han reassured her before turning to Wen Jishu. "Thank you for the coat. I'll return it," she said, noting the strange, pungent scent lingering on it. Suddenly, she recalled what it was. Formaldehyde. A doctor who smelled of formaldehyde certainly had a long-standing association with corpses. "Would you like to note down my ID? You can add me later. If you feel unwell, don't hesitate to reach out," Wen Jishu offered kindly as he took the coat. "No, I'll just return to my own planet soon. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Yue Han waved her hand dismissively, following Wan as they walked away. Wen Jishu remained where he was, his gaze darkening. How could there be such an exquisite young woman? She was precisely to his liking. Absolutely stunning. He felt an overwhelming urge to keep her from leaving. Why couldn't she stay? Why couldn't he take care of her? Why was she locking him out in suspicion? Why wouldn't she drink the milk he had prepared? He had sculpted himself into perfection, and even during their encounter at the market, he had strategically arrived at the most opportune moment to win her favor, yet she still regarded him with wariness. Perhaps he should confine her, chain her delicate ankles, and turn her into a thoughtless marionette. When Jishu's gaze lingered on her departing silhouette, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, since she had connections to Wan Ai. It would be easy to investigate her. As an Imperial student, they would surely cross paths again. What he desired, no one could obstruct him from obtaining. Meanwhile, Yue Han joined Wan Luan in the hovering vehicle on their way back. The one who saved you was Wen Jishu? Wan Luan asked curiously. Do you know him? Yue Han inquired, glancing at her. Who doesn't he know him? He is remarkable in medicine and often teaches at our only academy. Frequently receiving invitations from other academies across the empire, Wan Luan explained eagerly. Every academy? Yue Han exclaimed, her shock palpable. Had she been lying to him about not being an imperial student? Wouldn't that be terribly awkward when they met again? Yes, but he is a bit peculiar, Wan Luan added in a hushed tone. What is peculiar about him? Rumor has it he doesn't care for the living. He prefers studying corpses and puppets. When he is not teaching, he spends his time in the dissection room or crafting puppets from imperial criminals, Wan Luan said, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Yue Han frowned in astonishment. That was indeed a rather niche fascination. Upon returning to Wan Luan's residence, Yue Han immediately rummaged through the packages she had bought during their shopping excursion, selecting a deep blue nightshirt and pairing it with a casual pair of shorts. She simply couldn't bear the outfits Wan Luan had prepared for her. As time flew by, Yue Han spent several days resting at Wan Luan's home, scrolling through the Imperial network upon waking and napping whenever she pleased. Due to the incident where Yue Han was attacked, Wan Luan refrained from going out, choosing instead to stay by her side, chatting and browsing the Imperial network while finding ways to prepare delicious meals for her. Effectively turning Yue Han into a sloth. On the 5th day, the Imperial network announced the admission rankings for Heartthrob Academy. Yue Han immediately clicked on the link to check her results, scrolling through the list for what felt like an eternity, only to find nothing. Surely she hadn't failed. What is going on? The full score is 120. How could the first place have 121 points? There must be a glitch in the rankings. This can't be real. There hasn't been a score exceeding 120 in years. What on earth is happening? Imperial Network, fix this bug. Who is this Yue Han? How could she achieve 121 points and break the scoring limit to take first place? Calm down. It's obvious this person just glitched the system. Once the Imperial Network fixes it, everything will return to normal. Yue Han stared at the comments floating across the screen, her name among them. What did they mean by 121 points? As soon as Yue Han glanced at the leaderboard, her heart raced. The top position, marked in red, belonged to her. Unlike her peers, she had surged ahead with a score of 121. Could it be a mistake? Yet, upon verifying the ID next to her name, she found it was indeed her. Simultaneously, a post announcing the top scorer of Heartthrob Academy, also with a score of 121, surged to the top of the Imperial Network's trending topics. Within mere minutes, the comment section overflowed with hundreds of thousands of remarks, all berating the Imperial Network for what they perceived as a glitch. A first-place score of 121. How can we trust the scores of the other students? Is Heartthrob Academy's ranking system that careless? Such a simple error is unacceptable, with everyone so eager to check their scores. You present us with this? Can't you conduct a self-review before releasing the results? Are you merely providing entertainment? 121. I could claim that my score of 72 was a mistake by Heartthrob Academy. There's no way I could score so low. To the commenter above, while 121 may be a mistake, your score of 72 is definitely accurate. LOL. Chapter 72. Heartthrob Academy's statement while the uproar ensued over the post. The epicenter of the storm, Yue Han, was diligently searching the leaderboard for a particular name. There it was, Sha Dingshan, ranked 4142. I've got you now. You'll face the consequences. Suddenly, a message popped up on her terminal. It was from Su Duo. Boss, you're the top scorer? Su Duo's excitement was palpable, clearly keeping tabs on the leaderboard. I didn't expect it either. Boss, how did you surpass the others by such a margin? Is it really a glitch? I am not sure, but let us wait for the official announcement. If the scores are accurate, it might be due to my elimination of an instructor? What? Su Duo bombarded her with a flurry of shocked emojis. Calm down and speak coherently without spamming. Boss, you truly are a master of hiding your talents. Such significant news, and you didn't tell me sooner. I had forgotten about it, and I didn't realize it would result in bonus points. The only special condition I could think of is the elimination of an instructor. Boss, I must be in the same classroom as you. I'll be your loyal lackey, ready to bite anyone you point out. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't need a lackey. Just act normally. What's your rank? Su Duo. 56th. That I contributed nothing to combat, yet I still ranked so high. What a surprise. Yue Han pondered. A surprise. The supplementary assessments should evaluate all aspects, and his botanical attributes likely contributed significantly to his score. Having someone like him in the team as support would be incredibly reassuring. By the way, boss, did you know that Li Qi ranked lower than me? Ha ha ha, he has only 72 ND. This is hilarious and quite satisfying. Yue Han could almost visualize his smug expression, undoubtedly proud and arrogant. Boss, I'll chat with you later. I need to annoy Li Qi a bit. Ha ha, this guy is truly skilled at drawing ire. Yue Han continued to scan the leaderboard and spotted two familiar names among the top 10, Han Sheng and Wu Jiujiu. However, she realized with a start that Yi Xiong was absent. Continuing her search downward, she finally found his rank, 21 SD. Why so low? Was it due to his injury affecting his performance? Otherwise, with his strength, placing in the top 10 would be a breeze. Oh no. Yi Xiong would definitely resent her now. Just as she contemplated this, a message from Yi Xiong appeared, causing Yue Han to click on it in confusion. Congratulations, you deserve this score. Yue Han raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Yi Xiong was congratulating her. Had the sun risen in the west? Just as she was about to respond with a thank you, she recalled his clingy and insane demeanor during the supplementary assessments. Quickly deleting her message and exiting the chat, pretending she hadn't seen it, Yue Han chose not to revisit the leaderboard, opting instead to delve into interstellar cultural studies and various fundamental equipment introductions. As a newcomer, she was woefully unprepared. The Empire's innovations and the knowledge of the Academy were far beyond what she had encountered in the training camp. She needed to acclimate quickly. Otherwise, if she wasn't in the same class as Su Duo, she would have no one to consult that moment. Another trending topic exploded on the Imperial Network, responding to the uproar over Sherlon Academy's leaderboard. The statement clarified that the rankings were not solely determined by individual instructors, but were based on shared files among all planetary instructors. The overall faculty assessed the supplementary scores, and prior to release, they were uniformly reviewed by the auditing department. Upon receiving feedback, they promptly re-evaluated and confirmed that the top score was accurate, hence the official statement. So it wasn't a glitch? What does this mean? 121 is indeed valid. Oh my, this is a master at work. How did they achieve this? So 120 isn't the maximum score. Who is this Yue Han? Can I cling to their coattails? They must be extraordinarily talented. The previous critics, where are you now? Why the silence? Sherlon Academy has not encountered such issues in its hundreds of years. Dare you question it? I still find it hard to believe someone could attain a score of 121. It must be fake. Why is there no explanation for the extra point? To the commenter above, student exam data is confidential. Who are you to demand sharing? Open your eyes. The account ID belongs to a verified Sherlon Academy account. Stop being so bitter. Unbeknownst to Yue Han, the tide was turning on the Imperial Network amidst the uproar, while she was engrossed in her studies, unfortunately drowning in information overload. What is this? What does this mean? Yue Han's eyes glazed over, completely lost in the overwhelming material. Struggling to comprehend, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep that night. On Saturday evening, an unexpected guest returned. One AI, he arrived just past midnight. Exuding an air of fatigue, as if he had been drained of vitality by the recent leaderboard chaos, the lights in the residence were dimmed, and after freshening up, he collapsed into bed for some much-needed rest. The tumultuous events of the past few days had left him utterly exhausted, as if he had lost years from his lifespan. Now that it was all settled, he intended to treat himself to a well-deserved break. Yue Han learned of one AI's return the following day after breakfast. However, he did not join her for the meal, likely too fatigued to rise. After finishing her food, Yue Han settled onto the sofa in the hall. Continuing to browse the Imperial Network, preparing for her reporting the next day by frantically cramming knowledge, suddenly, she stumbled upon a familiar trending topic. I took the ball and ran. The overbearing chief instructor is in hot pursuit. The author is going mad. Intrigued, Yue Han clicked on it to see the latest updates. The latest chapter was titled, Warning, Purely Random Nonsense. Don't blame me. Xiao AI, pregnant with one AI's child, was sipping on nutritional fluid when, in an instant, the baby fell out of her womb. One AI, arriving just in time, was disheveled, with wild hair and an unkempt beard, staggering as he witnessed the scene unfold. My child, my daughter. One AI was about to joyfully embrace the baby when, to his shock, the child stood upright, having learned self-defense, navigation, and assassination techniques while still in the womb. The newborn, with a fierce glare, immediately crafted a power gun with her bare hands and shot one AI. Declaring that since he did not cherish her mother, he must pay the price. She would have her revenge. What? Sometimes, reading too quickly leads to a shocking realization long after the fact. Yue Han could hardly fathom the author's mental state. Was this even a conceivable plot? No. What sort of imagination could conjure such a storyline? Is it truly possible to arrange Chinese like this? My exposure is far too limited. What has happened to the author? Why are they writing such chaotic nonsense? Oh no, this year's greatest masterpiece. Let us all flood it with perfect scores. I refuse to be the only one suffering. Wait, has the author visited a hospital? They should hurry before it's too late. What a mess. You all don't know. Yesterday, the author checked their scores, and once again, Sherlon's supplementary assessments were failed. Their resolve shattered. They spiraled into madness and are now reportedly crawling around their home in darkness. Even eating their own hair. This can't be happening. Don't give up. I haven't seen enough of one AI's suffering. He has just begun to limp. No. Wait. Can a novel be written like this? I can do it too. The next trending post will be mine. Just wait for my story. Oh, so I was shot by a power gun. Haha, that's a clever concept. Suddenly, a low, teasing voice broke her thoughts. Yue Han turned around, startled. Chapter 73. The study at that moment. One AI stood behind the sofa, his hair tousled, a few strands cascading down, clad in a black silk deep V shirt that slightly gaped as he leaned over to examine the terminal. Revealing his well-defined, sun-kissed abs, Yue Han felt a wave of embarrassment as she quickly shut her terminal, realizing she had been caught staring. Why did you stop? It was quite interesting. One AI, seeing her close to the terminal, rose in mild disappointment and settled onto the sofa beside her, tilting his head to glance at Yue Han. Haha, I was just browsing. Nothing serious, she replied, avoiding his gaze, feeling utterly awkward with him so close. You're not upset about the way they portray you, are you? Quickly, she shifted the topic, her eyes darting nervously. Not at all if they wish to write. Let them. It's their freedom. Besides, every popular star and renowned student has their share of fictional tales. Wan AI's expression remained neutral, devoid of any hint of deception or dissatisfaction. Who knows, perhaps one day, there will be a novel featuring you as the lead character. There is no need for that. You might want to take a look at the novel Ba Dao One AI Shanghua, which is said to be more audacious and has garnered a larger fan base. One AI sincerely recommends it. You actually indulge in such material? Yue Han cast a suspicious glance at him, her eyes twitching. Who would have thought this person, with a heart as savage as a beast, who takes pleasure in tormenting others, harbors a little princess within? A chill ran through Yue Han. One insisted that I read it. Keeping up with the Empire Network is part of my job, and out of curiosity, I took a few glances. The content is indeed quite bold. You might want to check it out. Without a hint of shame, one AI was eager to promote it to her. No, that's not right. Is he driving? Suddenly, one AI straightened up, elegantly tossing his long hair back, and with a nonchalant gesture, he tucked the fallen strands behind his ear, his gaze arrogant, and his demeanor exceedingly languid. You seem to be looking better. Why have you grown your hair long? One AI flashed a cryptic smile, then moved closer, his tall figure cornering Yue Han against the sofa. Thanks to Wan, I've been well taken care of. Yue Han responded politely, subtly shifting her body to escape the man's imposing presence. Why are you sitting so far away? One AI noticed her movements that I'm suddenly feeling tired. I'm going to sleep. Yue Han promptly stood to leave though. One AI leaned back against the sofa, looking bored. Yue Han hastened her pace back to her room. Lying on the bed, the thought of starting school the next day made her glance at her life points. After enrolling in the academy, she would regain her life points the following day, which would not affect her life. Bored, she glanced at the skills yet to be unlocked, requiring 1,500 life points for the next stage. She sequentially examined the skills shrouded in black shadows, suddenly spotting a skill that could be quite beneficial to her. The skill Tao Tai had the description, hungry, so hungry, super hungry. I just want to devour myself. It required 20 points to permanently acquire, with a positive effect of increasing life point limits through consumption, but a negative effect of accelerating hunger. I want it. For someone like her, born as a glutton, this skill was essential. Yue Han noted that her life point limit was only 1410, still short of 1500. During her weak phase, she couldn't rely on exercise to gain life points. After some contemplation, she suddenly thought of one AI. Since she would be heading to registration tomorrow, it wouldn't hurt to gather some points beforehand. The 20 points earned from wiping sweat for Yi Xiang would be a perfect reward. and casually obtaining some points from one AI would allow her to reach the life point limit of 1500 while using Yi Xiang's remaining 20 points to unlock the Tao Tai skill. Yue Han pondered. The system had included him in the male supporting roles, allowing her to gain points through interaction. He was right under her nose, and gathering points would be quite easy. There was no loss in trying. So let's get to it. Dog system. Can I undertake the contact task with one AI? Of course, you can initiate it at any time. With the response, Yue Han began to strategize how to approach him. It seemed Wan Luan was going out tonight, providing the perfect opportunity to execute her task. While she was away, to keep tabs on Wan Luan's movements. Yue Han returned to the living room sofa in the afternoon to watch the terminal, only to be greeted by Wan Luan in the evening before she left. Seizing the moment, Yue Han intercepted a servant carrying tea, promptly asking where one AI was. Tea is in the study. I am just about to deliver tea. Would you like to join me? The servant led her to the study door and knocked at a voice from within called out. Who is it? Young master. It's tea. Come in. Just as the servant was about to push the door open, Yue Han stopped him. Please give me the tea. I will take it in. I was just about to find him. Yue Han took the tea and spoke softly. The servant nodded and left, and once out of sight, Yue Han entered the study. The study was spacious, filled with books haphazardly stacked, exuding a tranquil, cultured atmosphere. The first thing that caught her eye was the massive bookshelf occupying an entire wall. The shelf was made of deep brown hardwood, emitting a faint scent of wood. It was filled with a variety of books. Colorful volumes stacked upon one another. In the center of the study stood a broad desk with a smooth, pure black surface, and a small glowing orange orb floated above one corner, casting a warm golden glow. In the corner of the room was a soft single sofa draped with a blanket featuring subtle patterns. It seemed one AI often rested here after reading tea that moment. One AI was engrossed in a book. His head bent low as Yue Han approached with the tea. Just place it on the table. One AI's long fingers turned the pages of the book as he spoke softly. Yue Han glanced at the book he was reading, which appeared to be about the fall of the only female chief of the Star Dome. She averted her gaze, pondering how to engage him. One AI, noticing the servant had yet to set down the tea, curiously looked at her. Itsu. I didn't realize you were also taking on the servant's duties. One AI chuckled, raising an eyebrow at her. I am grateful for your guidance, with school starting soon. I wanted to come and express my thanks. Yue Han fabricated a casual excuse, glancing at the tea in her hands, a plan forming in her mind. I thought you would only avoid me. One AI leaned back in his chair, indicating for her to set down the tea with a glance. Chapter 74. Overstepping Boundaries. Yue Han stepped forward, pretending to accidentally spill the tea onto his pants. Internally congratulating herself, the plan was in motion. The warm tea splashed onto one AI's legs, yet he remained unfazed, a knowing, playful look in his eyes. Is this your way of thanking me? I apologize. I apologize. Let me clean that up. Yue Han feigned fluster, rolling up her sleeves and leaning down to wipe it off. To her surprise, she discovered he had a gun holstered at his side. The same red-patterned gun she had seen the first time on Huang Shaxing. This pattern resembles the ring of Wen Shisu somewhat. His intense body heat seeped through the fabric, causing her to focus intently on wiping for what felt like an eternity, yet the system only credited her with 1 point. What is going on? Why are the points accumulating so slowly? If it were Yi Xiang, she would have already earned over 10 points by now. One AI wore a smile, looking at Yue Han with inscrutable eyes, watching as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Finally unable to resist speaking. Quite clumsy, aren't you? Yue Han was taken aback by his words. What did he mean? Slowly raising her head to meet his gaze, she suddenly found herself lost in the depths of his eyes. What does this mean? Are you trying to seduce me? One AI continued. He had noticed her intentions when she tilted the tea cup, knowing she could have righted it, but chose not to act. Wanting to see what she was up to, Yue Han felt a chill run down her spine. He had seen through her. Do you know what you are doing? One AI squinted, pulling out a cigarette from his chest and lighting it with a lighter. It's unfortunate to be discovered. Yue Han, realizing the charade was up, stood and openly declared her intentions. Continuing this charade served no purpose. Let him think what he would. She had done what she had done. What's wrong with the Academy of Jilan? Have you taken to amusing yourself at my expense? One AI took a puff of smoke, exhaling a cloud of white. Yue Han knew she could not continue the task. Turning to leave. You're too inexperienced. Such tactics won't work on me. Focus your thoughts on something more useful. One AI sighed, as if advising a wayward child. Suddenly, Yue Han halted in her tracks, turning back to face him. How would you know without trying? Observing his expression, a surge of rebellious fire ignited within Yue Han. The high and mighty demeanor he wore only fueled her desire to conquer him. For the sake of points, she was determined to give it a shot. It couldn't be for nothing. Yue Han walked back, sitting on the desk, picking a cigarette from his pack. One AI glanced at her hand. Slender yet beautifully shaped, the fingers delicate, not overly prominent at the joints, the cigarette between her fingers looking quite alluring. She gently bit the cigarette at the corner of her mouth and leaned in, asking for a light. With a seductive gaze, Yue Han supported herself on the desk, leaning in closer to him. The distance between them shrank, close enough for them to feel each other's warm breath. Without waiting for his response, she slowly brought her unlit cigarette closer to his. She leaned in closely, her breath mingling with his, and Wan Ai suddenly caught a whiff of the cold, crisp scent from her shirt. Wan Ai's eyes were drawn to Yue Han's exquisite face, her softly lowered eyelashes, her long, enticing neck, and further down to her distinct collarbones, unfortunately obscured by the buttons of her shirt. The two cigarettes intertwined, merging together, and Yue Han narrowed her eyes, taking a gentle puff, the glowing tip igniting. Once her cigarette was successfully lit, she slowly straightened up. Yue Han observed Wan Ai's expression. His eyes were like the deep sea. Even her reflection in his pupils seemed to be pulled into the depths of light. The man spoke, a smirk playing on his lips, his languid voice laced with intrigue. Yue Han did not respond. Inhaling deeply and leaning closer once more, gently exhaling the smoke towards his face. The swirling smoke rose between them, creating a surreal haze that blurred the reality of their faces. Oh, you know why I brought you back. I admire your capabilities. You possess both audacity and meticulousness, a stark contrast to the rigidity of Wan Hang, who is often by my side. You two embody opposing extremes that beautifully complement one another. Wan Ai gently grasped her chin, scrutinizing her with intent. Yue Han seemed to recall the individual he mentioned. During their time on Huangsha Star, a stern and expressionless figure had persistently shadowed him, adhering to a demeanor as rigid as that of a statue. Help, do you think I cherish such assistance? Yue Han coyly swatted his hand away, discarding her cigarette into the ashtray and placing her bare foot upon his shoulder. Points 1. When I first encountered Wan Hang, he expressed similar sentiments. With that, Wan Ai lowered his gaze, fixating on her slender, impeccably straight legs, as pure and flawless as jade. Points 1. Wan Ai's eyes were shrouded in ambiguity as his hand rested upon her ankle. His grip delicate yet firm. Unable to resist, he began to caress the warm, delicate skin. Points 1. Observing his contemplative expression, Yue Han recognized that this posture was opportune for accruing points, yet she remained puzzled as to why his points for contact were so elusive. Reflecting upon his words, she realized his heightened attentiveness stemmed from an appreciation of her abilities. Wan Luan had indeed spoken true. This man was cold-hearted and profit-driven. However, a focus on profit was preferable to other motivations. Points 1. A searing heat surged within Wan Ai's chest, radiating throughout his limbs. He gently narrowed his eyes, warmth and humidity enveloping his gaze, as his muscular hand subtly tightened. Points 1. The grip on her ankle compelled Yue Han to furrow her brow, prompting her to kick him away with force. Wan Ai snapped back to reality, shifting his gaze to her face. Not interested? I do not engage in unprofitable transactions. Do you think I would assist you for free? His voice was low, his dark blue eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. Points 1. I will repay you every cent. You will not incur a loss. Yue Han leaned in with a mischievous smile. What I desire is not money. Within the depths of his dark blue eyes, peculiar shadows danced as he unabashedly gazed at the girl before him, unabashedly inhaling the warmth emanating from her lips and nose. His stance resembling that of a suitor seeking a kiss. Points 1. Wan Ai regarded her with a bemused smile, patiently awaiting her response. Yue Han, with an indifferent arch of her brow, remarked, I shall only return your money. Had I known this was your motive when you brought me here, I would have surely declined. In the blink of an eye, the man surged to his feet, forcefully pushing her onto the desk. Scattering the books across the floor, the rapid shift in position caught Yue Han off guard. Before she could react, he seized her wrist and pressed her down against the desk, leaving her momentarily stunned. Points 1. After a brief pause, clarity returned to Yue Han. Wait, what is happening? Chapter 75. Gunfire. Yue Han furrowed her brow and exclaimed, What are you doing? Points 1. Since our discussion is soured, why provoke me further? Isn't this what you wanted? The man chuckled softly, Yue Han felt the heat of his breath against her neck, suddenly perceiving him as a beast poised to strike, dangerously close to her most vulnerable artery. Ready to end her existence. This was not the expected progression. Yue Han swiftly attempted to roll off the desk, but as she took her first step, he seized her throat with a firm grip. Points 1. Watching the 10 points she had just earned slip away, Yue Han felt overwhelmed. Unlike Yi Xiang, who merely endured passively, this man was actively asserting control. "Release me," she demanded, seizing the ashtray and bringing it down with all her strength towards his head. Yuan Ai did not flinch. Despite the full force of her strike, it merely left a red mark on his forehead, leaving him otherwise unaffected, though he paused his actions momentarily. "Regretting your decision. Ready to become my assistant." He gently twirled a strand of her hair near her ear, absent-mindedly playing with it. The long black hair spiraled around his fingers, and Yuan Ai's thoughts drifted, recalling Yuan's hair growth serum, which she frequently changed her hairstyle with, having a plethora of it on hand that I would rather be in debt than repay it with my body. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Yuan Ai feigned a move to continue his advances, but just as Yue Han prepared to act upon seeing his firearm, the study door swung open. "Brother, look what I've brought you. What are you two up to?" Yuan stood at the threshold, laden with bags, her expression stiff as she observed the scene within. Yue Han perched atop the desk, while Yuan Ai leaned against her shoulder, upon noticing the door's opening. Yuan Ai lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes glinting, causing Yuan to tremble involuntarily. "Engaging in such thrilling activities, leave, and shut the door behind you." Yuan Ai's voice was cold and discontented. Yue Han shot him a pleading glance. Yet Yuan remained oblivious. All right. You and my sister-in-law enjoy your time. I shall leave at once, not wishing to interrupt your important matters." Yuan hastily closed the door. Yue Han's eyes widened as she observed Yuan Ai's handsome visage illuminated by the light. Sensing the latent danger in his darkened gaze, the darkness within Yuan Ai deepened. He placed a hand on Yue Han's waist, leaning in to breathe against her cheek. "Are you afraid?" Yue Han was about to respond when Yuan Ai interrupted. "If you're scared, we can return to our previous topic." With a resigned smile, he tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer. "Afraid of what?" Yue Han remained unyielding, her composure unwavering as she delivered a swift kick towards Yuan Ai's groin. However, her ankle was abruptly seized, and Yuan Ai's expression shifted, his narrowed eyes reflecting a newfound intensity. Yue Han sensed his escalating irritation. The calm demeanor he previously exhibited had vanished. "You truly are ruthless." "I can be even more so." Her kick had merely been a ruse. Her true target was the firearm at his leg. He supported himself against the desk with one hand, while gripping her ankle with the other, allowing Yue Han to effortlessly draw the gun, positioning it against his throat to assert control. Yuan Ai regarded her with an air of resignation. "I bet you won't dare to pull the trigger. Once you do, you'll be wanted across the entire galaxy, with no chance of survival. Is that so? Care to test it?" Yue Han smirked, pressing the barrel deeper, applying pressure to his throat. In that moment of rediscovery, she resolved not to submit to another's will. Rather than cower in fear and overthink, she preferred to act according to her desires, even if it meant bringing everything crashing down around her. She could rest amidst the beautiful ruins. Then I shall be the one to test it. Yuan Ai observed the curve of her smile, unperturbed as he leaned closer to her. Click. Without hesitation, Yue Han pulled the trigger, expecting a burst of flesh and blood. Instead, the gun merely emitted a hollow click. Realizing it was an empty chamber, she exclaimed, "I forgot to mention, this gun only fires for me. It is bound to me and belongs solely to me." Yuan Ai simply took the gun from her grasp, cradling it in his palm, and aimed it out the window, pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the stillness as glass shattered. Bound weapon? What is that? It isn't empty. The unexpected twist left Yue Han astounded. "What will you do now?" "I won't spare anyone who harbors intent to kill me." Yuan Ai turned the gun, pressing the searing barrel against her temple. Yue Han instinctively leaned towards him, appearing as though seeking a kiss of forgiveness, causing Yuan Ai to frown, momentarily frozen. Seizing the opportunity as his focus wavered, Yue Han grasped the gun barrel with one hand, disengaging the safety while swiftly removing the magazine and tossing it aside, executing the move without a trace of panic. "I won't worry about it. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago." Yue Han responded with indifference. "Your actions serve as a valuable warning. I see I need to modify my weapon, ensuring only I can remove the magazine." Yuan Ai feigned a sigh of frustration. "Enough. Stop pretending." You criticize my clumsiness, yet your performance is even more lacking. Yue Han dismissed him with a wave of her hand. His expression began to shift subtly, the smile upon his face widening. Appearing both amused and mocking, his eyes regained their merciless gleam, these transformations fitting seamlessly upon him. This was his true essence. He merely toyed with her, refraining from any overt actions, more akin to testing her reactions. If he truly intended harm, she would not have had the opportunity to wield a weapon in her current weakened state. He was merely assessing her capabilities and intent. Discovered. How unfortunate. One AI squinted. Mimicking her earlier tone, with a hint of regret, one AI withdrew his hand, gazing at Yue Han, her porcelain skin contrasting starkly against the obsidian surface of the desk, a striking interplay. You truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Yue Han's demeanor remained aloof, tinged with disdain. You are the one who accuses me of theft. It was you who initiated this charade, and I merely played along. One AI feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. Seemingly in good spirits. Time to leave. Yue Han attempted to rise. He pressed her down once more. Why the rush to depart? Without careful consideration, I must say that the luggage I sent to school for you is not inexpensive. And Jilan's tuition fees are indeed more costly than those of other academies. I can provide you with financial support without the expectation of repayment. You simply need to work by my side for 3 years after graduation. Thereafter, your decision to stay or leave will be entirely yours, and I shall not hinder you. During these 3 years, I will offer you the highest salary along with exclusive allowances and benefits. Throughout this time, I will impart my knowledge to you without reservation. Even if you choose to depart after 3 years, it will not impede your personal growth. Yue Han did not respond immediately. The conditions he presented were undeniably enticing. Financial assistance would certainly alleviate her burden as a pauper, yet one must remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch. 3 years could be sufficient to dull one's will and aspirations, rendering one a willing servant to him. Chapter 76. A half-year pact. Regrettably, she had no desire to become merely his assistant. Her ambition lay in attaining a position of equal or even greater power than his. The cigarette burned her fingers, yet she felt little discomfort as she lit another, one after another, awaiting Yue Han's response. Have you made up your mind? I have my own plans that I am not interested in the position beside you. Nor do I require your guidance. While following your path may be easier, it is also exceedingly dull that I do not need your financial assistance. I will repay you every last coin. Upon hearing her words, One AI raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Would you like me to calculate how many star coins you owe me? Just send the bill to my terminal, and within a year, I will repay you double. The remaining amount shall serve as interest, so you will not be at a loss. Yue Han was resolute. How about this? We make an agreement to shorten the year to 6 months. If you cannot repay the star coins within that time, you must unconditionally serve me as my assistant for 1 year, always at my beck and call. That if you manage to repay me, consider our agreement null and void, and we shall settle our accounts. How does that sound? One AI extinguished his cigarette and spoke earnestly. Very well, it is settled. Yue Han met his gaze without hesitation. Jilan Academy charges tuition, but offers subsidies for outstanding students, along with various scholarships. She believed she could manage to earn enough star coins to repay her debts. After all, enduring some hardship for half a year was preferable to becoming a mindless drone. Obediently following his orders, one AI regarded Yue Han, who, despite her beauty, exuded an air of determination and resolve. That he sighed. That I hope you do not regret your decision after seeing the bill. The luggage he sent to the academy was the finest and most expensive, and the total sum would not be insignificant. His intention was to nurture her as a trusted ally, and he would not skimp on resources. Now, however, she seemed uninterested, betting against him. This expense could very well be the key to his victory. The bait to reel her in. She would surely be astonished upon seeing the bill. That I will not regret it. I will only regret agreeing to a 3-year pact with you, Yue Han declared bluntly. Let us hope that neither of us finds regret in this arrangement. It is settled then, one AI replied, satisfaction evident as he crossed his legs, gazing at her with unwavering confidence. You are quite adept at weighing pros and cons. The word regret will likely never find its way into your vocabulary, Yue Han mused, having seen through the man before her. Under the scrutiny of his piercing gaze, it felt as though all pretense was stripped away, leaving only the stark essence of value and interest. Yue Han jumped down from the table. Having spoken her mind, there was no point in lingering further. She had secured her points and exchanged them for life energy, effectively severing her ties with him and the assistance he had provided. Point 1 cannot be overly greedy. One must understand that every gain comes with a loss. Yue Han was content with this outcome. Wan Ai did not impede her as she walked away. After Yue Han had left for quite some time, Wan Ai covered his face with the hand that was not holding a cigarette, obscuring his expression from view, and exhaled a deep, involuntary breath of smoke. As Yue Han exited, she spotted Wan Luan crouched in the corner, gazing dreamily at the door. Startled upon seeing Yue Han, she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, is my brother not capable? Why so soon?" Yue Han's eye twitched, realizing her misunderstanding and quickly clarifying, "You are mistaken. I merely discussed the repayment terms with him, and I am not your sister-in-law." "You aren't angry, are you? Because I interrupted you too," Wan Luan said, biting her finger thoughtfully. Yue Han could no longer contain herself and approached her with a stern expression. "Why did you not heed my signal?" I thought your eye was twitching," Wan Luan replied, her gaze evasive. "Stop lying." Yue Han dismissed her excuses, knowing that both she and her brother were aligned against her. She had ample reason to suspect that if Wan Ai ever requested to see her, Wan Luan would pack her up and deliver her. "Time for bed," Yue Han declared, turning away without looking back, leaving Wan Luan awkwardly standing in place. Yue Han hastily returned to her room, locked the door, and immediately exchanged the points she had gained from Wan Ai for life energy, followed by spending 20 points to acquire a skill. Suddenly, she recalled how he had touched her ankle, and with a scowl, she strode into the bathroom, filling the tub with water. Relieved, she sank into the bath, closing her eyes in comfort, when a message arrived at her terminal. Raising her hand to check the notification, she saw it was from Wan Ai. Opening it to reveal a bill, Yue Han immediately glanced at the total amount, and upon seeing it, she was utterly flabbergasted. "How much?" came her anguished cry from the bathroom. 12 million star coins. Doubled. That amounted to 24 million star coins. At that moment, Yue Han felt as if she might vomit blood, her blood pressure skyrocketing. What kind of luggage could possibly cost this much? One might think Wan Ai had purchased her a villa to accompany her to the academy. Yue Han struggled to suppress her rising blood pressure, realizing why he was so determined. Few could amass such a sum of star coins in a mere 6 months. She set down the terminal. Painfully closing her eyes, suddenly struck by an idea, she picked it up again and accessed the Imperial network. Searching for I ran away with the ball. The domineering general pursues fiercely. She promptly followed the author. Noticing that the author was still actively posting, Yue Han found herself empathizing with their plight. "I understand your sorrow and pain, and I wish to alleviate it," she quickly commented. "Author, I believe your portrayal of Wan Ai's demise is far too simplistic, lacking in depth and absurdly unrealistic. Please add my ID. I wish to discuss how to resurrect him and torment him further. Do not let Wan Ai escape unscathed. I shall be your devoted follower henceforth." After discovering numerous comments from others who shared her disdain for Wan Ai, Yue Han felt her mood lighten considerably. She set the terminal down and closed her eyes to rest. Tomorrow marked the commencement of her enrollment at Heartthrob Academy, with new students expected to report promptly at 9 a.m. The essential supplies and luggage had already been sent by Wan Ai, so she only needed to bring a few changes of clothes and personal items for registration. Emerging from the bathtub, Yue Han gazed at her reflection in the mirror, tenderly touching her long hair. Once she entered Heartthrob Academy, she would need to train diligently, seek out opportunities to earn money, and work towards scholarships, all while managing her tuition and repaying Wan Ai. Perhaps it would be best to revert to her former short hairstyle for ease of maintenance. Just a little longer. She thought, let's maintain the status quo for now. After I repay my debts in 6 months, I shall definitely let my hair grow long again. Chapter 77. Registration. Yue Han cast one last glance at her hair and, without hesitation, cut it short. She set an alarm for 7 a.m. and retired early for the night. Her empty stomach protested with a growl, and Yue Han pressed her hands against her abdomen, as if that could suppress her hunger. Yet, relief eluded her. Yue Han suddenly jolted awake, realizing she had overslept. It was already 7 a.m. Surely, the effect of her gluttonous skill was to blame. She had consumed quite a bit the previous night, and it was normal for her to feel no hunger during the period of weakness. Starving, her eyes glazed over, Yue Han quickly dressed and made her way to the kitchen, where several servants were preparing breakfast. With the meal still a while away from completion, she rummaged through the fridge for 2 packets of nutritional liquid and downed them in quick succession. Why am I still hungry? She wondered, refusing to leave the fridge. Instead, she stood there, guzzling one packet after another. When one AI descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of her, neck arched gracefully as she ravenously consumed the nutritional liquid. Empty package strewn about her feet. He approached her, frowning as he grasped her wrist. This is high-concentration nutritional liquid. Just one packet can sustain you for several days. Consuming too much will burden your body. Yue Han glanced at one AI, her stomach still feeling achingly empty, offering no solace whatsoever. She regretted her earlier optimism. When she had scoffed at the negative effects of the gluttonous skill, she had thought it a trivial matter. Who could have anticipated such insatiable hunger? I can drink as much as I want. I'm just too hungry, she replied, her face forlorn as she opened another packet to drink. Suddenly, a thought struck her. In the story, the gluttonous entity had ultimately consumed its own body out of hunger. Would she too end up in such a plight? One AI scrutinized her closely, noting that she exhibited no adverse effects, and cautiously released her hand. She was always so perplexing, her sudden strength, her inexplicable weakness. In this overwhelming hunger, every inch of her was shrouded in mystery. Bring me the nutritional serum from Xinjiang, one AI commanded, waving his hand for a servant to fetch a bottle of white liquid. Yue Han looked at him in confusion as he handed it to her. Drink this. It's the purified nutritional serum from Xinjiang, several times more potent than the high-concentration energy serum you currently consume. Yue Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she immediately accepted it, gulping it down. This time, she finally felt somewhat satiated, though not entirely full. Is there more? Can you give me some more? I'll pay you back, she inquired curiously, eyeing the serum in her hands. Indeed, one bottle costs 1 million star coins. How many would you like? One AI's eyes narrowed as he tilted his head to regard her. No, never mind. I'm no longer hungry, and I still owe you money. I can't let my debts increase, Yue Han exclaimed at a massive debt. Fortunately, the meals at First Imperial Academy were complimentary, giving her the option to enjoy the cafeteria without cost. Just teasing you. Feel free to eat and drink for free today. By the way, how did your hair return to a short style? One AI couldn't help but comment. Yue Han shot him an exasperated glance. And whose fault is that? Do you need me to escort you to the academy? One AI pretended not to see her expression. She had shown remarkable restraint by not berating him upon seeing the bill. No need. I've booked a hovercar. Yue Han quickly grabbed her luggage and headed toward the door. The food will be ready soon. Aren't you going to eat something? One AI, seated at the head of the dining table, rested his chin on one hand, his fox-like eyes glinting with mischief as he watched her. Yue Han paused mid-step, reluctantly returning to her seat, her resolve crumbling in the face of culinary temptation. One AI couldn't suppress a chuckle at her forlorn expression. Seeing the man across from her laughing unabashedly, Yue Han felt her eye twitch. How despicable. Laugh all you want, and I'll make sure you're the one with a crooked nose. Instructor 1, did you know that when a person laughs heartily or yells in anger, the skin on their neck can tighten rhythmically? I've heard it can even twitch, Yue Han said with a playful grin. One AI's smile faltered, leaving his mouth in a stiffened arc, clearly taken aback. Noticing his discomfort, Yue Han found her mood uplifted as she playfully wiggled her feet. Soon, the food arrived, and glancing at the clock, she noted it was 7:30. Once she finished, she would just in time catch the hovercar to report at Jilan. Ignoring one AI's peculiar gaze, she dug into her meal with gusto. Curious to see how much her hunger would affect her life force, to her surprise, the temporarily diminished life force limit surged by 50 points. It was increasing faster than during her training, prompting Yue Han to eat even more vigorously. Just as one AI picked up a meat leg with his chopsticks, Yue Han snatched it away. He looked at her with a resigned expression before grabbing another piece, only for it to be taken as well. It became a playful back and forth, with her seizing whatever he attempted to eat. After all, he had declared today free of charge. Why not indulge? Eventually, one AI sighed, a hint of affectionate exasperation in his smile as he set down his chopsticks. Are you upset about the bill? Yue Han didn't even glance at him as she continued her meal, quickly finishing her food before grabbing her luggage and leaving without a word. One AI glanced at the gleaming plates on the table, suddenly considering taking her to the research institute. With such an appetite, he began to question whether Yue Han had fused with some gene. Yue Han boarded her scheduled hovercar, and through the window, she spotted the bustling crowd at the entrance of Jilan's reporting area, with various hovercars and flying vehicles hovering above. What a sight! She exclaimed as she disembarked, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead upon seeing the long line ahead. standing at the back of the crowd with her luggage. She looked up at the virtual screen at the academy entrance, which had already designated over 10 reporting zones. Casual in her approach, she chose a queue. Have you heard? This year's top scorer got 121 points. How absurd. I really want to see who it is. I heard it's someone from an outer star. Hopefully, he's reporting in our zone so we can see him soon. They scan terminals during reporting. Revealing rankings. I'm dying to see what this genius looks like. He must be a tall, muscular fellow. I'll do whatever it takes to add him to my terminal. Quietly, Yue Han stood in line, overhearing the students' discussions that if they saw her, their expectations would surely be dashed. Look, isn't that the second-ranked Lin family heir? He even got into Jilan, someone exclaimed. Ha, he must have controlled his temper this year. Otherwise, he would have had his results annulled like last year. Lin Muyao. Indeed, that I heard he got into fights with several instructors at the rookie training camp last year, another added. What? I didn't know that. He's notorious for being arrogant and unruly. Last year, while training on Fate Star, he fought with several instructors. Although he passed the assessment, he was rejected due to his attitude. It seems he has finally calmed down enough to report this year. One student explained. Yue Han listened to the chatter and found herself somewhat intrigued by this heir's fiery temperament. Following their gazes, she caught a glimpse of him. All she could see was his profile. The young man had fiery red hair styled into a wolf's tail, dazzling as if staring directly at the sun. His high-bridged nose and perfectly defined jawline complemented the red earring on his right ear, linked to a lip chain that dangled from his thin lips, which were adorned with an array of striking black tattoos on his exposed skin. He wore a sleeveless black mesh top, the translucent fabric tightly hugging his muscles, rippling with a wild, explosive allure. His toned waist and muscular back were accentuated by distressed denim pants, elongating his legs further with black lace-up boots that enhanced his height. Noticing someone observing him, he casually brushed his elegantly shaped right arm through his medium-length hair, casting a disdainful glance in their direction. When Yue Han finally caught a full view of his face, she was taken aback by his striking good looks, almost doll-like in their perfection. His long, thick eyelashes were almost too beautiful for a man, and his thin lips curled into a mocking smirk, causing the lip chain to sway gently. What surprised Yue Han the most was his eyes, one a fiery red like the sun, the other an icy blue reminiscent of the ocean. A male model. Yue Han thought, not as a derogatory term, but rather as a compliment to his fashion-forward attire, reminiscent of a high-fashion magazine. Is he really wearing this for school? Earrings, lip chains, and tattoos? How pretentious. Tomorrow he'll likely change into the standard school uniform like the rest of us. His eyes, how could they be heterochromatic? Had he undergone gene fusion? Impure bloodline. A mongrel, a green-haired student remarked, striking up a conversation with Yue Han. Indeed, you're also heterochromatic, with one eye sly and the other superficial. Yue Han chuckled, having grown weary of their incessant chatter. She couldn't fathom what Lin Muyao had done to provoke such relentless gossip, like they were chasing after him with torches. The green-haired student's expression darkened, ready to confront Yue Han, when Lin Muyao turned his gaze towards them, silencing him instantly. Lin Muyao cast a glance at the group that had been discussing him. A flicker of annoyance evident in his eyes. He had no time to waste on their petty chatter. He was on a quest to reclaim his rightful position as the top scorer. Having already secured his position, he now found himself pushed to second place by this unexpected score of 121 points. He was determined to uncover the identity of this newcomer who had dared to challenge his supremacy. Does anyone know who the top scorer is? I must see him. Simply standing there, he exuded an overwhelming presence that stifled the chatter around him. The very air seemed to thicken with his aura, causing the previously boisterous crowd to fall silent, their gazes averted. Yue Han couldn't help but smirk at the sudden shift in their demeanor. They had been so bold just moments ago, but now they were silent as mice, afraid to utter a word. Who is the top scorer? Step forward. Don't be a coward. Lin Muyao's voice pierced through the silence, clear and resonant like sunlight breaking through the morning mist. Yet his words were undeniably harsh. Yue Han, who had been comfortably standing in her spot, found herself inadvertently caught in his crosshairs. She engaged with the students. Their affairs were of no concern to her. Yet, here he was, directly labeling her a coward. Just as she was about to speak, a hand suddenly reached out from the crowded line behind her, pushing her forward. The frail Yue Han was thrust out of the queue, stumbling as she nearly fell to the ground, forced to run awkwardly to maintain her balance, ultimately collapsing at his feet, clutching his calf with both hands. Yue Han thought. You all can claim you don't recognize me. But now that someone has come to confront me, why push me out? What does this mean? Do you even know who the top scorer is? Lin Muyao's heterochromatic eyes gleamed with an alarming intensity. His blood coursing through his veins, pumped by a heart that beat with fervor, as he continued to question the person clinging to his leg. Who is it? Lin Muyao licked his slightly parched lips. Feeling a dryness in his throat, the top scorer, was it? He was determined to test just what capabilities this top scorer possessed, to ascertain whether there was any pretense involved. He intended to make it clear to everyone that he was the true king without a crown. He revered strength above all, believing that victors conquer while the defeated are subjugated. Only the conquerors possess absolute authority. I do know who the top scorer is, Yue Han replied, looking up with an expressionless face. Her lips twitching as she spoke. In the next moment, she noticed the tension in front of her. His entire body seemed to exude an explosive potential, every fiber of his being telling of his current excitement. It's me. Yue Han casually clapped her hands, standing up, looking at him with bewilderment, not understanding why he was so agitated. Upon hearing her answer, Lin Muyao's expression drastically changed, his eyes narrowing with a dark intensity. Barely able to contain the rage swelling in his chest, Yue Han sensed the murderous aura emanating from him. Feeling confused and unable to grasp the situation. Are you trying to toy with me? Lin Muyao ground his teeth, struggling to refrain from striking her, incredulous that she would audaciously declare herself the top scorer. He was highly attuned to the aura of strength, and the person before him appeared as weak as a child. He felt no power emanating from her. To even qualify for Heartthrob Academy was akin to winning the lottery. I'm merely speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, then so be it. I am quite sincere. Did you come to me for something? Yue Han looked at him with curiosity. Lin Muyao shot her a fierce glance before turning away, for he had no inclination to bully the weak. Especially not someone as fragile as her. She was worth his time. Chapter 79. Truly the top scorer. Wow, you really aren't afraid of death, are you? You dare to make such a joke? How can you boast about being the top scorer with such a frail physique, neither masculine nor feminine? You must be doing this on purpose, making him flee in anger. The people around her immediately began to chatter. And Yue Han, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, I'm not joking. The students nearby cast concerned glances at Yue Han, their expressions clearly suggesting that she ought to seek help if she was indeed unwell. Yue Han was disinclined to explain herself, knowing that no matter how she articulated her truth, they would not believe her. Besides, the truth would inevitably reveal itself during the ranking announcement. As the registration began, students were instructed to queue and check in using their terminal IDs. The large screen at the registration desk displayed a reminder in text, accompanied by an electronic voice prompting everyone to start checking in. The crowd fell silent, resuming the orderly queue. Beep. Identity: Zhao Xiaokong. Examination planet: Tian West Star. Score: 103. Rank: 351. Beep. Yue Han stood in line, observing the students at the front scanning their terminals, which automatically displayed their information and scores on the screen. Beep. Identity: Su Duo. Examination planet: Huasha Star. Score: 114. Rank: 56. Yue Han's eyes lit up as she watched from a distance, immediately calling out to Su Duo who was registering. They were from the same region. Su Duo, over here, halfway through his registration. Su Duo heard her voice and rushed over. Boss, I missed you so much, he exclaimed, reaching out to hug her. Yue Han quickly raised a hand to halt him. Act normal, Su Duo. You've gained weight again. Hee. I just escaped the torment of the rookie training camp and couldn't help but indulge a little. Su Duo shyly scratched the back of his head, revealing a small toothy grin. Stop chatting, finish your registration, hand your luggage to the robot, and hurry into the academy for your entrance assessment. The instructor, exasperated, shouted. Boss, I'll go register first and wait for you inside, Su Duo said, promptly returning to the registration desk to hand over his luggage before entering the academy. Yue Han arrived a bit late, having stood in line for quite some time. Many students ahead of her had completed their registration and entered the academy, leaving her still waiting. Hey, with so many people already registered. Where's the top scorer? Who knows? Which planet did you take the exam on? Someone beside her turned to inquire. Huansha Star. Yue Han replied, Don't joke with us, shorty. If you really took the exam with the top scorer from the same planet. What do they look like? Stop keeping us in suspense. I've seen them. They're a shorty. Yue Han crossed her arms, growing increasingly impatient. A shorty. How short? A student ahead of her turned around, curious about my height. What do they look like? How tall are they? Just like me. The same height, Yue Han remarked nonchalantly, pointing to herself. The expressions of the nearby students shifted to incredulity. You aren't saying it's you. Are you? Yue Han nodded, directly affirming. Yes, it's me. Puffed. Ha ha. You're quite the character. What a cosmic joke. You, scoring 121, the top scorer of Zhilan. Don't make us laugh our teeth out. You're clearly not in your right mind. We could tell just from your earlier conversation with Lin Mu Yao.D. Oh, you even look at yourself while you talk. Your legs are shaking, you're drenched in sweat, and you call yourself the top scorer? If that's the case, then I'm the Empire's champion. The surrounding students erupted into laughter, pointing at Yue Han and mocking her. Yue Han raised an eyebrow, bemused by their ridicule. They had been the ones discussing others and pushing her forward, questioning who the top scorer was, and when she spoke the truth, they dismissed her and resorted to personal attacks. You claim to be the top scorer. You've made me laugh to death. Go ahead, register first. I want to see how this ends for you. The student at the front of the line stepped aside, allowing Yue Han to go ahead and register. All right. Yue Han's eyes sparkled with delight. What a stroke of luck. She didn't have to wait in line after all. Without hesitation, she swapped places with him, ignoring the onlookers who were eager to see her embarrassment, and stepped onto the registration platform. The instructor at the registration desk, barely lifting his gaze, lazily instructed, input your terminal ID into the machine on your right. It will automatically retrieve your score and ranking. Yue Han disregarded the mockery and whispers surrounding her, entering her ID and pressing confirm. Beep. Identity. Yue Han. Examination planet. Huangsha star. Score. 121. Rank. Once the announcement rang out across the speakers, the students who had just mocked her fell silent, their faces drained of color. While even the instructor at the registration desk looked up in disbelief, the entire registration area went still for a moment. Yue Han ignored the stunned crowd, calmly handing her luggage to the robot without sparing a glance at anyone, and walked straight into Zhilan Academy. From a distance, Lin Mu Yao stared in shock at her retreating figure, unwilling to accept this reality, an indescribable fury spreading through his chest. Anger gnawed at his heart, penetrating his very bones, corroding his flesh. How could such a useless person be the top scorer? What a joke. His existence was meant for challenges and surpassing limits. Deep down, he could not tolerate anyone surpassing his abilities. Upon discovering someone stronger than him, it felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his insides, the pain driving him to declare a war against that person. Yet the top scorer he was intent on challenging was a small, frail individual, devoid of any aura of strength. His fury was akin to striking a punch against cotton. Wow, it's really the top scorer. A gasp broke the silence, awakening the others from their stupor. What have I done? Did I just step on an electric fence? The student who had switched positions with her broke into a cold sweat, initially thinking she was bluffing, only to find out she was indeed the top scorer. I am the one who's in trouble now. I called her a shorty right to her face. Enough. I'm doomed. I pushed her out there. The green-haired student wore a mournful expression, regretting his impulsiveness that led him to provoke the top scorer. Wow, you're definitely finished. Every top scorer is arrogant and self-important. You've crossed the line with her. You're in serious trouble. Chapter 80. The assessment at this moment, the arrogant and self-important Yue Han entered Zhilan Academy, only to find the entrance experience entirely different from what she had envisioned. There was no welcoming ceremony, only a reception instructor who escorted her directly to the training room. Boss, you have finally made your entrance. Many duo had long since joined Li Qi and Yi Xiang inside, and as Yue Han stepped in, the three approached her. What is happening? ISNT this a registration. Shouldn't it be a harmonious welcome followed by dormitory assignments? Yue Han inquired, perplexed, gazing at the training room, which was larger than the Yellow Sand Star and equipped with complete facilities. She couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Surely there wouldn't be an exam. Would there? She was in a weak state, barely managing to survive. This was unacceptable. The rating test is to assess your levels here, and the results will be recorded in the Imperial Network. Yi Xiang spoke first, scrutinizing her with his light gray eyes. It appeared that her health had nearly recovered. Over the past few days, he had sent her numerous messages via his terminal, inquiring about her condition, yet Yue Han had not responded. He had been anxious, his mind preoccupied, and he refrained from calling her directly until 2 nights ago, when he accidentally dialed her while staring blankly at his terminal, only to hang up abruptly, fearing that an unusual act might startle her. Thus, he continued to ask Mini Duo about her health status. What is the purpose of this rating test? And how does it work? Yue Han's heart, which had been racing with anxiety, finally settled. There truly was going to be an exam. This room was essentially a vast holographic simulation chamber designed to mimic simple training for the purpose of ranking. The rankings would determine dormitory assignments and class placements. Li Qi explained that don't worry, you won't get hurt. Once the rating begins, you can exit at any time via your terminal. Mini Duo chimed in eagerly. Yue Han finally exhaled in relief, and the group continued their conversation as more and more individuals filled the training room. Attention all students, please prepare yourselves. The first rating begins now. A booming electronic prompt reverberated through the air. And simultaneously, the environment within the training room shifted instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, Yue Han found herself standing on the track. She finally took in the sight of the track. The electronic voice continued. Participants, please run or walk at a steady pace on the track. The gravity in the training room will increase over time, and once you reach your limit, simply click your terminal to stop the assessment. Gravity? A surge of panic coursed through Yue Han. She currently had only 100 health points and could hardly adapt to the gravity of this world, let alone endure additional weight. Was it possible for her to exit the terminal right now? Yue Han, daring and resolute, felt no need to subject herself to needless torment. She promptly retrieved her terminal to click on the exit button, only to find it utterly unresponsive. What are you doing? Boss, Mini Duo observed as Yue Han's finger tapped the terminal frantically, as if she were trying to destroy it. Can't you see? I want to exit the gravity assessment. Why can't I exit even after tapping so hard? Yue Han exclaimed, bewildered. It hasn't even started yet. You definitely can't exit. Moreover, the option to log out only appears after the gravity increases to level 4. Below level 4 is merely the limit for an ordinary person. You, the top scholar, shouldn't fear gravity. Li Qi laughed heartily at Yue Han's predicament. I'm terrified to death. I haven't even fully recovered, so don't provoke me. Yue Han helplessly set down her terminal, realizing she would have to endure until reaching level 4 gravity before she could withdraw from the assessment. If I die here, remember to collect my body and help me press the log out button. She reminded Mini Duo, recalling the excruciating sensation of running on the sandy track upon her initial entry. Sure thing, I'll take care of it, Mini Duo assured her with a pat on his chest. Countdown for the assessment. 3, 2, 1, begin. Level 1 gravity increase commences. As the electronic voice concluded, Level 1 gravity began to take effect in the training room. In her already weakened state. The moment gravity increased, Yue Han felt as if a giant were sitting on her neck. She could hardly move, let alone run or walk. Boss, it has started. Start running, Mini Duo urged as he took a few steps. Noticing Yue Han remained rooted in place. I want to run, but I can't. Yue Han lamented, on the verge of tears. Not only was she unable to run, but her knees were also cracking, and she could barely stand. Come on, this isn't funny. Level 1 gravity doesn't even equate to half the load of the newcomer training camp assessment. How can you not run? Li Qi exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Xiang had been observing Yue Han intently, and, upon seeing her expression, confirmed she was not pretending at this moment. Beads of sweat began to form on her pale forehead as she struggled to maintain her composure. Mini Duo, Li Qi, you two go ahead and run. I'll stay here and walk slowly with her, Yi Xiang decided, moving to support Yue Han by draping one of her arms over his shoulder. Boss, aren't you going to let me press the terminal for her? Mini Duo inquired, glancing at Yue Han. I'll assist her. You two go on ahead, Yi Xiang replied firmly. All right, since Yi Xiang has spoken. Then rest assured, Li Qi said, promptly pulling the hesitant Mini Duo away while teasingly signaling to Yi Xiang, eager to distance himself from the light bulb that Mini Duo represented. Mini Duo looked back at Yue Han 3 times as Li Qi dragged him further away. Is your body still not recovered? Yi Xiang asked Yue Han, concern evident in his light gray eyes as he helped her walk along the track. I'm almost there. Almost recovered, Yue Han gasped, her weight leaning heavily against Yi Xiang. You need me to take you to the Academy's medical room after the assessment? Yi Xiang offered as he assisted her in moving at a slower pace. Countdown for Level 2 gravity increase. 3, 2, 1, begin. The electronic prompt reverberated once more. This time, Yue Han felt not only the pressure of a giant on her neck, but also one on each of her legs. She was utterly immobilized. She could not even move a muscle, her entire weight collapsing onto Yi Xiang. Initially supporting her with one arm, Yixiang instinctively wrapped both arms around her waist as she slumped against him. Holding her slender waist, Yixiang felt a rush of warmth flood his face, an overwhelming mix of disbelief and exhilaration washing over him, accompanied by a hint of trepidation. He couldn't help but tighten his embrace, allowing her to rest against him, all the while cautiously glancing at her, fearing she might notice his subtle actions. Yue Han was completely oblivious to the fact that Yixiang held her tightly. At that moment, gravity had rendered her vision dark, and she gasped weakly for breath, completely unaware of her position nestled in Yixiang's embrace. Huff, huff. Yue Han began to regulate her breathing, listening to the rhythm of her breaths. Yixiang's face flushed deeper, and he found it increasingly difficult to control his own breathing. The person he cherished most was weakly leaning against him, panting, although he maintained an impassive exterior. Internally, the sound of his heartbeat surged, causing his eardrums to vibrate, and his back to break into a sweat. "I'll help you walk slowly," Yixiang spoke, his voice tinged with an unintentional rasp, as he tightened his hold around her waist, guiding Yue Han to move at a snail's pace. Countdown for level 3 gravity increase. 3, 2, 1, begin. This time, Yue Han found herself completely immobilized. Every joint in her body ached painfully, and her legs weakened to the point where she could no longer stand. Yixiang, quick on his feet, caught her completely in his arms, lifting her effortlessly as he wrapped his arms around her. Feeling the warmth of her body against him, Yixiang's eyes sparkled with a bright light, and his heart swelled with a softness that threatened to melt him. He sighed contentedly, overwhelmed by happiness. As cold sweat trickled down Yue Han's forehead, she gritted her teeth silently, desperately wishing for the gravity to reach level 4 so that the logout option could become available. Just hold on a little longer. "We'll reach level 4 soon. I'll help you log out of the assessment," Yixiang reassured her, his voice gravelly, as if he hadn't had water in ages. That moment, Yue Han's ears were buzzing from the pressure of gravity, rendering her unable to hear what Yixiang was saying. She could only see his perfect lips moving to as Yixiang gazed at Yue Han nestled within his embrace. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he observed her lips. Suddenly, the area she had brushed against felt ablaze, a sensation that ignited a fire deep within his throat, making his breaths feel hot. Countdown for level 4 gravity increase. 3, 2, 1, begin. Yixiang glanced down at Yue Han, and though he felt reluctant to let go, he understood her suffering and torment. Promptly pressing the logout button, the overwhelming gravity vanished in an instant, and Yue Han instantly regained her clarity, realizing she had collapsed into Yixiang's arms. Suddenly reminded of Yixiang's backslam during the forced task upon her initial entry, Yue Han instinctively began to struggle in his hold. "I'm too weak. I forgot you dislike physical contact. Please don't throw me," she warned Yixiang, aware that in her current fragile state, a fall could be fatal. Yixiang's warm, beating heart cooled instantly, replaced by waves of anxiety that surged through him. The sweetness and joy he had just felt were swiftly overshadowed by regret and bitterness. "I should be the one apologizing. You don't need to feel sorry," he replied, his demeanor deflating as he forced a wry smile, his body stiffening as he watched Yue Han struggle against him. Ultimately, he released her from his embrace. "Go ahead and run. You need to complete your assessment. I can't manage any longer," Yue Han urged. Glancing at the students still running along the track, Yixiang felt the warmth of her body fade completely and nodded with a heavy heart. "All right, wait for me. I'll help you with the next assessment." Yue Han waved him off mechanically, only to realize after he had run far that he had mentioned the next assessment. As panic surged within her, she thought, why must this torment continue? Couldn't this assessment be postponed until the second day of school? When the time comes, her vitality will have fully restored. Isn't it delightful for everyone to warmly and courteously welcome the new dormitory? Yue Han, feeling defeated, squatted in place, utterly exhausted and devoid of temper. Is this truly the top scholar? Unable to endure even the 4th level of gravity, the Imperial Network claims there are no issues with her scores, but the discrepancies are glaring. Who wouldn't agree? They thought she was impressive, yet just look at her half-alive state. Jilan's ranking has become increasingly dubious. I can hardly tolerate it any longer. I just recorded her in secret and intend to start a thread exposing what kind of top scholar she really is. Concurrently, the Imperial Network featured a post titled, "Astonishing. This year's top scholar scores are highly questionable, suspected to be a fraud. Let's delve into the true capabilities of this year's top scholar together." The thread was initiated. The poster immediately uploaded footage of Yue Han's gravity stacking assessment, which surged to popularity within mere minutes, eliciting a flood of comments. You can't be serious. This individual who can't withstand even level 4 gravity is this year's top scholar? The poster must be retaliating against us, casually claiming someone as this year's top scholar. Follow me to report the post. Wait, I can attest that the poster is not joking. I am in the same training room. And this person is indeed the top scholar. I saw her with my own eyes during registration. That I can confirm it's true. She can't even walk unaided, relying entirely on that man. This is absurd. Level 4 gravity is something even the weakest physique in the Empire can handle, yet she cannot? This isn't a joke. By the way, have you all noticed that this year's top scholar is rather good-looking? Unlike previous years' robust and muscular types, she's quite different. With an androgynous appearance, she pairs perfectly with the silver-haired handsome guy beside her. What a lovely couple. Just now, I was thinking how overly intimate these two are. But they really are well matched. Seriously, does anyone still ship CP in such a thread? Isn't the top scholar's dubiousness the main issue? Jilan insists the results are accurate. I'm heading straight to Jilan's thread to vent my frustrations. I want to join in too. The poster has a second assessment to reveal. Let's dig deeper. Poster, provide us with the footage of the second assessment. I'm like a curious bird in a melon field. I can't resist. Unbeknownst to Yue Han, her post had already skyrocketed to trending status. Ignoring the murmurs of passing students around her, she remained indifferent to others' opinions, refusing to let them affect her mood. What a way to live. Do they look down on me? Time will surely teach them a lesson. Yue Han felt a tinge of regret for not being able to run and jump alongside her peers during assessments. She could only watch from the sidelines. The relentless pressure of this life truly isn't conducive. She must avoid using it unless absolutely necessary in the future. Boss, I'm here, Su Duo called out from afar. Rushing towards Yue Han, her expression instantly brightened as she stood up. Have you finished your assessment? Yeah, there are 10 levels in total, but I could only withstand up to level 8 before I couldn't take it anymore. Su Duo pouted in dissatisfaction but then chuckled, but Li Qi only managed to endure to level 7. You should have seen him running. It was like watching a dead dog. Ha, Su Duo. What do I resemble in your eyes? Li Qi, returning leisurely, overheard Su Duo's words and exploded with anger, delivering a swift kick that sent Su Duo tumbling forward. Ouch, my poor back. Li Qi, do you have any humanity? Su Duo, propelled forward by the kick, stumbled before quickly turning to chase after Li Qi stopped right there. You rascal. The two raced past Yi Xiong, who returned, and Li Qi promptly patted his shoulder. Buddy, don't say I didn't help you. The rest is up to you. Li Qi spoke earnestly, a knowing look in his eyes, pointing at Yuan. Yi Xiong immediately understood his implication, remaining silent as he watched Li Qi lead Su Duo further away. Chapter 82. The mutated tree. How's your body holding up? Yi Xiong approached with concern. My muscles feel utterly sore, Yue Han admitted as she tugged at her arm. Even with the gravity lifted, her stamina had been depleted during the ordeal. Yi Xiong scrutinized her for a moment, then approached. You've exhausted yourself. I used to feel the same after intense workouts. Let me massage you. Yue Han, initially indifferent, widened her eyes in surprise at Yi Xiong's suggestion and quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, it's fine. Ignoring her protests, Yi Xiong grasped her flailing hand and began to massage her upper arm. His long, strong fingers moved with practiced ease, following the contours of her muscle, kneading and pressing. The initial soreness transformed into a wave of pleasant tingling, compelling Yue Han to involuntarily close her eyes in comfort. If Yi Xiong were to leave the Empire one day, he could easily find work as a massage therapist, and she would surely seek him out. Oblivious to Yue Han's inner thoughts, Yi Xiong noticed her reluctance to refuse, and the enjoyment etched on her face, a subtle smile crossing his normally impassive features. As he continued to massage her arm, his hands moved to her shoulders, standing behind her, observing how her clothing shifted with each need, occasionally revealing her fair neck and the small mole at the nape. That a glimmer of chaotic, murky light flickered in Yi Xiong's light gray eyes. And he swallowed, feeling an urge to lick. With the first assessment concluded, the second assessment commenced, the countdown of 321 echoing through the air. Yue Han watched as the scene before her shattered like pieces of a mirror, constantly exploding and reassembling. Within moments, the arena transformed yet again. Oh, you need me to massage your legs? Yi Xiong, undistracted by the changing environment, focused solely on Yue Han. Instinctively, she nodded but quickly shook her head in realization. No, it's fine. There's no need to trouble you. The next assessment is about to start. Yue Xiong lowered his gaze, slowly retracting his hand. All right. Yue Han scrutinized the center of the arena, where an oddly shaped plant stood, adorned with countless branches and vines. The second assessment was about to begin. Scoring for attacking the mutated tree's core, scoring for repelling attacking vines, and automatic logout upon being attacked. Point 321. Begin. At the instant the electronic voice concluded, Yue Han felt a weight in her right hand that sent her crashing to the ground. Confused, she glanced at her right hand, where a blue control unit had materialized, enveloping her arm and connecting to a power gun folded against her forearm. Gazing at the deep blue, technologically advanced power gun, Yue Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt as though she had fallen in love. She eagerly reached out to stroke the gun's body, unable to resist pressing the button on the control unit attached to her arm. The gun swiftly unfolded, seamlessly integrating with the control unit on her arm. Yue Han strained to lift it with one hand, but found it impossible, let alone shooting. She could barely hold it up. With great effort, she managed to raise it using her left hand. Her gaze shifted to the massive tree at the center, where thick vines erupted from the ground, swinging like sickles while emitting a deafening sonic wave. Suddenly, the tree sprouted countless vines, which frantically twisted and attacked. As Yue Han prepared to sidestep to the right, she realized the weight of the gun had slowed her movements, making escape impossible. Yue Xiong noticed Yue Han's predicament and swiftly fired a white energy bullet at the approaching vines, causing them to explode upon impact. Without giving Yue Han a moment to breathe, the vines at the explosion site instantly healed and grew new, even more terrifying vines, now armed with sharp blades, swinging like true sickles. Yue Xiong immediately advanced, crouching down and effortlessly lifting Yue Han to perch on his arm as he fired at the attacking vines, maneuvering to keep her safe. Instinctively, Yue Han leaned back, wrapping her left arm around his neck as she pressed against him. Once they had jumped to a safe distance from the center, she awkwardly patted his shoulder, requesting him to set her down. Yue Han quickly jumped off, glancing at the cumbersome gun she struggled to aim. Feeling regretful as she addressed Yue Xiong, "Don't worry about me. Don't let me impede your assessment. I can stay put." Yue Xiong stood beside her, effortlessly raising the power gun with one hand, speaking without hesitation. "I'll protect you while I'm near. No, I don't need your protection. Hurry and score. If you stop to shield me, you'll be hindered by the rain too," Yue Han insisted, unwilling to let anyone sacrifice their own interests for her sake, as it would only cause her distress. She would rather withdraw or accept a failing score than burden others, feeling that it was truly unacceptable to hold someone back. No one deserves to halt their progress for anyone else, not even if the one being sacrificed is herself. Yue Xiong, observing the resolute strength in Yue Han's eyes, understood her stance. No matter how dire her situation, her innate pride and self-respect could not accept condescension disguised as help. She was a wild, untamed wolf, fiercely free. "All right, take care of yourself." Yue Xiong cast a lingering glance at her before swiftly turning and dashing towards the colossal tree at the center. Yue Han watched Yue Xiong retreat with a tinge of envy, admiring how effortlessly she wielded her firearm. Suddenly, Yue Han's spirits plummeted, fueled by the fervor of her heart and mind, yearning to charge forth with a weapon in hand, while her frail body remained sluggishly anchored in place. The second assessment transitioned into its next phase. Students scoring above 100 points were automatically provided with floating boards. As the electronic announcement concluded, Yue Han noticed several individuals beneath her feet had acquired floating skateboards, enabling them to soar through the air and evade attacks with grace. Gazing at the dizzying display of students soaring and assaulting the great tree, Yue Han clenched her fists in envy, muttering to herself, "Darn it. Just wait until I recover from this weakness. I shall return with a vengeance." While soaring through the air atop her floating board, Ling Muyao suddenly spotted Yue Han standing forlornly on the ground. Observing her comically awkward stance, struggling to support her firearm with both hands to prevent herself from toppling over, he couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. An idea sparked in Ling Muyao's mind, and with a raised brow, he redirected his floating board towards Yue Han, hurtling towards her with speed. Chapter 83. Teasing. To his surprise, the top student was not as he had imagined. He was determined to test her abilities. As Yue Han gazed at the surrounding crowd near the mutated tree, a figure on a floating board suddenly charged towards her. Initially believing it to be Yue Xiong, She squinted her eyes, only for her expression to darken instantly upon realizing it was Ling Muyao. What does he want? She thought anxiously. With a swift motion, Ling Muyao accelerated, wrapping one arm around her waist and lifting her effortlessly into the air. The speed was exhilarating, the wind howling past her ears as Yue Han dangled limply from his arm. You are the top student. How on earth did you manage that in such a pitiful state? Ling Muyao tightened his grip, realizing her waist was alarmingly slender, and, unable to contain his curiosity, he playfully tested her weight. So light, even lighter than the gun in my right hand, just as Yue Han prepared to speak. His playful gestures caused her fist to jab painfully into her stomach, making her complexion shift as she nearly retched. Scared out of your wits, little top student? Can't even muster a word. Ling Muyao's sarcasm was unmistakable. Gritting her teeth, Yue Han suppressed her nausea and retorted, Are you blind? Your hand is digging into my stomach. For goodness sake. Ling Muyao, taken aback by her audacity, grimaced and tightened his grip further. You deserve it. Fine, I'll just vomit on your legs then. Yue Han feigned gagging, eliciting a startled reaction from Ling Muyao, who immediately shifted his grip to her waist with his palm. Such filth, he scoffed, continuing to propel her towards the heart of the tree. What do you think you're doing? Let me down. Yue Han protested as he brought her to hover directly above the tree's center. All right, I shall drop you now. You are standing too far away to hit the vines. I'll help you get closer. With that, Ling Muyao released her. Yue Han plummeted, her limbs flailing as she spotted the vines below. Just as she sensed she would be ensnared, she instinctively halted in midair, only to be yanked upward again by the collar of her shirt, swiftly ascending once more. Yue Han could surmise it was Ling Muyao's deliberate torment that is this thrilling for you. He called from above. Absolutely exhilarating. Thank you, Yue Han exclaimed with delight, having been hoisted by him. Her right arm dangled due to gravity, while her firearm pointed directly at the vines below. Without hesitation, she fired, unwilling to let a free score slip away. Ling Muyao, frustrated that her scoring was unaffected by his antics, flung her away once more. Yet, Yue Han remained undeterred, seizing the opportunity to shoot at the great tree. After all, in this assessment, injuries were inconsequential. Even if attacked, she could simply exit. Ling Muyao watched as he tossed Yue Han away, her descent marked by her continued shooting, his brow furrowing in discontent. The floating board beneath him accelerated, chasing after her to grasp her collar once more. You are truly a good person. Keep tossing me, and I can exchange my scores for a floating board. Yue Han mused, her intentions unclear. Was he teasing her, or was he genuinely being kind? Ling Muyao, noticing her genuine happiness, felt his expression darken. Just as he was about to toss her again, he recalled she would continue earning points and retracted his arm. Come on, just toss me. I'm so excited right now. Yue Han urged, her heart racing at the prospect of accumulating points while simultaneously thwarting his scoring. Ling Muyao, realizing she had taken control of the situation, felt an urge to let go completely. However, he knew that if he did, she would exit the assessment, and tossing her would only grant her more points. Finally, with a frown, he steered the floating board towards a less populated area. What are you plotting now? Yue Han asked, watching the great tree recede into the distance, her heart aching to prevent you from scoring. Ling Muyao replied, having discerned her lack of fear of heights or falls. Remaining stationary to allow her to score had become pointless. Wait a minute, by bringing me here, you won't score either, will you? What kind of logic is that? Yue Han questioned, astonished and somewhat impressed by his reasoning. Shut up, Ling Muyao growled, continuing to fly further away. Yue Han couldn't help but glance at him, noting the fiery determination in his heterochromatic eyes, realizing he was intent on toying with her. His aimless flight was hindering her ability to observe the assessments of other students. With a sly smile, she thought, let us go down together then. I've already gained so much from bringing you along. With her left hand supporting her right, she aimed her firearm at the floating board beneath him and fired several quick shots. Ling Muyao sensed the danger too late. The board beneath him cracked open, and in the blink of an eye, they plummeted to the ground. Both of them landed unscathed, only to be automatically declared deceased and removed from the assessment. As Yue Han glanced at her vanished firearm, she realized the assessment had concluded and began to shake her arms in frustration. Ignoring Ling Muyao's curses behind her, she turned her gaze towards the center of the arena. Awaiting the conclusion of the remaining assessments, don't act deaf. You did that on purpose, didn't you? How dare you ignore me? Ling Muyao exclaimed, seizing her collar and yanking her back toward him. Let go of me. Not a chance. If you want me to release you, beg me. Ling Muyao leaned closer, a mischievous grin on his face, his eyes glinting with superiority. Will you please let me go? Is that satisfactory? Yue Han replied without a hint of embarrassment. Ling Muyao, taken aback by her unexpected response, quickly regained his composure. I was just joking. I won't let go. Not only did he refuse to relinquish her, but he tightened his grip even further. Yue Han felt exasperated. Was he truly so stubborn? Ling Muyao's smile faltered as he gritted his teeth. You can see for yourself whether I'm strong or not. Not looking. That's too painful to behold. Chapter 84. F rating. Yue Han sighed at the obstinacy of the man before her. Very well. Don't force me to resort to unsavory tactics. Verbal harassment, bullying, taking advantage of the weak, coercion, Yue Han declared loudly, startling Ling Muyao and darkening his expression further. You have no shame? Are you not embarrassed? Ling Muyao's face darkened, realizing several students were now watching them, and reluctantly released her. Such shamelessness, if executed well, is merely a testament to one's mental fortitude. Please mind your words, Yue Han shrugged. Brushing off her collar, you've rendered Ling Muyao speechless, he retorted, reaching for her collar again. But Yue Han feigned another outburst, causing him to freeze in place. I certainly cannot afford this humiliation. What a cowardly top student you are. Ling Muyao scoffed, his disdain evident. Really? If you can't win an argument, resorting to personal attacks is quite pathetic. Yue Han raised an eyebrow. Life is dreadfully mundane. Are frogs now critiquing humanity? Rest assured, within 3 months. I will have you expelled, Ling Muyao declared, turning to leave, unwilling to continue this verbal sparring. Wait, what if I'm still here in 3 months? Yue Han interjected, a sudden idea sparking within her. Still here in 3 months? You truly are audacious. Such a scenario is impossible, Ling Muyao scoffed, glancing back with a sneer. You can't even lift a power gun. You can't even dodge my floating board. Yet you've managed to enter Jilin Academy? Would you care to wager 2 million star coins with me? If I remain here 3 months hence, you shall grant me 2 million star coins. Conversely, should I choose to depart, I will apologize to you on the Imperial Network while simultaneously handing you 2 million star coins. Yue Han's excitement surged as she spoke. This individual appeared to possess a rather low intellect, undoubtedly easy to provoke into a trap. Presently, she was burdened with a mountain of debt, unsure of how to repay it. And here was a fool knocking at her door. How could she let such an opportunity slip away? Very well, you shan't regret this, Ling Muyao replied, intrigued and confident in his victory. That I will not regret it. Yue Han lowered her gaze, suppressing her laughter. This fool was merely there to shower her with gold coins. Once her period of weakness concluded, not only would she refuse to withdraw, but she also aimed to secure first place in various competitions to earn some scholarships. Quickly, upload the post. I have already recorded it for upload. Such a fortunate event must be shared with all. As they spoke, 2 students promptly uploaded the video to the post titled Unraveling Yue Han, quickly garnering a flurry of comments, with a bold red explosion icon appearing at the forefront. I was assessing next to the top scholar. I must say, this top scholar is rather pathetic. Unable to withstand gravitational pressure or even lift a gun, how did they come to claim the first place? What do you know? Upstairs, they are certainly playing the role of a fool to catch the unwearied. No top scholar from Jilin Academy is truly incompetent. Have you forgotten the last session's top scholar, who seemed unremarkable yet excelled in the academy competition? Please, for heaven's sake, open your eyes. The last one pretended to be mediocre to avoid scrutiny from other schools during training. Their daily training results were not nearly as dismal as this current top scholar's. Isn't that red-haired one the second place on the leaderboard? That's him. The top scholar and the second place are now betting against each other. What a spectacle. I must watch. Do we really need to leave a footprint? The outcome is obvious. Can this top scholar's strength truly compare to the second place? On another note, both of them are exceptionally good-looking. One is robust, the other delicate, and their height ratio is quite appealing. They seem to be of the love-hate variety. I'm tempted to ship them. Who is this love-struck fool commenting? Such a blatant display of infatuation should be taken away. Not this love-struck fool again. It's absurd how any post can incite such romantic notions. The top scholar's strength, could it possibly be rated below D? That would be excessive. Even a 7-year-old could wield a power gun, yet they cannot. What an awakening. A throng of students surrounded the two, snapping pictures and recording videos for the post, occasionally debating in the comments, while the two at the center of the storm continued their mutual provocations. Ling Muyao, upon seeing her agreement, grinned. What kind of top scholar cannot lift a hand or shoulder a burden? If this is what it means to be a top scholar, I might as well take the title for myself. I will not pity you. It would be wise for you to withdraw early. Do you not say, I did not warn you? Ling Muyao remarked with satisfaction as he regarded Yue in no need for warnings. I eagerly await your transformation into an atom, Yue Han replied, beaming, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she revealed her pearly whites. Ling Muyao was momentarily taken aback by her radiant expression, only for an inexplicable anger to swell within him, further fueling his disdain for the person before him, who gave her the audacity to challenge and wager against him. Casting one last glance at Yue Han, he turned and walked away. Yue Han watched Ling Muyao's retreating figure, then diverted her gaze to observe the remaining students still engaged in combat against the mutated tree. At that moment, the mutated tree had entered its final phase, with only a few students continuing to soar through the air. Scoring points. The tree's attacks had evolved beyond merely wielding its scythe-like vines. Each swing released razor-sharp leaves at rapid speeds, too swift for the naked eye to discern. The remaining students were tasked with both evading and attacking simultaneously. Within half an hour, all students concluded their assessments and logged out, standing in place. The assessment has concluded. Students may now check their ratings and proceed to their assigned dormitories and classes for rest and instruction. A mechanical voice announced as the surroundings swiftly reverted to the initial training room. Curiously, Yue Han opened her terminal to inspect her evaluation level, which boldly displayed a large, ominous F, accompanied by a note stating that First Academy's F level equated to the basic level of a 7-year-old child. Oh no, have I regressed to childhood? Yue Han mused, glancing at her assigned class, which placed her in Class D, not due to her performance, but rather because there were insufficient students rated E or F to warrant a separate classroom. Thus, the D, E, and F levels were collectively grouped at No worries. Shudwa just informed me that the levels are solely for class division. The educational resources and living conditions remain identical, so it shall not affect my academy life. Chapter 85, Self-Healing Boss. What rating did you achieve? Shudwa and Liqi, the first to complete the second assessment, returned at F. Yue Han shrugged nonchalantly. What? That's not a funny joke. I refuse to believe it. You were fierce as a yasha during the assessment. Liqi exclaimed incredulously, rushing over to inspect Yue Han's terminal. Upon seeing the glaring F, he regretted his words and fell silent. I did not intend to discourage you. Do not take it to heart, he said awkwardly. You know nothing. The boss is merely concealing her brilliance. Achieving an S rating is a piece of cake for her, Shudwa interjected, advocating for Yue Han. Forget about S ratings. The boss could easily become the principal of First Academy or replace one AI as the chief instructor. Just as Yue Han felt a moment of pride, she heard Shudwa's flattery growing increasingly exaggerated, causing her to cough nervously and interrupt. I don't want that. Nor can I. Shudwa, enough with the praise. I might just dig my toes into the ground. Oh, Shudwa replied, closing his mouth regretfully. As the group shared laughter, Yixiang returned, prompting Yue Han and the others to glance at his rating, which unsurprisingly was an S. What ratings did you two receive? Yue Han couldn't help but inquire. I got an A, and he got an S, Shudwa replied, glancing disdainfully at Liqi. The results aligned closely with Yue Han's predictions. Checking the time. Her eyes lit up. Is there a cafeteria? I'm starving. Let's hurry and grab a meal. She promptly opened her terminal to locate the cafeteria, but Yixiang interrupted. Today is registration. The cafeteria hasn't opened yet. It won't be available until tomorrow. Yue Han's legs felt weak, and her enthusiasm dimmed. You cannot be serious. They are denying us a meal on the first day of registration. Fine, then I shall head to the dormitory for a rest. Yue Han sighed, her expression forlorn as she navigated to her assigned dormitory. She longed for a relaxing bath and a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, she would emerge rejuvenated, ready to conquer her period of weakness. She was back. I'll escort you, Yixiang offered, feigning readiness to accompany her. No need. I can manage on my own, Yue Han replied, waving him off. Are you certain? Your dormitory is 3 training camp tracks away, at your current pace. You might not return until midnight, Yixiang observed, a glimmer of concern flashing in his light gray eyes. Yue Han enlarged the location on her terminal, gasping in shock. Is First Academy truly this vast? Typically, students utilized hoverboards for commuting. Are you prepared, boss? If not, I can lend you one, Shudwa suggested, noting Yue Han's exhausted demeanor. Our hoverboards are in our luggage, which has already been sent to the dorms. Today, everyone must walk back. Lychee added, stoking the fire. Instructor 1 should have prepared one for me. No more talk. I must start heading to the dormitory now, or by the time you all are seated in class tomorrow. I'll still be on my way, Yue Han lamented, dragging her weary body back. Lychee, Shudwa, you two head to your dorms. I'll escort Yue Han, Yixiang said, bidding farewell to the others before swiftly catching up to Yue Han. Shudwa attempted to follow suit, ready to accompany Yue Han, but was swiftly restrained by Lychee, who pulled him in the opposite direction. What's wrong with you? Are you trying to play the third wheel? What third wheel? What are you talking about? Shudwa asked, bewildered. Can't you see? Your boss and Yixiang have a mutual interest, Lychee teased, poking Shudwa's chest. What? You must be joking, Shudwa exclaimed in disbelief. Stop spouting nonsense. What? Keep your mouth shut. Lychee quickly covered Shudwa's mouth, dragging him away. Yue Han walked at a normal pace, yet compared to the other students, it felt painfully slow. The earlier assessment had drained most of her energy, leaving her to stagger forward. Allow me to carry you. It would be quicker, and you could rest sooner, Yixiang suggested, noticing the sweat beginning to bead on Yue Han's forehead. You've just completed your assessment. You must be exhausted. Let's forget it. Yue Han immediately rejected him. She was also afraid of Yixiang's madness. It had left her with shadows of doubt. It was better not to torment him any further. For if he were to suddenly lose control, she would be unable to bear it. Yixiang, undeterred by the rejection, continued to walk alongside her, secretly observing her. Given her current state, he estimated it wouldn't be long before she could no longer hold on. After walking for a while, Yue Han's legs buckled, and she was about to collapse to the ground when Yixiang gently lifted her up. This time, he did not ask. He simply threw her over his back. Yue Han still attempted to refuse, but once she lay against him, her eyelids became heavy as if they were weighted down. She fought to keep her eyes open for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to sleep. Yixiang noticed the rhythmic sound of her breathing behind him, tightening his grip around her legs and slowing his pace. Feeling the gentle rhythm of Yue Han's breath against his neck, like a feather brushing against his skin, sent a shiver down his spine. The cool aura emanating from her enveloped him tightly, and he could hear the rapid beating of his heart, akin to a drum echoing within his chest. His neck, along with his ears, flushed a deep crimson, and at that moment, Yixiang's complexion was so vivid it seemed almost unreal. His heart raced violently, as if it were trying to escape his chest. He felt like a moth captivated by her presence, ready to dissolve into her essence. Her body was light and supple, as if they were merging into one, and Yixiang effortlessly carried her. Gradually, he sensed the warmth of her body seeping through her clothing onto his back, and he couldn't help but grasp her slender calves. Yixiang's skin craved her touch. Perhaps it could be said that his condition had evolved, becoming a malady that exclusively yearned for Yuan. It was akin to having tasted the most exquisite delicacy, rendering all other flavors utterly bland and unresponsive. His affliction was the same. He felt indifferent towards others. Yet towards Yue Han, his desire intensified, becoming more fervent and insatiable. Even while carrying her, he felt an unquenchable thirst for more. That he knew that upon parting from her, the searing flames of longing would double their assault. Yet he willingly drank from the poison to sate his thirst. If only he could carry her forever. The dark, twisted thought flickered through his mind, startling him with the intensity of his possessiveness and desire. With a guilty glance at the sleeping Yue Han, his ears reddened as he turned away, and again, he felt an uncontrollable heat surging through him. Even his tongue and throat felt scorched. Chapter 86. A stealthy kiss. The back of his hand resting on her calf revealed faint blue veins, while Yixiang's dense lashes trembled, casting a shadow over half his pupils. He carried Yue Han to her dormitory in one breath. At the door, he adjusted her position, cradling her in front of him, supporting her legs with one hand, and gently laid her in his embrace while using his free hand to tap on her terminal, retrieving the access credentials to open the door with his now vacant hand. He supported Yue Han's back, using one foot to close the dormitory door behind him. He began to assess the room's environment. A living room with a sofa encircling a coffee table in the center, flanked by two separate bedrooms. Unsure which was Yue Han's, he placed her on the sofa, watching her sleep soundly. Blissfully unaware and defenseless, Yixiang felt that she was utterly unguarded, almost inviting him to take advantage of her. Observing Yue Han's delicate, pink lips, he was entranced. Leaning down, Pausing just an inch from her lips, glancing nervously at her still sleeping form, with utmost caution, he pressed his lips against hers. Yue Han was shocked by his own audacity. Marveling at the softness of her lips, as his heart raced uncontrollably, blood surged through his body, and he unconsciously bit down on his tongue, feeling the sting and ache. A hidden yearning within him was finally unleashed. His hands pressed against Yue Han's shoulders on the sofa, enclosing her in his embrace, while his gaze darkened with an intense desire to go further. However, Yue Han suddenly furrowed her brow and turned her head. Yi Xiang was instantly jolted awake, his face ablaze as he glanced at her, terrified that she might wake and look at him with disdain, realizing she was merely reacting in her sleep. He exhaled in relief and sank down onto the floor beside the sofa, greedily admiring her features. Fearing he might act out again, he removed Yue Han's boots and haphazardly retrieved a blanket from one of the bedrooms. Wrapping her in it, watching her nestled into the soft white blanket on the sofa, Yi Xiang's affection only deepened, making him want to gaze at her even more. After tucking the blanket around her again, he noticed Yue Han's hand and couldn't resist placing his own beside it for comparison. So small, so fair, so tender. Was this really the hand of a man? Yi Xiang stared at her hand, suddenly struck by a thought. His breath growing heavy as he realized what he was doing, he quickly stood up, hurriedly exiting her dormitory and leaning against the door outside, shielding his eyes with one hand. You're really in deep trouble this time, he muttered to himself, his lips moving silently. Not merely in trouble, he was already beyond redemption, teetering on a tightrope. Yue Han awakened, stirred by hunger, and glanced around, realizing she was back in her dormitory, presumably brought back by Yi Xiang. Raising her hand to check the time on her terminal, she noted it was just past midnight. The ambient lights had already turned on automatically, illuminating the common living area, 2 bedrooms, a study, and a bathroom. Discovering her roommate had not returned, she peeked into both bedrooms, finding them empty. Unable to resist, she checked her terminal and found that this dormitory was assigned solely to her. Yue Han sighed, attributing it to her F rating. It seemed that there was not a second F in the entire Heartthrob Academy. Thus she had the luxury of a single dormitory for the time being. Her stomach grumbled incessantly, prompting her to check the luggage that the robot had delivered at the door for nutritional supplements. As she sipped on the nutrient solution, she opened the extravagant luggage, marveling at the array of items inside, all meticulously prepared, including a floating board. Wow, this luggage is incredibly thoughtful. No wonder it's so pricey. She chuckled, quickly scanning the manual. She recalled how envious she had been watching others glide on it during the day. After a rapid read, she began to experiment with the floating board in her hands. The board was entirely black, its surface reminiscent of a deep, starless night, devoid of any blemishes. Unable to resist, she caressed it, captivated by its unique texture. It was evident that its price was steep. One AI had certainly spared no expense. And the bill was not misleading. Hurry up and recover, she thought, eager to ride it the next day, earn tuition fees and scholarships, and repay her debts, lest she feel as though a stone were pressing down upon her. Reluctantly, she gave the floating board one last glance before placing it on a stand at the door. In the middle of the living room stood a small housekeeping robot, waiting to be activated. Yue Han promptly awakened it to assist her with her luggage, then chose one of the bedrooms. After drinking several bags of nutrient solution, she took a shower and went to bed. Excited, Yue Han woke up early. Glancing at the timer indicating her weakness period had half an hour left, she quickly checked the day's schedule, noting that the morning consisted of cultural classes, while the afternoon would involve physical combat training. Thinking the cafeteria would likely be open today, she rubbed her still hungry stomach, resolved to scrounge a meal. Dressing in the academy's standard deep blue training uniform, she eagerly took the floating board and headed out. Ready to try it at the base of the dormitory. She activated the floating board. It levitated 30 centimeters above the ground, awaiting its pilot. Yue Han then noticed that the board's black surface was not a dull monotone. In the sunlight, it shimmered subtly, like the occasional twinkle of stars in the night sky. Curiously examining it, she stepped onto the board and immediately felt as though it had adhered to her shoes, prompting her to spin around playfully and perform a backflip, the board remaining firmly attached to her feet. Wow, this is incredibly smart, she exclaimed, quickly adapting to it and soaring steadily towards the cafeteria. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the warm sunlight kissed her face as she reveled in the beauty of Heartthrob Academy. Suddenly, a figure rushed past her, intentionally bumping into her shoulder, causing her to sway. Regaining her balance, she looked up, irritated, at the person responsible. Ling Muyao had traded his flamboyant attire for the Academy's training uniform, which hugged his slender waist and accentuated his long legs. He had removed the chain from his lips, but kept the earrings glimmering in his ears. With a smirk, he provocatively looked at her and teased, "Little prodigy, why are you moving so slowly? An old lady could cross the street faster than you." Yue Han rolled her eyes, thinking how industrious he was to seek her out first thing in the morning. Unwilling to engage, she tried to ignore him, but he continued to float just ahead, preventing her from overtaking him, thereby slowing her down. With an exasperated glance, she realized this elementary school kid was at it again. And she knew she had to teach him a lesson to remind him of his place. Casting a glance at the countdown timer indicating her weakness period, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she decided. What if you're slower than this old lady? Chapter 87. Floating board race. Ling Muyao paused at her challenge. Disbelief etched on his face as he scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Me? Slower than you? That's laughable. Yue Han smiled as she raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond further. Instead, the floating slide beneath her feet surged with energy, vibrating with a thunderous roar in place. While black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe behind, she had pushed the slide to its maximum speed, yet she managed to maintain her position. Ling Muyao instantly grasped her intentions. The slide beneath her had already provided him with the answer. A hint of excitement curled at the corner of his mouth. Let us see how it goes. If you get injured and have to drop out, don't blame me. No sooner had Ling Muyao's words left his lips than Yue Han shot past him like an arrow released from a bow, leaving only a black shadow in her wake. Ling Muyao remained unfazed. Even if she gained a few meters, it would not affect the outcome. She was simply too slow, with a slight bend in his knees. He began to accelerate, leveraging the strength of his waist to propel the slide forward, quickly catching up to Yue Han. Yue Han furrowed her brow as she noticed Ling Muyao closing in on her. She redirected her focus to his acceleration technique, observing intently, unable to suppress a grin as she mimicked his posture. Lowering her center of gravity and bending her legs, she leaned forward, using her waist to drive the slide through the air, effortlessly surpassing Ling Muyao once more. Now it was Ling Muyao's turn to appear perturbed, his heterochromatic eyes darkening as they fixed on Yue Han's retreating figure. This individual, who initially glided awkwardly, had seemingly mastered his techniques with just a glance. Ling Muyao wasted no time, unleashing all his skills, driving his legs with force, employing complex maneuvers to swiftly close the gap and overtake her. Casting a disdainful glance back at Yue Han, Ling Muyao prepared to accelerate further, intent on widening the distance between them, surging forward like lightning, the wind howling against his eardrums, his fiery red hair billowing behind him. After gaining a lead, he thought he had left her far behind, but the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. Yue Han was right on his heels, not only maintaining her proximity, but also greeting him with a bright, confident gesture, her left hand raised, fingers forming a peace sign at her forehead, a casual wave. Ling Muyao squinted, scrutinizing her technique and posture, his expression darkening like a pot's bottom. She had replicated all his skills after merely observing him. Go ahead, show me what else you can do. Don't hold back. Yue Han, with newfound gratitude, realized that Ling Muyao was indeed a good teacher. Without his guidance, she would have taken much longer to grasp these techniques on her own. Ling Muyao continued to glide forward without acknowledging her, but soon noticed Yue Han accelerating to match his speed, both of them advancing side by side. He then realized her intent. She had purposely lagged behind to observe his movements and learn. As soon as he had nothing new to teach, she would simply catch up to him. This top student proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, though this only heightened his interest. Ling Muyao's pupils sparkled with excitement. The true competition was just beginning. As he gazed ahead, he saw an increasing number of students heading toward the classrooms and cafeteria, and his eyes lit up with opportunity. He could use the crowd as cover to distance himself from her. With a swift turn and spin, he plunged into the throng of students, deftly weaving through them while maintaining optimal balance and speed. Quickly establishing a significant lead, Yue Han observed Ling Muyao darting into the gathering of students and, in stark contrast to his nonchalance, intensified her focus on the competition. She skillfully maneuvered through the airborne students, her eyes constantly scanning for the best flight path. While she could not yet match his proficiency, she was determined to find an alternative route. Narrowing her eyes, She mentally charted the least populated and shortest route, and her slide seemed to come alive, gliding effortlessly through the air in accordance with her will. "What are you two doing? Don't you know there are speed limits?" cried a student behind them, overtaken by both of their rapid advances. "Where are the monitors? Someone should penalize these two." "Isn't that the top student and Lingmu Yao? They're really going at it this early." Another student exclaimed, "I know. It's the 3-month wager. Has it already begun? Young people really are full of energy, engaging in such intense activity first thing in the morning, with their sights set on the cafeteria." The two raced on, leaving behind mere shadows for the onlookers. Yue Han felt a sense of satisfaction. Thankfully, Lingmu Yao was somewhat dull-witted and not overly strategic. As the cafeteria drew nearer, she decided to sprint, unleashing her full potential and pushing her slide to its limits. Lingmu Yao was equally determined, channeling all his energy into a vigorous forward charge, and the two flew side by side. Stealing a glance at Lingmu Yao, Yue Han couldn't help but smirk mischievously. She made a sharp turn to close in on him, then executed a daring maneuver to shove him aside. "You bumped into me first. Here's your payback," she taunted as she nudged him off balance and seized the chance to slide into the cafeteria ahead of him, ignoring Lingmu Yao's expression and words behind her. Yue Han could easily envision his frustration and fury, but she had no time to relish in it. Eating was her priority. After all that flying, she felt as if her stomach were pressed against her spine. She charged straight to the food counter. Then Yue Han was taken aback, her agitation rising. The cafeteria was divided into a paid section and a free section. The paid area offered meals prepared with specially processed ingredients, rivaling the nutritional value of nutrient solutions, and they looked utterly delicious. Yue Han's spirits plummeted upon seeing the exorbitant prices, several thousand star coins for a meal. Disheartened, she turned to the free cafeteria. Peering at the offerings there, she found nothing but leafy greens, cheap nutrient solutions, and energy rice, with scarcely a morsel of meat in sight. Unable to contain her despair, she buried her face in her hands. "This one tea do? I can't survive on this." Chapter 88. The race for food. With tears in her eyes, Yue Han clutched her tray, gathering as much of the free food as she could. Adhering to the principle that quantity could lead to quality, after piling 3 trays full, she found a random spot to set them down and then shifted her gaze to the free soup. Staring into the watery broth, Yue Han resignedly wielded a large spoon, determined to extract every floating morsel of vegetable from the soup. Just as she battled the broth, a spoon intruded from the opposite side. Yue Han looked up, her defenses lowered, to find a girl before her. The newcomer's delicate features exuded a stubborn beauty, her high nose giving her a sharply defined appearance, exuding a cool elegance. Her hair was simply tied back into a high ponytail, somewhat unkempt, lending her an air of carefree independence. As Yue Han assessed her figure, tall and slender, evidently malnourished, the girls scrutinized Yue Han in return, noting her small stature and frail frame. Concluding that she too suffered from nutritional deficiency, their eyes met, and suddenly, they felt the tension of rivalry. Yue Han immediately focused on the floating strips of meat and vegetables in the soup, her spoon darting in without hesitation. The girl, equally unwilling to yield, eagerly extended her own spoon, her gaze sharp as she targeted the same morsels. The clash of their spoons produced a crisp sound as they both perspired from the urgency of the competition. Frantically scooping food into their bowls, Yue Han, her veins standing out on her hands, quickened her pace, and in a flash, she seized the last piece of vegetable, leaving the girl stunned, her expression a mix of admiration and regret. "Well played." Yue Han exhaled, relieved. "I was outmatched." The girl replied in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of nods and mutual respect, they parted ways, returning to their respective seats. Yue Han promptly immersed herself in her meal, tuning out the commotion around her. "Who took all the vegetables from the soup? What are we poor students supposed to eat?" lamented another student nearby. "This broth was supposed to sustain me. Now it's just water. Where did all the food go? Has it been rationed again?" Yue Han, embarrassed by the outcry, lowered her head, disheartened by the inequities of the school's dining options. Once she became the Empire's top official, she vowed to rectify such disparities with a wave of her hand. Having consumed 2 plates, she was engaged in a fierce battle with her third when someone suddenly sat down across from her, carrying a tray. Yue Han looked up, perplexed, only to find Lingmu Yao. "Can't you let me eat in peace?" she thought, irritated by his interruption. Lingmu Yao, noticing the displeasure on Yue Han's face, raised an eyebrow and leaned back casually in his chair, sliding his tray of food toward her. Yue Han eyed his tray with skepticism. It contained paid meals. Is he genuinely being kind? Or is there some ulterior motive? She pondered, "Do you want to eat?" Ling Muyao crossed his arms, sitting sideways with one leg raised, a triumphant expression gracing his features as he spoke. Yue Han observed the food in silence, bracing herself for whatever trickery this individual might conjure. "Here you go. Eat up," Ling Muyao declared, rising gracefully and departing without a second thought. Yue Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such fortune truly exist? Surely, he wouldn't have poisoned it. She swiftly pulled the food closer, scrutinizing it intently. Just as she hesitated on whether to indulge, Ling Muyao returned, spoon in hand, ready to drizzle soup over the meal. With a teasing lift of his brow, he remarked, "Let me pour a bit of soup for you. You must be parched after that exercise." Yue Han rolled her eyes, fully expecting his lack of genuine kindness. Such naively clumsy ideas could only originate from him. Casting him a cold glance, she dismissed him, insisting he partake alone and not waste food by pushing the plate back toward him, focusing intently on her own meal. "How dull," Ling Muyao huffed, tossing the spoon aside and taking a seat directly across from Yue Han, initiating aimless conversation. Unable to contain her irritation, Yue Han raised her gaze, questioning his ignorance of the adage that one should not speak while eating. "Are we so familiar with each other?" she retorted. "We still have 3 months to coexist. It's the perfect opportunity for mutual understanding." Ling Muyao, with a mischievous tone, insinuated that he expected her to drop out after those 3 months. "What material is this spoon made of?" Yue Han's dark eyes, now encased in a layer of frost, sought to dismiss him entirely. Ling Muyao, caught off guard, furrowed his brow, instinctively replying, "Gel plastic." "And this table?" She pressed on, her icy demeanor unwavering. "Composite carbon steel." "What on earth are you trying to ascertain?" Ling Muyao replied, his patience wearing thin. Suddenly, with a thunderous clap, Yue Han slammed her hand upon the table, the sound reverberating through the air. Ling Muyao, bewildered, began to question her intentions. But before he could voice his thoughts, he witnessed her hand rise again, the gel plastic spoon she had held now striking down into the composite carbon steel table, piercing through to the other side. Had she truly driven the spoon into the table with her bare hand? "If you continue to prattle in my ear, disrupting my meal, the next strike will land squarely on your face," Yue Han declared, her formidable presence bearing down upon him. Ling Muyao's eyes widened in shock, his hands instinctively clenching into fists as he bowed his head, trembling with suppressed excitement that at last, this was how it should be. A true champion ought to possess such vigor. Had she finally cast off her facade, he could finally sense the aura of strength radiating from her. His heart raced, and his heterochromatic pupils narrowed into slits, his body quivering with restrained exhilaration as the magical tattoos adorning his neck ignited with fervor. Yue Han observed the sudden surge of energy emanating from the individual before her, raising an eyebrow in surprise, only to be struck by the realization that his tattoos seemed to be moving. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed her fears. His once black tattoos were now a vibrant red, pulsating as they snaked up to his sharp jawline. Seemingly intent on further ascent, the skin beneath appearing as if it had been torn apart, each fissure glowing like molten lava. "Wait, what is happening to your neck?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued without hesitation. Ling Muyao raised his gaze, his pupils now fully transformed into slits, exhaling heated breaths like a creature of the wild, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yue Han recoiled slightly, questioning whether he was still human. His eyes resembled those of a beast, a testament to the vast diversity of the interstellar realm. Was every species represented here? The grand stage of the universe welcomed all, including the peculiar. Then, Yue Han noticed that the strangeness did not end with his eyes and tattoos. His slender frame, once clad in loose-fitting training attire, now appeared robust, muscles straining against the fabric. The uniform clung tightly to him, transforming the once slim youth into a figure of considerable stature as he stepped closer. Casting a shadow that enveloped her, "I thought night had fallen. It turns out you merely expanded," Yue Han quipped, her humor surfacing unexpectedly. Was Ling Muyao even human? His features seemed to defy human characteristics. Perhaps Yue Han's scrutiny was too overt, as Ling Muyao turned his head, covering the tattoos with his palm, urging her not to stare further. In a gravelly tone, he advised, "Maintain your current demeanor. It makes the game far more captivating." He cast her one last fervent glance before turning away, leaving Yue Han bewildered, grappling with the implications of his cryptic words. What on earth did he mean, and what was the significance of his peculiar behavior? Clearly, she needed to delve into the interstellar biology textbooks, for despite his human-like appearance, he was anything but ordinary. With half an hour until class commenced, Yue Han glanced at her terminal, hastily disposing of her empty tray to the automated cleaning robot. Gliding toward the classroom. Upon arrival, she noted that most of her classmates were already present and quickly selected a seat. Scanning her surroundings with curiosity to her astonishment, she found herself beside the very girl with whom she had shared a meal in the cafeteria. Both were equally surprised by this swift reunion. Concurrently, Yue Han's post attracted new comments. One anonymous student had uploaded a photo capturing her silhouette. If I'm not mistaken, this is Class D, the lowest tier? Unbelievable. It truly is Class D, the class of champions. Yue Han Academy has never seen this before. In a way, she's breaking new ground. Oh no, Yue Han Academy is doomed. How can a champion enroll in such a class? Haha, she has become my electronic pet, and following her updates is such a delight. Please, don't stop posting. Yue Han was well aware of the eyes trained on her from behind, but she chose to disregard it. Settling comfortably into her seat as the instructor entered, the students gathered. The first lesson commenced, Battlefield Rescue. The female instructor activated the large screen behind her, continuing, in a battlefield scenario, severe injuries can occur at any moment. Sometimes, rescue robots cannot arrive in time, necessitating human intervention. Pointing at the screen, she displayed the most fundamental training for carrying stretchers and performing emergency bandaging. This lesson was a simulation. Students would use their terminal maps to partner up and transport the injured to designated points. Familiarize yourselves for half an hour. Then we will commence the official examination. Pair up with the nearest person, the instructor instructed, tapping on her terminal. In an instant, Yue Han and the girl beside her were automatically paired and thrust into the simulation battlefield. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves amidst the ruins of a city, a stretcher positioned between them with a white AI patient lying atop it. Hello, I'm Wei Lan. The girl introduced herself. I'm Yue Han. She replied, glancing at her terminal. The target point wasn't too far, just a bit winding. Simple enough. Shall we give it a try? It seems easy enough. Let us go for it. Wei Lan agreed. As they lifted the stretcher. The sounds of gunfire erupted behind them, and they deftly maneuvered under attack, working in harmony to transport the stretcher toward their objective. The overall difficulty of the exam was manageable, and after several successful attempts, they eagerly awaited the official start. As the half-hour trial concluded, the official examination began, with the announcement that class rankings would be determined. Hurry, or the bottom 5 teams will be required to assist in the kitchen with leftover food during lunch. The instructor's voice echoed through the simulation. Initially filled with enthusiasm, the two exchanged an uneasy glance, a shared thought surfacing. Wasn't this akin to placing mice on a sacrificial altar, with their stomachs grumbling? They silently agreed on a plan of action, casting a sympathetic glance at the AI dummy on the stretcher as they prepared for the formal assessment. As the examination commenced, Wei Lan casually dropped the dummy onto the ground, triggering an automatic alert for malicious behavior, warning that 3 infractions would result in disqualification from rankings. It seemed overt actions would be detected, and they exchanged knowing glances, realizing they needed to play it cool. Slow down. I'm worried I might drop it, Wei Lan said, deliberately pretending to lag. That if it falls, we want to have to send it to the target point, Yue Han replied, her words veering into absurdity. Let us not proceed. The ground ahead is too dangerous. Let us climb onto the ruins and take a right turn. Wei Lan raised an eyebrow, pulling the front end of the stretcher off the flat ground and onto the incline of the ruins. Unbeknownst to them, this turn led them directly to the AI dummy's critical point, causing it to roll off the stretcher, leaving behind a crimson imprint. A flicker of concern crossed Yue Han's mind. Had it truly come to an end? In the ensuing moment, the two individuals found that their accumulated time had increased by 5 minutes, and the AI mannequin automatically returned to the stretcher. Everything resumed its normal state, save for the crimson humanoid imprints on the ground, which served as a reminder of the mannequin's previous fall. Upon realizing that another fall would add an additional 5 minutes, the two finally discovered a method to commence their performance, boldly navigating the ruins and gunfire while balancing the stretcher. They maneuvered up steep inclines and through perilous areas with determined resolve. Instead of delivering the mannequin to the designated point, they surmised that simply tossing it into the furnace would suffice. as any further delay would result in spoilage. Wei Lan observed the mannequin, devoid of vital signs, and spoke up. What nonsense. It is merely in a deep slumber, Yue Han immediately countered, glancing at the class rankings. Astonished to find that the two were not in last place, a bead of sweat trickled down, as it dawned on her that this class might be filled with impoverished students, all seeking to exploit the situation. They had encountered formidable rivals. Yue Han promptly warned Wei Lan that Class D comprised students rated D and below, nearly all of whom were beneficiaries of the free cafeteria. For other classes, dealing with leftover food was a punishment, but for their class, it represented an extraordinary opportunity. As Wei Lan explained, an inadvertent jolt caused the mannequin to tumble once more. Yue Han suddenly felt as if she had entered a haven for the destitute. The desperate individuals around her were employing every trick in the book for the sake of leftover food. Chapter 90. Food recovery. The mannequin revived yet again, while the two hurriedly dashed through the rubble. The mannequin rolling and tumbling on the stretcher. This is far too slow. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them now, Wei Lan exclaimed. Noticing their rank had not dropped, Yue Han glanced at the class standings and intensified their efforts, releasing the mannequin several more times. During a moment of chaotic commotion instigated by a cafeteria worker, the mannequin was accidentally flung into the air, landing precariously with its feet lodged in the debris. Oddly standing upright. Goodness, a medical miracle. You've managed to make the mannequin stand after throwing it. Wei Lan gasped in astonishment. Save your offer later. The competition is too tight, Yue Han replied, noting their precarious ranking, which had now slipped dangerously close to the bottom. These ravenous individuals will stop at nothing. Wei Lan hastily retrieved the mannequin, and the two resumed their relentless pursuit. Before long, the crimson humanoid imprints had been evenly spread across the ruins. The timer is about to expire, Wei Lan announced. I will seize the last moment to save it, Yue Han declared, launching the mannequin into the air. As she watched it soar and spin 3.5 times before landing. Wei Lan could not help but call out to it. Will you be back for dinner? The instant the mannequin hit the ground, the class competition concluded, and they quickly glanced at their rankings. To their astonishment, they had narrowly secured 5th place from the bottom, just 1 point ahead of 6th. A cold sweat trickled down their brows as they realized how close they had come to losing the leftover food opportunity. Upon automatically exiting the virtual space, the teacher compiled a list of the bottom-ranked teams, which was sent to the students' terminals, mandating that they perform an hour of volunteer work in the cafeteria during lunch to handle leftovers and sanitation. Following the battlefield rescue class, they enjoyed a brief 10-minute respite before a new instructor commenced the battlefield command lesson. This was Yue Han's favorite subject, and she attentively utilized her terminal to project a notebook, diligently taking notes throughout the lecture. After the morning classes concluded, with 2 hours remaining before the afternoon session, Yue Han and Wei Lan promptly headed to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. They swiped their terminal permissions to enter the cafeteria kitchen, where the bottom-ranked students from various classes were busy dealing with leftover food, while labeled as leftovers. These were actually dishes from the paid cafeteria that had not been sold and were thus ordered to be destroyed and recycled. Yue Han felt a pang of regret as she watched perfectly good meals destined for disposal. Stop staring and just destroy it, Wei Lan urged, shoving food into her mouth to begin the process. Seeing this, Yue Han wasted no time and joined in. This is such a waste. Can't these dishes be sent to the free cafeteria? At the very least, they could be offered at a discount to students, remarked a student from a class that was also struggling. What do you know? To maintain the value and exclusivity of the ingredients, the best solution for these leftovers is indeed to destroy them. Otherwise, those who paid dearly for their meals would have little incentive to purchase again, and if any issues arose from the leftover food, who would be responsible? Retorted a student from another class. Rated A, as they discarded food into the recycling bin. Don't worry, the destroyed food won't go to waste. The remnants are typically repurposed into inexpensive nutritional liquids, which are often used as bait for battlefield anomalies and insects the following day, Wei Lan stated nonchalantly. How do you know that? Yue Han inquired, swallowing a mouthful of food as she turned to her. I've been consuming these inexpensive nutritional liquids since childhood. They are sold on the wasteland planets, with labels indicating they are produced by various imperial schools. Thanks to these affordable nutritional liquids, fewer people on the wasteland planets face starvation, Wei Lan replied candidly. Without a hint of embarrassment, a sudden silence fell over the group as they continued to eat in quietude. Yue Han glanced at Wei Lan, beginning to piece together her life story. A student from a wasteland planet, alone in the examination halls, compelled to exert far greater effort than her peers after devouring several plates of food. Yue Han found that the processed ingredients bore a nutritional value comparable to the nutritional liquids, effectively satisfying her hunger, noticing that there were still plenty of nutritional liquids left in the free cafeteria. She discreetly pocketed a few to save for later. With her gluttonous skills depleting her energy rapidly, she took comfort in the fact that her life force was also regenerating swiftly. Sacrificing a little for the sake of survival was acceptable. Once finished, Yue Han and her companions collaborated with the robots to tidy up the cafeteria's interior and exterior, completing their volunteer labor before departing. "But I must be off. I'm heading to the free training room." Wei Lan called out to Yue Han before hastily gliding away on her hoverboard. Yue Han waved goodbye, glancing at her terminal. She still had an hour before the next class, during which most students would be in the entertainment and leisure zones. Wei Lan's visit to the training room served as a reminder for Yue Han to utilize her downtime effectively by spending more time in the library, as she had heard that cultural exams were on the horizon. With a sharp whistle, Yue Han summoned her hovering board and sped off toward the library. Upon entering the library, it was as if a silence had been activated. Not a sound could be heard. Yue Han surmised that some sort of soundproofing had been implemented. Observing the surroundings, she noticed individual study rooms, but upon realizing that these required payment, she promptly settled into the public area. Looking at the towering shelves filled with books, Yue Han was curious about how to retrieve them. Unable to resist glancing at those nearby, who were selecting books on their terminals, with robots delivering them. Imitating their actions, Yue Han discovered that her account automatically linked to the library upon entry, allowing her to request books that would be delivered to her seat, while the electronic versions would also update in real time on her terminal for her convenience. She selected several foundational cultural textbooks and began to read. Time passed until her terminal vibrated on her wrist, indicating that there were 10 minutes remaining before the afternoon classes commenced. Yue Han exited the library and made her way toward the training room, riding her hoverboard. Upon entering the training room, she found the other students already engaged in warm-up exercises. Yue Han casually found a spot to stretch, uncertain of the lesson plan for the day. Isn't that the top student? Is their ability truly that lacking? Didn't we see that in the previous classes? When I heard our class had a top student, I was so excited. I even wanted to ask for an autograph. But then I stumbled upon a post that shattered my illusions, murmured a student, glancing over at Yue Han. The training room doesn't allow recording. The classes are confidential. Otherwise, I would have live-streamed it on the forum. What a pity we can't capture any footage, lamented another. The instructor on stage overheard the chatter and glanced at Yue Han's position, shaking his head in disbelief. He too had seen the post. And this year's top student was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 91. Power Gun. Today's lesson primarily aims to familiarize you with tower climbing and equipment. The instructor dimmed the lights in the training room, addressing the floating transparent screen behind him. First, let's discuss tower climbing. After regular training, you can attempt to climb the tower for rankings. Reaching certain levels will earn you rewards and scholarships. The instructor paused. However, the tower is not easily scaled. Each level's difficulty is exponential, requiring diligent training to conquer. Yue Han's eyes brightened at the mention of rewards and scholarships. Upon entering the climbing chamber, you can initiate personal climbing simulations at any time, with results automatically ranked on the leaderboard. Today, we will familiarize you with commonly used equipment. On the stage, the instructor snapped his fingers, and each student found themselves holding the energy firearms used during the assessment. Yue Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced the weapon, recalling how she had struggled to lift it during the evaluation, barely catching any of the intricate details. The more she examined the firearm, the more enamored she became, her eyes nearly glued to it. Upon closer inspection, she was in awe of the ingenuity of these interstellar designers, who managed to create a weapon that could be conveniently held with one hand, featuring control buttons that allowed for automatic assembly and folding at any moment. Unable to resist, she gave it a gentle shake, surprised by its lightness. The energy firearms you use during the assessment do not have full permissions enabled. Its functionalities are numerous. By pressing the blue button, it will transform into a blade, which you can try out. The instructor reminded the students. Curiosity piqued, Yue Han promptly pressed the blue control button, and the folded firearm swiftly disassembled and reassembled into a sleek steel blade that seemed to emerge directly from the flesh, glimmering with a chilling sheen. Yue Han marveled at the blade now resting against her arm, her excitement bubbling over as she reached out to touch the edge. The lines were fluid, the craftsmanship exquisite. With just one glance, Yue Han discerned that this blade possessed formidable lethality. This is its second transformation aside from the energy firearm. By clicking the green button, it will morph into a mechanical arm, capable of lifting objects weighing hundreds of times your own weight, primarily designed for battlefield logistics and debris clearance. This function is not commonly used, so familiarize yourselves with it. The instructor continued his explanation. Without hesitation, Yue Han pressed the green button, and the blade seamlessly enveloped her entire hand and arm. Observing the mechanical arm, she couldn't help but wiggle her fingers, finding it surprisingly unhindered, as if it were her own hand. Today's lesson primarily focuses on teaching you basic shooting techniques. As you may have noticed during your assessment, this energy firearm differs from conventional firearms in terms of aiming. Unlike the two-handed grip of regular guns, this energy firearm is designed for one-handed use, thus altering the center of gravity and angle, leaning more towards the mechanics of a one-handed pistol. The instructor raised his energy firearm and began demonstrating stances and techniques to the students. While observing the instructor's teachings, Yue Han meticulously adjusted her firearm to suit her habits. After the lesson, the instructor arranged for a mutated tree, identical to the one from the assessment, to be placed in the center of the training ground. The mutated tree you encountered during the assessment resides within the tower, at the 200th level. While the total tower has 500 levels, you may refer to the scores from the assessment to gauge your expected level. He explained, I forgot to mention that the tower climb is not exclusive to the Heartthrob Academy. Every academy within the Empire participates, with rankings visible across all institutions. With that, the instructor activated the mutated tree, which immediately began to stir, albeit without launching an attack. As the students became familiar with the energy firearms, the lesson was nearing its end, and they were instructed to adjust their settings in 10 minutes. We will commence free shooting practice. I will only activate the first level of the mutated tree, reducing the difficulty. Take this time to find your shooting stance, the instructor announced, restoring the natural lighting in the room as a large screen began its countdown. After stretching her limbs, Yue Han approached the central mutated tree, keenly observing this moment. The tree seemed oblivious to the student's presence, its vines swaying rhythmically, even the trunk undulating in a measured manner. It. Breathing, Yue Han pondered, baffled, as she inspected the area around the mutated tree, noting that the trunk appeared more fragile than the vines. With the training about to commence, the instructor's voice echoed. After scoring 100 points in shooting, you will automatically trigger a slipstream. Attacks will deduct 5 points, and permissions for injury and pain have been disabled. As he concluded, he activated the mutated tree's attack permissions. The once slow-moving vines suddenly sprang to life. As if awakened, detecting the presence of students in the training room, they surged forth like gigantic serpents, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, launching a frenzied assault on the students, the leaves resembling scythes as they spun menacingly. Yue Han calmly stepped back, her agile form deftly evading wave after wave of vine attacks while aiming and firing her energy firearm, showing no signs of hesitation or retreat. One vine whipped towards her at astonishing speed. Just as she prepared to counter, she recalled that during the assessment, attacks on the vines had proven ineffective, as they would regenerate almost instantaneously. She needed to change her approach. With determination, she aimed her energy firearm at the root of the vine and decisively pulled the trigger. With a resounding boom, the bullet, powered with immense force, pierced through the vine, striking its root. The entire vine snapped and fell, writhing and convulsing on the ground, while the root ceased its regeneration, leaving only a massive crater behind. The mutated tree let out a mournful wail, summoning more vines to attack Yue Han. She deftly rolled away, evading several oncoming vines, while simultaneously firing several shots at the roots, each shot hitting its mark with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the mutated tree's vines lay scattered across the ground, splintered wood flying in all directions. The other students, who had been experimenting with their firearms, watched in awe as Yue Han displayed almost dazzling skill. A bead of cold sweat forming on their brows. This can't be right. Isn't she from Class D, Rank F? She would surely excel in Class S. Fully immersed in her task, Yue Han continued to shift positions with grace and speed. The gunfire from her energy firearm unceasing as her state of focus intensified. Her shots became ever more precise. The vines that sought to ensnare and attack her gradually succumbing to her relentless assault. Their regeneration faltering in stark contrast to the other students, who were surrounded by a dense thicket of vines. The ground before Yue Han was nearly barren, with her relentless firepower having left the vines stripped away. Who claimed the top student was inept? This top student is remarkable. Isn't this a bit of an overestimation of her capabilities in our class? The post said she couldn't lift her arms. How is she performing like this? Chapter 92. Elimination. If you continue to talk, you won't score a single point, Wei Lan interjected, raising an eyebrow as she employed the same tactics as Yue Han to target the vine roots. The surrounding students quickly followed suit. Though none could match Yue Han's precision, they managed to suppress the vine's regeneration. With a swift sidestep and a deep breath, Yue Han aimed her energy firearm at the trunk of the mutated tree. Firing several rounds in quick succession to in an instant, the mutated tree seemed to suffer a grave blow, shaking violently as numerous cracks appeared on its trunk. From a distance, the instructor's eyes lit up with interest. Could the first-level mutated tree be on the verge of defeat? Glancing at his terminal, he promptly elevated the tree's level. Yue Han anticipated the tree's demise, only to witness the trunk, now fissured, miraculously begin to heal and rejoin. Its girth doubling in size. Before she could react, the mutated tree lashed out with a massive vine, moving so swiftly that it left only a blur in its wake. Yue Han opened fire in retaliation. But this time, the bullet merely passed through the vine without severing it at the root. The forward end of the vine continued its relentless assault. Gritting her teeth, Yue Han dodged while transforming her energy firearm into an energy blade. Bringing it down against the attacking vine, the vine was cleaved in two, and the severed section launched its leaves like projectiles. Yue Han swiftly raised her blade to slice through the oncoming barrage of leaves. Retreating to a safe distance, once she had distanced herself, the previously stripped area began to sprout new vines, but these were no longer the vibrant green of before. They had darkened to a deep, ominous hue, unmistakably tougher than their predecessors. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Yue Han glanced back at the instructor, wondering if he had adjusted the difficulty. Another vine came whirling towards her, and with agility, she evaded, finding an opportune moment to strike with her blade. The edge slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, splattering green sap everywhere. Yue Han scowled at the green liquid on her blade, flinging it off in disgust. The mutated tree, now thoroughly enraged, dropped its defenses and unleashed all its vines in a coordinated assault against her. As the dense mass of vines descended upon her, Yue Han sprang into action, utilizing her slipstream to navigate through the thickest portions, attacking as she broke free. The surrounding students could hardly believe their eyes. In one moment, Yue Han was engulfed by a multitude of vines, and in the next, an explosion of green liquid erupted as she sliced through, the vines collapsing in disarray around her, with the remaining vines seemingly endowed with a tracking instinct. They relentlessly pursued the airborne Yue Han. The students on the ground could only catch fleeting glimpses of her silhouette as she darted through the dense greenery, leaving a trail behind her. What astonishing speed! I can hardly keep up. Is this a joke? Does she really possess such strength? Her abilities certainly seem to qualify her for Class S. She is undoubtedly fit to be top student. The posts have exaggerated her limitations. But I was in the same assessment room. I witnessed it firsthand. What has changed? How has she become so powerful? This training has nothing to do with us. She alone has earned the points to activate the slipstream. While the vines now target her, leaving us with no opportunity to score, has it not become a showcase solely for her, leaving us with nothing but the role of worshippers? I am willing to revere the Great One, to indulge in the delights of life alongside her. Look quickly, the vines have entwined themselves.